Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 471 to Chapter 533. While eating, Toya kept yelling at Angor, trying to trick Angor into making a new coat for him. Angor tried to act cute and pitiful. He tried everything he could think of, but he still kept his manners and did not speak during the meal. Toya wasn't a noble, though. He liked to talk about anything during meals. Seeing Angor ignoring him, Toya turned to Xianxia and started talking. Toya's topic was limited to his personal experience, which was a bit childish. Xianxia, on the other hand, only responded to Toya's questions with a smile. She didn't mind at all. Mitra, on the other hand, tried to tell Toya to shut up every time he heard a question that was too childish. Xianxia pinched his ear and scolded him. They were supposed to be a wizard's family, but Angor felt like he was in a mortal family of three. There was warmth and comfort in the atmosphere. Toya talked about a lot of things, and in the end, he changed the topic to someone Angor didn't expect at all. Granny Xianxia, I wanted to ask you yesterday. Why did you stop me? Toya pouted. Yesterday? Are you saying that you saw something? Princess Xian. I saw her on Champagne Road. She was being bullied by the Supreme Sect. I wanted to ask Dudu to help you, but you stopped me. Toya thought Xianxia had forgotten, so he told her the whole story. Xianxia chuckled. Your big brother Angor is right there. Why did you go there? Angor looked at Xianxia, then at Tutu. Toya and Xian. Xian's face flashed in his mind. She looked like a little girl about 6 or 7 years old. Her hair was braided, and she was wearing a primitive tribal-style tube top and a leather skirt. There were 3 bright lines of paint on her cheeks, and a wolf fawn necklace around her neck. Then he looked at Toya, who was about 6 or 7 years old. His skin was dark, and he was a little chubby. He wore a feather on his head, and his upper body was naked. His lower body was covered with colorful totem patterns. These two people's styles were very similar. They both walked the primitive tribal style. Could they be from the same tribe? What does that have to do with Big Brother Angor? If Princess Xian's companions hadn't come out to save her, she might have been killed by that bastard. Tu Yao said angrily. It's not necessarily her companions who saved her. It's the person in front of you. Xianxia smiled. Mrs. Xianxia was there too? Angor asked. Xianxia nodded with a smile. You did well. Now I believe you're Sunder's student. Your illusions are indeed impressive. Of course, Toya knew what Xianxia was talking about. You didn't release the mist that trapped the bad guy, did you? Angor nodded. Princess Xian is from Brood Cavern. He seemed to be implying that he saved Xian because she was from the same wizard organization as him. But in fact, he knew that he saved Nausicaa because of her. However, there was no need to say such things out loud. It would only provoke evil intentions. I was wondering why Lady Xianxia stopped me. It's because of Brother Angor. You're from the same tribe as Xian? Yes. Toya nodded. Princess Xian is the clan leader's daughter, but she left the tribe a long time ago. I only saw her during the clan festival 3 years ago. When Princess Xian was mentioned, Tu Yao, who had always been mischievous, actually lowered his head, his face flushed red, and his words carried a hint of affection. According to Nausicaa, Xian was older than Angor, which meant she was over 30 years old. But Toya was still a little boy. Age didn't matter in the wizarding world. But Toya was already thinking about love at such a young age. TSK. Shadow's comment about Toya was correct. After explaining his relationship with Xian, Toya suddenly asked, why did the Supreme Cult go back on their word? Princess Xian has already registered her name, but they still won't let her go. Both Toya and Angor wanted to know the answer to this question. At first, Xianxia wanted to fool Toya. After all, there were some factional conflicts involved. She was afraid that Toya wouldn't understand. However, when she saw Angor looking up, she quickly swallowed her words. It's the difference between a cat and a leopard. Even among the wizards who wreak havoc, there are also cat factions, or the defenders. On the other hand, the leopard faction was the radical faction. The defenders accept the registration list, but the radicals don't care. They want to eliminate all otherworldly visitors. Even those who entered the wizarding world with reasonable reasons are their targets. That young man from yesterday is a typical example of the radicals. Did he talk to you before he left? Xianxia looked at Angor. Angor nodded. I bought some magic plants from another plane recently, and I got some otherworldly aura on me. He noticed it. He warned me not to touch any otherworldly beings. See? That's the leopard faction. They're always radical. They'll check you even if you have otherworldly aura on you, Xianxia explained to Toya. That's too much. Toya frowned. Mitra, who had been eating quietly, suddenly spoke up. Actually, there's no such thing as a radical faction. They only dare to bully planes that have been conquered. But they still cower like kittens in front of powerful enemies. Back when the rising sun demon from the Abyss Plains suddenly appeared in the southern wizarding region and reduced the fake continent to ashes in just 15 days, the supreme cult didn't even dare to fart. They hid in dark corners and trembled in fear. What they're doing now is nothing more than trying to stir up some shady business. Mitra seemed to have thought of something inside. He didn't want to talk about it anymore. Xianxia didn't say anything either. It seemed she also knew something. This meal was about to turn from lively to cold and cheerless. Angor tried to lighten up the mood. Is there any way to hide the otherworldly aura? To avoid being harassed by the supreme cult? Actually, Angor wanted to ask how someone who was ostracized by the wizarding world could survive. But this wasn't the right time to ask. So he asked the question he really wanted to know right now while hiding his aura. How to hide the aura of the alien eye, or how to help John hide his aura, were both things he wanted to know. Yeah. Is there any way to hide Gank's aura so that Princess Shan won't be harassed by the supreme cult again after we leave Floating Mech City? Toya asked. Looks like you really like her. I didn't think you'd even remember the name of her servant, Xianxia teased with a smile. Oh, no. Princess Shan is just the person I admire the most. Toya lowered his head and giggled. Xianxia smiled but didn't say anything. There are ways to hide the otherworldly aura. You can put it in a space storage or a portable world like a sorcerer's garden, Mitra said. But I don't think Shan has a space storage and a sorcerer's garden. That's even more impossible. He couldn't put the alien eye into his space bracelet, which was why he couldn't do so. If you don't have a space storage, there are a lot of ways to hide it. For example, you can mix it with other auras, hide it, or simply eliminate it. Spells, potions, or even monster skins can do this. Mitra looked at the bracelet on Angor's wrist. The magic array on your bracelet. I think it's called Infinite Reticence, right? Angor nodded. It's used to eliminate your aura. But from another perspective, it can also hide your aura to a certain extent. Isn't that right? Angor's eyes lit up when he heard Mitra's explanation. Of course, it'll be even better if you know how to hide your aura. Even a simple eternity rune can help you hide your aura to a certain extent. But it's not as effective as a magic array. Eternity rune meant to maintain a constant state. It was usually used on items that could be stored for a long time, such as engraving it on the pages of books to keep them from rotting. Almost all books published by major magazines in the wizarding world would have such runes on their pages. Angor quickly realized what Mitra was talking about. He was a typical case of darkness under the lamp. He clearly had the treasure, but he was blind and couldn't see it. There were so many magic arrays that could hide one's aura, he hadn't thought of it yet. He had been thinking about whether there was any special material that could be used to make a box that could conceal the aura of the alien eye. But he didn't know that the starting point was the end. After dinner, Angor and Mitra discussed the creation of the mechanical arm again. Angor's ideas kept colliding with each other, which created a lot of sparks. Thanks to the discussion, Angor was slowly perfecting his idea. When Angor left Elixir Hut the next day, he already had a complete idea in mind. As expected of a master alchemist, Mitra gave Angor a lot of useful suggestions, which helped him to complete the creation of the mechanical arm. Mitra even made a special design for the arm that was not only beautiful but also suitable for female use. Angor's conversation with Mitra turned out to be a great success. Of course, there were also some conflicts. Angor knew that Mitra was doing this for the sake of the final product, but he still didn't consider some of the suggestions. For example, Mitra wanted Angor to use a lot of precious materials to create difficult runes, but Angor refused all of them. Obviously, Mitra forgot that Angor was still an apprentice who couldn't melt such advanced materials. Besides, there were only a few days left until the purification garden opened. He didn't have time to learn the advanced magic arrays. By the time he learned them, the garden would have already closed. He needed to increase Nausicaa's chances of survival in the garden. As for the advanced magic array, he could work on it later. Unbeknownst to Angor, Mitra left as well. However, they were going in opposite directions. Angor was heading to the main city, while Mitra was heading to the inner part of Floating Mech City, the research center. When Angor returned to Sunder's mansion, Dodoro was already awake. However, the man was still sitting on his bed, as if he was thinking about something. When Angor entered the room, Dodoro's eyes lit up with joy. He lifted the blanket and walked to Angor. "You're awake?" Angor asked Dodoro to sit down on the other side of the bed. Angor summoned Papaya and asked about Dodoro's condition. Papaya told Angor that Dodoro woke up in the early hours of the morning, but he didn't say a word. Angor nodded. Dodoro was like a newborn cub, shy and sensitive. The only thing that made Dodoro feel safe was Angor's follower. After sending Papaya back to the building, Angor looked at Dodoro. Dodoro quickly broke the silence. "Angor, yesterday, I saw," Angor stopped him. Since Dodoro was a prophet, he might have to use a more indirect way. However, Dodoro's speech was still a bit sluggish. Asking him to use a more indirect method was too much. Angor considered for a moment and decided to use a question-and-answer method to see if he could get around it. "I'll ask, and you'll answer. Did you see me at the bottom of the sea? Yes or no?" Dodoro wanted to nod and say something. However, there was an inexplicable force suppressing him, and he couldn't nod his head no matter what. His cheeks began to sweat, and his face turned red. Dodoro was a mortal and had yet to learn any divination abilities. It was a mistake for him to answer without careful consideration. Angor quickly stopped Dodoro. "Don't answer me. Tell me with your eyes." Dodoro's eyes were as clear as crystal. Angor could see every thought in Dodoro's mind. He could read a lot of information from Dodoro's eyes, which was what worried Angor the most. Was someone like this really suitable to be a prophet? Angor got the answer he wanted from Dodoro's eyes. Dodoro did see Angor at the bottom of the sea. "I see. Was I in a bad condition?" Angor tried to persuade Dodoro. Dodoro hesitated. He only saw the image, but he couldn't tell what Angor's condition was. "Do I look different in age?" The answer was no. "Is my hair long?" The answer was no. "Then am I alone?" The answer was no. "Two people?" The answer was affirmative. "Is it a man beside me?" The answer was no. He asked the questions one by one and even used some illusions. A moment later, Angor stopped asking questions. Dodoro, on the other hand, was smiling at him. Dodoro didn't say a word. He only used his eyes to express his thoughts, which made Angor feel a little happy. He lowered his head and tried to organize the information he got from Dodoro. There was a lot of information, and it was also very messy. He had to organize his thoughts. While organizing his thoughts, he realized that the message was pointing to a certain place, the Purification Garden. When Angor asked Dodoro if there were any changes to his appearance, Dodoro only gave him a no in his eyes. Angor's hair did not grow back, which meant it must have happened recently. Also, when he asked if there was anyone around, Dodoro said yes, and that person was a woman. In the end, Dodoro pointed out a girl with red dancing shoes, Keely. Keely had been with him recently, so it was very likely that she was in the Purification Garden. Angor and Keely were swimming toward a deep hole at the bottom of the sea. This hole was something Angor guessed. Maybe it was an entrance to a cave. Dodoro and Keely were going to the bottom of the sea, but he didn't know what they were going to do. Angor picked up a piece of paper and began to draw a general picture. Dodoro watched quietly from the side. Occasionally, he would remind Angor when he made a mistake in his drawing. As for the unimportant parts, Angor didn't mind. When the picture was finished, Angor took it to Sunders. He was still wondering if Dodoro's picture was really about the future. If it was a scene from the future, then now that he knew about it, would it change the future because of this? Would something terrible happen if the future was changed? It was like the butterfly effect. Even a small change could lead to serious consequences. Sunders chuckled at Angor's question. There are some things about time that you don't need to know yet. But I can tell you that becoming a wizard is all about changing the future. You don't need to worry about these variables until you reach that level. Furthermore, to me, your appearance may also be a variable. Do you think I'm going to reject you just because you're a variable? To put it simply, if you see the future as a variable, you'll be able to do a lot of things. Maybe Dodoro only saw one of the variables. Maybe he didn't see the result. Maybe you won't experience it in the future, and you'll still get the same result. So, don't think too much about it. Sunders briefly explained the paradox of the future, which was often discussed by divination students, before he looked at the picture again. Looking at the painting with a strong style, Saunders first praised it. This kind of painting style obviously suited his taste as a former noble. You're right. This painting might be referring to the Garden of Purification. But I've never been there, so I don't know if there's a sea in there. Still, the meaning of this picture isn't important. It's just a picture without a cause and effect. You can't get anything out of it. But you can keep the information in mind. Once you reach the bottom of the sea, it's up to you whether you want to follow the picture or not. Sunders returned the picture to Angor and joked, You've grown a lot in the past half a year. 2 random people you brought along also turned out to be talents. He was talking about Papaya and Dodoro. If I remember correctly, Wallace was the one who accepted the mission this year. That guy kept crying in front of Mr. Rain. If you can gather 5 talents and give them to him, I think he'll thank you for it. Angor chuckled helplessly. Whether or not he could gather 5 talents was another matter. Besides, even if he did manage to gather 5 of them, if he handed them over to Wallace, wouldn't it be a waste of time if he also organized a death match? After listening to Sunders' explanation, Angor put down the picture of Dodoro's prophecy. What divination students saw was probably just one of many processes. Whether or not they could achieve the best result depended on their own choices. Angor returned to his bedroom and began to prepare the materials for Nausicaa's mechanical arm. He already had a lot of materials in hand, especially when he was in Dark Castle's underground ice cave. However, after discussing with Mitra, he realized that he didn't have enough materials for some new designs, so he had to go out and buy them. While doing so, he also went to a potion shop. However, the shop owner only rolled his eyes when he heard Angor's witch soup. He pointed at a potion bottle sign on the wall and said, Can't you see that this is Vanderval's shop? Are you trying to make trouble by buying witch soup from me? Angor chuckled awkwardly and tried to explain, but the shop owner kicked him out. Angor sighed. Mitra had told him many times, but he still underestimated the competition between different schools. If everyone was as tolerant and innovative as Master Mitra, the competition would be over. After searching for a while, he finally found the soup in a mysterious shop with a large, smoking cauldron placed in front of the door. As Mitra said, Celian's witch soup was a must-have potion for bloodline users. It cost 10 magic crystals per cup. This price wasn't too expensive for most of the apprentices. If he did some quests properly, he could earn enough money for 3 potions in a month. But for Angor, it was nothing. He spent over 1,000 crystals and bought 100 cups. Of course, he wasn't going to waste them. He still needed to test out the sequence of gravity first. He estimated that 100 cups would not be enough for half a month of training. After buying everything he needed, Angor went into a short seclusion training. He began to craft Nausicaa's mechanical arm. He didn't plan to inscribe any magic arrays on it. He didn't have time to learn new ones, and the ones he already knew wouldn't work on the arm anyway. However, even though he wasn't drawing a magic array, the final effect wasn't any weaker than a magic array. It took Angor 3 days to finish crafting all the parts of the arm. In the end, he connected them together into a pair of slender arms that had a metallic texture. It was controlled by EMG signals, and it might take some time to get used to it in the beginning before it could be synchronized. However, as time went on, the synchronization process would be reduced to almost nothing. It could also simulate muscle memory and provide instantaneous feedback. Apart from that, Angor also added a tube that could draw out mana. There were also runes inside the tube that could catalyze mana. Each finger of the arm could be used as a gun barrel, which could be loaded separately. It could also be used as a valve to drain mana. 2 birds with 1 stone. Apart from that, there was also something else that Angor and Mitra came up with after discussing it with each other. However, Angor couldn't test it yet. He had to wait for Nausicaa to do it. With the arm in hand, Angor headed to Champagne Road. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he saw number 1 standing outside. "Mr. Pad, Mr. Sabo is waiting for you in the living room." Sabo? Angor recognized the man. He was Mitra's student. When Angor first saw Sabo in Bogula's fortress, he already felt that the man looked familiar. But he couldn't remember why. It took him a long time to recall who Sabo was. When Sabo sailed to Fey Continent, he rode the Redbud. Sabo, nicknamed Mad Bear, was the wizard guarding the Redbud at that time. However, Angor never saw him on the Redbud. He only saw Sabo's back when he went to the Cloud Whale. Later, he saw Sabo when he went to Grey's Barbie's restaurant. However, Angor was still a mortal back then. He had to be careful around apprentices, let alone wizards. He never looked at Sabo, so his memory was a bit blurry. Angor didn't know why Sabo wanted to see him, but it must have something to do with Master Mitra. "Got it. I'll be right there." While walking, he took off his wizard robe and changed into something more formal before heading to the living room. Sabo had been here for a long time. He was drinking some unknown liquor in the living room. With his burly body, he took up more than half of the sofa. "Mr. Sabo." Angor bowed. Sabo smiled warmly at Angor. "Don't be so polite. Mr. Mitra has been praising you. If you weren't already under Mr. Phantom's tutelage, Mr. Mitra would have taken you in as his last student." Sabo smiled. "I'm here because Mr. Mitra asked me to." Angor was waiting for Sabo to finish, but Sabo suddenly changed the topic. "I heard that you were helping your friend refine a mechanical arm. Have you finished refining the mechanical arm?" Angor nodded and took out a mechanical arm from his bracelet. "You don't have to give it to me. I won't understand it even if you give it to me." Sabo asked Angor to put the arm away. "Now that you're done, I assume you're heading to your friend's place?" "Yes. The purification garden is about to open. The sooner we give it to her, the sooner she can get used to it. Actually, Professor Mitra asked me to come over because he wants you to bring the mechanical arm to him first. He's very curious about the finished product." Sabo paused. "Of course, I'll invite your friend to the potion hut later. After all, we need her to do the test." Mitra's request wasn't unreasonable, so Angor didn't dare to disobey. After all, Mitra had put a lot of effort into the creation of the mechanical arm. Angor nodded and told Sabo about Nausicaa's location. He then turned around and walked towards the potion hut. When he arrived at Elixir Hut, he was surprised to see that Toya and Yulia were not there. Only Mitra was at home. For some reason, Angor felt uncomfortable as soon as he stepped into the hut. It reminded him of the time when he left the Soul Genesis Garden and came to Midworld, where he was stared at by the giant eye of Cesabira's. However, Cesabira's gaze was filled with malice, which made Angor's legs tremble and sweat all over his body. This time Angor didn't sense any malice. Of course, he didn't feel comfortable either. This kind of feeling was like there was a heavy weight hanging on his heart. After entering the potion hut, Angor also felt uncomfortable because of the prickling sensation. Fortunately, when Mitra talked with him about alchemy, Angor was inspired by some of Mitra's ideas, so he gradually forgot about his external feelings. While Mitra and Angor talked about mechanical alchemy, Angor also explained his own ideas. Finally, they talked about the mechanical arm. Angor showed the finished product to Mitra. Mitra wasn't surprised by Angor's speed. Enchantment alchemy was always faster than synthesis alchemy. Mitra didn't comment on the final product, but Angor could see the satisfaction in the old man's eyes. Angor felt proud that he was able to make a master alchemist nod his head in satisfaction. He told Mitra about some of the questions he had during the crafting process as well as some minor modifications. Mitra also gave him some suggestions. However, Angor noticed something strange. Although Mitra was talking about his own ideas, Angor felt that Mitra's views had changed a lot. It was almost as if Mitra had become a completely different person. Mitra was an apothecary after all. His style of tooling was usually more toward mechanical alchemy. When Angor talked with Mitra a few days ago, he already labeled Mitra's personal style. But today, when talking with Mitra, Angor felt as if he was talking to a master tooling alchemist. Mitra's depth, and breadth made Angor feel like a small stream facing a vast ocean. He couldn't see the bottom of it at all. Also, no matter how tricky Angor's questions were, Mitra always gave the simplest and most convenient answers. Angor wondered if this man was really Mitra. Angor didn't think too much about it. Even if he had some achievements in enchantment alchemy, he was still a frog in a well when compared to the general knowledge of alchemy. How could a frog in a well compare to an ocean? He had a feeling that Mitra was also holding back when he talked to him a few days ago. The conversation continued from the mechanical arm to the concept of mechs. Angor's idea of mechs was based on military technology from Earth, but it was only a general framework. Angor still explained the details from an alchemist's point of view. As time passed, Mitra gave him a mysterious and satisfied smile when he was almost done explaining his concept. Angor didn't see Mitra's expression clearly. At the same time, the door of the elixir hut was pushed open. Sabo came in with Nausicaa in tow. Nausicaa was cautious at first, but when she saw Angor greeting her with a smile, she relaxed a little. Sabo gestured for her to walk to Angor. Sabo said his goodbyes and turned to leave. Sabo left so quickly that Angor didn't notice that Sabo was looking at Mitra with a hint of respect instead of his usual playfulness. Since the subject is here, shall we begin the test? Mitra didn't even look at Nausicaa. Angor nodded. He felt a little uncomfortable when Mitra called him subject. Nausicaa didn't think too much about it. Her eyes were glued to the metallic mechanical arm on the table. She couldn't help feeling surprised. She was completely mesmerized. She unconsciously touched the arm in front of her. She thought the final product would be a giant mechanical arm. However, what she didn't expect was that this arm was as slender as her left arm, and there wasn't a single bit of disharmony. The mechanical arm was streamlined and slim, but it didn't look weak at all. It had a silver metallic texture. Every joint and pivot of the arm was shining with a faint light. The runes on the arm made it look even more elegant. On the wrist, there was a pattern of a butterfly. It matched perfectly with the single butterfly on Nausicaa's waist. Such a beautiful drawing style was passed down from generation to generation. Is this for me? Nausicaa was surprised. Angor nodded. The arm was controlled by EMG signals, which meant it had to be perfectly aligned with the meridians on each cross-section. For the first time, Angor helped Nausicaa put it on and explained to her what she needed to pay attention to. Nausicaa clenched her hand into a fist. She felt a little sluggish, but that was something that would happen in the early stages of getting used to the new environment. As long as she used her fist more often, the sluggish feeling would slowly fade away and eventually disappear completely. Angor opened a small opening 3 centimeters below the elbow of the arm, revealing a loading slot. This is where you put magic crystals. It can use the runes on the arm to unleash their power. You can also use your own mana as the energy source without a magic crystal. But I recommend that you don't put any magic crystals in the early stages. You should feel the mana consumption of the runes yourself first. That way, you won't make any mistakes when using the runes. This is filled with mana conduits. You can use them as meridians. They're almost the same as the ones on your left hand. This is a catalytic rune. It can amplify the effect of your mana, and this is, Angor slowly explained, the functions of each part of the arm. The most special one was the 5-fingered magic gun barrel, which could be used as both a mana conduit and bullets. I'll give you the blueprint of the bullets later. You can engrave runes on them or add special effects through synthesis. I can help you make bullets later. If I'm not here, you can also ask other alchemists to help you with the blueprint. Angor looked at the center of his palm. In the center of his silver palm, there were small circles of runes that looked like whirlpools. This was what Angor spent a lot of effort to design. Spiral runes. Generally speaking, runes did not have any active effects. This spiral rune was no exception. It could passively change the structure of energy flow and force it into a spiral shape. In other words, any energy produced by this rune would have a spiral effect. It was an extremely rare rune. Even in Angor's knowledge, it was one of a kind. When Angor told Mitra about this rune a few days ago, even Mitra did not know how to react. However, when Mitra learned about this rune, he immediately came up with many ways to apply it. Angor only chose to engrave the rune on his palm because of Mitra's advice. The biggest benefit of this rune was that it could increase one's attack power. The spiral rune was designed to increase the depth of one's power. As a bloodline apprentice, Nausicaa mostly fought with her body. With the help of the spiral rune, she could inflict more damage to her opponent. As for the spiral effect, it also had other benefits. For example, Angor engraved a wind cave rune on one of the joints in his arm. It was a simple rune used to create wind, which was usually used to blast air when smelting metal. However, Angor followed Mitra's advice and engraved it on the joint of his arm. With the help of a magic tube and the spiral rune on his palm, he was able to achieve the same effect as a level 2 cantrip, Tornado. With the help of the spiral tornado, whether it was escaping or fighting, it could be of great use. Other than this, the spiral rune could also change the form of other energy. For example, fire bullet, ice arrow. Nausicaa would have to find out for herself whether it was good or bad. After all, the spiral rune had a lot of freedom. Different ways of using it would lead to different results. If used correctly, it could even achieve the same effect as a magic array. In other words, the most important part of Angor's mechanical arm was the spiral rune. After helping Nausicaa install the arm, Angor explained the functions of each component. Then, Mitra led them to the spacious underground area of Elixir Hut so that Nausicaa could start her experiment. She took out a red ribbon that was the same color as her cloak and tied her long hair into a ponytail. Nausicaa suppressed her excitement and calmed her breathing. Half a year after losing her arms, she finally regained control of her arms. Nausicaa displayed her full strength. In terms of speed, strength, and mana control, Nausicaa's personal strength was nothing to scoff at. Even Mitra smiled at Angor. As expected of someone from Brute Cavern. Not bad at such a low level. Both Angor and Nausicaa were satisfied with the result. Apart from using the tornado to escape, Nausicaa was able to master the other functions in no time. This was the result of her first time using the mechanical arm. Once she became familiar with it, these obstacles and flaws would be resolved. Thank you, Nausicaa bowed to Angor and thanked him with sincerity. Don't worry about it. We're friends. Angor stepped aside. I just hope you can bring it out of the purification garden safely. Of course. I'll come back safely so that I won't let this arm go to waste. Nausicaa looked confident. I hope so. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. Angor chuckled. What they didn't notice was that a strange light flashed in Mitra's eyes when they were talking. Nausicaa was planning to leave after the test. Angor also wanted to ask Nausicaa to teach him something about bloodline because of the Krokiks, so he decided to leave with her. However, Mitra called out to him before he could step out of the door. Mitra signaled Nausicaa to leave with him. Nausicaa thought Mitra had something important to discuss with Angor, so she turned to Angor. I'll be going then. I'll try my best to get used to my new arm. If you need anything, come find me at the Fragrant Pavilion. With that, Nausicaa left Mitra's elixir hut. Angor and Mitra were left alone in the room, looking at each other in confusion. Clearly, Mitra had something to say to Nausicaa that she shouldn't listen to. Angor looked at Mitra in confusion and waited for an explanation. A moment later, Mitra took out a metal card from his pocket and handed it to Angor. There was a line of words written on the card. Angor had never seen anything like this before. What's this, mister? Angor checked the card several times but still couldn't figure out what it was used for. He also couldn't find any trace of mana on it. It's an access card to the R&D Institute. You're quite good at alchemy, so this card will let you in. There are a lot of finished or semi-finished products in the R&D Institute. You might find something useful there, Mitra explained with a smile. R&D Institute, Angor's eyes brightened up. It was true that floating mech city was the holy land of alchemists. But he also knew that the R&D Institute was the holy land of machine alchemists. An access card to the R&D Institute was a priceless treasure for him. "Mister, is it okay to give me this card?" Angor was still a little worried. "Of course it's okay. There's no one else in the R&D Institute except us old men who keep our reputation intact. You're not worried that someone might criticize us if we bring someone in?" Mitra chuckled. "Besides, you might be able to bring some energy to the place. I don't want to go there myself." "I'll do it." Angor nodded vigorously. "I'll do it. I'll definitely go. But the purification garden is about to open. Mitra waved his hand to stop him. "I'm aware of that. The access card is renewed every 100 years. You don't have to worry about that. Anyway, I believe that with your abilities, you'll be able to enter the Research and Development Institute in no time." Angor didn't understand what Mitra was trying to say. Floating Mech City is a wizard organization, yes. But the R&D Institute is an independent organization. There are a few old men in there who aren't from Floating Mech City. When you become a master alchemist, or if you develop something that we all agree on and are willing to sell it to the R&D Institute, you'll be allowed to enter as well. Mitra put a hand on Angor's shoulder. "I'm looking forward to the day when you can bring your mecha to the R&D Institute." Mitra gave Angor the access card and let him go. When Angor disappeared from Mitra's sight, a blurry figure suddenly appeared beside Mitra. "Ah, Mitra, you're such a troublemaker. You could have just showed up in public. Why did you have to do this? You even chased my wife away. I'm going to be locked out of bed for half a month when she comes back." Mitra, who was standing by the door, suddenly changed his voice into a young, deep voice. "You're the one who suggested this. You said we shouldn't disturb the child. I don't think the child's mind is as weak as you said." The shadow that spoke beside him slowly materialized and finally revealed its human form. His dry, orange-red hair was curly and black from being burnt by the fire. Old skin and a hunched body. It was potion maker Mitra. As soon as Mitra showed up, the Mitra who had been talking to Angor slowly transformed into a handsome young man. If there were other wizards around, they would recognize this young man as Mediocre Muse, the other city lord of Floating Mech City who was obsessed with the R&D Institute. "You know I'm not talking about disturbances," Mitra snapped. "Angor is a good kid. He's talented, smart, and creative. Besides, he's been exposed to mystery items before. He might even surpass you and me in the future. I don't want him to be influenced by your alchemy ideas. He might die if he's left alone." Muse chuckled. But it didn't reach Mitra's heart. Instead, it sent chills down Mitra's spine. "Who knows? But it's not your style to give him an access card." "My style? I just think he deserves this access card." Muse smiled and changed the topic. "I've just received news that Bogula has entered the depths of Gehenna. I can no longer monitor him." Muse smiled and changed the topic to something else. "That's his fate. Whether he can come out or not depends on whether he can find the right path." Mitra's mood sank when talking about Bogula. To him, Bogula was just like how Yalia felt about Toon. Mitra watched Bogula grow up. He was both Bogula's teacher and father. "Let's make a bet. Let's see if he can come out." Muse chuckled. "What's the bet?" "If I win, you take my place and guard the R&D Institute for 10 years. If I lose, you don't have to guard the R&D Institute for 50 years. Mitra weighed his options carefully. As the vice president of the Research and Development Institute, he was only 10 years away from being in charge of the Research and Development Institute. He enjoyed doing research and development, but it would be too much of a hassle if he had to deal with all sorts of miscellaneous matters. "All right, let's do it." Mitra nodded. After leaving Elixir Hut, he didn't go to Nausicaa. Instead, he returned to Sunder's mansion. He didn't need to worry about his bloodline right now. Let Nausicaa get used to her new arm first. The purification garden would open in a week and a half. He planned to use this time to train. At the very least, he needed to learn phantasmal death first. Then, he would focus on using the sequence of gravity. By activating the sequence of gravity, he would be as strong as a top-level apprentice. His mobility would also be much better. Apart from infinite reticence, this was another life-saving skill he had in the purification garden. He couldn't afford to ignore it. Time went by as he immersed himself in his training. In the blink of an eye, the month of resuscitation had arrived. In the mortal world, the beginning of a new year was always something to celebrate. Almost every country in the world had already begun to celebrate the new year. During the first few days of the new year, most cities would stay up all night to celebrate. However, in the wizarding world, many wizards would close their eyes and wait for another year to pass. Some would even spend 8 to 10 years studying a new spell. Wizards with long lifespans would never celebrate the passing of a new year. To them, the only thing they would do when talking about the new year was to sigh and say, "Huh? Another year?" However, for him, the new year meant that he was getting closer to the 5-year deadline. The sense of urgency in his heart also began to rise to his throat. He didn't have much time to rest in the first place. Now, he had to use every second he had to strengthen his foundation and improve his strength. He hadn't slept for half a month. As a level 2 apprentice, staying up for a month or two would only make him mentally exhausted. Physically, he would be fine. When the 10th day of the month of resuscitation arrived, the purification garden was officially activated. The month of resuscitation meant that the goddess of spring had returned to the mortal world. Every year, the goddess of spring would remain on standby during the month of resuscitation. When the month of blossom came, the frozen world would slowly thaw. The month of blossom was still 2 months away. Therefore, when the purification garden was activated, the entire floating mech city was still covered in heavy snow. Their breaths were so cold that they could even freeze their breaths. On Champagne Road. Since the purification garden was activated today, most of the apprentices living in the city began to walk toward the opposite side of the city. For a moment, the usually deserted streets suddenly became lively. Demons were dancing and wearing strange clothes. Several figures flew across the sky from time to time, all of them heading toward the purification garden. When most of the people were gone, the door of Wood Bar was pushed open. Nausicaa, Xian, and Shilyu also came out and followed the crowd away. Xian was sitting on Gank's left shoulder, and Shilyu was sleeping on Gank's right shoulder. Sigh. Xian let out a sigh. Her youthful face had a hint of melancholy as she looked at Shilyu, who had fallen into a deep slumber. Is it really okay for her to go like this? If he falls asleep after encountering danger in the purification garden, wouldn't he have lost his life for nothing? Shilyu didn't seem to be aware of the danger she might face at all. She had a faint smile on her face, as if she was experiencing a beautiful dream. Nausicaa was also worried about Shilyu's strange behavior. But compared to Xian, Nausicaa was more concerned about Shilyu's safety. She muttered, since Shilyu's mentor let her go, there should be a way to solve the problem of her lethargy. Besides, we can't always be responsible for others. She needs to face the future by herself. Xian pouted. You're always preaching. Why don't you and Angor do it next time? Nausicaa chuckled. Angor. I don't need to worry about him. He knows better than I do. Sometimes I even wonder if he's faking his age. I feel like I'm talking to someone my age. Is that so? Xian tilted her head, causing her ponytail to sway. But I think he's still too young. He's a grown-up, and he's still afraid of people knowing that he likes milk. Nausicaa retorted, isn't it nice to keep a little bit of innocence in his mind while maintaining a mature mind? You're right. Xian nodded in agreement. But I'm still worried about Shilyu. If only I could meet Shilyu or you in the purification garden. She sighed and shifted the topic back to Shilyu. Pray that you can run into Shilyu. As for me. Nausicaa clenched her right hand, which had a metallic sheen. I'm sure I'll survive. Under the layers of dark clouds, snowflakes slowly drifted down and landed on everyone's heads and Nausicaa's fists. It was like a song of praise for the falling snow, and Nausicaa was the only red color in the snow. Soon, they left the main city and went through the gravitational gate to enter the inverted world, the reverse side. To outsiders, the inverted world looked like a handstand, but to those walking inside, they did not feel anything. More and more people gathered around them. As far as Nausicaa could see, there were already thousands of them. Judging from the number of apprentices entering the purification garden, there must be more than 5 digits. Nausicaa noticed that most of the apprentices were still smiling. They were still happy about the chance to be purified. Little did they know that this might be the last time they would see such smiles. Almost everyone who could ride a flying vehicle or use a flying spell was an elite apprentice. However, these people all wore serious expressions. Even they were prepared for the upcoming battle. How could the ignorant shrimps on the ground be happy about it? The purification garden would eliminate 90% of the apprentices in the end. No matter how lively they were right now, they would be even more miserable when they returned. Being lonely and desolate might be a good thing, but being all alone might be the most realistic scene. Nausicaa and the others all calmed down. Xianxia was the only one who was still sleeping and did not know about the outside world. After passing through a long metal wall, they arrived at a valley. Surrounded by metal walls on both sides. There was a faint flow of mana in the air. When they arrived at the location indicated by the invitation card, the place was already filled with people. "There's no going back now," Nausicaa whispered as she looked at the rows of rune detectors on the high ground. Xian also put on a serious expression. She noticed that Genk was shivering underneath her. "Looks like the city of floating mech is going all out this time." Genk has a natural instinct for danger. He's scared of the mana flow on the high ground. It's against the rules. Nausicaa sighed. But there are no rules in the wizarding world. Everyone fell into silence. More and more people came to the valley. Strange clothes and special effects were no longer enough to show off their personal style. They began to use their mana to drive the people around them away. The more space they had around them, the more powerful they were. Anyway, they were getting further and further away from the strange scene. Nausicaa, Xian, and Xian were also provoked because they chose to stand under a big tree at the edge of the valley and walked into another person's mana circle. A man with heavy makeup and a tall scarf was glaring at Nausicaa. "How dare you enter the security zone of Princess Beria? You must have a death wish." Before he could finish, Nausicaa put a hand on his chest. "Get out of here. I don't have time for your nonsense." In an instant, the man turned into a spiral, drawing a parabola in the air and smashing heavily into the mountain wall. Nausicaa's action caused a commotion among the crowd. They whispered, mocked, and tried to figure out what was going on. But it didn't affect Nausicaa at all. Her attack did intimidate the onlookers, and no one dared to approach her again. "You're getting better at using your hurricane spiral. That man can still move after landing. You held back. You couldn't even control it half a month ago." Xian smiled at Nausicaa since no one was bothering her. "I just learned how to use the mana tubes in my arms." Nausicaa chuckled. "From the looks of it, this pair of mechanical arms is indeed more useful to you than transplanting foreign objects. Transplants might reject them, but yours didn't. In fact, they've strengthened you a lot." Xian looked at Nausicaa enviously. "You're so good now. Even I want to cut off one of my arms." Whether Xian could do it or not was not a good idea. Her words already showed how powerful the mechanical arms were. While they were talking, Xianxia suddenly woke up from her sleep. She looked around and asked, "Are we in the purification garden already?" "We're still at the gathering place. We don't know what's going on yet," Nausicaa replied. Xianxia nodded. Looking at the dense crowd around her, she frowned slightly. She quickly covered her ears. There were too many moving noises. Some were harsh, some were muffled, and some were noisy. It took Xianxia a while to calm down. "Do you feel better now?" Xian was worried. They all knew how sensitive Xianxia's talent was to all kinds of moving liquids. The sound of flowing blood alone was enough to annoy Xianxia for a while. "I forgot to block those noises. I'm better now." Xianxia looked a little pale. There are a lot of powerful bloodline users here. Their blood is like mercury. They're hard to deal with. But not as hard as those people. Xian pointed at a flat area on the right side of the valley. There was almost no one there, which was in stark contrast to the rest of the area. "What's going on there?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Why isn't anyone going there?" Xianxia noticed that there were only about a dozen people there, but they occupied an area of several kilometers. Some of them were floating in the air, some were leaning against trees, and some were just sitting with their legs crossed. None of them approached the other side of the valley. Because no one dares to go there. Nausicaa's eyes glinted. They're all elites from major wizard organizations. They're the best among their peers. Xian nodded. Frozen dancer Xiaro, philosopher Suatutai, dream reader Freud, symbiotic insect swarm Yet Hugh, they're all famous apprentices. When she was almost done, she kept looking around. Strange. Where is Angor? Nausicaa shrugged. I don't think Angor would want to show up at a time like this. Moreover, there are only a dozen elite apprentices over there. Do you think there will only be a dozen elite apprentices participating in the purification garden? Shilyu suddenly shrieked and collapsed on Geng's shoulder while covering her ears. Shilyu? What's wrong? Xian quickly stood up and supported Geng's head with one hand. She quickly jumped to Shilyu's side and helped her up. Nausicaa, who was leaning against a tree, looked at them as well. Shilyu covered her ears and whispered, "It's so loud. I blocked out 80% of the water sound, but it still came in. It's so loud, so loud." Water sound? Xian looked at Nausicaa in confusion. Nausicaa was also trying to figure out what the water sound was. Suddenly, she saw the sky in the distance and narrowed her eyes. Xian looked in the direction of her voice, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Originally, there was a layer of gloomy clouds and heavy snowflakes. But now, the snow was still falling, but there were waves of waves that were each higher than the last. The waves hit nothing, and the white waves overlapped. A huge blue whale swayed its fat tail as it descended from the sky. The waves were rushing toward the valley and were about to drown everyone. The apprentices in the valley had no idea what was going on. They quickly gathered their mana and prepared to face the incoming waves. However, their preparations were all in vain because the monstrous waves that appeared out of nowhere were blocked by the metal walls of the highland. A huge magic array rose from the bottom of the wall, isolating all the seawater outside. The giant whale, however, was not blocked. It was placed inside the valley and floated in the air with blue bubbles under its fins. Even the acolytes in the valley were afraid of its gigantic body. If it were to crash down, even a bloodline magus would be crushed into a meat patty. Nausicaa was standing at the edge of the valley, so she was not threatened by the whale. However, they still felt the strong pressure coming from it. The sea appeared out of nowhere. No wonder Shilyu felt so noisy. Xian frowned. No, both Nausicaa and Shilyu said at the same time. They exchanged a glance. Shilyu spoke first. "I like the sound of the sea. It's the sound of nature. It's not the sound of the waves. A commotion could be heard from afar." Someone exclaimed, "There seems to be someone standing on the whale's head." Xian heard it too. She quickly looked up at the sky. Sure enough, when the clouds and mist dissipated, everyone saw a handsome young man in a blue robe lazily leaning against a bubble on top of the blue whale's head, playing with a fine stream of water in his hand. That's him. It's the sound of his blood flowing inside his body. Shilyu still felt uncomfortable. It's like, his body is filled with an ocean of noise. The surface is filled with roaring waves, and the bottom is a bottomless abyss. Is it that scary? Xian frowned. Did you see that? There's a blue fish scale between his eyebrows. I read about a wizard organization in Cloud Library. Every member of it has a fish scale tattoo. Are you talking about Song of the Deep? Maybe the noise inside the young man's body too loud, Shilyu. Xian turned to look at Shilyu, whose shoulders were trembling. She stroked her curly hair and said, "There's nothing to be afraid of." Scared? Shilyu suddenly raised her head, and her eyes widened as a strange smile appeared on her face. "I'm not afraid, I'm excited. I'm going to take this pool of water. Should I turn it all into poison? Or boil it all? Let's boil it. I've never done something like this before." As she spoke, Shilyu suddenly extended a hand. Blue magic power flowed through her hands, and the small green curly hair that had been sticking to the side of her ears also began to rise. Shilyu? Xian and Nausicaa had never seen Shilyu like this before. They knew that Shilyu was always calm and sleepy. She would smile gently from time to time, and most of the time, she would fall asleep. This was the first time he had seen such a strange expression and glaring angrily. Shan was also shocked by Shilyu's sudden change of expression. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. Luckily, Genk reached out and caught her. Otherwise, she would have fallen off Genk's shoulder. What's wrong with her? Shan looked at Nausicaa helplessly. Should I hold her back? Nausicaa shook her head. Let's wait and see. On the other side of the sky, the young man on top of the blue whale was squinting his eyes. He squinted his eyes, thinking about something. Should he let his little whale fall into the crowd? He was happy to see so many people being squashed into a pile of meat paste. Since they're going to die in the purification garden anyway, I don't mind killing them first, right? He was about to order the whale to land when he suddenly frowned. Miss Main will be here soon. It's not good to let her see all this blood. Let's just forget about it. But Miss Main sees me as an enemy even though I'm doing this for her. Why should I care about her feelings? While the young man was struggling with his own thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A blurry figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was a wizard wearing silver and white clothes, which meant he came from Floating Mech City. Forget it, Jibra. Even if they have to die inside the purification garden. Otherwise, where would they get the materials for the blood sacrifice? And if I don't agree? The young man named Jibra grinned evilly. He had nothing to fear. Last time, he fought Main in the main city and got away unscathed. This time, his teacher was nearby. If you insist, I'll kill you even if the god of sea is here. The wizard in silver robes frowned. Jibra narrowed his eyes and shrugged. Fine. I'm not going to do it for real anyway. While speaking, Jibra placed a hand on his forehead, and the giant whale slowly shrank until it was as small as a human's palm. It looked less ferocious and more adorable. The watcher sighed in relief when he saw Jibra's reaction. If Jibra insisted on doing what he wanted, the watcher would have a hard time dealing with him. However, Jibra didn't move at all. Instead, a beam of red and blue light suddenly shot out from somewhere far away from the crowd. Someone's attacking. The apprentices began to panic. No one expected that someone would actually attack them at this time. Even the elite apprentices standing on the right side of the valley frowned. They knew the background of the person in the sky better than anyone else. Someone actually dared to attack that person. Jibra also noticed the attack coming from the ground and grinned. It's not that I wanted to attack. Someone attacked me, so I had to fight back. As for the fact that I used too much force and killed a few more people, it's not my fault. With that in mind, Jibra secretly channeled the power of the ocean and looked at the attacker on the ground. It was a woman with curly green hair. She looked very ordinary, but she had a strange smile on her face. She looked at him as if he was a dish. Jibra's heart skipped a beat. Then, he noticed the attack coming from the ground. It was a fiery red with a strange blue hue. Jibra's heart raced, and he began to sweat profusely. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. His rapidly beating heart was sending him a message. He couldn't withstand this attack. He was going to die. He was going to die. Jibra stood still and couldn't move. He was like a mouse that ran into a snake, trembling in fear without being able to fight back. The wizard representing Floating Mech City frowned when he saw that Jibra was about to get hit. He just told Jibra not to attack, and now someone was attacking him? This was embarrassing. The attack didn't seem to be that strong. Jibra could dodge it easily, but he still had a reason to fight back. Therefore, this sorcerer was also very honest. He took the initiative to reach out and push the attack away. Finally, it dissipated in the air. Now that I pushed it away, you have no reason to attack me, right? That was what he thought. What he didn't notice was the look of relief in Jibra's eyes when the attack disappeared. If it wasn't for the wizard, he would have been killed by the woman. Who is she? Is she going to attack me again? Jibra looked at the woman on the ground and was surprised to see that she had closed her eyes and was now sleeping on the strange giant's body. So, was he being looked down upon by someone? Jibra frowned and landed on one side of the valley. No one dared to approach him within a few thousand meters of him. He had been watching the woman who had attacked him from the corner of his eye, secretly guessing her identity. It was only when Main spread her white wings and flew over the high metal wall that his attention was diverted. Shilyu is sleeping again. Sean sighed and stroked Shilyu's curly hair. That handsome guy isn't going to punish Shilyu for her attack. That's good. Nausicaa stepped out from the crowd and said, that young man is from Song of the Deep. His name is Jibra, and I heard that he also has a rare constitution. Moreover, his mentor was the sea god. The reason why he didn't pursue the matter now was probably because he planned to come back after entering the purification garden. You have to tell Shilyu when she wakes up. Sean nodded. I know. But what's going on with Shilyu? I can't recognize her anymore. I don't know. Nausicaa lit up a cigarette and took a deep puff. Maybe that's why her teacher allowed her to enter the garden? Sean rested her chin on her hand. You're right. Everyone here has their own secrets and trump cards. While they were talking, several more people entered the valley from the other side of the metal wall. They were all elites among elites. Some of them even gave Nausicaa goosebumps just by looking at them. Among them, Nausicaa noticed a woman with light brown hair who had a pair of wings growing out of her back the most. She was wearing a transparent white gauze, which gave her an aura that was both pure and seductive at the same time. More importantly, Nausicaa felt like she was facing a wizard-level being when she looked at those white wings. Those were wizard-level wings. Nausicaa's eyes turned gloomy. Even a wizard-level item had been revealed in this battle for the purification garden. It seemed like there was more to this than meets the eye. It was getting more and more unrealistic for her to rely on brute force to survive. Perhaps, the key to survival was her quick reflexes and a little bit of luck. Of course, if one was strong enough to defeat 10 people with brute force, they wouldn't need to worry about such details. The winged woman hovered in the air for half a circle. The aura of her wizard-level wings was like a mountain, making it hard for people to breathe. She's Maine from Elysium. Someone recognized the newcomer and spoke with a trembling voice. Maine didn't linger in the air for long. Instead, she slowly landed in the center of the crowd. Out of instinct, everyone moved away from her. Those wizard-level wings were too intimidating for them to approach. She didn't say anything after landing on the ground. Instead, she retracted her wings and glanced at Jibra on the other side. At the same time, Jibra also looked at Angor from a distance of almost 1,000 meters. I'll kill you in the purification garden. Maine rolled her eyes. She looked seductive, but her words were filled with murderous intent. I'll be waiting. Jibra chuckled as he played with the little whales circling around him. Maine humped and hopped onto the top of a nearby tree without saying a word. Following that, the number of apprentices who walked in through the metal door decreased. Most of them leaped over the tall metal wall and landed in the valley with elemental waves or imposing auras. Especially when the 10 apprentices wearing the same silver-white uniform descended from the sky, everyone turned to look at them. Because they came out directly from the inside of the metal wall, they could vaguely see the shadow of the mechanical beast Emperor Lawson through the shadowy door. Why is Mr. Beast Emperor here? They're all geniuses from Floating Mech City. That's Dara. Why are they here? They were the 10 core apprentices sent out by Floating Mech City this time. They were the chosen ones who would survive until the end and obtain the final law of purification. They didn't seem to care about the others at all. To them, these people were just small fries who were paving the way for them. Of course, there were also people they couldn't ignore, such as Jibra and Maine. After the 10 apprentices landed, they each took a side. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, as if he didn't care about the world. In the following period of time, all kinds of people came. There was a green wanderer with a bow and arrow on his back, a graceful woman with flowers and butterflies around her as she walked, a short and fat monster covered in marsh algae, and a man with closed eyes who held a bird clock in his hand. The arrival of these people caused the atmosphere to become even more silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to make a ruckus, but that they didn't dare to. The strength of these people completely exceeded their imagination. There were even a few people who came. Not only did the eyes of the elite acolytes who occupied the empty space flash with solemnity, but even the sorcerer enforcers in the sky slightly raised their eyebrows. Because there were more and more elite apprentices, the space occupied by the others started to shrink. The unluckiest ones among them were the ordinary apprentices, but they had nothing to say. They couldn't beat them, so in order not to cause trouble for themselves, they could only endure it. They began to consciously gather to the left, leaving the right side of the valley to the elite apprentices with a small stream as the boundary. However, as more and more geniuses showed up, many apprentices began to have doubts. These geniuses were rarely seen in public. Why would they gather here for a simple purification garden? More importantly, there were even level 3 apprentices among them. What could a purification garden do to level 3 apprentices? Did they come here for some other purpose? Everyone began to have doubts in their minds. When someone tried to sneak away but was stopped by a group of acolytes on duty, they began to get angry. But no matter how angry they were, they couldn't do anything in front of the thunderous enforcers. The enforcers in the sky picked a dozen of them, chopped off their limbs, and hung them on the surrounding cliffs. No one is allowed to leave. Anyone who leaves will die. What the hell is going on? Didn't you say purification? Why are you restricting our freedom? Isn't Floating Mech City a neutral organization? Are you trying to start a war with the major organizations? No matter what they said, the enforcers in the sky didn't care at all. If anyone dared to make a move, they would use their wizard-level aura to suppress them, preventing them from moving. Plus, there were several human sticks still dripping with blood. Everyone began to panic. Why didn't Floating Mech City allow them to leave? Was there something fishy going on? At this moment, someone with a wicked sense of humor sent a message to the acolytes: blood sacrifice. The people from the purification garden are going to sacrifice us. Screams and tears began to spread like a virus. At first, they thought it was fake news. But when they saw the enforcers in the sky ignoring them, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could it be true? No one knew why the garden wanted to sacrifice them. But if that was the case, wouldn't everyone here be turned into a sacrifice? Without a doubt, they would all die. Panic, fear, fear. But no one dared to yell or scream. Those who tried to resist were still hanging on the cliffs with broken limbs and bleeding profusely. The valley fell into silence again. But this time it wasn't because of the strength of the elite apprentices. It was because they were afraid. They still had a glimmer of hope. Those elite apprentices were either strong or had powerful backgrounds. If they could lead the other apprentices to fight back, they might still have a chance. But when they looked at the other side of the river, they all went silent. On the right side of the river, the other elite apprentices were minding their own business. They didn't care about them at all. They simply looked at them with cold eyes and even mocked them. At this moment, everyone understood. The elite apprentices must have known about this already. They were the idiots who were kept in the dark. Of course, there were also some apprentices who didn't know better. Among the regular apprentices, there were also some who were as strong as the elite apprentices. Just like Xianxia, they all waited patiently for the garden to open. Don't be sad. If the elite apprentices are willing to stay here and try to get into the garden, there must be something we don't know yet. There's a great danger ahead, but there must be a great opportunity. Maybe it was to comfort themselves, or maybe it was the will to survive in this desperate situation, but this idea quickly spread among the apprentices. Everyone quieted down again and waited for the garden to open. Inside the valley, it was much quieter for a moment. Only the low whispers were still spreading in the valley. Snowflakes were fluttering in the air. More and more people gathered in the valley. The distance between the elite apprentices on the right side of the river used to be hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters. But as more and more elite apprentices arrived, the distance between them was shortened to 100 meters or even a few dozen meters. Xianxia estimated the number to be at least 5 digits. But judging from the way the crowd was pushing against each other, it was probably close to 6 digits. Fewer and fewer people are coming in. Looks like the main event is about to begin. Xian put on a serious expression. But why aren't those supreme cult madmen here yet? As soon as Xian's voice fell, a group of people in black robes appeared in unison. They won't come if you don't tell them. Xian pursed her lips. You should have just kept it to yourself. The supreme cult's arrival made the atmosphere even more tense. Saladin saw Genk as soon as he landed on the ground. His eyes turned bloodshot, but he didn't go up to him right away since there were so many law enforcers in the sky. Instead, he glared at Xian and finally fixed his gaze on Shilyu, who was still sleeping. What are you looking at, Saladin? A cold voice came from behind him. Nothing. Saladin lowered his head. The man glanced at Gank's direction and humphed. A barbarian from another world. What a disgusting smell. After entering the purification garden, if you encounter it, remember to kill it. Saladin didn't like the idea. He would kill the barbarian, but he didn't want to be ordered around by someone else. But he didn't say anything to the man in front of him. He just nodded. Not long after the Supreme Cult's arrival, they heard someone running outside. Hey! Whitey! Brother Hermes, hurry up and catch up. A naughty boy who looked no more than 10 years old rushed in on a white rhinoceros. Behind him was a young man. However, the man he called Hermes was eagerly following beside a bronze-skinned woman. Tana, I've already left a psychic mark on Alan. Don't worry, I'll find him as soon as we enter the purification garden. I'll make sure to bring him out safely. Hermes's eyes were filled with amazement as he looked at his childhood sweetheart, Tana. Tana's body was bronze-skinned, and her body was curvaceous. Hermes's heart, which had been restrained for many years, was beating fast. How about I leave a mark on you too? I'll bring Alan to you. You're a girl, after all. You need my protection. Before Hermes could finish his words, little Urchin, who was sitting on the back of the rhinoceros, sneered, Forget it, Hermes. Haven't you been taught a lesson by Sister Tana? You're not strong enough to protect others. Why don't you leave him to me, Tana? Rocky, you're the one who understands. Tana giggled for a moment, but I don't need you to protect me. Just take care of Alan. That brat only knows how to eat and sleep every day. He hasn't even learned all the basic tricks. He's such a weakling. I don't know why the mentor let him in. Alan pinched his chubby hands and didn't argue with Tana. All right, leave Alan to me. As long as he roasts meat for me, I'll make sure he'll be fine. Rocky laughed. The group of people walked into the valley and attracted the attention of the crowd. Compared to the solemn expressions of the others, their laughter was quite unique. However, everyone knew that those who dared to joke at this time were definitely not to be trifled with. Rocky and his group walked to the right side of the river. The elite apprentices on the right side didn't say anything when they saw them. Instead, they quietly made way for them. It was obvious that their strength was worthy of their relaxed attitude. However, they did not know that on their way to the right, a hooded black-robed man in the crowd suddenly exclaimed and said with a slightly hesitant and uncertain voice, That person, is Alan? Xian rested her chin on her hands and watched the snowflakes falling from the sky. When the snowflakes were getting heavier, Xian looked at the thick and low clouds in the sky and whispered, It's almost time. 15 minutes, to be exact. Nausicaa inhaled and exhaled some smoke to hide her excited expression. We haven't seen Angor yet. Aren't you worried that he won't come? Xian asked. Why should I? It's his own business whether he comes or not, Nausicaa replied. Instead of worrying about him, let's find a way to wake Shilyu up. Xian, didn't I just list him as my future husband? If he doesn't come, I'll lower my ranking by 2 levels. If Angor heard that, I'm sure he'll want to leave right away even if he's here. Xian snorted and turned to look at Shilyu. Shilyu, wake up, it's time to go. She nudged Shilyu and said. You sound like we're going to die. In a sense, we are indeed sending ourselves to our deaths. After a while, Shilyu opened her hazy eyes under Xian's forceful nudging. There were only 5 minutes left until the deadline. No one was going to climb over the metal wall of the highland. The huge valley behind the high walls was as silent as a graveyard. Everyone had been in high spirits at the beginning, but now, they were silent. But what was slightly better was that at least there was no despair in their eyes. The purification garden might be dangerous, but they were wizards, and every adventure they took was dangerous. As long as they could get something good out of it, they didn't mind it. As time passed, a hooded black-robed man who was hidden in the crowd suddenly frowned. Did Dodora's prophecy go wrong? Just as he was thinking this, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. Accompanied by a faint flame, it suddenly flew over from the distant sky. The hooded figure looked up and saw the figure floating in the air. When he looked up, the hood of the hooded figure lifted slightly, revealing half of his face. If Xian was here, she would have greeted him with a big smile because the man in the black robe was none other than Angor, the man she always talked about. Of course, he would not go back on his words. As Nausicaa said, he didn't like to show off, so he didn't go to the right side of the valley to seek attention. Instead, he simply found a secluded spot and rested for a while. Of course, he saw Nausicaa and the others. Xianxia's size was too obvious. However, he didn't intend to go up and chat. He had already made the necessary preparations, and he had already explained everything that needed to be explained. He had the same idea as Nausicaa. The rest depended on one's luck. No one could help them forever. Therefore, he only glanced at them from afar before looking away. When the clock was about to hit the hour, he saw more and more people arriving. Keely was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Dodoro's vision of the future wasn't referring to the purification garden at all? Just as he was thinking about this, Keely suddenly appeared. A girl in a dark blue dress riding on a broom landed in the valley. She took down an oil lamp from the top of the broom. The orange flame on the lamp looked a little weak in the snow. The light also made her look a little indifferent. As soon as she landed, the black cat also jumped down from the broom and sat on the soft snow. Before anyone could guess who she was, she suddenly stepped out of her red dancing shoes and walked toward the right side of the river. With every step she took, a cold ice flame appeared beside her. At the same time, Jibra, who was leaning against a tree and playing with the blue whale, suddenly straightened his back. His expression was grim as he looked at the young lady who was walking step by step with boundless cold flames. As the girl moved closer, waves of energy also appeared behind Jibra. Everyone was confused. Even Angor was confused. Why did it look like they were going to fight each other? Also, the girl who dared to fight against the Son of Sea must be someone powerful. I didn't think I'd run into a lunatic like you here. Jibra's blue whale also began to expand in size. Either you die today, or I live. Keely spoke in a cold tone. Jibra sneered. If it wasn't for that old bastard of a teacher protecting you, I would have killed you already. Don't give yourself too much credit. You're going to die today, and I'm going to live just fine. Keely was never good with words. So what if Jibra won with words? As far as she was concerned, she only needed to kill him and everything would be over. Just as the two were about to fight, the metal gate on top of the mountain slowly closed. A young man in a black robe suddenly appeared in midair, and a boundless pressure instantly engulfed everyone. Thanks to this, the conflict between Keely and Jibra was quickly suppressed. Time's up. Mr. Lawson is here. Looks like the purification garden is about to open. Too bad we won't be able to see their fight. Strange. 3 women are trying to kill Jibra today. What kind of grudge does Jibra have against them? Maybe they're just going to abandon him? Ha ha ha. The black-robed young man in the air was one of the 2 city lords of Floating Mech City, Lawson, also known as Beast Emperor. After Lawson stood still, the quiet valley became even quieter. No one dared to say a word. They all looked at the man in the air with trepidation. Lawson didn't even bother to look at them. Time's up. The purification garden is about to open. Everyone, prepare to enter. With that, Lawson waved his sleeves and prepared to leave. It was as if his arrival was nothing more than a formality. At this moment, the pressure on everyone was lifted. Someone suddenly shouted, "Lord Beast Emperor, please give us an explanation. What is going on?" Lawson suddenly stopped and turned around. You already know what you should know. What you shouldn't know is useless. Try your best to survive. Those who survive until the end will get what they want. Maybe, you'll even have a chance to rise to the top. With that, Lawson disappeared from the valley. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Even the elite apprentices on the right side of the valley couldn't figure out what was going on. Of course, they knew about the details of the purification garden. However, no one ever told them how the garden worked. He said to shave off 90%, how was he supposed to do that? Was it a fight? Or was there something else going on? They thought that someone would voice their doubts before they entered the purification garden. However, Lawson didn't say anything. The other adepts didn't intend to speak either. For a moment, everyone looked at the 10 core apprentices chosen by Floating Mech City. Since Lawson didn't say anything, they were the only ones who knew what was going on. These 10 apprentices in silver-white uniforms were not the slightest bit afraid of the crowd's gazes. Some of them even had mocking smiles on their faces. However, when facing the elite apprentices, they restrained their arrogant expressions and waited for the battle to begin. Suddenly, a giant door about 30 meters tall appeared on the cliff on the right side of the valley. The entrance is open. Come in, everyone. As for the exit, you'll come out when it's time. A law enforcer's voice reached everyone's ears. The 10 apprentices from Floating Mech City looked at each other and rushed toward the door at the same time. Get them. We have to get them to tell us what's going on. Someone shouted. Soon, countless apprentices from Floating Mech City rushed into the door as well. The black mass of people rushed over like a swarm. Keely stood up and stared at Jibra. The Purification Garden will be your grave. I'll kill you this time, and next time, I'll kill your teacher, Flunza. With that, she turned around and left. She didn't want to kill Jibra in front of so many law enforcers. But now that they were in the garden, she had no choice. Jibra's eyes widened a little when he heard Main's voice. Let's see who's going to kill you first, me or Keely? After saying that, Main spread her wings with a smile and plunged into the giant door. Nausicaa, Sean, and Shilyu all headed for the gate. When they were about to enter, Nausicaa suddenly frowned and looked around. Huh? What's wrong? Sean asked. Someone's staring at me. Nausicaa saw a graceful figure out of the corner of her eye, but she couldn't see the person's face clearly because of the veil she was wearing. Staring at you? Are you afraid of being stared at? No. I sensed something malicious in that gaze. I think it's an enemy of mine. Sean nodded. But I don't think it's an enemy. Your enemy? Where is she? I'll remember her face. If I see her in the garden, I'll beat her up for you. Sean quickly added. Nausicaa was about to point at the woman, but the woman had already disappeared from her sight. There were so many people around her that it was almost impossible to find her again. Nausicaa shook her head. Forget it. Let's go. If she's my enemy, I'll deal with her myself. With that, the three of them stepped through the door. Meanwhile, Keely didn't head for the door right away. Instead, she asked the black cat to lead the way and jumped in front of a hooded man. Angor. Angor looked up and saw Keely's cold expression. It seemed Keely wasn't in a good mood because of Jibra. However, she still tried her best to calm down when she remembered what her professor told her to do. You've done well for the past half a month. You didn't disturb me and my professor. I can promise you that I'll look after you. I don't need your help, Angor said without hesitation. However, as a stubborn girl with autism, Keely only listened to what she wanted to hear. She didn't care about Angor's opinion at all. I'll find you as soon as I enter the garden. You'd better stay in a safe place and don't run around. If you die because of running around, it has nothing to do with me. Keely said. She picked up the black cat Luna and leaped a few times, disappearing into the snow. Angor sighed in his mind. He couldn't blame Keely for her impoliteness since she was just a patient. But from the bottom of his heart, he didn't like Keely's attitude, even if she was pretending to be a patient. Angor shook his head. So what if he didn't like it? Was he going to kill her anyway? He pulled down his hood and walked toward the giant door on the mountain wall. Along the way, he heard a lot of rumors, as well as some hidden emotions. Most of them were afraid of the unknown future, angry at the lack of information, and wondering what was going on inside the garden. If Lawson's survival was what Angor meant, it was a bit too broad a scope. If he could carve out a path of blood, he would be able to survive. If he hid quietly, he could also survive. Angor remembered the wizard guarding the door once said, "You will come out when the time comes." It meant that no one was allowed to leave the garden until a certain condition was met. And that condition meant that the garden had to be upgraded successfully. Angor pondered for a moment. Of course, the garden needed a blood sacrifice. But what was the method of this blood sacrifice? Could it be that the garden would be upgraded when only 10% of its members were left alive? Angor frowned. If that was the case, the garden would be like a coliseum, where survival was the most important thing. The premise was that the Purification Garden had to be very small, so small that no one could hide in it. Or rather, it was very difficult to hide in it. But Dodoro's prophecy mentioned a vast ocean. Would a garden with an ocean really be small? With this question in mind, Angor entered the garden through the door. After staying in the dark for a while, he finally saw some light ahead of him. He quickly retracted the defensive cantrip into his mind space and leaped through the glowing exit. Before he could get used to the bright sunlight, he saw a shadow appearing beside him. He quickly did a flip and jumped away. He quickly jumped up and created an ice wall before backing away. After several steps, he realized that the shadow wasn't a human. It was a flying fish with wings. It was an ordinary-looking fish with silver scales, green eyes, and a body more than half a meter long. The only peculiar thing about it was that its fins were especially large, with golden wavy patterns on the edges. Every time it swam, it could fly dozens of meters in the air. This flying fish was not a single one. Instead, there were several tens of them. Because of Angor's sudden appearance, they all gathered around him. What kind of fish is this? Before he could figure out what was going on, the flying fish suddenly fired an ice arrow at him. Angor was already on guard against them, so he wasn't surprised by the water arrow. An ice wall was erected in front of him, but who knew that the ice arrow's attack power was far beyond its ordinary appearance? The ice wall didn't block it at all. It went straight through the ice wall, and its speed and strength didn't decrease at all. Angor was startled. He tilted his body out of instinct and barely dodged the ice arrow. After the small ice arrow landed on the ground, a huge crater that was at least 2 to 3 meters deep appeared on the ground. At the same time, the cold air carried by the ice arrow froze a large area of the surrounding green grass into ice. Even Angor's black robe was covered in white frost because of the cold air that brushed past him. That's a powerful ice arrow. Angor's eyes widened in fear. If the arrow hit him, his body would be instantly frozen. He dodged the arrow, but it didn't mean he was safe. More than 30 flying fish around him suddenly moved and shot ice arrows at him from all directions at the same time. So many ice arrows were enough to turn the grass into an ice field. Angor was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Using the sequence of gravity, he dashed away like a cloud and escaped the encirclement before the ice arrows could reach him. Relying on the extraordinary speed of the sequence of gravity, he dragged his soul body to the other side of the grassland. Angor looked at the flying fish 100 meters away and sighed in relief. However, the fishes were not going to let him go. They kept coming for him. They kept shooting ice arrows at him while swimming. What the hell is this? Those ice arrows are at least level 2 cantrips. Why are they shooting them like they're spitting water? Angor complained while dodging like crazy. To save his soul energy, Angor moved 100 meters away again. Before the fish reached him, he entered his body with his soul and set up several illusion nodes in the path of the incoming fish, creating a mist illusion. The flying fish were strong, but they were still in a confused state. They entered the illusion without realizing it. All of a sudden, a white mist enveloped the eyes of the flying fish. The formation of the flying fish team, which was originally in perfect order, was disrupted in the fog. They were like drunkards, bumping into walls everywhere and unable to get out. Angor crouched down, picked up a pebble, and threw it at one of the confused flying fish in the mist. The pebble hit the fish. Unable to find a way out, the fish thought someone attacked them and quickly shot an ice arrow at the direction of the pebble. However, when the cold air from the ice arrow touched a passing flying fish, it also thought that someone was attacking it, so it also spat out ice arrows. The pebble created several layers of ripples. In an instant, the flying fish began to fight among themselves. They all thought someone was attacking them, but their attacks were all messed up, and they only hit their allies. They began to kill each other. 2 minutes later, the smoke was gone. Angor cancelled the mist illusion and saw a giant crater, broken flying fish corpses, and frozen fish statues. He wondered what kind of creatures they were. Phantom beasts or monsters? If Angor didn't use the illusion, he would have to use infinite reticence to get away. Angor reached out a hand and touched a fish scale on the ground. The cold energy immediately spread out, and his fingertips were covered in purple frostbite. Angor frowned. He didn't mind a little bit of frostbite. Instead, he took out an untired dagger from his bracelet and slashed at the scale. Nothing was left. It should work as an alchemy material. Angor muttered to himself. Even if he couldn't use it for smelting, he could at least use it as an ice armor for tailoring. He stood up and checked the other parts of the fish, such as fins, skin, and so on. They all had supernatural properties. If he used them correctly, they could become supernatural materials as well. Too bad I can't learn Narda's vision yet. Otherwise, I'll know how to use it. Angor sighed. Narda's vision, also known as alchemist's eye, could reveal the truth of objects. However, it was a level 3 cantrip, and Angor couldn't learn it with his current mana reserves. He didn't know whether it would work or not, but he still collected the fish scales and fins. As for the other parts, he didn't have much space in his bracelet, so he gave up. After dealing with the fish, Angor finally had time to check his surroundings. There was a vast grassland in front of him, and he could vaguely see the shape of mountains in the distance. There was no one in sight. The sky was blue, and the sun was shining brightly. Clouds floated in the sky, which was quite pleasant. Since there was no one around, Angor's assumption that the purification garden was too small was not valid. There were nearly 6 digits of apprentices entering the garden. If the garden was small, or like the Soul Genesis garden, Angor should have seen several apprentices. But there was no one in sight. The purification garden was definitely the largest sorcerer's garden he had ever seen. If he remembered correctly, the purification garden wasn't considered a high-level sorcerer's garden, but it was quite large. How did the sorcerer's garden measure its size? Since the purification garden was quite large, it meant that the final victor of the battle in the Colosseum wouldn't be suitable for this purification garden. So how did the blood sacrifice work? As Angor pondered, a group of small black dots suddenly appeared from the clouds in the sky. Angor looked closer and saw another group of flying fish. They flapped their fins and flew in a graceful manner. There were at least 100 of them, and one of them was golden in color. Angor didn't want to fight them out of impulse. He needed to conserve his mana and soul energy before figuring out what was going on. With that in mind, he activated infinite reticence and hid himself. Then, he quietly left the area. He had no idea where to go now, and he had no idea. But he couldn't just stay here and wait for his death. He considered for a moment and followed his instinct to the direction of the mountain range. He didn't see any beasts along the way, but he did see more than one kind of flying fish in the air. Some had colorful ribbons on their backs, some looked like goldfish with big eyes, and some were constantly changing colors. Some were alone, while others moved in groups. They all looked like fish from the sea, but for some reason, they were all flying in the air. Angor was lucky enough to see a fight on one side. On one side, there was a group of dolphin-like fish with several ice vortexes above their heads. On the other side, there were hundreds of harmless-looking yellow fish. The dolphin with the ice vortexes above its head unleashed several ice storms that were stronger than level 3 cantrips. Angor felt terrified just by looking at it from afar. But the yellow fish didn't seem to be afraid at all. They completely ignored the ice storm and killed the dolphin in the end. After eating the meat, only a skeleton was left. He planned to use his gondola to check the situation from the sky, but he didn't have the time to do so. But he had to give up on that idea when he realized there were so many fish in the sky. Judging from the density of the fish, Angor suspected that the other apprentices must have run into them as well. He could weaken his presence to avoid the fish's prying eyes, or he could use illusions to confuse them. But the others wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Was Floating Mech City planning to kill 90% of the apprentices with these fish? But on second thought, it didn't seem very realistic. Apprentices who had been training for so long were usually smarter than normal people, even if they weren't that strong. Facing a school of fish with low IQ, even if they couldn't kill them, it wouldn't be difficult to survive. Unless, of course, Angor had a death wish by flying into the air. Huh? Angor suddenly had an idea. Flying into the air? Death wish? It was safe to hide on the ground, but the purification garden didn't recruit so many apprentices just for safety. It wanted people dead. A lot of them. Flying into the air was the easiest way to get killed. But no one with half a brain would think of flying into the air. That was what Angor thought from the very beginning. But what if the garden forced everyone to fly into the air? What if the exit was in the air? He frowned and thought to himself, could it be that the path isn't under my feet, but in the sky? Angor looked up at the endless blue sky. Apart from the occasional drifting clouds and fishes, he couldn't see anything else. There was no sign of an exit either. However, something in his mind told him that he was right. The exit was in the air. But there were too many fishes in the air, and none of them looked easy to deal with. Some of them were as big as whales, which looked really scary. Angor decided to hold back his urge for now. He planned to go to the shadow of the mountain first. If he still couldn't find anything, he would follow his instinct and try flying into the air. Angor kept moving forward. He was in stealth mode, but it didn't affect his speed at all. About 2 hours later, he covered about 100 kilometers and arrived at the edge of the grassland. However, it wasn't a dense forest like he expected. Instead, it was a wasteland without any plants or water. Apart from the dry ground and some unknown flying fishes, there was nothing else. Another half an hour passed after he entered the wasteland. The deeper he went, the hotter he felt. The air was getting thinner, and the ground was covered in black scorched earth. As they went deeper in, they could no longer see ordinary yellow soil. The ground was scorched red, and they could even faintly see orange lava flowing slowly under the scorched earth. This was a paradise of lava and a forbidden zone for humans. In the distance, numerous volcanoes were emitting white smoke, forming a hazy world. The flying fish, whose bodies were on fire, darted around in the smoke. From time to time, a few red flying fish of unknown species would jump out of the underground lava. He didn't expect to see flying fish in such an extreme environment. With his current physique, it was impossible for him to withstand the corrosion of the lava. Just by stepping on the scorched earth, one would feel the pain of having their skin scorched and their flesh burned. He stopped in his tracks, not daring to move forward. Instead, he walked along the edge of the scorched magma, trying to go around the scorched earth to see what was on the other side. As a result, they walked for more than half a day. Day and night changed. The sun set and the moon rose. He had walked for hundreds of kilometers already, but he was still surrounded by volcanoes and scorched earth, as well as all kinds of flying fish. It looked like an ocean of lava. Just as he was about to give up on exploring and turn in another direction, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting. He stopped in his tracks, and with a flash of thought, he decided to head to the source of the sound to investigate. There was a saying in novels that curiosity killed the cat. However, Angor believed that he had infinite reticence's powerful concealment ability, so he had the right to be curious. The sound didn't come from the scorched earth. Instead, it came from behind a barren hill near the edge of the volcano. However, the smoke coming from the crater was too thick. Even from the top of the hill, Angor could only see something moving in the smoke. The strong energy reaction indicated that someone was fighting in the smoke. As for the specific situation, it was hard to tell. About 3 minutes later, a red shadow dashed out of the smoke like a shuttle and dove into the crater in the distance, leaving a trail of smoke behind. It was fast, but Angor still noticed that it was a flying fish that looked like a snake. However, its body was completely red, and its skin was covered with pieces of lava. After the flying fish entered the crater, the smoke stopped moving. Angor considered for a moment and walked into the smoke. His nose was filled with the strong smell of sulfur and blood. After a few steps, he saw a charred corpse lying in a hole not far from him. This was a tall and sturdy man, but his face was unfamiliar. Beside his hand, there was a magic wand that had been broken into several pieces, with some residual magic power lingering around it. Angor sighed and kept walking. He didn't check the body. He didn't see clearly when he was outside, but the intense battle inside was enough to tell him that it wasn't a one-man fight. As expected, when he walked into the depths of the smoke, he saw a person on the verge of death. Unlike the man outside, Angor had a vague impression of this one. It was a bearded man, one of the first apprentices to come to the valley. He was also an elite apprentice who always stayed on the right side of the river. Both of his hands were burned, and his lower body was almost gone. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes were filled with despair. He had lost all his mana and used up all the potions he bought. It was almost impossible to stop his blood from gushing out. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "You're here. That's great. Save me." Angor frowned. Was he found out? But when he looked closer, he realized that the man wasn't looking at Angor. He was shouting at the sky. Help me. Angor looked up and saw a man in a white robe standing in the air. He should have looked handsome, but his robe was covered in smoke and blood, which made him look like a mess. However, compared to the man on the ground who had lost all his limbs, he was in a much better condition. At least, he didn't seem to be seriously injured. Speaking of which, this man was also an elite apprentice. Angor also heard someone talking about him when he came to the valley. Frozen Dance Xianxia. All of your limbs are gone. You're useless even if you survive. Xianxia looked at his companion lying in a pool of blood and spoke in a cold voice. I can transplant organs. I have enough magic crystals for the transplant. Save me. The burly man begged, but Xianxia ignored him completely. Instead, he turned around and said, Don't worry. It's not easy to stay alive in the purification garden. I don't want to drag someone down with me. With that, Xianxia disappeared into thin air. Seeing that Xianxia was about to disappear from his sight, the burly man panicked and roared, Xianxia, if I hadn't blocked that flying fish for you, the one lying here would be you. I never asked you to save me. I'm really grateful that you blocked the attack for me. You did me a favor, but I'm paying it back now. Xianxia's voice came from outside the smoke. I'm paying you back by not killing you. Xianxia's shadow completely disappeared, leaving behind the angry roar of the burly man. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes. You're biting the hand that feeds you. Fine. 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 If I'm still alive, I'll kill you first. The man mumbled to himself on the ground. If I'm still alive. However, he had lost all of his limbs. It was almost impossible for him to survive. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, how could he survive in the purification garden without his limbs? What did it feel like to lose one's life? Perhaps it felt like his body was being emptied. What would it feel like to personally witness your life slipping away? The man knew that there was only one word to describe it, cold. Even though his entire body was burned, even though he was surrounded by volcanoes and scorched earth, even though the ground was on fire, he only felt cold. From his bone marrow to his brain, from his mind to the depths of his soul. Am I going to die? He didn't want to close his eyes. At this last moment, he was still looking at this world with nostalgia. At this moment, a warm current flowed from his wound. He opened his eyes. This feeling. This was healing. Yes, there was no mistake, it was indeed the healing technique. His bleeding wound was healed. He was pulled out of the cold hell again, and he felt the burning sensation again. It was the same feeling as when the scorched earth touched his skin. I'm not dead? He looked around and didn't see anyone. La? You're back? No one answered. Yeah. How did you come back? He mumbled. Is it yet Hugh? Or, is it Freud? Who are you? He asked again. This time, he heard a voice. Just a passerby. It was a clear voice. He didn't know anyone. Thank you. Since the person didn't want to tell him who he was, the man lowered his head and stopped asking. However, he had firmly engraved that voice into his mind. It's nothing. Whether you live or not depends on your luck. With that, the voice faded away. It seemed the person wanted to leave. Xianxia. His name is Xianxia. Yet Hugh, and Freud were attacking an apprentice from floating Mech City. If you want to find a way out, follow him. The man didn't care whether the man heard him or not. He just told him everything he knew. Of course, Angor was the only one who saved him. Just as he had said, saving him was as easy as lifting a finger. It was just a simple healing spell. As for why Angor saved him, it was probably because the conversation between the man and Xianxia improved his impression of the man. Since it was just a simple healing spell, Angor didn't mind using it. He knew that the man would die in the end. There was no way he could survive in the purification garden without his limbs. However, to Angor's surprise, the man gave him a very useful piece of information. A healing spell in exchange for a useful piece of information. Angor glanced at the man whose hope was reignited and grinned. He left the smoke and flew toward Sharon's direction. HM? VB, plus? T? 0GG? O? Y? K? Under the shadow, in the gap between the ups and downs of the wasteland, there stood a stone house that had been temporarily cut out. The hut had been hollowed out from the inside, revealing a large space within. A flat stone door blocked the entrance, through which one could see the silhouettes of people and occasional sparks. There were 3 people in the hut, a fire burning brightly, and a pot of delicious fish soup. 2 of them were lying on the ground, seemingly asleep. The only one awake was a man in a ragged cloak. He was boiling fish soup in front of the fire. Ree's exposed hand looked very white and tender. Black bugs crawled past them from time to time, and fine powder fell from his fingertips, attracting the wriggling maggots into the soup. Suddenly, a squeak came from behind him. The cloaked man didn't even turn around. "You're awake, Freud? How is it? Can you read any clues?" Ree's voice was hoarse, as if he'd been burned by smoke. No. He's just an ordinary apprentice. He doesn't know much more than we do. But I did find something interesting. Maybe Viking and the others will find something." The man called Freud yawned and scratched his soft, curly blonde hair. He sounded drowsy. "RO? You mean there's a way out of the lava zone?" The cloaked man asked curiously. I don't know." Freud sat up and walked over to the fire. "But there's a near wizard-level Lord of Tentacles in the center of the lava zone. Maybe the exit is there." A near wizard-level creature? Maybe it's just as you think. But Viking and the others are probably having a hard time now." The cloaked man's words carried a hint of a cruel smile. He wasn't worried about his teammates. Our bear guy is probably out of the picture, but Viking and Xianxia should be fine. The fish here are strong, but they're not smart. It doesn't matter if Bear Man dies. Even if he was injected with the bloodline, he's too big and clumsy. He's just a burden in the purification garden." The cloaked man hesitated for a moment. "But it's not easy to explain to his sister. You were the one who promised Michelle that you would take care of Bear Guy. Now you're worried about her feelings, worried?" The cloaked man looked at Freud. "As long as we don't tell her, she won't know. You won't betray me, will you?" Of course." Freud raised an eyebrow. Inside, however, he was sneering. The fish soup is ready. Don't you want to try it?" The cloaked man suddenly changed the topic and pointed at the fish soup in the pot. Freud glanced at the fragrant fish soup and lowered his eyes. He was the one who made the soup first, but who knew if yet Hugh would do something to it during the dream reading. No, I'm not hungry." The cloaked man chuckled. "Do as you please." He scooped up the fish soup and drank it all in one gulp. A rustling sound came from outside the door. Freud looked up. "Who is it?" "It's me." The stone door was pushed open, and Xianxia walked in. He walked in and sat down in front of the fire. It's Xianxia. How did it go? Where's Viking and Bearman?" Freud asked. "What's going on?" We ran into a big one. Both of them died. I used the concealment scroll to run back," Xianxia said, half telling the truth. "Our big one? Are you referring to a magma eel? Not only is it cunning, but it's also much stronger than a peak apprentice." Xianxia recalled the previous battle and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If he didn't have a concealment scroll, he might have been killed by the lava fire eel like Bearman or magma eel. "Not the Lord of Tentacles?" the cloaked man asked. "Our Lord of Tentacles? What the hell is that, yet Hugh?" Xianxia stared at Freud and yet Hugh suspiciously. "You're not hiding anything from me, are you?" Freud waved his hand and pointed at the short man in the white uniform. "I'm not hiding anything from you. I just read that kid's dream. He told me in his dream that the most dangerous monster in this area is a near wizard-level monster called the Lord of Tentacles. Yet Hugh and I were wondering why the Lord of Tentacles was in the lava area. Our dream reading revealed that there's an adept-level magical beast?" Xianxia frowned. He believed in Freud's ability to read dreams. Freud's nickname was Dream Reader, and he knew how to enter and interpret dreams. Since Freud said he read the dream, it must be true. Or I didn't run into the Lord of Tentacles, only a magma eel. And that magma eel is infinitely close to a wizard-level monster. Even the three of us won't be able to defeat it. Or is it really that strong? Yet Hugh asked. Or yes, it is. Bear Man was burned to a crisp after touching it. Even though Viking had activated his bloodline power, his hands were still burned to ashes by the lava fire eel's tail. He was unable to resist at all. Xianxia paused. Also, it's not like other fish monsters. It's as cunning as a human. It's almost impossible to ambush it like we did before. Or I didn't think Bear Man would. What a shame. I've failed Michelle. Yet Hugh pretended to be sad. Even Viking is dead. This magma eel really is something else. Or if even this magma eel is so smart, then the Lord of Tentacles must be even more powerful. Freud mused. That's a near wizard-level monster, isn't it? Or it seems we need to check out the Lord of Tentacles. Maybe that magma eel is just an exception. Yet Hugh said. If only Viking was here. His bloodline is very adaptable. If we give him more time, he'll be in charge of investigating the Lord of Tentacles. Or too bad Viking is already dead, Xianxia muttered. Or if Viking is dead, then so be it. Given his hot-blooded nature, it's normal for him to die, said Freud. Or let's check out the Lord of Tentacles. Floating Mech City won't give those core apprentices a deadly mission. There's still a chance. Freud glared at the sleeping apprentice. Too bad he's just an ordinary apprentice. He only heard something about fighting for a chance to survive in the most dangerous place, but it makes sense. If Floating Mech City wants to use a blood ritual to upgrade the purification garden, they'll need a large number of apprentices to die. Setting up the passageway in the most dangerous place is definitely the best choice to make them die in large numbers. Or if that's the case, let's go to the lava zone and meet that Lord of Tentacles. R outside the stone house, Angor fell into deep thought. Are fighting for a chance to survive in the most dangerous place. This was what the apprentice from Floating Mech City said. It must be the passcode for the purification garden this time. It was the same as what he expected, but he was still a little puzzled about it. What are the thresholds for the limit and measure of this passcode? There must be a limit, and there must be a limit. More importantly, since Floating Mech City sent their core apprentices into the purification garden, the most dangerous area must belong to the core apprentices. So the Lord of Tentacles they mentioned is within this range. Judging from their description, the Lord of Tentacles was much more powerful than what they could handle. Unless, they could bypass the monster and enter the tunnel without facing it head-on. But if that was the case, it would be a test of intelligence and stealth ability. Was this really the fighting for a chance to survive in the most dangerous place phrase? Rhee's instinct told him that the exit was still in the sky. But he didn't want to be too sure. Artadora once told him that he and Keely were at the bottom of the sea. But there was no sea around. How did he reach the bottom of the sea? Or could it be that the foretold scene wasn't in the purification garden? Angor pondered for a moment and still couldn't find an answer. Ranger turned around and headed for the lava area. He planned to check out the Lord of Tentacles first. Using infinite reticence, he should be able to avoid detection. If the Lord of Tentacles really exceeded his limit, he planned to fly to the sky and check it out. Ranger left as soon as he was out of sight. The cloaked man, yet Hugh, suddenly frowned. The scout beetle he had placed outside had been trampled to death. He immediately shifted his vision to another scout beetle, but all he saw was a small, flattened scout beetle. There was no other creature in sight. In this world of fish monsters, almost all the land creatures had become their food. This wasteland was slowly becoming a wasteland because all the land creatures had been eaten up. How did the scout insect get trampled to death when there were no land creatures around? Revan, if it was a land creature, there shouldn't be no trace of it, right? Yet Hugh, what's wrong? Xianxia patted Yethu's shoulder. Come on, Yet Hugh, what's wrong? Get ready. We're going to check out the lava area. No need. Let's go. Yet Hugh opened the door and walked out of the stone building. He stood in front of the dead insect and turned to look into the house, as if waiting for someone to come out. But from a place where no one could see, an ant-like insect slipped out of Yethu's sleeve and devoured the scout insect as soon as it landed on the ground. Then it crawled back to Yethu's fingertip. Yethu sniffed at the ants and frowned. This ant-like insect was called the taste-eating ant. It could magnify and release all kinds of pheromones. Yet he was able to find his teammates so quickly because of it. It's definitely a human's pheromone. Was someone outside? So? A? Asterisk? 5? 2? J? N? 3U? Foo? Plus G? 5? After leaving the stone house, Angor returned to the boundary between the lava zone and the wasteland. In front of him was a scorched land filled with the smell of gunpowder. From time to time, boiling lava would come out of the ground and mix with the scorched earth, causing hissing noises. The entire area was shrouded in white smoke. Before they even stepped into the lava area, they were already stopped by the pungent smell and the oppressive heat. In such a harsh environment, just the thought of entering was already a test. Not to mention the fact that he had to look for a wizard-level monster. Before he could decide whether he should go in or not, he suddenly saw a streak of light flying across the sky. Ranger looked closer. It was a woman covered in flower petals and vines. She was gliding into the lava zone as if she was dancing. Behind her was a school of roaring flying fishes. The largest one was dozens of meters long. But the woman didn't seem to care at all. She continued to dance gracefully through the air. Her movements were graceful, and each of her movements perfectly dodged the attacks of the flying fish. Flower petals and streaks of light rained down from the sky. Ranger didn't know who she was, but the way she slid away told him that she was not to be underestimated. Ranger considered for a moment and decided to follow her quietly. Since the other party had rushed into the lava area, it was obvious that they were prepared. Thinking back to the information he received from the stone house, perhaps the only way out was in this land of death. Now that he had decided to enter the lava zone, he didn't want to touch it with his body. He didn't dare to use his gondola. His only option was to fly in. Ranger took out a cup of Killian's witch soup from his bracelet and finished it in one gulp. When the witch's soup took effect, he switched the infinite reticence to the magic crystal and chanted the whisper of the spirits in his mind. As soon as his soul left his body, Angor felt free as if he could go anywhere with a single thought. In his soul state, the sequence of gravity was also activated. Controlling gravity, he lifted his body and flew into the air. Because of the effect of boundless silence, no one noticed that there was an empty shell in the air. Next, Angor's soul carried his body and dashed into the lava area at top speed. Thanks to the sequence of gravity, he was able to move even faster than Toby. Even if he didn't activate infinite reticence, with his speed, it would be difficult to see his figure clearly, not to mention that it was night. He quickly caught up with the girl who was still fishing in the water. He followed her from a distance, trying to figure out what she was trying to do, while observing the lava area below. Although there was smoke everywhere, the temperature of the lava was so high that the heat radiation had reached the level of visible light. Thanks to the bright orange lava, he was able to see something on the ground. As he ventured deeper into the lava area, the scorched earth became smaller and smaller while the lava grew larger. After traveling for several kilometers, he saw a large number of lava lakes. Some of them were so large that he couldn't see the end of them. After flying for about 100 kilometers, the girl stopped above a giant lava lake. The flying fish behind her, unable to withstand the extreme heat, had already disappeared without her noticing. The blazing lava lake continued to churn, and the orange-red light illuminated the woman's face. Was an extremely beautiful woman. From her smooth ankles to her light green hair, there were tiny vines that wrapped around her body. From time to time, flowers would wither on the vines. When the flowers withered, their petals would scatter, and when the flowers bloomed, they would dance in the air. She floated by the edge of the lava lake and stared at something with a frown. Ranger followed her gaze but didn't see anything. He thought for a moment and flew to a higher altitude. When he looked down at the lava lake from above, he noticed something strange. There was a dark abyss at the center of the lava lake. The lava around it didn't fall into the abyss. It was strange and unexpected. Could it be that the exit is here? Ras Angor pondered. Another apprentice flew in from the mist. Rit was a male acolyte. His appearance was very ordinary, and he was wearing a leather jacket and leather pants. He walked slowly through the air. Angor tried to recall, but he couldn't remember seeing him before. Both the male and female apprentice were strangers to Angor. He didn't even see them among the elite apprentices when they gathered in the valley. Ranger felt embarrassed. He always thought that he couldn't get into the lava area on his own, and that the others should be able to do the same. But reality proved him wrong. Both of them entered the lava area with ease. Their clothes weren't messed up at all. Ranger didn't look worried at all even when he was invisible. However, he was actually using his soul energy to control gravity so that he wouldn't fall into the lava. Rit didn't cost much soul energy, but he couldn't keep it up for too long. Angor even planned to eat the soul orbs he prepared for Toby so that he wouldn't run out of soul energy. However, the two apprentices in front of Angor didn't use their bodies to get in. Angor's method was still his own strength, but he still couldn't beat them. Ranger had underestimated other apprentices because he was too narrow-minded. The wizarding world was a big place. There were plenty of people who were stronger than him. "Are you here too, Xianxia?" The male apprentice greeted the female apprentice with a smile. Yeah. You're a little late." Xianxia rolled her eyes and pointed at the abyss in the center of the lava lake. "The Lord of Tentacles should be here. How are we going to lure those idiots here? Or don't worry about them." The male apprentice walked up to Xianxia and leaned his head on her shoulder. "I'm hungry. I want something to eat." He whispered into Xianxia's ear in a low voice. The male apprentice licked Xianxia's ear as if he was trying to hint something. Ranger watched from the sky with a puzzled look. What's going on? Are they a couple? Are they planning to have sex here? But this place is filled with lava. Xianxia pushed the male apprentice away and said, "Enough, Carveline. Change back." "You're so ugly," the male apprentice called Carveline suddenly laughed. Immediately after, the leather clothes he was wearing suddenly emitted a radiance and turned into a fiery red armor dress. He also turned into her, a young woman with a pretty face and a heroic aura. I'm not kidding. It's been a day since we entered the garden. I'm starving. I really want something to eat." Carveline's voice also turned lazy. She lifted Xianxia's chin with a slender finger. "You're a gourmet wizard. Aren't you going to make me something nice? I don't have any ingredients, and I don't want those lava-flying fish either." Xianxia's eyes flashed cunningly. "I'll make you a plate of magma ink eggs when we get the eggs. What do you think?" Carveline furrowed her brows and sighed. "Fine. I'm here to help you look for ingredients anyway. If you're interested in the eggs of the Lord of Tentacles, then go ahead and get them. But what if we can't defeat the Lord of Tentacles? What do you want me to do?" Carveline looked at Xianxia's expression and knew that the woman was already planning something. "Daira?" Xianxia asked in a small voice. Carveline considered and nodded. "Sure. But I can't imitate Daira's voice. Don't worry. You're a famous girl in a fairy-like outfit. As long as you don't lose your temperament, just pretend to be cold and aloof. Any idiot will fall for your bait." Xianxia tried to persuade her. Fine." Carveline nodded. After agreeing to Xianxia's request, Carveline's red armor once again changed into the silver uniform of a core disciple of Floating Mech City. With the uniform, Carveline's face turned into that of a handsome young man. She had a cold aura and a mocking look in her eyes. She looked exactly like Winter Daira, one of the 10 core apprentices of Floating Mech City. I'm going now?" Carveline asked. Go. Bring more idiots with you." Xianxia caressed Carveline's face. "You know, Della is so handsome. Why don't you just keep Della's face? You don't have to revert back to your original form." Piss off," Carveline chuckled. She stomped on the ground and created a frosty aura in the air. Carveline flew off into the distance amidst the cold air. To be honest, Angor was still in a daze after witnessing all of this. Apart from Carveline, who could change her clothes, aura, gender, and abilities at will, Xianxia was already a tough opponent for Angor. But now, she turned out to be the weakest gourmet wizard in the entire world. Who the hell are these two people? The two women were too mysterious for him to handle. Xianxia was here to look for the Lord of Tentacles, not to mention that she was also here to look for the Lord of Tentacles. But from what Angor heard, she wasn't here to find an exit. She was here to collect ingredients. Xianxia's exact words were, "Attract the idiots." Her words seemed to indicate that the lava lake was a hoax. Or maybe he was just overthinking things. But now, he was starting to wonder if there was an exit. They didn't sound like they were looking for an exit. So where was the exit? Angor looked up. Was it really in the sky? U? V? K5R? FC? YW? X? C. As for the secrets of the lava lake and the abyss, Angor decided not to look into them for now. If there was no way out, he could always come back later. With that in mind, he quickly calculated the amount of soul energy he would need to use and decided to fly away. Unbeknownst to Angor, not long after he started flying upward, a young girl wearing a blood-red bow on her head and bright red dancing shoes flew into the lava area under the guidance of a black cat. As Angor climbed higher, the air no longer felt hot. Instead, it began to feel colder. The flying fishes that were originally sparse in the lava area began to erupt in the air. Rays with wings, eels that slithered like snakes, squids that glowed with the light of fireflies, and enormous whales appeared in great numbers in the deeper, darker skies. Apart from the flying fishes, there were also countless schools of smaller fishes swimming around Angor. He noticed that the higher he flew, the more fish he saw compared to the grassland. There were so many different kinds of fishes. Angor could see more than 6 digits of them. Are they all monsters? Angor wondered. If that was the case, then they were too big and crazy. Magic beasts were also precious resources. Just in terms of alchemy alone, they were worth a fortune. He pondered, he kept flying upward. In a moment of carelessness, he brushed past a flat flying fish that had appeared in front of him out of nowhere. To Angor's surprise, the flying fish didn't react at all. It just waved its tail and swam away. That's not a monster? Angor wondered. Since he was going to rely on his speed, he took out a moon fruit from his bracelet and decided to do a little experiment. It was one of the fruits grown by the Crocox. Using the fruit as a hidden weapon, Angor secretly aimed at a school of more than 1,000 yellow fishes. The moon fruit fell into the school of fish and knocked them out. They wobbled for a long time before they could find their bearings again. It seemed that there was no supernatural reaction. Could it really be an ordinary fish? But ordinary fish shouldn't be able to fly into the air, right? Ranger was even more confused now. He casually tossed a moon fruit to the red fish on the other side. However, the reaction this time surprised him greatly. Hundreds of small fishes were like chain bombs, exploding one after another. Not only was there a violent explosion, but flesh and blood splattered everywhere, attracting countless predators. Among them, there was also a gigantic predator whose entire body was surging with energy. He quickly used the sequence of gravity to get out of the area. Looking at the chaotic scene from afar, with energy overflowing and explosions ringing out one after another, it was as dangerous as a transcendent battlefield. Ranger gulped. He did not expect his careless action to cause such a huge reaction. In other words, there were both ordinary and supernatural fishes in the sky. They were all mixed together, and apart from the flying fish with obvious energy fluctuations, there was no way to tell them apart. It was like a trap. When one let down their guard, they would deliver a fatal blow. Ranger sighed in relief. The sky was much more dangerous than the ground. For safety's sake, it was best not to touch anything. Ranger kept flying upward. However, he soon noticed something terrifying. His infinite reticence had lost its effect for some reason, and he was surrounded by several giant sharks. Ranger smelled blood from the sharks' mouths. At the same time, violent energy ripples spread out from the shark's fins. It was an area of effect attack. Ranger's soul was unharmed, but his body could not take the attack. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Rhee's blood was like honey that attracted bees. As soon as he spat it out, he sensed countless pairs of eyes staring at him. More and more predators pounced on him in the blink of an eye. Our infinite reticence only weakened Angor's presence. If any of them noticed him, they would not be able to go back into stealth mode. Apparently, the sharks had used some unknown method to track him down. As a result, his body was injured and he was targeted by other predators because he vomited blood. Ranger was in his soul form, so he could not use illusions. The only thing he could use was the sequence of gravity. The sequence of gravity could kill these sharks, but it would consume a lot of soul energy. In his current soul state, there was no way he could fight them head-on. Even if he used the soul orb, there was no way he could catch them all in one go. There were more flying fishes in the sky. It would not be wise to attract more of them. Rhee's only choice now was to run. Without hesitation, Angor kept flying upward with the fishes chasing after him. Ranger was fast, but the fishes behind him were not slow either. He would have to fly as fast as he could to get rid of them. However, in order to avoid the exploding fishes, he had to avoid other fishes while flying upward. This made it impossible for him to fly at full speed. As a result, there were too many fishes chasing after him. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Angor felt the air getting thinner again. The school of fish behind him was increasing in number because of his mad dash, and it seemed that there would be more soon. Ranger still could not see an exit. He was starting to regret his decision. But if they ran down now, not to mention whether they would be able to escape the encirclement, there was no place to hide on the ground, and it would be very easy for them to die. While trying to figure out what to do, Angor suddenly saw a flash of light in the sky. It was a strange light. It was neither starlight nor moonlight. Instead, it looked like a reflection? This kind of reflection was like the reflection of a mirror. It was a phenomenon often seen on calm water or on intact glass. But why was there such a light in the sky? Was it an exit? With a puzzled look, he rushed to the light source. When he reached the source of the light, he saw that it was actually a transparent membrane. What was behind the membrane was not an exit. It was an endless body of water. It looked like an ocean. Ran ocean? He suddenly remembered what Dodoro saw when he was testing his talent. Was this the same ocean he was looking at? Ranger wanted to break the membrane to see what was inside. But when he touched the membrane, a strange message suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a strange image. In the middle of a dark background, there was an hourglass that was glowing faintly. The bronze frame of the hourglass was engraved with ancient patterns, such as fishes, water, a sun, a moon, and a glowing object placed on an altar. Inside the hourglass, there was a kind of sand that shone with a golden light. Bit by bit, the sand dripped down from the glass ball at the top of the hourglass. The glass ball below was already covered with a layer of golden sand. There was still half of the glass ball above. Using his supercomputer ability, Angor quickly figured out how long it would take for the sand to finish dripping. 3 hours later. Why did he get this message when he touched the membrane? What did the hourglass in the message mean? He pondered, the fishes behind him were already closing in on him. Angor didn't have time to think. He used up half of his soul energy and unleashed a powerful attack on the membrane. The membrane was unharmed. Ranger did some calculations and realized that even if he used 10 times more energy, the membrane wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. The membrane couldn't be penetrated, and there were fishes behind him. Ranger had no choice but to keep running. However, he couldn't see anything above him. He had to run along the edge of the membrane and look for an opening. There were already tens of thousands of flying fishes behind him. More than half of them were giant fishes, and they didn't look easy to deal with. Ice storm, water arrow, hurricane, shockwave. Anytime Angor paused for a second, they would attack him. Ranger could tell that these attacks were stronger than level 2 cantrips. Some were even level 3 cantrips. Thanks to the sequence of gravity, Angor barely managed to escape from the barrage of attacks. After running for another 3 minutes, Angor finally came to a stop. A giant jellyfish about several hundred meters long appeared in front of him. The jellyfish was translucent and pink, and its body was surrounded by countless phosphorescent flames that released a faint green smoke. One of the flying fishes was caught by the smoke and turned into a pile of bones. The jellyfish was blocking Angor's way, and its bone-corroding phosphorescence made it almost impossible for Angor to break through. Ranger sighed. He had no choice but to break through the encirclement as soon as possible. Rhe didn't think he could get away with so many flying fishes around him. The shockwave alone was enough to give him a hard time. Ranger's only chance now was to create chaos. Rhe made up his mind and returned his soul to his body. When his soul and body returned to his body, the shockwave caused a lot of damage to his body. Without the sequence of gravity, he began to fall, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He steadied himself and forced himself to focus. Inside his mind space, he quickly created a cantrip model. A mist that reflected the light of the stars and the moon slowly took shape in his hands. Then, with great speed, it stuck together and completely enveloped the entire area. Fog illusion, / the predator's vision loses sight of its prey, but the prey is always in the fog. They swarmed in like a swarm of bees. Taking advantage of the chaos, he ejected his soul again and tried to break through the crowd. His strategy was very good. He hid himself from the sight of the larger fish, but when he rushed out, some of the smaller fish noticed him and attacked him. Thanks to his speed, Angor managed to dodge some of the attacks. However, some of them still landed on him. When Angor came out again, there were wounds all over his body, and he was bleeding profusely. Rhe's soul was fine though. Rhe didn't have time to heal himself. After making sure there were no fatal injuries, he quickly took out a potion from his bracelet and poured it into his body's mouth. Then, he carried his body on his back and dashed downward. $W R 4W 2, EG LH D 13 Z 1 RF E. The boundary between the wasteland and the wasteland. Nearly 100 people were gathered around a desolate hill covered in cracks. Some were standing, and some were laughing. In the middle of them was a man in a silver-white uniform. If Angor were here, he would have noticed that the handsome man standing in the center of the crowd was none other than Della, one of the 10 core apprentices of Floating Mech City. Or rather, Della, who was disguised by Carveline. Ardera, I'm sure you know what's going on. It was a dark-skinned, bald woman who was wearing heavy makeup and a purple robe that revealed her shoulders and thighs. Tell me. What's the rule of this blood sacrifice? And where's the exit? Ardera didn't answer. Instead, he glared at her. What do you mean? Do you think you can fight us all by yourself? The bald woman touched the large earring hanging from her earlobe and gave Dara a sidelong glance. If you insist on staying silent, we'll have to do it. Or do it yourself, Chocolate. Don't drag us into this. A plump woman with tan skin who was standing behind the group yelled, We're just here to chat with Mr. Dara. We're not going to do anything. She tried to stand up for Dara in front of everyone, only to be exposed by someone behind her back. Chocolate narrowed her eyes and looked at the speaker. It's you, Tana. I've been wondering why your drunkard teacher sent you to the purification garden. Isn't he worried that you'll get killed as soon as you enter? Chocolate's eyes turned and looked at the young man standing beside Tana. Did you find a new backer by relying on your legs that can't close? Chocolate seemed to be hinting at something, and the surrounding apprentices all smiled tacitly. Tana's clothes were very revealing. She only put a triangular cloth on the top of her breasts. However, as long as one was not blind, one could see the small protruding points very clearly. Coupled with the fact that her stomach and thighs were exposed, she looked like a woman who had fallen into the dust of a prostitute. Many young and energetic male apprentices were mesmerized by Tana's outfit. Even the chubby boy beside Tana was looking at her with narrowed eyes. Blood was dripping from his nostrils. Therefore, everyone secretly agreed with Chocolate's sarcasm. Tana herself didn't care about the gossip. She was dressed like this because it was convenient for her to move around. Hermes, on the other hand, couldn't help himself. Chocolate, you can't speak carelessly. If you don't take back what you just said, don't even think about leaving the purification garden. Isn't it nice to be buried here? Hermes said coldly. He swung his flaming whip at the ground, and a deep fissure appeared in front of Chocolate's body. Our Chocolate regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. Mocking Tana was one thing, but implicating Hermes wasn't worth it. Besides, she couldn't beat Hermes in a fight. Our thinking of this, Chuli decided to give Hermes a way out. Hermes, I'm not talking about. Before he could finish, a childish voice rang out from the crowd. Whitey, back her. Then, a white sand rhinoceros charged out, its sharp horns stirring up a cloud of dust. Its target was Chocolate. Our Chocolate, who had originally planned to lower her head, was alarmed by this sudden attack. Her eyes instantly darkened, and her original intention to keep the peace was also extinguished. She stepped continuously in the air, dodging the rhino's charge. Her mind space's cantrip model was set up, and she flicked her hands at the ground. Countless black flowers without leaves and roots grew in the direction of her mana, continuously growing out from the center. Our black mandala, the scent of death. Someone recognized the flowers. It was a secret spell, similar to nightmare magic. It was almost impossible to learn it without an inheritance. Oh no, Whitey, come back. The childish voice rang out again, but it was too late. The white rhinoceros was surrounded by black mandala. Our Chocolate's expression was fierce. You attacked me first. Don't blame me for not showing mercy, our death. Withering. Countless black mandala petals floated in the air and surrounded the white rhinoceros. Just as the rhinoceros was about to fall into a trap, a cold wind blew and froze the petals. Everyone looked behind Chocolate, only to see Della, who was dressed in a silver uniform, raise his right hand. Frost chi lingered on his slender fingertips. The white cloak on his back fluttered in the cold wind. The cold wind just now came from Della. Just as Chocolate was about to question Della, Della suddenly turned around and walked toward the lava area. You're running? Chocolate leaped forward, trying to hit Della from behind. But before her magic could reach him, it was bounced back by a wave of extreme cold. Chocolate shuddered and staggered. She was an elite apprentice, but she was no match for Della. Are you an idiot? Della's intentions are clear. He wants us to go with him. A childish voice entered Chocolate's ears. She looked up and saw a little boy riding on top of the white rhinoceros. The boy was looking at her with disdain. Hermes slapped the boy's forehead. Loki, don't talk so much. And who told you to order Whitey to charge? Don't be so hot-blooded. You can't be reasonable. With that, Hermes and Loki trailed behind Della, and the rest of the group followed suit. Just as they were about to enter the scorched earth, Della suddenly flew into the air and gave them a disdainful look. If you don't dare, or if you're not strong enough, don't come. Della flew into the lava zone. The others looked at each other. Some of them were too weak to enter the lava zone, but most of the elite apprentices knew how to fly. Even if they didn't know how to cast spells, they had at least a means of transportation. More than half of the original 100-man team had been left behind. In the end, only 40 or 50 of them made it to the lava zone. Everyone followed Della into the depths of the lava zone. After more than half of them had been eliminated, the others were convinced that they were right. None of them said it aloud, but they all had the same thought: only elites like us have the strength to step into the lava area. Ordinary apprentices can be left to fend for themselves outside and become sacrifices for the blood sacrifice. The white rhinoceros was also flying in the air. Before, Loki was the only one on its back, but now there was a fat boy in a chef's uniform. The fat boy held a bamboo skewer in his hand. On the skewer was a flying fish that the rhinoceros had just killed. There was a flame burning in his hand, and the flying fish began to turn yellow as it was being roasted. Then, a strange and mysterious power attached itself to the fish, and in an instant, a fragrant aroma exploded. Wow, it smells so good. I can't help it. Give it to me, Alan. Loki's hands were already open, and his face was filled with anticipation. Just a moment. Alan's exclusive grilled fish will be ready soon. Alan grinned. The aroma filled the air. Hermes couldn't help but take a deep breath. It smells so good. It smells amazing. Alan's grilling skills are praised by even the master. His grilled fish is even on the menu at the Butterfly Tavern, Tana said proudly to Hermes. The aroma of the grilled fish attracted most of the people's attention. Many of them hadn't eaten for a day. Now that they smelled grilled fish, especially grilled fish cooked by a gourmet apprentice, everyone couldn't help but gulp. Even Della, who was flying at the front of the team, glanced back at the fat boy. Then he lowered his head, as if thinking of something. He looked at you just now. While eating, Loki pointed at Della and said to Alan, "Does Della want to eat too, or aren't you ashamed of calling everyone Big Brother?" Hermes mocked her. Artana turned to Alan. "Why don't you grill a fish for Della?" "He saved Loki's life." Alan nodded. "Sure. But, why isn't he talking?" Artana hesitated for a moment. "Maybe he's cold." In the end, Della didn't accept Alan's grilled fish. Instead, he gave Alan a secretive look. Still, he didn't say a word and continued to lead the way. By now, everyone was starting to realize that something wasn't right. Just as the gourmet apprentice said, Della didn't say a word. At all. Was Della really going to lead them to the exit? Della didn't say a word. Everyone was guessing what he was doing. Could it be that they were wrong? Was Della trying to catch them all in one go? Were the 10 core apprentices of Floating Mech City waiting for them? While everyone was speculating, they had already arrived at a huge lava lake with Della. What was waiting for them was a giant monster that was slowly poking its head out of the abyss. It was the Lord of Tentacles. That half of its head was already bigger than anyone could imagine. It was as big as a cloud whale. At the same time, countless red tentacles that were hundreds of meters long reached out of the abyss, bringing with them lava and white smoke. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying monster, and they were all dumbfounded. A voice came from afar. "They're here. I didn't lie to you, did I? We have reinforcements. I'll go take care of them." The reinforcements looked at each other in confusion. We've been tricked," someone shouted. "This Della wants to catch us all in one fell swoop." Xianxia walked over. "Who told you that? The exit is right under the abyss." "Believe it or not, how is that possible? This monster looks like it's at least at the level of an adept. It's not a wizard-level monster yet. It's still one step away. Moreover, it was precisely because it was very powerful that it was the best tool for killing people. Think about it. Who can reach this place? Who can kill it? Who can enter the abyss?" Xianxia walked to the front of the group. "Get past these 3 obstacles and you'll be dead. That's the truth of the blood sacrifice." Everyone hesitated for a moment. The woman's words seemed to make some sense. That's the truth. Don't you see them trying to kill that monster over there?" Xianxia pointed at several people not far away, including Keely, Freud, yet Hugh, Sharon, and an old man with a cane. However, Keely was still hovering in the air on her broom, while Freud and the others were busy casting spells on the monster. Rather than the old man with the staff whom they did not recognize, the rest of the people were all famous figures. Not long ago, Keely showed up in the valley and provoked Jibra, the son of Sea, which left a deep impression on everyone. If even they were fighting the monster, could there really be an exit at the bottom of the abyss? With this thought in mind, everyone started to doubt their idea. Let's go check it out." Hermes stepped forward. He wasn't sure if this was the truth, but he still wanted to check it out. While everyone was busy trying to figure out a way to stop the Lord of Tentacles, Carveline's voice reached Xianxia's ears. "What's going on with them?" Carveline was referring to Freud and the others. When she left, Xianxia was the only one in the lava lake. "How come there were so many of them now?" Xianxia used voice transmission. "Those idiots came right after you left. They seem to know about the Lord of Tentacles and believe that there's an exit at the bottom of the abyss, so I talked to them. But that Keely girl is a bit strange. She's not interested in the abyss at all. She's been hovering in the air and using that black cat of hers to look for someone." "Someone? Who?" I don't know. She never spoke. She looked like she was going to kill anyone who tried to get close to her. I can't beat her, so I just let her be." Outside, on the top floor of the machine tower. It was a hall made entirely out of metal. Mysterious runes were glowing on the walls. In the center of the hall, there was a light screen suspended in midair. The image on the light screen was a violently tumbling lava lake. From time to time, a few flying fish would jump out of the lake. However, as soon as they came out of the lake, they would be killed by the woman floating in the air and put into her spatial necklace. Looking at the screen was a man covered in a black robe. Under the bright light, one could see his exposed skin, which was filled with a metallic silver glow. The man stared at the image on the screen and fell into deep thought from time to time. When he saw the woman on the screen looking at the abyss, a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. She's trying to get her hands on the main offering. How bold. Suddenly, the door of the hall was pushed open, and a handsome young man walked in with a smile on his face. I thought Spade would be the first one to come. I didn't expect it to be you, Muse. It's important for the Purification Garden to level up. As the city lord, it's only natural for me to be concerned about it. Muse approached the man with a smile. Hey, isn't this the nest of the Lord of Tentacles? Muse's eyes flashed. Lawson, is someone trying to take advantage of the Lord of Tentacles? So you're interested in the garden's level up as well? I thought you would only be engrossed in research and have no interest in external things, Lawson said in a cold, mechanical voice with a hint of mockery. Before Muse could retort, Lawson changed the topic. Yes, someone is trying to get their hands on the Lord of Tentacles. These two apprentices. Lawson raised a hand and manipulated his mana. The image of the Lord of Tentacles flashed on the screen, revealing two people with different backgrounds. One of them was Xianxia, who was hovering above the lava lake, while the other was Daira, who was surrounded by countless people in the wasteland. He's from Floating Mech City? A core apprentice? Muse pointed at Daira. He did not pay much attention to the internal affairs of the city, so he did not recognize any of the 10 core apprentices. However, he could tell that Daira was an apprentice from Floating Mech City based on his silver uniform. He's not from Floating Mech City. It's another woman who looks like Daira. Her name is Carveline. You might not know that name, but I'm sure you'll remember her nickname. Lawson grinned. The girl in divine outfit. Divine outfit. Muse frowned. You mean the shepherd god's outfit? Lawson nodded. Yes. But it's the shepherd god's outfit. Carveline's of the shepherd god's shepherd outfit. Muse pondered for a moment. Does that mean the shepherd god really did go to the origin world? Shepherds of her outfit to time. Muse squinted at Carveline on the screen with a hint of covetousness in his eyes. Shepherd god's coat. I really want to study it. I heard that it contains a trace of demon god's true intent. Lawson of the Lord of Tentacles. Never mind. The shepherd god family is too mysterious. They were the ones behind the demon god's tribulation. Who knows how much they've gained from it? Muse yawned and sat down. But you said those two girls are after the Lord of Tentacles? Even with the shepherd god's outfit, I don't think she can defeat the Lord of Tentacles. They're not here to kill the Lord of Tentacles. They're here to get its eggs. Lawson switched the screen to the girl who was wrapped in vines. This woman is not as simple as you think. She's an apprentice gourmet wizard, and the reason why they provoked the Lord of Tentacles was to help her get its eggs. A gourmet apprentice? It's rare to see a gourmet apprentice in the Purification Garden. It's hard to resist the temptation of the law of purification. Plus, this gourmet apprentice is not to be underestimated. Maybe she's even stronger than Carveline from the shepherd god family. Muse didn't comment on Lawson's comment. Instead, he lazily crossed his legs and said, if they're after the eggs, then let's give them to them. But you have to give me a portion of the food you make. I'd love to see what the eggs taste like. The egg of the Lord of Tentacles is one of the offerings. One Lord of Tentacles egg is worth hundreds of apprentices' lives. Lawson gave Muse a side glance. He knew his old friend too well. Muse was lazy and did not care about the consequences of his research. Although Muse was the mayor of the city, Lawson did not want him to be in charge of the Purification Garden. Only God knew if he would kill all the apprentices inside for the sake of convenience, and then leave everything to others with an innocent look on his face. It's up to them whether they can get the eggs or not. If they can get it, then it's theirs. Lawson ended the topic. After a moment of silence, the door to the hall was pushed open again. This time, it was not just one person. There were several wizards, including Mitra. Lord Mayor. The wizards greeted each other and took their seats. One of them, a woman with short black hair and a scar on her face, walked to Lawson. "How is Jolene, Lord Mayor?" Lawson looked at her and was about to say something. "Spade, Jolene is your apprentice, isn't she?" Muse interrupted. Spade nodded. Jolene was one of the top 10 core apprentices. "She's just your apprentice, not your daughter. Why are you so anxious?" "Don't worry. She won't lose anything even if she dies. We can always find another one." Muse smiled. Spade's eyes twitched. She was not surprised by Muse's words. She still looked at Lawson. Clearly, Lawson was the most reliable mayor in Floating Mech City. Muse is right. Since we've chosen to enter the Purification Garden, no one can guarantee that we won't encounter any accidents. Lawson nodded at Spade discreetly. "I understand." After receiving the message, Spade returned to her seat with satisfaction. Spade wasn't the only one who came to ask about her apprentice. The other wizards did as well, but most of them were rejected by Muse with sarcasm. However, Lawson still provided the relevant information either openly or covertly. Muse, who was sitting next to Lawson, curled his lips. Suddenly, Lawson frowned. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. He began to channel mana in his palm, and the image on the screen started to change from the lava area to the top. "What's wrong, Lawson?" Muse asked. "Someone just touched the barrier." Lawson narrowed his eyes. "Barrier?" Spade frowned as well. There are still 3 hours before the opening of the Sea of Purification. The sky is filled with demon fish. Why would someone go to the barrier at this time? Even the core apprentices of Floating Mech City didn't dare to go to the barrier at this time, despite knowing that it was the edge of the Sea of Purification. It was too dangerous to do so. "Don't tell me it's that Son of the Sea?" Jibra, the Son of the Sea, was born with great advantages in the Purification Garden. His companion whale could ignore most of the demon fish, and his ability to control water made it even easier for him to stay in the Sea of Purification. When someone mentioned Jibra's name, everyone nodded in agreement. "Why don't we take a look?" Mitra, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Mitra looked a little impatient. He was doing some research in his apothecary hut when Muse showed up and asked to see what was going on in the Purification Garden. Mitra knew that Muse was going to visit Angor, and he was sure that Muse wanted to see Angor. Muse smiled. "I brought a photo stone. When Angor joins the research department later, I'll need something to hold him back. I think this is a good opportunity." Hold him back? Mitra knew Muse was only looking for fun. Muse was the kind of person who liked to play with new toys whenever he got his hands on them. That was why Muse dragged him here. The image on the screen changed and stopped at the boundary of the barrier. Tens of thousands of demonic fish surrounded a single person. Most of them were at the level of a top-level apprentice. "Phosphorescent jellyfish." Someone pointed at the giant jellyfish in the distance. This jellyfish was the most eye-catching among all the demon fish. It kept releasing phosphorescent flames that turned all living creatures into skeletons. Just like the Lord of Tentacles, this phosphorescent jellyfish was also one of the main offerings for the blood sacrifice. It had the power of a half-step adept, if the phosphorescent jellyfish and the other tens of thousands of demon fish who were mostly at the level of a top-level apprentice. Apart from Lawson and Muse, no one here was confident that they could kill all the demon fish in one go. They could kill them one by one, but it would be troublesome if they had to deal with them all at once. Who's brave enough to provoke so many demon fish and phosphorescent jellyfish? Everyone slowly looked at the boundary of the barrier. When they saw the person in the middle, some frowned, some were relieved, some were puzzled, and some laughed. The person in the middle was clearly in an out-of-body state. A soul was dragging its physical body and standing at the edge of the world's barrier. A soul manipulator? Look at his face. Think about the gossip we heard. Oh, I remember now. He's Sunder's young apprentice. His name is Angor? Someone quickly recognized Angor. He's the first one to touch the barrier. Well, I guess it's normal. All of Sunder's apprentices are strong. Mitra, on the other hand, was surprised by Angor's excellent alchemy skills. Considering Angor's age, Mitra believed that Angor's major was alchemy, which was why he thought Angor's personal strength was weak. He didn't expect Angor to be so strong, and he even had the guts to challenge the barrier. While everyone was discussing, Lawson suddenly said, "Don't worry. Interesting. I didn't think the kid could use the power of law." When Lawson mentioned it, the others finally noticed something. Around Angor's soul, there were traces of the law of gravity. They quickly realized that Sunder's gravity garden was built not long ago. No matter how jealous they were about Angor's sequence of gravity, they could only sigh. He's so lucky. To learn the sequence of laws when the sorcerer's garden was built, one would need the right time, place, and people. Angor could only say that he was lucky enough to learn it. With the sequence of gravity, he's super fast. No wonder he dared to come to the barrier at this time. But I think there's something wrong with his sequence of gravity. It's inside his soul. Even if there's something wrong, it's good enough. Once he becomes a wizard, it won't be a problem anymore. Whether he can become a wizard or not is another story. Maybe he'll die here this time. Some people didn't think Angor would win. But in the next second, Angor successfully broke out of the encirclement. On the screen, Angor pulled his soul back into his body and released a mist illusion, which allowed him to break free from the encirclement and escape. Although the series of actions only took 2 or 3 seconds, it was extremely dangerous. Even those who didn't like Sunders couldn't help but praise him. Angor managed to get away from them for now, but it would not be easy for him to get rid of them. Everyone looked at Angor on the screen and waited for his next move. While Angor was trying to break out of the encirclement, something unexpected happened at the lava lake. When the Lord of Tentacles showed up, the apprentices thought they could leave the exit as long as they could. However, they overestimated themselves and underestimated the Lord of Tentacles. The Lord of Tentacles' body was huge. Under the attacks of Yet-Hu, Xianxia, and the others, it only moved its tentacles from time to time. This confused the other apprentices, who believed that they could kill the Lord of Tentacles as long as they took it slow. The abyss it occupied was most likely the exit. The Lord of Tentacles' body was also a treasure. After testing it for a while, the apprentices began to attack the Lord of Tentacles with all their might. Only a few weak apprentices, such as Loki and Alan, were watching from afar. The Lord of Tentacles was forced to retreat. Everyone's eyes were red, and they kept getting closer to the Lord of Tentacles. As everyone was getting closer and closer to the abyss, the Lord of Tentacles suddenly squinted its eyes and jumped out of the abyss. By the time everyone realized that they were too close to the Lord of Tentacles, it was already too late. This huge octopus-like magical beast let out a strange sound in the air. It seemed to be laughing and mocking at the same time. Following that, countless tentacles plunged into the lava, turning themselves into a cage and locking most of the apprentices in. While everyone was panicking, the suckers on the abdomen of the King of Tentacles suddenly spurted out a dark gray mist that was filled with a strange sweet smell. Amidst the hazy sweet fragrance, the apprentices seemed to be drunk. He began to stagger, and a confused expression appeared on his face. The Lord of Tentacles didn't even need to attack. Instead, they all fell from the sky into the boiling lava. Apart from a small number of apprentices whose bloodline could resist the lava, most of the apprentices who fell into the lava instantly turned into white bones. Just this attack alone killed more than half of them. Only a small number of the apprentices survived. Some of them, like Loki, didn't step into the battlefield. Xianxia was a master of air dance, so he was lucky enough to escape. Before he left, he also took Freud with him. The two of them were breathing heavily outside. After a long while, Freud finally calmed down. "Thanks." Xianxia continued, "The Lord of Tentacles has been holding back all this time. Clearly, it wants more people to fall into its attack range so that it can kill them in one hit. And did you notice? There's not a single wound on it. We've been attacking it for more than half an hour, but we didn't even leave a scratch on it." Freud noticed it as well. "We can't fight the Lord of Tentacles with brute force." Freud looked at the apprentices who were still screaming and struggling in the lava lake. "Did we make a mistake? Is there really an exit in the abyss? There's no way Floating Mech City would arrange a dead end." Xianxia frowned as well. Maybe we're wrong. But if it's not here, where is it? Freud thought for a moment and looked up. The sky was dark, and the smoke in the lava area was too thick for them to see clearly. The abyss isn't the only dangerous place, Freud suddenly said. Xianxia looked at him. Freud pointed at the sky with his index finger. Maybe the exit isn't underground, but in the sky? Xianxia suddenly had an idea. The purification garden is huge. Tens of thousands of people have entered this place, but we've only met so few of them. If the exit was at a fixed location, it would take a long time to get there, not to mention whether other people could find it or not. But if the sky is the exit, we can leave as long as we fly upwards? Freud also thought of this possibility, but he still had some doubts. There were many apprentices who couldn't fly, and floating Mech City wouldn't kill them all. Maybe there was another way to get to the sky? Should we try? Not now. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Just keep it to yourself. We'll talk about it after we get out of here. While they were talking, the Lord of Tentacles was still slaughtering the apprentices. However, it was still limited to its tentacles. It was as if the Lord of Tentacles was restricted from moving further than its tentacles. Everyone realized this, but the number of people who managed to escape could still be counted on one hand. When they first arrived, there were about 50 of them. Now, there were only about 10 of them left. They used to laugh at those who didn't have the strength to enter the lava area, but now, they realized that they were the ones who should be laughing at themselves. Because they didn't have the strength, they saved the apprentices who stayed in the wasteland. Daira, we've lost so many of our men. You need to explain yourself. This thing is definitely as strong as a wizard. We can't stop it. Are you trying to kill us? Speak. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're from floating Mech City. Everyone began to point their guns at Della, trying to get the truth out of him. Some even tried to attack Della, but the difference in strength was too great. Della killed several people in a few moves. The survivors were already few, and now they were reduced by half. No one dared to say anything after seeing Daira's power. Xianxia walked to Daira with a smile on her face. It's about time. I've sent the staff elder down. These idiots are useless now. The crowd didn't understand what Xianxia meant until Daira's clothes glowed faintly and he transformed from a handsome man into a beautiful woman in a red soft armor. Their faces darkened as they realized what she meant. No wonder Big Brother Daira didn't say anything. It's not Big Brother Daira, it's Big Sister Daira. A childish voice came from behind. Loki, who was riding a white rhinoceros, pointed at Carveline, who had transformed into a woman, in surprise. I'm not Big Sister Daira, little brother. My name is Carveline. Carveline had a good impression of Loki and the apprentices after what happened outside the wasteland. After talking to Loki, she looked at the other person on the white rhinoceros, the chubby boy Alan. Hey, gourmet apprentice, I was really hungry just now. I really wanted to eat your grilled fish. Unfortunately, I didn't want to expose myself at that time. Now, I'm free. Do you have time to grill fish again? Alan came to the purification garden for no reason. He was still thinking about the death of so many people, so he didn't answer Carveline's question right away. Xianxia, on the other hand, looked at Alan curiously. Hey, I didn't know there's another gourmet apprentice here. You're only a level 1 apprentice, aren't you? Alan finally realized what was going on. He asked Xianxia shyly, are you a gourmet apprentice as well, pretty lady? Xianxia nodded. Of course. I'm here to collect ingredients. As soon as she finished speaking, an old man with a staff appeared beside Xianxia in a blink of an eye. The apprentices recognized him immediately. He was the one who attacked the Lord of Tentacles with Sharon's group. I remember that old man fell into the abyss because of the gray mist, right? Someone murmured. How come he's here now? You still don't understand? This old man is obviously with them. We'll distract the Lord of Tentacles while he sneaks into the abyss. It was yet Hugh who spoke. He was standing on a flying insect and hovering next to Freud. Yet Hugh was a man who cherished his life a lot. He stayed far away from the Lord of Tentacles and controlled his flying insects to attack. That was how he survived. The apprentices thought for a moment and understood what Yethu meant. They looked at Xianxia and Carveline with even more hostility. Did you get it, staff elder? Xianxia didn't care what others thought of her. Her eyes lit up when she saw the old man. The staff elder nodded with a smile and handed a small pouch to Xianxia. Here's the reward for dinner. Thank you for your hospitality. After he finished speaking, the figure of the elder holding the staff slowly faded away and finally disappeared. While everyone was still puzzled, Yethu's unpleasant and cold voice sounded. What did you steal from the abyss with our power? You have to show us. If it's something related to the exit, don't you think you're being too greedy? Yethu's mention of exit attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked at Xianxia. Even Hermes, the strongest of them all, looked at her. Xianxia could ignore the other apprentices, but not Hermes. Neither she nor Carveline were confident that they could kill Hermes. Hermes also asked, now that we're the only ones left, I hope you can tell us the truth. Is there an exit under the abyss? And what's in that pouch? Do you still need me to tell you if there's an exit at the bottom of the abyss? I didn't go down there. Isn't that proof enough? Xianxia continued, as for what's in the pouch, it's not like I can't show you. If I say it's an ingredient, then it's an ingredient. It's the egg of the Lord of Tentacles, one of the ingredients I use for cooking. While the apprentices were still looking at her suspiciously, the situation suddenly changed. A ferocious roar came from the abyss. At the same time, the lava in the lake began to explode. Lava splashed dozens of meters high into the air. While everyone was still confused, a powerful and violent aura began to spread out from the abyss. At first, the aura was still bearable, but as the roar continued, the aura grew stronger and stronger. In the end, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable. Alan, the weakest among them, even spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on top of the rhinoceros. While everyone was still in shock, waves of roars came from the abyss again and again, shaking the sky. Not only did the lava explode, but the scorched earth was also shattered. Smoke and dust were everywhere. When the roar reached its climax, a head suddenly popped out from the abyss. The Lord of Tentacles, who had fallen into the abyss, jumped out again. It seemed to be extremely angry. Its skin was turning red, and its blood was flowing backward. In addition to the change in its skin color, its head was also constantly expanding like a balloon. In just a few moments, it had expanded to its limit. It was obvious that the Lord of Tentacles was enraged. But why would he suddenly get angry? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. In the end, they all looked at the bag in Xianxia's hand. Xianxia was going to show them the egg, but when she saw the strange look on everyone's face, she subconsciously put the bag into a beautiful butterfly necklace around her neck. A space storage? Everyone looked at Xianxia in surprise. They did not expect a gourmet apprentice to have a space storage, which many wizards did not even have. Xianxia grabbed Carveline's arm and said, "Run. It's going crazy." With that, the two started to run. The others also felt that something was wrong. At first, the aura only made them feel uncomfortable. But as the color of the Lord of Tentacles' skin changed, it became more and more uncomfortable. Soon, the aura had reached the level of an official wizard. Everyone started to panic. Everyone quickly followed Xianxia and flew out of the lava lake. Roar. The Lord of Tentacles seemed to have noticed that everyone was running away. It let out an angry roar filled with energy waves. Everyone stopped when they heard the roar. It was not that they did not want to run, but they could not. The intense energy fluctuations not only caused the surrounding air to stagnate, but also caused everyone to feel as if they had fallen into a swamp. Their movements became sluggish, and some even fell into the lava. Yethu looked at Xianxia with a dark expression. It must be because you stole its egg. Give it back, or we're all going to die. Xianxia looked impatient. What does it have to do with me? Who knows if it's angry because of the egg? Besides, it's going to lead the army when the blood sacrifice starts. I'd rather it's my egg. Anyone's egg, no one's egg, you know what? You tricked us into attacking the Lord of Tentacles, and now you're putting us all in danger. What? It was Chocolate who spoke. She was jealous of Carveline for what she did to Xianxia. She was blaming Carveline and Xianxia for everything that happened in the wasteland. In any case, I'm not going to return it. At most, we can just fight. Whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. It's not about who has the bigger fist. We're all going to die. Yet Hugh pointed at the Lord of Tentacles, which was now half a size bigger. We can't move now. It's going to kill us sooner or later. What are you worried about? There's a magic array under the lava lake. The Lord of Tentacles can't go more than 1,000 meters away from the abyss. We can just run. As soon as Xianxia's voice trailed off, a magic array covered in strange patterns rose from the lava lake. Countless beams of light shot out from the array and trapped the Lord of Tentacles like a cage. See? Xianxia pointed at the magic array. With that, we don't have to worry about. Before she could finish her sentence, the Lord of Tentacles roared again. It swung its giant tentacles and kept hitting the light pillars at the edge of the magic array. Every time its tentacles touched the light pillars, the magic array would either restrain them or cut them off. In just a short time, the Lord of Tentacles had lost dozens of tentacles. However, it didn't seem to feel the pain. It kept waving its tentacles and glaring at Xianxia and the others. Its skin was turning red, its body was growing bigger, and its power was increasing. Suddenly, a crack sound came from the magic array below. Everyone looked down and saw one of the light beams shatter. A crack appeared on the magic array as well. As the Lord of Tentacles moved, more and more cracks appeared. The magic array was on the verge of collapsing. If the Lord of Tentacles broke through the magic array, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why don't you give its eggs back? Do you really want us all to die here? Yet Hugh yelled. Xianxia hesitated as well. If they didn't give the eggs back, they would all die here. It was just a few eggs. Why was the Lord of Tentacles so angry? Even if we give them back now, can we really appease the Lord of Tentacles? Carveline asked. The others hesitated. Judging from the current situation, it was hard to say. But if we don't give them back, we'll die. If we give them back, we might still have a chance to live, Chocolate said coldly. When the magic array shattered, Lawson suddenly frowned and said, the magic array holding the Lord of Tentacles back is broken. Everyone was still watching Angor's escape. Lawson's words didn't make sense to them yet. Lawson turned the screen to show what was happening on the lava lake. When everyone saw the Lord of Tentacles, which was twice as big and as red as blood, they were all stunned. Is it angry? Why would there be a problem at this time? Other than Muse and Lawson, no one else knew what happened at the lava lake. Muse squinted his eyes. It looks like they really did steal the Lord of Tentacles' egg. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so angry over a few ants. The Lord of Tentacles has gone berserk. Its power is increasing rapidly, but it's not normal. Once it calms down, it'll become weaker. At this point, Lawson sighed. The Lord of Tentacles is the main sacrifice. Due to the unnatural increase in power, its foundation will be shaken. When that happens, the main sacrifice's power will decrease and the number of auxiliary sacrifices will increase. Lawson meant that they might need 90% of the apprentices as sacrifices, but now they needed more. Well, it'll be interesting if we end up using 100% of the apprentices, Muse said with a smile. The only thing we can do now is to kill the Lord of Tentacles and let its life energy enter the purification garden, or find a way to calm it down, Lawson said. We can't use 100% of the apprentices as sacrifices. Too many things are involved. Fine, I'll go stop the Lord of Tentacles now. With that, Lawson prepared to leave the tower. Wait. Keep watching, Muse said. Muse pointed at the screen and changed it to Angor's point of view. Angor was now rushing toward the lava area with a large number of fish in tow. Back in Angor's view, he managed to break out of the encirclement at the cost of some serious injuries. Then, without hesitation, he began to fly downward. Maybe it was his intuition or his experience, but the path he took to go down was exactly the same as the one he took to get here. Angor left a trail of dust behind him as he carried the fish tied. According to the law of survival, if the prey didn't succeed for too long, they would usually give up and change their target. However, the fishes behind Angor didn't care at all. They wouldn't give up on Angor at all. Angor couldn't rely on the fishes to give up on him. He had to find a way to get away. he knew that the lava lake was right below him. There weren't many fish monsters around, and the thick smoke made it the best place to escape. However, to get rid of the fishes, he had to heal his wounds first. Otherwise, the smell of his blood alone wouldn't be enough to get rid of them. To heal his wounds, Angor had to run for a while, return to his body, use heal, and use spirit whisper again. This method did heal his wounds faster, but it also meant that he couldn't run as fast as he could, which meant he couldn't get rid of the fishes behind him. He only fully healed his wounds when he was about to reach the lava lake. During this time, Angor also found a small piece of flesh under his hood. Looking at the small piece of flesh with broken scales on it, Angor realized something. At that time, the reason why he was discovered by the sharks in the sky was because the flesh and blood of the fried fish had splattered everywhere. One of the pieces had stained his clothes, and the bloody smell of the fish had attracted the attention of the sharks. Angor was in his soul form at the time, so he didn't notice it at all. In the end, infinite reticence lost its effect. Angor sighed. Infinite reticence was good enough to make him invisible even to wizards, but it had many flaws as well. He had no choice but to put the cloak into his bracelet. Angor could already see the red glow of the lava lake on the ground. He planned to return to his body while the smoke was still thick. His soul returned to his body as soon as he entered the area. When his soul returned to his body, the sequence of gravity was gone. His body naturally fell. After he steadied himself, he immediately used cleanse to get rid of all the filth and smell on his body. Then, he planned to release the mist illusion, reactivate infinite reticence, and enter stealth mode. But he suddenly heard an angry roar. Distracted by the angry roar, his eyes were in a trance. He inadvertently looked down and saw a huge red octopus. It was angrily reaching out its tentacles and attacking in another direction. Angor looked back and saw that the octopus was attacking a group of apprentices. Not only Carveline and Signhouse, but also Alan, Lucian's old friend, was among them as well. Angor's distraction caused him to miss the natural barrier of white smoke. Furthermore, it began to fall continuously, and it looked like it was about to fall into the lava lake. Angor frowned and constructed a cantrip model in his mind space. Next, a tornado appeared under his feet. He wanted to use this tornado to rush into the white smoke not far away and then release the fog illusion to block the fish tide's line of sight. Then, he would use the method to escape. However, in the process of releasing the tornado, he made a small mistake. The tornado was released smoothly, but the direction of the tornado was a little off, and the result was that he might hit the light pillar that was holding the Lord of Tentacles back. He didn't know what the light beam was, but the giant octopus must be the Lord of Tentacles. The tentacles of the Lord of Tentacles were cut in half as soon as they touched the light beam, which showed how powerful the light beam was. "Watch out, Angor. Don't get close to the light beam." A familiar voice came into his ears. His eyes flashed as he found Keely standing behind the group of people and shouting at him. Angor knew there was something wrong with the light beam, so he prepared to cast another tornado. However, he was already inside the range of the Lord of Tentacles' aura. He felt his mana and movement becoming sluggish, and the energy around him became chaotic. He couldn't cast any cantrips at all. Although the Lord of Tentacles was more powerful than a wizard, its control over its aura was not as good as a wizard's. Otherwise, Angor wouldn't be so weak. Angor couldn't even move under Isabella's aura. As long as he could move, there was still hope. Since he couldn't cast another tornado, he decided to eject his soul again. On the other side, everyone, including Carveline and Signhouse, was shocked when they saw someone falling from the sky. Who was this intruder at this hour? Before they could figure out who it was, Keely, who had been keeping her distance from the group, suddenly mentioned the intruder's name. It was Angor. Half a month ago, none of them had heard of this name. However, in the past half a month, this name was often mentioned in their conversations. Some were mocking, some were jealous, and some were even mocking Angor. Due to disdain Angor's background, as well as the fact that the gossip magazines praised Angor as the leader of the younger generation, Angor ended up killing Angor instead of praising him. Besides, Angor was only a coward who lived in seclusion without any real achievements. Naturally, they didn't think highly of him. If Angor was as famous as Gebra, they might have accepted his name, even if it was just a bad reputation. But Angor didn't have a bad reputation. Instead, he was infamous for being a coward. Therefore, when Keely mentioned the man's name, most of the people looked at her with unfriendly eyes. But when they saw Angor was about to fall into the light beam, they couldn't help but feel sorry for Angor's death, as if Angor's death would be their future. But in the nick of time, he suddenly moved as fast as lightning. 1 second, he was about to fall into the light beam, and the next second, he was already 100 meters away from it. How was that? It was hard to see it with the naked eye. More importantly, how did Angor manage to move so fast even under the pressure? Keely sighed in relief. She wanted to tell Angor to get away from the Lord of Tentacles. Since Angor was so fast, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. But at this moment, the little black cat Luna, who had been sitting on the broom handle, suddenly trembled. It looked at the sky and let out a meow as if it was about to explode. Someone looked over in confusion. Following Luna's gaze, he raised his head and looked over. Then, he was completely stunned. So many what? Why are you pointing at the sky? Before he could finish his sentence, someone else was stunned. Like a contagious disease, everyone looked up at the sky and couldn't believe what they saw. What kind of scene was that? There was a famous painting in the wizarding world called Doomsday Calamity. The painter of this painting was an occult wizard known as Magic Painter. He could use his brush to connect 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions. He was a wizard who walked the path of truth. His Doomsday Calamity was a classic painting from Expedition into Planes, a periodical published by Moonfrost Union. The painting depicted how the rising sun demon from the Abyss Plane came to the southern wizarding region 10,000 years ago and caused the world to be turned upside down. The sky was filled with ferocious monsters, which looked like a dark cloud that was pressing down on the world. In front of the dark cloud stood a person whose face couldn't be seen clearly. His body was glowing faintly. He was the main character of this disaster, the rising sun demon. When he waved his hand, the dark clouds rolled and the land sank. This Doomsday Calamity was a classic painting that everyone in the southern wizarding region knew about. The scene they were witnessing right now was exactly the same as the one in Doomsday Calamity. Tens of thousands of monster fish were swimming in the sky. The bigger ones had giant whales and phosphorescent jellyfish that spanned across the heaven domain. The smaller ones also had shining silver scales, shining brilliantly. These demonic fish directly occupied the entire sky. They looked like a dark cloud that pressed down on everyone's nerves. And their target was none other than Angor. Their greedy, bloodthirsty, and angry gazes were all focused on Angor. Angor might not be as powerful as the rising sun demon, but this scene reminded everyone of Doomsday Calamity. That's scary. He provoked so many monster fish and still managed to get away. So, this is Sunder's apprentice? Imagine if they were in Sunder's shoes and were being chased by such a terrifying monster. They would probably be torn to shreds in an instant. While everyone was admiring Angor's ability to attract trouble, some people also looked at where Angor came from, the sky. Freud looked at the sky in silence as if he was thinking of something. What did it mean to fall from the sky? Even Hermes's eyes glinted as he tried to figure out what was going on. Did he just poke the fish's nest? How troublesome. Suddenly, a voice filled with dissatisfaction sounded. Everyone turned around to take a look. Before anyone realized it, Keely had already flown up on her broom. While everyone was still in shock, Keely ignored the pressure and flew toward Angor. Angor had escaped from the light beam's range, but the monster fish army was already closing in on him. The most important thing now was to find a way to get away from the fish. It was not a big problem for him to drag his body away. However, he already felt that he had used up too much of his soul energy. Even the soul orb would not last long. Moreover, in order to maintain his soul state, he had already drunk 3 cups of witch's soup. Every time he returned to his physical body, he would feel a little uncomfortable. After all, the main purpose of Celia's witch's soup was to maintain the vitality of a bloodline adept even after they had exhausted a large amount of their physical energy. It could also nourish his body after ejecting his soul, but that was not the main purpose of the soup. Since Angor did not use up any of his energy, drinking too much of Killian Witch's soup might cause his body to become too weak. Angor did not have any bloodline injection yet. Too weak to handle the soup was probably referring to his current condition. He had to solve this problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would die from drinking too much witch's soup. As Angor tried to come up with a plan, the Lord of Tentacles roared again. Even in his soul form, Angor still felt dizzy for a second. When he regained his senses, he saw that the light beam was almost destroyed. Half of the Lord of Tentacles' body had already crawled out of the magic array. Angor looked at the escaping Lord of Tentacles and the fish army above him. He had an idea. However, he did not have enough time to carry out his plan. While he was trying to come up with a plan, Keely suddenly rushed over on her broom. "Get on. Let's go." Angor was surprised. He did not know why Keely could ignore the aura. But it did him a favor. He nodded, returned to his body, and grabbed the broom's handle. Keely was about to carry Angor away. Angor pointed at the top right corner of the Lord of Tentacles' body. "Take me there." Keely did not know what Angor was going to do. 20 seconds. "Give me 20 seconds. Angor's eyes were filled with determination. Keely considered and did not ask any questions. Instead, she took Angor to the designated location. Angor wanted to create a large-scale illusion, and he had to cover the Lord of Tentacles. However, the monster was too big. He would have to go to several different locations to create illusion nodes. If he wanted to move alone, he would have to return to his body to use the nodes. But if he had to go to the next location to create an illusion node, he would have to use Soul Whisper to leave his body. This would cause a time crunch, but if Keely was with him, he wouldn't have to perform an out-of-body experience. After calculating the time, Angor went to 4 different locations and created dozens of illusion nodes to surround the Lord of Tentacles. The Lord of Tentacles was staring at Xianxia the whole time, so it did not notice that a tiny ant was plotting against it. 20 seconds later, Angor saw the fish swarm approaching him. "Thanks," he said to Keely. Under Keely's surprised gaze, Angor leaped into the air. Using himself as the center, he activated all the illusion nodes. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of Tentacles was surrounded by layers of mist that extended for thousands of meters. At the same time, the fish swarm in the sky also rushed into the mist. On one side was the fish swarm, and on the other side was the Lord of Tentacles. Angor's plan was to make them fight each other. As long as he could create enough chaos, he would be able to escape easily. However, he had to make them lose their basic sense of judgment first. Angor could only think of his own talent. He planned to use the illusion to change the fish's mind. He was confident that he could deceive opponents who were weaker than him. However, he wasn't sure if he could handle a phosphorescent jellyfish that was almost as strong as a wizard. Still, he didn't need to control the fish that were stronger than him. Just like the first fight he encountered after entering the purification garden. These schools of fish were not a single piece of metal without any flaws. Sometimes, he only needed to pry open a small gap, and the water would slowly push the gap wider and wider. What he needed to do was to open the gap. As soon as he entered the illusion, Angor felt like he had everything under his control. With a thought, a mysterious power began to surge in the illusion and messed up the fish's perception. A moment later, as Angor expected, less than 1/10 of the fishes were affected by the illusion, and most of them were weaker than him. The bigger ones wouldn't be affected. However, Angor was surprised to see the Lord of Tentacles, the strongest creature in the group and one that he didn't think would be deceived by the illusion, showed some confusion in its eyes. The confusion only lasted for half a second, but it was enough for the Lord of Tentacles to hit a few flying fishes with its tentacles. Among them was the phosphorescent jellyfish, which was almost as strong as the Lord of Tentacles. Angor didn't think his plan would work, but it was worth a try. However, the Lord of Tentacles lost its mind due to its anger after its egg was stolen, and it ended up being controlled by the monster for half a second. There were already a lot of fishes affected by the illusion, and the Lord of Tentacles' attack only made things worse. The phosphorescent jellyfish immediately began to fight back. Every time the phosphorescent jellyfish attacked, a large number of fish would die. In the end, even some whales that were slightly weaker than the phosphorescent jellyfish started attacking the Lord of Tentacles. Angor used infinite reticence to eject his soul and appeared at the edge of the mist. He couldn't leave the mist or the confusion effect would be nullified. He had to carefully dodge the attacks while secretly expanding the mist to give himself more space. The battle between the phosphorescent jellyfish and the Lord of Tentacles was getting more and more intense. The phosphorescent jellyfish seemed to be getting angrier and angrier. Its strength was slowly increasing, and the phosphorescent fire around it had melted half of the flying fishes around it. In the end, the transparent pink jellyfish turned red because of its anger. It was almost the same color as the skin of the Lord of Tentacles. Their strength had also been raised to the extreme. Both of them had reached the level of an adept. The scene of the attack was even more earth-shattering. Not long after, close to 50% of the tens of thousands of flying fish had died. He almost achieved his goal, but at the same time, he became even more terrified. If he wasn't careful, even if it was just a little bit of the chaotic energy, he would die on the spot. In this chaotic energy, several illusion nodes were broken, and the fog illusion slowly disappeared. Because of the fight between the two bosses, the fish all fled to the sky without caring about Angor anymore. Suddenly, only the phosphorescent jellyfish and the Lord of Tentacles were left fighting in the lava lake. As soon as the illusion disappeared, he quickly ran away from the battlefield. Then, Keely picked him up, hung him on a broom, and drove him away. On the other side, the Lord of Tentacles was forced to focus on fighting the phosphorescent jellyfish, while Xianxia and the others also took the opportunity to escape from the area of effect. The Lord of Tentacles tried to chase after them, but the phosphorescent jellyfish wouldn't let it go so easily. Seeing its egg being taken away by Xianxia, the Lord of Tentacles roared and doubled its size. Blood gushed out of its skin, and its strength reached an unimaginable level again. The area of effect also became several times larger, and the people who were already far away were once again suppressed. Everyone's expression was gloomy as they watched their hope turn into disappointment once again. Suddenly, a cold and emotionless mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears. Your power has reached its peak. The sacrifice has been brought forward. Everyone turned around to look at the source of the voice. The black-robed Luosan had appeared in the sky above the lava lake. Lawson looked down at the Lord of Tentacles and the phosphorescent jellyfish in surprise. Muse was right. Angor managed to turn this situation around in the end. Of course, Angor wouldn't be able to get anything out of the fight even if the Lord of Tentacles and the phosphorescent jellyfish fought against each other. However, his actions had caused these two demonic fish, who originally had their own territories and did not invade each other, to clash. The phosphorescent jellyfish even reached the level of a wizard because of the fight. At the same time, the Lord of Tentacles also grew stronger because of the phosphorescent jellyfish's attack and the theft of its egg. Even though this was a special kind of strength, once it calmed down, its strength would definitely plummet to the worldly realm. But it didn't matter. Here he was. He just needed to sacrifice the Lord of Tentacles and the phosphorescent jellyfish when they reached their peak. That way, the benefits would be much more useful than the sacrifice. Lawson estimated that the increase in strength of one main sacrifice and one side sacrifice would reduce the number of sacrifices by at least 20%. In other words, 90% of apprentices would be sacrificed before, but 70% would be saved now. In other words, Angor's plan saved tens of thousands of apprentices. Lawson didn't really care about the number of apprentices who died, but it would be easier for him to explain to the other organizations. It was also a good thing for Floating Mech City. Following Lawson's appearance, a violent whirlpool appeared in the dark sky. As soon as Lawson said sacrifice ahead of time, a giant metal hand reached out from the vortex and covered the Lord of Tentacles and the phosphorescent jellyfish. The Lord of Tentacles and the phosphorescent jellyfish had reached their limits, but they still couldn't resist Lawson's attack. They were crushed into meat paste in an instant, and the energy and flesh that escaped from their bodies flowed back to the world. With that done, Lawson gave Angor a meaningful look before he slowly disappeared into thin air. Seeing Lawson disappear, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they felt the energy in the air return to normal. Rocky, who had been lying on the back of the white sand rhino, sat up again and sighed. That's great. We're finally safe. Nothing bad will happen to us, right? But as soon as he spoke, they heard a loud rumbling coming from underground. They looked down and saw the scorched earth of the lava zone crumbling. Lava was spewing out of the ground, reaching hundreds of meters into the air from time to time. At the same time, a large amount of black smoke rose from the ground, turning the lava zone into a forbidden zone again. Shut your crow's mouth. Hermes slapped Loki's head and spoke to Tana. We can't stay here for too long. Let's get out of here. Tana glanced at Alan, who was still half conscious. Okay. Although they had some unpleasant experiences before, they all reached a consensus and flew out of the lava area. No one said a word as they left. However, they kept glancing at the young man who was hanging on Keely's broom. Their eyes were filled with unspeakable emotions. Lawson was the one who killed the 2 wizard-level monsters, but they all knew that this young man was the one who made it happen. At first, they thought Angor was just a coward who didn't live up to his name. But who would dare to take such a large group of fishes for a stroll? Which apprentice would dare to scheme against wizard-level monsters? More importantly, he did it. Not only did Angor live up to his name, but he was also much stronger than what was described in the magazines. Angor was still panting heavily on Keely's broom. He still hadn't calmed down yet. He didn't feel anything when he was fighting a wizard-level monster. It was only after everything was over that he began to feel fear. In the situation at that time, the slightest mistake would have resulted in death. Even his soul might not have been able to escape. Now that he thought about it, he felt chills running down his spine. Suddenly, he heard a soft meow. He turned around and saw Luna, the black cat sitting on the broom handle, jumped onto his shoulder and meowed at him. Luna sensed Angor's unstable mind, so it licked Angor's cheek with its pink tongue. Angor was a little surprised, and the fear in his heart disappeared. Luna is thanking you, Keely spoke in a plain tone. Thanking me? Angor didn't know what she meant. It thinks we'd all be dead without you, so it's thanking you. For some reason, Angor felt that Keely's voice was not as cold as before. There was something else in it. Angor nodded. I was just trying to save myself. I didn't know it would end up like this. Keely was going to ask Angor how he attracted so many fish, but she felt it was inappropriate to ask such a question from someone else's point of view. So, she gave up and focused on guiding the broom forward. Angor patted Luna's head to show his friendliness. Luna was licking Angor's face a second ago, but the next second, 3 bloody scratches were left on his hand. He yelped in pain as Luna's tail slapped his face. Luna then hopped onto the broom without looking back. That's a cat for you. What a weird temper. Angor cursed in pain. He cast heel on his hand and glared at Luna, who was still pretending to be innocent. Luna doesn't like other people touching it. If you want to touch it, you have to do it when it's happy, Keely said. Angor glanced at Luna. It's not happy right now? It's somewhere between happy and unhappy. Keely paused and rubbed Luna's chin. It's happy now. The black cat's expression didn't change at all. How can you tell if it's happy or not? Also, how can its mood change so fast? Can it switch between happy and unhappy in a second? How can I tell if you're happy or not? I know. Keely read Angor's expression. I know all about Luna's emotions. Angor complained in his mind. As expected, pets took after their masters. They all had weird personalities. You must be Mr. Angor, right? As expected of Mr. Phantom's student. Just as Keely said, if you hadn't saved us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have survived. Angor turned around and saw the young man standing beside the rhino. He didn't want to talk to Angor, but when he saw Alan lying on the rhino's back, he nodded. It's just a coincidence, Angor replied politely. And if Mayor Lawson didn't come in time, I would have died too. Anyway, we would have been in big trouble if you didn't come. The young man chuckled and introduced himself. I'm Hermes, from Moxa Westland. Before the young man could finish, Loki, who was holding the rhino's horn, raised his hand and introduced himself. I'm Loki, from Moxa Westland too. This is my junior brother. Hermes pointed at Loki with an annoyed expression. Moxa Westland? Angor didn't recognize the name. But it didn't matter. He nodded and was about to ask about Alan when Loki suddenly asked, Mr. Angor, why did you attract so many fish monsters? Did you go to the sky? Loki's question caught everyone off guard. Freud and Sharon glanced at each other and followed the crowd to look at Angor. Everyone wanted to know the answer to that question, but they all stopped because of their own thoughts. Even Hermes wanted to find out if there was an exit in the sky, but he wanted to ask secretly through telepathy. He didn't expect Loki to bring it up first, even though it seemed like he wanted to. Keely frowned. It was rare for her to think from someone else's point of view. She didn't expect a brat to ask such a question. She glanced at Loki in disdain and noticed the latter's fear. It's none of your business. If you want to be a burden, just hide behind your senior brother. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're young. Rocky wanted to argue after being scolded like that. But Tana tugged at his arm, and Hermes whispered to him to stop talking. Loki could only pout and lower his head with an unhappy look on his face. Angor didn't expect Keely to speak up and side with him. He didn't think the question was too difficult to answer, but he didn't want to embarrass Keely any further, so he chose to remain silent. Since Angor didn't say anything, the others had to pretend nothing happened and keep moving. After flying for half a day, they were surprised to find that the original location of the wasteland had been covered by a layer of scorching magma. Furthermore, it was spreading even further at an extremely fast speed. Red lava was everywhere, and smoke was rising everywhere. The lava had already reached the grassland. Judging by the size of the lava, the entire grassland would be swallowed by the lava soon. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. If they still couldn't find the exit, they might not even have a place to stand. They couldn't fly in the sky forever. Not to mention the problem of mana consumption, just the flying fish alone was a problem. They had already killed countless schools of flying fish along the way. Angor also saw how strong they were. If he didn't have the sequence of gravity, it would be hard to say who would win in a head-on clash. Hermes' control of the sand had reached the point of perfection. In the blink of an eye, the flying fish were sucked dry of their blood and turned into dried corpses. Back then, Angor used a trick to defeat the flying fishes. Hermes, on the other hand, fought head-on and easily defeated the flying fish. It was hard to say who was stronger between the two, but it was clear that Hermes was the stronger one. The group flew for a while longer. They had caught up with the lava, but it was still eating away at the grassland from all directions. No one knew where to stop. Xianxia suddenly stopped. I won't stay with you. Let's go our separate ways. Xianxia and Freud exchanged a glance, then looked at Yethu. Yethu nodded, and the three of them left together. Before leaving, Yethu spoke in his unpleasant voice, Xianxia, this is all because of you. If you can leave the garden alive, I hope you can give us an explanation. Of course, I hope you'll die here. Yethu glanced at Angor. The taste ant told him that Angor was the one who was eavesdropping on them. He was going to mock Angor, but when he thought about how Angor saved his life, he decided not to admit it. Besides, Angor was Sunder's student, so Yethu didn't want to offend him. Yethu nodded at Angor and left with Xianxia and Freud. What Yethu said made Xianxia and Carveline the center of attention again, but they didn't seem to mind it at all. Instead, they just let everyone stare at them. Chocolate humphed. I'll go too. I don't want to stay with you. Who knows if you'll get me killed again? She cast a cold glance at Carveline and Tana, thanked Angor, and disappeared into the smoke alone. Everyone left one after another. In the end, only Keely, Angor, Carveline, Xianxia, Hermes, and Tana were left behind. Keely also wanted to leave, but she wasn't in the mood to say goodbye. She turned her broom around and prepared to leave. Angor quickly took out his gondola from his bracelet and hopped onto it. The beautiful gondola attracted everyone's attention as soon as it showed up. In particular, the starry sky curtain that enveloped gondola looked extremely dreamy and beautiful in the night sky. Keely frowned and gave Angor a puzzled look. Angor sat down on the gondola and shrugged. You can go by yourself if you want. I'm not leaving anytime soon. Why not? Angor didn't answer. He had been thinking about what the thin veil in the sky meant, and what did the hourglass mean? Was something going to happen in 2 hours? Or something else? It wasn't until Lawson showed up that Angor had a vague idea of what was going on. Lawson mentioned something about early sacrifice when dealing with the Lord of Tentacles. Did that mean the real sacrifice hadn't started yet? As for the so-called real sacrifice, could it be that the golden sand in the glass ball at the top of the hourglass had been completely drained? In other words, it would only begin after 2 hours. Angor's instinct told him that the thin veil above his head was the exit. Since the veil couldn't be opened yet, he didn't need to wander around. When the time was right, he would fly into the sky and take a look. While waiting for the veil to open, Angor planned to stay behind the group. Hermes was strong enough to deal with the flying fish single-handedly. He could also use this time to recover his mana while under the shade of a big tree. More importantly, Keely didn't want to leave. Angor didn't want to stay with Keely. He never liked Keely's personality. However, she came to him as soon as they entered the garden, and she also cooperated well with him. Angor didn't want to say that out loud. "I promised my professor that I'll protect you," Keely said in a cold tone. The others all looked at Angor in surprise. Angor had such a large school of demonic fish, including a wizard-level phosphorescent jellyfish, which meant he was already strong enough. Keely's promise sounded like a joke. "Do you think I need your help?" Angor asked. Keely remained silent for a moment. She thought that Angor would be a burden like Loki. But the reality told her that Angor was not only strong, but also wise and calm in the face of danger. She didn't want Angor to be her sacrifice target. However, since she had promised her teacher that she would protect him, she did not want to go back on her words. In the end, Keely didn't leave. Instead, she followed behind the group. Angor's decision made the others curious as well. Hermes also considered splitting up. But it seemed that Angor was going to stay with them, and he couldn't leave Tana either. Xianxia and Carveline were also following the group, so Hermes didn't want to say anything. Also, Hermes had a feeling that both Angor and Xianxia knew where the exit was. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so relaxed. If they knew where the exit was, Hermes would be able to find it as soon as possible. And so, they all headed in the same direction, each with their own thoughts. As for where they were heading, no one really knew. Xianxia kept looking back at her gondola. It was obvious that she liked it a lot. But for some reason, she didn't approach Angor. Angor glanced at Hermes. Hermes had been using his flying spell for a long time, which consumed a lot of mana. Angor asked him to take a rest on the boat. Hermes glanced at Tana and asked if he could bring her on board as well. Angor glanced at Tana, who smiled at him. He was a little distracted by Tana's sexy bikini outfit. But he still nodded when he remembered that Hermes was going to take care of the flying fishes. Hermes and Tana took a rest on the boat while the rhino hovered beside the gondola. Angor sneaked a peek at Alan, who was lying on the rhino's back. He was too weak, at the same level as Xylem. Why would he come to the Garden of Purification, which was full of dangers? Angor once heard John tell him about the 3 great things in life. He didn't know much about the other 2, but there was one thing he remembered clearly: meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Although he and Alan weren't close friends, they had been friends for more than half a year since they left Gru Town. Also, both of them came from the Old Earth, so Angor decided to pay more attention to Alan because they were both from Old Earth. He took a closer look and saw that Alan was still unconscious. Alan's injuries were not serious, but he was still too weak to fight against the Lord of Tentacles' aura. Alan should be fine after some rest. "I heard Alan talking about you before." Tana suddenly spoke up. Angor looked at Tana with a puzzled look. "Alan mentioned me? How do you know what your relationship with Alan is?" "Alan and I both trained at the Butterfly Tavern," said Tana. "When we arrived at Floating Mech City, the news that you're Mr. Sunder's apprentice has been spreading like wildfire. At that time, Alan mentioned you and said that you came from the same hometown. At that time, Alan's expression was one of surprise and happiness for you. He also said that his sister would be happier than him if she knew about it." Angor was doubtful at first, but when Tana mentioned Aline, he began to believe her. "Alan's sister didn't come to the Purification Garden, did she?" Tana shook her head. "I don't know, but I don't think so. When we arrived at Floating Mech City, Alan tried looking for White Coral Floating Island Academy, but he didn't see Aline. I don't think she's here. After all, she just joined the wizarding world less than 2 years ago." At this point, Tana suddenly said, "Speaking of which, Alan once said that you started cultivating 1 step later than them. I didn't expect that your strength has far surpassed Alan's." Tana's words caught everyone's attention. "Tana, you're saying Alan joined the wizarding world less than a year and a half ago?" Hermes knew that Alan had only been training for less than 2 years. Reaching the peak of level 1 was already an excellent achievement. Tana nodded. If Alan didn't lie to me, I think so. Hermes gave Angor a shocked look. Just like him, Angor was also a level 2 apprentice. But Hermes had joined the wizarding world for more than 10 years, while Angor was only a level 2 apprentice for less than 2 years. What kind of training speed was this? Even if he had a special channeling method, he still needed to have a talent that matched the channeling method perfectly. Angor's talent couldn't be more than 15% compatible with the channeling method, right? What Hermes didn't know was that singularity dispersive meditation already had a minimum compatibility of 30%. If Angor's talent matched with the channeling method, the compatibility would be even higher. No wonder Mr. Sunders almost killed Bogula for you. You're really talented. Hermes shook his head. As a genius who was praised by many, Hermes was also jealous of Angor. Tana was in a good mood. She was already surprised when Ellen said these words to her about half a month ago. Steinhaus's eyes lit up when she heard the news, and an idea came to her mind. You've only cultivated for 1.5 years? Keely, who hadn't said anything, suddenly asked. Keely was sitting on the broom while Luna was squatting beside her. The two pairs of eyes looked at Angor at the same time. Angor knew the story of a tree that stood out in the forest. He did not like to show off his training time or his talent. However, since Tana already told him about it, he could not refute it. So he just nodded vaguely. Keely lowered her head and pondered about something. Luna hopped onto her shoulder and began to lick Keely's cheeks. Not long ago, Luna had done the same thing to him. Luna seemed to be very sensitive to human emotions. So, was Keely feeling down now? He didn't know. He didn't know Keely that well, so he didn't have the right to ask. He turned around and looked at Tana again. Back on the Redbud, Angor also helped Alan get recruited by Candy House. He thought Greya would take him in, but he didn't expect that Alan would end up in Felicia's Butterfly Tavern. Apart from the joy of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, Angor was more confused about what he saw in the Purification Garden. Why did Alan come to the garden? Angor wondered why Alan would come to the garden to seek his own death. Tana knew what Angor meant, but she was also confused. A month ago, we received a letter from our professor. She asked us to come to the garden. I thought it was just a gift for us. But when we met Hermes in Floating Mech City. Tana and I are childhood sweethearts. We've lived together since we were young. We parted ways a long time ago, and I thought I would never see her again. I didn't expect her to join the wizarding world too. Hermes explained from the side. Everyone could tell that he was trying to assert his sovereignty over this place. Tana glared at Hermes and continued, after meeting Hermes, I learned that there's more to the Purification Garden than meets the eye. My mentor asked me to come, and I can probably figure it out. But my mentor asked Alan to come as well, and I don't understand. Perhaps he thinks that Alan's luck is quite good, and that he can escape death? A month ago, Felicia was still in Dark Castle, right? Why did she send them an invitation? Could it be that, as Tana said, it was Alan's blessing? Of course Alan is lucky. We're here, aren't we? I'll take both of you out of here safely. Hermes slapped his chest. Tana gave him a sideways glance. Just keep Alan safe. I don't need your protection. Of course not. I didn't want to come here. If I didn't have to protect you, Angor shook his head and chuckled at the couple's first awakening of love. He did not want to be the third wheel. At first, he was worried about Alan's safety, but since Hermes had promised that he would take Alan away safely, he was relieved. Now, the only friends he could recognize in the garden were Nausicaa and Alan. Now that Alan had found someone to rely on, Tana seemed to be taking good care of him. Angor couldn't help but think about Nausicaa. He wondered how she was doing. In a forest tens of thousands of kilometers away. A huge flying fish that looked like a python suddenly spiraled like a clockwork. It spun rapidly and finally crashed heavily into the mountain wall. Its eyes were still covered in the mosquito coil. Before it could react, a fist shining with silver light appeared in front of its eyes. The fish's head exploded, and its brain matter splashed everywhere. Nice spiral kill. Sean, who was sitting on Gank's back, clapped her hands happily. Gank, whose face was covered by a mask, also sensed the joy of his master and began to perform the barbarian's sacrificial dance. Nausicaa used create water to clean up the brain matter and flesh on her arm. She walked to Genk with a smile. Tell Genk to stop jumping. If he keeps jumping, Shilyu will fall down. Sean looked at Shilyu, who was sleeping on Genk's right shoulder. Shilyu's body was trembling because of Genk's dance. Her cute little curly hair was also swaying left and right. It was quite a funny sight. Don't worry. Shilyu slipped from Genk's back and fell on the ground yesterday. She's fine. Don't worry about it. Sean gave Nausicaa a don't worry look. Nausicaa sighed. Shilyu will chop you up if she finds out that you're messing with her while she's sleeping. Don't worry. Shilyu won't do that. Sean chuckled and waved her ponytail. Nausicaa shook her head. She might be arguing with Sean right now, but she was happy as well. She didn't expect the two of them to find her within a day of entering the purification garden. To be more precise, Shilyu found Sean first and then Nausicaa. Before entering the garden, Shilyu left her own blood on them. As someone with the talent of water, Shilyu couldn't directly control other people's blood. However, she could smell her own blood from thousands of kilometers away. Caught off guard, they were found one by Shilyu. Nausicaa was confident that she could get through the garden, but Angor didn't expect her to do so. However, only she knew how weak her confidence was. But now, she had Sean and Shilyu. They might not be the final survivors, but they could help each other a lot. She didn't show it on her face, but she was actually quite happy about it. Are we still going to move forward? I think it's a waste of time if we keep walking around aimlessly. Why don't we try to find someone? Maybe we can find an apprentice from Floating Mech City and force them to tell us about the blood sacrifice mechanism. Otherwise, we'll be completely blind, Sean said. Nausicaa considered for a moment. I've been thinking about this. Mr. Lawson wouldn't have told us about the blood sacrifice mechanism when we entered the garden. We've been walking around aimlessly ever since we entered the garden. There's no sign of any buildings. It feels like this is the world of the monsters. Maybe he wants us to find the exit. But how are we supposed to do that without any clues? The garden is so big that finding an exit is like finding a needle in a haystack. So I have an idea. Maybe the exit is very obvious. Sean followed Nausicaa's words. Yes. But I can't see it. Nausicaa continued, maybe the exit will only appear at a certain time. Maybe it's not time yet. Or what? Sean was curious. Or maybe the exit has already appeared. We just didn't notice it, Nausicaa said as she looked up at the boundless sky. Flying fishes would occasionally float by. You mean the sky? Sean asked. The garden is meant for the blood sacrifice, which means a lot of people will die. There are too many flying fishes in the sky, and some of them are gigantic, so we've designated them as a forbidden area. But what if the forbidden area is actually the exit? If we enter the forbidden area, we'll lose a lot of people. Nausicaa's way of thinking was almost identical to Angor's. There were quite a few people in the garden who could come up with such an idea. Sean wasn't an idiot either. She already had an idea after hearing Nausicaa's words. Maybe it's the sky. But how are we going to fly there? Sean frowned. Don't worry about that now. Watch out. There's a large group of flying fishes coming. Nausicaa glanced at the dozens of flying fishes in front of them, each of which looked fierce. Get ready. While Nausicaa was fighting, they also encountered a group of flying rays that carried frost auras. This group of flying rays was different from all the other flying fish they had encountered before. There were nearly 20 of them, and each of them had a wingspan of more than 20 meters. The golden flying ray at the top had a wingspan of more than 50 meters. Every time they flapped their wings, frost energy would appear, and the white mist and ice crystals would block all their paths. It was obvious that the flying ray was extremely hostile towards them. Without warning, a meteor-like bolt of ice struck the stern of gondola. Hermes rolled away and jumped out of the boat. The wind blew the frost meteor all over the place. Looks like we'll have to do our best this time. Hermes looked at the largest golden ray. I'll take care of the big ones. As for the smaller ones, you'll have to take care of them. Hermes glanced at Tana. You take care of Alan and Loki. No problem. Tana suddenly arched her back and transformed into a 3-meter-long, dark brown feathered leopard in front of everyone. Tana flapped her wings and shielded Gondola and the white rhinos. Carveline also stepped out. Her long dress and armor were fluttering in the wind. She pointed her longsword at the flying rays. The battle was about to begin. This was the most intense battle they had ever fought since they left the lava lake. The flying rays had slippery shells. Whenever they hit them, they would slide to the side. Plus, the frost aura they released did not seem to have an upper limit on their mana, which made them uncomfortable. Moreover, the flying rays were all as strong as level 2 apprentices, while the golden rays were as strong as level 3 apprentices. Carveline was surrounded by 6 flying rays. No one could see what was going on inside. They could only see the flashes of blades and the white mist. Keely was a fire wizard, which naturally countered flying rays. She could easily take on 10 flying rays at the same time. Hermes was having the most difficult time. The golden flying ray was very strong. He had to face the golden flying ray alone and guard against the other 3 smaller ones, which put him in danger several times. In the end, Tana, who had transformed into a feather leopard, put Ellen and Loki on the gondola. She and the white rhinoceros went up to help and split up a few flying rays to make the situation a little more balanced. Angor wanted to join the fight as well, but he had not fully digested the witch soup yet, so he did not dare to eject his soul yet. Since he couldn't fly, he had to drive his gondola to join the battle. However, Ellen and Loki were on gondola, so he had no choice but to stay away from the battlefield. As time passed, the balance of the battle slowly shifted. Carveline had already taken care of 5 flying stingrays. Now that she was facing one alone, victory was only a matter of time. Once Carveline's battle was over, it would be much easier to help the others. Angor was glad to see the tables turned. Loki was lying on the edge of the ship, watching the battle nervously. Seeing that the victory was in their favor, his tense expression relaxed a little. When he turned around, he saw Xianxia leaning against the stern of the gondola. Xianxia did not join the battle. It was as if she had gone into hiding after the battle began. Loki turned around and saw Xianxia staring at the carvings on the gondola. She was staring at the sun, moon, and stars. Why aren't you going out to help? What are you doing? Rocky frowned and asked straightforwardly. Just let them handle this kind of battle. Xianxia yawned in boredom. I'm just a gourmet apprentice. What can I do? Loki considered the gourmet apprentice's strength and looked at Alan, who was still sleeping. He agreed with what she said, but he still believed that Xianxia was capable of fighting. Angor also looked at Xianxia. He once followed her in stealth mode and witnessed her amazing flying ability, as well as her fearless attitude toward flying fishes. Besides, Xianxia called the other apprentices a bunch of idiots, which meant she was not weak. As for why Xianxia did not join the battle, he did not care. He did not have the right to blame others for not joining the battle. Xianxia noticed that Angor was looking at her. Well, I'm a gourmet apprentice, just like this kid. You can't count on me to fight. But once we win, I'll make you a meal as a token of my gratitude. Loki was a foodie himself, and he was impressed by Alan's roast meat not long ago. He quickly nodded when he thought about the food made by a gourmet apprentice who was even better than Alan. Xianxia chuckled. Thank you so much for helping me with the Lord of Tentacles. So, I'll give you a share of the egg. I'll use it to make a meal for you. Would you like to join me, Mr. Angor? As for food, Angor didn't really care. He nodded and agreed. Xianxia narrowed her eyes. Now, let me think about how to make the egg. Should I use it as a roast or something else? While Xianxia was mumbling to herself, Loki suddenly said, Damn it. That big one's coming. At some point in time, the golden flying ray found a gap and blew Hermes hundreds of meters away. Then, as if it wanted to pick the weakest target first, the golden flying ray suddenly accelerated toward Gondola. Watch out, Angor! Hermes shouted. Angor pushed Loki away and jumped to the front of the boat. A green light flashed in his eyes, and his body suddenly became blurred in everyone's eyes. When he closed his eyes, he realized that the blurred image was just an illusion. While everyone was trying to figure out what Angor's action meant, the golden flying ray began to tremble and slowly moved away from Gondola. Its eyes were filled with fear as if Gondola was the most terrifying thing in the world. The giant golden flying ray quickly turned around and ran away like a frightened child. However, Hermes was already waiting for it on its path. The golden flying ray crashed into a dense sand curtain. When the golden flying ray passed through the sand curtain, all of its flesh and blood were sucked dry, and it fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The blood-soaked sand slowly fell into the small bottle on Hermes' waist. The golden flying ray's death hastened the end of the battle. Several minutes later, everyone returned to their original positions. Hermes and Tana, who was in human form, also returned to Gondola. This battle allowed Angor to see how strong the others were. Keely's clothes were perfectly clean as if she did not participate in the battle at all. However, Angor knew that she killed all 10 golden flying rays. Carveline was not to be underestimated either. She could easily handle 6 golden flying rays. As for Hermes, it was Tana who caught Angor's attention the most. Her transformation into a feathered leopard surprised Angor a lot. It was obvious that Tana had the bloodline of a feathered leopard, which meant that she had a high bloodline affinity. But if he remembered correctly, Tana mentioned that her teacher was Felicia? So she wasn't a gourmet student. Tana noticed Angor's curiosity and explained casually, I have 2 talents. One is bloodline, and the other is occult. But maybe it's because my talents are too average. Neither of them is particularly outstanding. Unlike Alan, who is much more talented in gourmet because of his single talent. 2 talents? That's rare. Angor tried to recall what he read in a book. My teacher once mentioned something about dual talents. Mr. Sunders mentioned dual talents? Tana was curious. She did not know what Sunders said about dual talents. Yes. My teacher mentioned it. He said that people with dual talents have a wider path ahead of them. But it's better not to focus on both talents in the early stages. Focus on one talent first, and when you become a wizard and have a longer lifespan, you can study other talents. Tana nodded. Master Felicia said the same thing, but I felt that the gourmet class was too weak, so I focused on the bloodline class instead. Now, I'm not that strong. Ugh. Hermes saw Tana's frustrated look and put an arm around her shoulder. Don't worry. Once we get rid of the disease, you can focus on one talent first. Your future is limitless. Tana pushed Hermes away in annoyance. I do want to focus on one. But I'll do it after we leave the garden. Tana paused and looked at him curiously. I'm really curious. What did you do just now? Why did that golden flying ray suddenly turn around? Fear. After the fight with the golden flying ray, the group continued their journey. They did not care where they were going. Hermes was sure that Angor had a plan. Maybe Angor was heading to the exit. In the meantime, Xianxia began to prepare the food she had promised earlier. Everyone was looking forward to the food made by a gourmet apprentice. While doing so, Angor noticed something that he did not know if it was fate or not. When Xianxia took out the ingredients from her necklace, Angor noticed that the necklace was shaped like a pink butterfly. If he was not mistaken, this was one of the 4 space necklaces Angor gave to Devil Dare, Pink Butterfly. Angor did not expect to see this necklace again after half a year. He didn't tell Xianxia that he was the one who made the pink butterfly heart. Instead, he paid close attention to Xianxia's movements. Speaking of which, his manna bread still tasted like stinky socks, and he couldn't figure out why. Even Greya told him not to spend too much time on gourmet cantrip, but he was not going to give up so easily. It was rare to see a gourmet wizard making food, so he had to pay more attention. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything. Xianxia didn't try to hide anything when she was making her dish. Angor still didn't get anything out of it. But he did notice something strange about the mirage. Gourmet mirages were illusions created by gourmet wizards when they were making food. Back on the redbud, Angor almost ate an oil lamp as if it was a chicken drumstick. Gourmet mirages were deadly to mortals, but they didn't work on apprentices who had spirit constructs. Instead, they could tell the source of the food and the taste of the food through the mirage. For example, Xianxia's dish was actually a mirage created by her magic. The King of Dark Tentacles was emitting steam all over its body. It was dancing in the smoke with a smile on its face. Its tentacles, which were full of suction cups, were making all kinds of gestures to receive all kinds of food and auxiliary materials, such as wind tunnel, Bonnie Lulu egg, rich milk, perilla leaves. The king of dark tentacles stuffed these auxiliary materials into its big mouth, and then a raging flame appeared in the mirage. After the flames burned, a plate of explosive lava red egg soup was placed in front of everyone, shining with a fiery red light. From the mirage, Angor could tell which ingredients were used to make the dish. That was all mirages could do. However, as an illusionist apprentice, Angor noticed something strange about the mirage. For example, the mirage wasn't created by a gourmet wizard. Instead, it was created by the competition between taste and fire. There were no real illusion nodes in the middle of it. It was purely filled with the smell of extraordinary power and extraordinary flames, which gave people an illusion during the collision. But that was all Angor could tell. As for Xianxia's recipe, he couldn't understand it at all. He didn't think he could use it to improve his mana bread. Molten lava egg soup. It can increase your affinity with the fire element and increase your fire elemental spellcasting power for a short time. Xianxia explained as she placed the soup in front of everyone. White eggs and green leaves could be vaguely seen in the fiery red soup. Above the fragrant soup, there were also some small mirages. I feel like my heart is going to explode just by smelling it. Hermes took a deep breath. Loki was already swallowing his saliva. He kept rubbing his palms, looking eager to try. Xianxia took out a plate, broke the mirage, and scooped some soup into it. Thank you for helping me get the Lord of Tentacles egg. I can't pay you back, so here's a bowl of soup. As a matter of fact, Angor's craving was already crawling around in his mind. However, he could not show it on his face. Thank you. Lucian smiled at Xianxia. Thank you. Xianxia's eyes curved into crescents. Carveline was the only one who noticed the cunning look in Xianxia's eyes. Usually, when Xianxia showed this look, she was plotting something, or someone. He took the bowl and took a deep sniff. His heart was already filled with satisfaction. It could be seen that the food made by the gourmet wizards contained a lot of energy. His lips touched the edge of the plate, and Xianxia's smile widened. Before he could drink the soup, a short, chubby hand that looked like a lotus root reached in and snatched the bowl from his mouth. Angor and the others were shocked. Xianxia's smile froze on her face. Tana, why didn't you tell Angor that he shouldn't eat food made by a gourmet wizard? A childish voice reached everyone's ears. Alan, who was wearing a white chef's suit, woke up. He grabbed the bowl from Angor's hand and spoke to Tana with a serious look. I've been keeping an eye on her. She didn't do anything wrong with the ingredients. The ingredients are fine, but the person might be. Alan glanced at Xianxia. He used to call Xianxia pretty miss, but after seeing the old man with the cane, he started to have doubts. He remembered that his professor once told him about a type of dark gourmet. Is there something wrong with her? Tana frowned and looked at Xianxia carefully. Xianxia, on the other hand, walked up to Carveline and smiled at Alan. Watch your mouth, Alan. If Carveline doesn't eat my cooking anymore, I'm going to spank your little ass. Carveline smiled but didn't say anything. Is there something wrong with the soup? Angor understood what Alan was implying. Leave it to me. I'll take a look. Alan patted his chest as if saying, I'll take care of everything. Angor felt a little amused when he saw Alan on the redbud. Alan's personality didn't change much when he met him again. So life in the Butterfly Tavern was really peaceful. Alan carefully examined the soup for a long time. He put the bowl of soup back on the small wooden table on the gondola and furrowed his brows. What do you think? Tana asked. I didn't find anything wrong. It does work, Alan mumbled. But my instinct tells me something is wrong with the soup. You're not a woman. Why are you talking about instinct? Xianxia chuckled. If you think it's fine, we can decide for ourselves. If you don't want it, I'll do it. Because of Alan's words, Tana also took the soup plate and checked it. She nodded to the others. It should be fine. Alan was more talented than Tana, but he was still only a level 1 apprentice. Tana had already advanced to a level 2 apprentice 10 years ago, so compared to Alan, everyone trusted Tana's judgment more. In the end, Hermes took the lead and drank the lava egg soup. Following Hermes' lead, the others all followed suit. Alan pursed his lips and put on a gloomy look. Angor and Keely didn't drink the soup. Keely was a stubborn girl. Even though she was a fire manipulator, she would never accept or trust anything from outside. Angor, on the other hand, chose to trust Alan's instinct. Occasionally, he had strong instincts, and reality told him that his instincts were basically correct. Since Alan's instinct told him something was wrong, Angor didn't mind trusting him this time. As for the fact that the lava egg soup could improve his fire affinity, Angor didn't mind at all. Many potions had similar functions. As an alchemist, if he really wanted to buy similar potions, he didn't lack money. Xianxia narrowed her eyes when Angor didn't drink the soup. However, she already told Angor that he didn't need it. Xianxia only smiled and didn't say anything. After drinking the soup, the atmosphere became warmer. Angor and Alan began to talk about their recent experiences in the wizarding world. Alan's experience was similar to Angor's. He had been following the Butterfly Tavern to many places in the past year, but he had never left the tavern on his own. He had been studying food all the time, and this was his first trip to Floating Mech City. Angor's first trip to Floating Mech City was also his first trip to Floating Mech City. In the end, the two sorcerer apprentices talked about the old Earth most of the time, since they didn't know much about the world. Angor told Alan that he might return to the old Earth within a year, which made Alan envious. He also missed his father, General Morn. However, he was too weak to cross the Devil's Water and return to the old Earth. He knew that Angor was trying to enlighten his teacher. He also saw John, who had a rickety body. Based on what he learned in the past year, Alan suggested several food solutions to treat Angor's illness. Angor thanked Alan with a smile. However, he knew that John wasn't sick at all. The main problem was the rejection of the world's consciousness. All of Alan's solutions were pathological and would not work on John. They then talked about Irene and Mara. Since Alan went to the candy house alone, he had never seen Irene and Mara again, so he could only talk about the past and speculate about the possible future. When they ran out of things to talk about, Angor asked about Alan's instinct. Since Xianxia was nearby, Angor used voice transmission. "Are you suspecting that Xianxia tampered with the soup?" Alan nodded. "I think Xianxia is a dark gourmet." Dark gourmet? It was the first time Angor heard such a term, so he didn't know what it meant. A dark gourmet is different from the gourmet wizards in Candy House. You can think of them as people who use food as a means to get what they want. Alan considered. I don't know if Xianxia is a dark gourmet or not. However, her methods are somewhat similar to a legendary magus that my mentor once mentioned. Xianxia, the devourer spirit. According to the books, Xianxia was a dark gourmet who lived tens of thousands of years ago. She could use food to attract spirits from other worlds to fight for her. It was similar to summoning spells. However, summoning spells had different levels of power. If someone tried to summon a spirit beyond his or her level, he or she might not be able to withstand the backlash from the summoned spirit. But Xianxia's gourmet spirit was different. She used food to make a deal with the spirit so that the spirit would fight for her or his or her master. If the food you make is to the taste of a certain heroic spirit, even an apprentice can summon a wizard-level heroic spirit. Really? Angor widened his eyes. Xianxia's gourmet spirit is both a deal and a contract. Once a spirit eats Xianxia's food, it must fulfill Xianxia's conditions. Alan glanced at Xianxia, who was floating in the air. When the old man with the cane gave Xianxia the egg of the Lord of Tentacles, he said, "Here's the reward for dinner. Thank you for your hospitality." Then he disappeared. That reminds me of Xianxia's gourmet spirit. If Xianxia can do something like that, you should never eat her food. Maybe you've already signed a contract with her. No one knew if Xianxia had anything to do with Xianxia. But since Angor didn't drink her soup, he decided to put the matter aside. For the time being. He was more concerned about the fact that the time was almost up. Before he knew it, the hourglass was coming to an end. What would happen to the garden when the time came? Would the barrier in the sky really open when the time was up? If the barrier really opened, the water pressure from the sky would surely destroy the world. Alan quickly noticed Angor's absent-mindedness. "I think I need to go now. As for the exit, I don't think it's under our feet. It's up in the sky." Not only did he tell Alan, but he also told Hermes and Keely about it. He put a hand on Alan's shoulder and whispered, "I hope you can leave the garden safely." With that, he released a mist illusion to cover everyone, put away Gondola, and ejected his soul from his body to leave the place. The hint he gave Hermes was a reward for opening the way. As for what they should do after that, it was up to him to decide. However, Hermes and Alan knew that Angor was going to leave, so they quickly calmed down. Xianxia, on the other hand, didn't know what was going on, so she thought they were fighting. When the illusion disappeared, Gondola and Angor were nowhere to be seen. "Ladies, I think it's time for us to split up." Hermes spoke to Xianxia while she was still pondering the question. This time Angor didn't drink the witch's soup. He calculated the time in his heart. If there were no accidents, he should be able to return to the membrane before the vitality of his body decreased. Although he was fast, he still had to slow down when he reached the sky. There were too many flying fishes in the sky, and Angor learned his lesson from last time. This time, he decided to pass through the school of fishes to avoid the same situation. As he passed through the school of fish, the hourglass had already begun to count down. Angor was also counting down in his mind. He wanted to know if the barrier would break when the time was up. When the last bit of sand fell into the bottle, Angor's heart tightened. However, under the high pressure, no abnormalities appeared. The membrane did not break, and the world did not change at all. With a puzzled look, he flew to the barrier. He reached out and touched the membrane. This time, he didn't receive any information, but his hand naturally passed through the membrane and touched the huge body of water behind it. "Can we pass through now?" He took out a strange top hat with a smiley face on it from his bracelet. The hat was enchanted with a purifying field, which could create a barrier underwater. He put on the hat and dashed through the barrier, dragging his body with him. As Angor was surrounded by the water, an emotionless voice echoed in everyone's ears. "The sacrifice has officially begun. The current world will enter the countdown to its destruction. Please move to the Sea of Purification." While everyone was still in a daze, a golden countdown appeared in the sky, 1:59. As long as they raised their heads, everyone could see the bright countdown. A minute later, the countdown changed. It was now. Everyone finally realized what was going on. Did the voice mean that the world they were in would be destroyed in 2 hours, and they had to find the so-called Sea of Purification to survive? But where was the Sea of Purification? No one knew. While everyone was frantically searching for the Sea of Purification, Angor was swaying left and right with the current. He naturally heard the cold voice that resounded through the world. He also believed that he might have arrived at the so-called Sea of Purification, but where should he go next? When he couldn't find his way, he looked down to check the world outside the barrier. But he noticed something strange. He couldn't see the school of fish or the white clouds below. Instead, he saw endless stars and a dim moon. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. The barrier was no longer a barrier, but a sea under the night sky. It was as if the world he saw in the beginning had disappeared. He thought about it and slowly floated upward. He wanted to see if he was above the water or outside the barrier again. It didn't take him long to reach the surface of the sea. Instead of seeing the white clouds and flying fish, he saw the stars and the moon. So the Sea of Purification isn't the same as the original world? I can't go back after coming here? Angor flew out of the water and tried to check his surroundings. However, they were surrounded by the vast sea, and they couldn't see anything clearly. He decided to fly higher to see if there was a similar barrier in the sky. 2 minutes later, Angor felt his heart palpitating. He knew that something bad would happen if he kept going higher. He trusted his intuition. Besides, there were no dangerous flying fish in the sky. Angor believed that floating Mech City wouldn't use the same trick twice. After looking around for a while, he returned to the Sea of Purification. Since he couldn't go higher, should he go to the bottom of the sea, he didn't know if he should look for an exit or a continent on the surface. Personally, he preferred to check the bottom of the sea. After all, according to Dodoro's prophecy, he appeared at the bottom of the sea somewhere. As for whether he was at the bottom of the Sea of Purification or not, he didn't know. He looked at the dark, bottomless sea and decided to dive in. Not long after he reached the bottom, he saw a school of fish coming his way. Instinctively, he tried to use infinite reticence to avoid them. But as soon as he did, he felt something bumping into his back. When he looked back, a dark gray dolphin had appeared behind him without him noticing. Angor's heart skipped a beat. He prepared to use a cantrip. But when the dolphin noticed that it bumped into something strange, it quickly looked at him. Infinite reticence was used to weaken one's presence, not to eliminate it. Since the dolphin already bumped into him, it wasn't hard for it to notice him. The dolphin circled around Angor several times in a friendly manner. The look in its eyes was very pure, and it was not as vicious as the flying fish outside the membrane. A moment later, the dolphin suddenly swam toward Angor and began to rub its tail against his body. Angor didn't know what to say. It didn't take him long to figure out that the dolphin was just a normal animal. Angor didn't want to get into a fight with the dolphin. He sent a stream of nightmare aura into the dolphin's head, which made it look like it was in a trance. After that, it swam away. He kept going down and saw more and more schools of fish around him, and there were more types of them. Also, he didn't think any of them were supernatural creatures. So the sea of purification was just a normal ocean? Or maybe the danger didn't come from the fish. While Angor was pondering, he didn't know that the floating fish had already swam into the sea of purification after touching the barrier. Some of them were giant whales surrounded by energy. The deeper he went, the darker the darkness became. When he reached about 300 meters deep, he couldn't see any light at all. In the complete darkness, Angor also felt a sense of insecurity and endless loneliness. The deeper he went, the lonelier he felt. He didn't know any night vision spells, so he could only use Illuminate to illuminate the area. When he cast Illuminate, it only illuminated an area several meters around him. Surrounded by the boundless ocean currents, in the dark underwater world, this faint light was weak and trembling, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. However, the light dispelled most of the loneliness in his heart. As creatures that followed the light, the school of fish came and surrounded Angor. Without their ferocious aura, they looked much cuter. Following the school of fish, Angor went deeper into the seemingly endless sea. He didn't know how long he stayed in the water, but he soon saw a giant whale over 30 meters long and an unknown school of fish fighting fiercely. However, the fish didn't seem interested in him at all. Angor didn't even need to use cantrips to defeat them. He could easily defeat them with his low-tiered alchemy items. When he was about 3,000 meters under the sea, he saw a rocky slope with different heights. He also saw something shining on one side of the slope. He thought it was the natural light of some fish, but it wasn't. When he swam closer, he saw a strange underwater building. It was a round, black fortress with seaweed covering the roof, as well as beautiful seashells and corals. There was a round window at the center of the fortress. The light he discovered was coming from the window. There's a door and a window. This isn't a building made by fish. Is there some kind of intelligent creature under the sea? Puzzled, Angor cancelled Illuminate and activated Infinite Reticence to slowly approach the fortress. However, when he was less than 100 meters away from the fortress, a strange creature rushed out and threw a harpoon at him, completely ignoring his invisibility. Before he could react, the harpoon behind him suddenly changed its direction. It was still aiming at him, and it did not miss its target. His infinite reticence didn't work again. However, he did not have time to find out why. He noticed that the strange creature contained energy that was no weaker than the flying fish outside the membrane. Also, the harpoon it threw seemed to be equipped with an automatic aiming device. No matter how he tried to dodge, the harpoon would hit him accurately and attack automatically. Angor dodged again, but this time, he chose to put his back against the wall. When the harpoon came at him, he quickly moved away and stuck it into the wall. Seeing this, Angor thought his plan was foolproof. However, the wall, which was at least 10 meters tall, was smashed into pieces by the harpoon. The harpoon changed its target to Angor again. So annoying. Angor leaned to the side to dodge another attack. Then he ignored the harpoon and ejected his soul. The sequence of gravity instantly materialized, and a gravity cannon with endless waves of water rushed towards the harpoon. Under the extreme water pressure, Angor's attack reached an unimaginable level. At first, the gravity cannon was only aimed at one target. But now, after some modifications, it became a direct hit. When the harpoon came into contact with the gravity cannon, it immediately exploded into pieces and emitted a loud sound. The sound waves in the deep sea were not as easily dispersed as in the air. Like a hurricane, with the explosion as the center, it began to spread crazy water ripples in all directions. Corals, stones, sand, and dust were all swept up and thrown in all directions. Angor didn't expect his attack to be so powerful. The terrifying waves almost surrounded him. He quickly used the sequence of gravity and dragged his body several hundred meters higher. When he was far enough away from the explosion, he sighed in relief. He could no longer see the light of the fortress from where he was. Everything around him was pitch black. However, even though he couldn't see anything, he could still feel the changes in the water flow in the deep sea below. Angor cast light to see what was going on. But as soon as he used the illumination spell, the first thing he saw was not the ocean currents below, but a whale about 50 meters long quietly swimming past him. The whale glanced at Angor with its large eyes and kept moving forward without showing any interest. Angor could deal with a normal whale like this. However, he still broke out in cold sweat. Imagine running for your life in the deep sea without seeing anything. When you reached a place where you thought you were safe, you would find yourself surrounded by giant sea creatures dozens or even hundreds of times bigger than you. That kind of fear came from the bottom of your heart. Such was the nature of the deep sea. Even if the creatures around you were not scary, they would still give you more pressure than anything else. No matter where you ran, you would never be able to break free from the shackles of the sea. Facing the vast, dark, and boundless ocean, humans could clearly feel how small they were. Loneliness, helplessness, and fear would follow. The most important thing was to be on tenterhooks about the unknown. After the whale left, it didn't even set off too many ocean currents as it leisurely swam into the unknown. Angor was not a mortal after all. He quickly adjusted himself and recovered from the shock. No matter how vast the ocean was, he could still see the end. Facing the endless worlds, planes, and universes, the sea was no different from humans. Using light, he began to observe the area below. Light did not cover a large area, but Angor was a supernatural. As long as there was a source of light, he could easily see into the distance. He noticed that a vortex was slowly forming near the bottom of the sea, but it quickly disappeared due to the pressure. He waited until the ocean currents returned to normal and the dust settled to the bottom of the sea. Then he carefully dove into the water. Just as he was about to reach the bottom of the sea, a creature with glowing green eyes rushed at him at full speed. He quickly set up an ice wall around him, but it was not enough to stop the intruders. It began to crumble at a visible speed. The ice wall quickly crumbled apart, but it bought him some time. Angor turned sideways and cast fear on the creature. The combination of fear and nightmare aura instantly turned the creature from a ferocious one into a weak one, until it began to tremble in fear. Its dark green pupils were shrinking. Angor heard a very low sound, which was much lower than what normal humans could hear. If Angor was not a supernatural, he would not be able to sense it. Angor could not understand what it was. He only thought that it was some random, rhythmic yelling. Ah. 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 Maybe it was the creature's fear target. Angor was still wondering when he noticed that the creature's heart stopped beating. So it was scared to death? His fear and nightmare aura allowed him to see the target of his fear. If he was hurt by the target, he would also think that he would be hurt. But in fact, his body was not damaged at all. Did the creature's fear target kill it in the nightmare aura, so it thought that it was already dead and died for real? Angor did not know what to say. So the creature was afraid of something that would not let it live. He tried to communicate with the creature, but since it was already dead, there was nothing he could do. Angor cast light on the creature's body. It was the harpoon-wielding monster that crawled out of the fortress. Its appearance was hard to describe with words. It had 2 eyes and a mouth, and its nose was made of 3 small holes. Its skin had the characteristics of the toad family. It was slippery and secreted a strange lubricating liquid. Its skeleton was also very strange. Its head was like a sunflower, full of irregular edges. There were 6 limbs. Angor assumed that the harpoon was held by its hands. But since they all looked the same, it was possible that the creature used both its hands and feet. Apart from that, it also had a tail that looked like a tadpole. Because of this strange combination, Angor did not know how to describe the creature. It was not a humanoid creature, but it could use harpoons and lived in a fortress. So it must be a civilized creature. Since he did not know what to call it, Angor decided to call it Toad Skin. His instinct told him that this toad skin was a member of a large civilization, which might have something to do with the secrets of the Sea of Purification. In other words, the exit might have something to do with these toad skins. Angor trusted his instincts. But since this toad skin was already dead, he could not get any information from it. He could only go to the fortress to take a look or find another toad skin monster. Angor inspected the body and quickly dissected it. The creature's organs were strange, unlike those of humans. It also had gills on its neck. Its brain took up a large part of its body, which meant it had a lot of potential. However, Angor did not find anything special except for the mucus oozing out of the creature's skin. Angor did not know what the mucus was for, but he could sense some energy ripples coming from it. The energy dissipated quickly, and before Angor could do anything else, the mucus had already turned into something ordinary. Its blood was red, just like that of a human's. As soon as the corpse was dissected, several ferocious-looking fishes came to eat it. To avoid being discovered by powerful predators, he tossed the body of the toad skin away and landed on a slope. After the previous battle, the slope was a bit messy. Luckily, the fortress was 100 meters away, so it was not affected. Angor activated infinite reticence and quickly arrived outside the fortress. He did not know if there were more toad skins in the fortress, nor how the last one found him. But just in case, he used infinite reticence at full power. From the outside, the fortress was not big. It was only about 3 or 4 meters tall. It was not well maintained either, but the decorations of the corals and shells made it look a bit more interesting. Angor arrived outside the fortress and still did not see any toad skins. Perhaps, this toad skin lived alone. Angor looked around. It was all dark. There were no other buildings apart from the fortress. It seemed that not only did this toad skin live alone, it also lived in seclusion. The door of the fortress was at the top. Angor slowly floated upward. When he reached the window, he looked inside. The window was a 4-petaled window covered by a gelatinous, translucent membrane. Angor poked the membrane with his finger. It was tough and did not break easily. Angor could not see clearly inside, but he did see something glowing. It looked like an oil lamp, which was giving off a dim yellow light. Angor arrived at the top of the fortress. The door was wide open. Following the flow of water, Angor slowly floated inside. After entering the fortress, Angor swam along the sealed pipes for a while. Finally, he came out of a gelatinous egg whose internal pressure was much lower than the external pressure. The egg was designed so that half of it was soaked in water, while the other half was air. He pushed the top of the egg away and entered the house without a hitch. Before entering the fortress, he would never have thought that there would be a room without water inside. Moreover, the design of the pipes to enter was extremely exquisite. The high and low loops, the pressure were all taken into account. In the end, this waterless space was created. Just the design of the entrance and exit showed that this place was far beyond the level of civilization. Angor looked around. He was on the 2nd floor of the room. The light he saw from the window came from here. It was an oil lamp placed on a coral platform with a shell as its base. The oil lamp was lit by a cold flame. There was no smell of smoke in the air. Angor walked around the room. He walked around the room. Apart from a coral table, an oil lamp, and some kind of seaweed that was used to create oxygen, there was nothing else in the room that he could find. There was an open ladder between the 2nd floor and the 1st floor. Angor followed the ladder and climbed to the 1st floor. It was even more spacious here. There was only a coral bed, which looked like a bed. Angor noticed something else. The walls of the room were carved with strange characters, as well as primitive totems that looked like humans. These primitive totems looked a bit like mermaids. Unlike the mermaids he saw at the Twilight auction, who had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish and used their beautiful voices to lure ships into sinking. These mermaids had strange fins all over their bodies, and they did not restrict their lower body parts. Some turned into fish on the upper body, some turned into fish on the left side, and some turned into fish on the whole body but kept their limbs. Angor did not know if there was such a race among mermaids, but there were mermaids in both human and fish forms. Without knowing their real names, Angor assumed that they were a subspecies of mermaids. After this row of mermaid totems of various colors, there were murals that had been carved. The main characters in the murals changed from mermaids to toadskins. The toadskins were doing strange things. Some were kneeling, some were carrying poles, and some were holding harpoons. The murals seemed to be describing the daily life of the toadskins. However, the last few murals were a bit strange. The mermaids in the previous totem showed up again. They rode on clouds and led the toadskins to a place full of sunlight. The toadskins formed a circle and danced in celebration. Then, the mermaids disappeared. The murals seemed to be related to the religion of the toadskins. Mermaids were believers, totems, and gods, while the toadskins were a tribe that worshipped totems. There was a lot of content in the images, from ordinary daily life to hunting, to the creation of civilization, and the worship of gods. Everything appeared one by one. Below each of the murals was a large number of words. These words were made up of dots, lines, and patterns, which looked like matchstick figures doing all kinds of actions. Angor could not understand the meaning of these words. He could only assume that they were some kind of ideogram describing the things in the murals. Angor studied them for a while but still could not figure out what they meant. In the end, he shook his head and gave up. His instinct told him that these words and murals were important, but he had to give up since he did not know how to interpret them. If he could learn the level 2 cantrip character proficiency, it would be easy for him to decipher these basic ideograms. However, he did not know character proficiency. Even if he learned it now, he would not be able to do it in a day. Cantrips such as language proficiency and language analysis all required a lot of accumulation of knowledge, as well as the mastery of various ideograms, phonograms, and hieroglyphics logic. Speaking of which, this was the disadvantage of an apprentice like Angor who did not have enough knowledge. If it were someone else who trained to become a level 2 apprentice step by step, language proficiency would be a necessary foundation, because such cantrips were necessary for survival in the wild, adventures in mystery realms, plain expeditions, and so on. Since he could not decipher it, he had to memorize it. Perhaps he could exchange information with other apprentices. He walked around the room and did not find any hidden rooms. There were only 2 rooms in the entire fortress, and everything was very simple. He didn't even find any food supplies here. Could it be that this place was just a concept similar to the forest keeper's cabin? Since there was nothing to be gained, he had no choice but to leave. However, he had a vague thought in his mind. Perhaps the mystery of the Sea of Purification would be solved as long as he could find the gathering place of these toad skins. But where exactly were the toad skins gathered? That was also a problem. He could not decipher the words, but based on the murals, Angor believed that the Promised Land was the place where the mermaid took the toad skins to, a place full of sunlight. Speaking of sunlight, Angor began to wonder if he was wrong. Could it be that the final destination was not the bottom of the sea, but the surface of the sea? But if that was the case, why did the toad skins live at the bottom of the sea? After leaving the fortress, Angor decided to explore deeper into the city. He believed that they were on the surface of the sea, but he still felt that something was wrong. He remembered the poor apprentice from Floating Mech City who was kidnapped by Freud. He once said, "Fight your way out of the most dangerous place." If that was the key to the purification garden, the sea was so calm. There shouldn't be any danger, right? Unless, all the toad skins gathered at the surface of the sea. Considering how strong they were, they could pose a threat to others. However, he could not confirm the location of the toad skins. Since he already found one at the bottom of the sea, he decided to keep searching. If he couldn't find it, he would have to deal with it later. With that in mind, he walked down the slope and headed deeper into the cold and gloomy area. He walked into the darkness of the ocean, accompanied by endless loneliness. The world of flying fish was about to be destroyed. Nausicaa was injured, and quite badly. She collapsed under a tree and breathed heavily. A gentle breeze brushed past her face and lifted her beautiful hair. Nausicaa snorted and looked at the golden countdown timer in the sky. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. It was the last hour, but she still hadn't found the so-called Sea of Purification. She knew that there was an exit in the sky, but she didn't know how to fly. The best she could do was to use wind spiral to stay in the air for a while. Not to mention, she was now seriously injured. When she ran out of mana, she forced herself to use hurricane spiral cannons to drive away the intruders. However, she had also suffered a slight backlash from her magic power. Even if the backlash wasn't severe this time, and she could recover most of her injuries with the help of potions, she would still be unable to move for a short period of time. Even if the Sea of Purification wasn't in the sky, she couldn't find it anymore. Besides, she might become a burden to the team. Nausicaa smiled bitterly. She could already hear heavy footsteps coming from afar. It must be Xian and Genk coming here. As expected, not long after, a shadow blocked her line of sight. Nausicaa, what's wrong? Xian jumped down from Genk's shoulder. Nausicaa said she was going to check if there was a sea ahead, but she didn't come back for more than half an hour, so Xian hurried over. Nausicaa was covered in blood and looked like she was on the verge of death. Nausicaa smiled bitterly. Someone ambushed me. Who? Xian yelled in anger. Where is he? I chased him away. Nausicaa shook her head. Do you remember how I said someone was looking at me with hostility before I entered the garden? That's the one who ambushed you. Nausicaa nodded. It was a tall, slim woman with a veil on her face. She still didn't know who that woman was, or how she offended her and even chased her all the way to the garden. Damn it. Tell me what she looks like. I'm going to kill her if I see her. Xian tried to put Nausicaa on Genk's shoulder. Nausicaa pushed her hand away. Don't mind me. Take Shilyu away. I don't think we can continue. Before Nausicaa could finish, Shilyu suddenly stretched herself on Genk's shoulder. Ha, Yan, both Xian and Nausicaa looked at her and saw Shilyu looking down shyly. Good morning? The first rays of the morning sun shone over the horizon. The dawn of a new day had arrived. The first rays of the morning sun were beautiful, but this might be the last time this world saw them. There was only half an hour left on the timer in the sky, and the number was still shrinking. It was like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head, reminding them that the god of death was coming. As time ran out, those who couldn't find the exit were still trying their best. The stubborn ones were still looking for a way out. But those who couldn't see through the fog would still be punished by the sword. Those who could see the situation clearly were looking for a way to reach the sky. But sometimes, no one dared to try when the method was right in front of them. Most of them chose to go crazy. Before they died, they wreaked havoc in a frenzy, as if they wanted to use this method to vent the fear in their hearts. The ground began to tremble. Every now and then, they would see cracks in the ground and lava gushing out, burning this world that was about to be destroyed and sacrificed. Lava, hurricanes, torrential rain, crazy people, and crazy flying fishes were all playing the final symphony before the end of the world. A giant blue whale was floating in the air. A man with a fish scale between his eyebrows was standing on top of the whale's head, watching the scene with great interest. The man watched for a long time with great concentration. Jibra, what are you waiting for? A woman covered in a blue cloak suddenly walked to the man and asked in a soft voice. Jibra chuckled. What a rare sight. It'll be a shame if we miss it. The woman walked to the whale's head and removed a red conch from its horn. I've recorded the sound of the conch. You can watch it whenever you want. Jibra raised an eyebrow. Well, I prefer to be there. I love to see the suffering of people. Still, it's too small. Jibra turned around. Let's go. It's about time. Maybe we'll see something like this in the entire southern region. The cloaked woman's pretty brows furrowed. The southern region? What do you mean? You haven't forgotten what happened 10,000 years ago, have you? Jibra chuckled and ordered the blue whale to fly away. Apart from the apprentices who entered the Sea of Purification from time to time, flying fishes were also entering the barrier. As soon as Jibra reached the barrier, he saw a giant ray flying through it. Due to the blue whale's size, no flying fishes dared to approach it. However, this ray seemed to ignore this rule. It passed through the blue whale's side and entered the boundary membrane. What are you looking at? A strange man. He has no limbs, but he rode that ray into the sea of purification. Interesting. Countdown, last minute. The apprentices who couldn't find the sea of purification were in despair. The ground was cracking, and lava was splashing everywhere. The sky seemed to have a hole, and a flood was pouring out of it. Because of the flood, the apprentices noticed that something was wrong with the sky. But it was too late. There was no way for them to pass through the barrier and enter the sea of purification. One by one, the apprentices were swallowed by the flood, melted by the lava, or fell into the cracks on the ground, becoming a part of the purification garden's evolution. Not only the apprentices, but the flying fishes were also dying. The number of creatures in the sky was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everything was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the end, everything was destroyed. When the whole world turned into chaos, the destruction came to an end. Outside, in the mechanical tower, Lawson returned to the hall on the top floor after taking care of the Lord of Tentacles and the phosphorescent jellyfish. There was no one in the hall. A wizard's time was precious, and he couldn't pay attention to the apprentices all the time. Lawson, on the other hand, was in charge of the purification garden's evolution, so he had to keep an eye on the situation inside. When he saw that the ground had turned into a furnace and everything in the world had turned into dust, a satisfied look appeared on his face. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door in the quiet space. "Come in," Lawson said. As the door opened, a curvy, middle-aged woman in a tight black uniform walked in with elegant cat-like steps. "When did you come back?" Lawson turned his chair around and looked at the woman with his back facing the light screen. She was wearing a pair of glasses, and her hair was neatly tied into a bun. Her face showed signs of age, but it was still possible to see her beauty when she was young. "I was supposed to be back half a month ago, but I made a trip to Irong City on the way, which delayed my return until now." The woman's voice was as serious and rigid as her expression. "Irong City? You went to see your mother?" Lawson hesitated for a while and asked, "Is she doing well?" The woman smiled. "Not bad. Her tombstone is simple. She didn't complain about my father. She even said that meeting you was the happiest time of her life. Her tombstone is also clean. Only her name is written on it. There is a cloud network tree beside her grave. When I went there, the clouds just happened to wither. It was very beautiful, just like the clouds." Cloud network trees were the most common trees in floating Mech City. But they were rarely seen in other places. When they were flourishing, they looked like cotton or silk, but when they withered, they looked like clouds or mist. "Oh? Is she dead?" Lawson's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. "That's right. 100 years as a mortal is but a moment as a wizard. If I remember correctly, she's almost 200 years old. You're over 100 years old. It's not easy for her to live until now. Father, did you really like her?" Perhaps because of her mother's death, the woman revealed a rare trace of sadness. Thinking back to the time when she was packing up her belongings and the lonely, simple wooden house, she felt a wave of sadness. She remembered her mother telling her that this was the place where she met Lawson when she was young. After that, she stayed there for the rest of her life. Even when Lawson asked her to come to floating Mech City, she refused. She knew that her mother was worried that she would grow old, but Luosen would not. She would embarrass Luo Senator, therefore, he stayed in the mortal kingdom and waited for death alone. "I have nothing but gratitude for her," Lawson said in a plain tone. The woman lowered her head and revealed a sarcastic smile. Indeed. With Lawson's power and influence, it was not difficult for him to turn a mortal into a supernatural. But he did not do so, which clearly showed his attitude. There was no point in asking. Besides, if it wasn't for her mother's kindness, Lawson would never stoop to love. "Melanda, your mother's death is over. I hope you won't cling to the mortal world anymore. Now that you're back, don't leave. You've been staying in Brute Cavern all this time, right? Brute Cavern won't be able to help you." Lawson looked at his daughter even though she looked older than him. The middle-aged woman was Melanda, the manager he met in Sky Tower. "Brute Cavern can't help me, but you can?" Milanda did not want to talk about herself. She knew whether she could become a truth finder, and how to go about it. Milanda raised her head and looked at the screen behind Lawson. "Has the sacrifice begun?" Lawson asked. "Yes." Lawson nodded. "Yes. A small accident caused the sacrifice to be brought forward. But it looks like it's a good thing. The number of people prepared for the sacrifice is 40% less than expected," Lawson said. Lawson also looked at the screen. When he saw everything turning into pure energy, he turned the screen back to the sea of purification. The screen showed Angor standing on the first floor of Toadskin's fort, observing the murals on the wall. Since it was too dark and Angor was wearing a tall hat, Milanda did not notice his identity. Instead, she was looking at the murals. "Huh? Has someone already discovered the traces of the dugongs? Then he's not far from the final destination." Milanda was surprised. Lawson had been keeping an eye on Angor's movements. When Milanda mentioned Angor, Lawson chuckled. "I don't think so. The kid doesn't know language proficiency, so he can't read the records. It won't be easy for him to find the altar of demise." "Language proficiency?" Milanda shook her head. "That's a pity." Lawson didn't pay much attention to Angor since he might not be able to find the altar of demise because of his personal reasons. The image on the screen changed again, showing another person. "You didn't come here just to see me, did you?" Lawson looked at Milanda. Milanda's eyes flashed. "I'm here for the soul pool." "Soul pool?" Lawson stared at Milanda. "Did Baroque tell you about it?" Milanda nodded noncommittally. He really doesn't want to be left out." Angor spent half a day exploring the area. Using Toadskin's fort as the center, Angor explored a circular area for nearly 100 kilometers. He only saw some strange-looking fish and nothing else. Angor was now above an oceanic trench. It was about 100 meters wide. He could see some bubbles rising from the bottom, but he couldn't see anything because of the darkness. Angor wondered if he should go down and take a look. However, it was human nature to be afraid of the unknown, and the sea only amplified this fear. It had been less than 2 years since he entered the wizarding world. Facing the dark and humming trench, he was a little hesitant to go in. But on second thought, if there really was a clue about Toadskin's whereabouts, he would miss it if he didn't go. Of the two choices, he was more afraid of missing out. If he missed it, he might end up in the purification garden and become a sacrifice. Angor still had too many things he wanted to do, so he couldn't forgive himself for that. With that in mind, Angor looked at the trench with a more determined look. He looked at the other side of the trench again, but all he could see was darkness. Then, he dove into the trench. Not long after Angor entered the trench, he saw a bright beam of fire falling from the sea. Some flying fish tried to stop it, but they were all burned into charred corpses. The bright light even stopped the seawater from corroding his body. Finally, the light reached the trench where Angor fell. Standing in the middle of the light was a young girl wearing red dancing shoes. It was Keely. Her black cat, Luna, was swimming around her. It didn't seem to be afraid of the water at all. It swung its short limbs and chased after the bubbles coming out of its mouth. "This should be it." Keely frowned. But why did he go down there? Did he go into the trench? Thinking about Angor annoyed Keely even more. At first, she planned to protect Angor and use him as the leader to explore the trench. However, after seeing how Angor and the Lord of Tentacles fought each other, she decided to treat Angor as an equal. However, Angor simply told her that the exit was in the sky and left. She couldn't catch up with him at all. If she didn't promise her professor that she would protect Angor and help him return safely, she wouldn't care where Angor went. Keely grabbed Luna by the back of its neck and pointed at the trench. "Did he go down there?" Luna twitched its nose and breathed out a large amount of bubbles. Luna choked a little and looked a little uncomfortable. It took her a while to calm down. Under Keely's angry glare, Luna nodded. "He really went to the trench. Did he find another exit? Or is this trench the exit?" Keely thought for a moment and followed Angor into the trench. Angor didn't know that Keely was following him. He had been diving for almost 3 kilometers, and the deeper he went, the slower he became. The temperature was getting lower, and the pressure was getting stronger. Even the shield created by the purification force field was slowly shrinking. If the purification force field disappeared, he could only rely on mana or mental power to create a shield. Otherwise, with his small body, it would not be easy for him to withstand the pressure of the deep sea. But for now, although the purification force field's cover was shrinking, it was still stable and within an acceptable range. On his way down, Angor saw some shellfish with tentacles, as well as some strange fish. Some of them were even more ferocious. Angor also saw his first supernatural creature with energy reaction, a horned seal. However, the seal wasn't that strong, so Angor killed it easily. After dissecting the supernatural part, Angor kept going. When the barrier was about to lose its stability, he finally reached the bottom of the trench. He estimated that the trench was more than 5 kilometers deep, which was quite deep. The bottom of the trench was soft, white sand, and he also saw some shrimps. Perhaps it was because it was too dark and didn't need to see the light, so the creatures at the bottom of the sea didn't look very good. Even the prawns were dark and swarthy like scorpions. Angor didn't pay them any mind. Instead, he used light to observe his surroundings. Before entering, the trench was about 100 meters wide, while its length was unknown. Now that he was at the bottom, he used light to scan the area and found that the bottom of the trench was only about 500 meters wide. At first glance, there was nothing else apart from the strange native creatures. There wasn't even a single fish. Angor looked around. The trench was long, and he didn't know which way to go. The current was also a bit messy. He couldn't even sense it if he wasn't paying attention. Angor stayed still for a while before he followed the weak current and swam toward a certain direction. The further he swam, the wider the trench became. It looked like a trapezoid. Angor moved from the narrow part to the wider part of the trench. Most of the creatures he saw were plankton, invertebrates, and arthropods. Among them, shrimps were the most common. Most of them hid in the sediments at the bottom of the sea, which was almost impossible to see. Only when he swam past them and carried away a large amount of rotten sediments, could he see them hiding in the water. About half an hour later, Angor noticed that there was more and more oxygen in the water. When the sediments at the bottom of the trench became thinner and wider, Angor finally saw the second man-made structure after entering the Sea of Purification. It was a structure he didn't know what it was for. It looked like it was made of stone. The bottom of the structure was a triangular shape with 2 equal wastes. It was about 20 meters tall. At the top of the triangle was a concentric circle with 2 harpoons placed in it. It doesn't look like it has a purpose. Or does it have some other meaning? Angor swam closer and inspected it carefully. The triangle at the bottom was made of countless broken stones, while the concentric circle at the top was made of large stones. The harpoons were placed inside the circle and could be taken out. Angor took out the harpoons. They looked similar to toad skin's harpoons. They used fish bones as arrowheads, which were quite sharp. A weapon rack? Angor shook his head. No one would be stupid enough to put a weapon rack out in the open. Even if it was a primitive tribe, weapons were still the most precious thing. They would definitely carry them with them. Angor couldn't figure it out, so he left it behind and kept swimming forward. This time, he swam another few thousand meters. He saw at least 10 similar structures, which were all triangular structures with concentric circles on top of them. Or is it a tomb? Were these weapons used when he was alive, and then used as decorations after his death? Next, he stopped in front of a strange structure and used his mana to blast away the broken stones underneath. The inside of the rubble was still rubble, and there were no skeletons as he had imagined. It's not a grave or a weapon rack. Could it be the totem pole? Many primitive tribes had their own totem poles. They would hang the heads of their enemies or their own tribesmen on them to intimidate their enemies. As he pondered, he arrived at the next building. When he saw a skull placed at the top of the concentric circles of the building, his eyes lit up. It was the skull of an unknown beast. It didn't look like a fish, but more like a reptile on the ground. Based on the skull, he was pretty sure that the structure was a totem pole. But since the totem pole already had the skull of an enemy hanging on it, Angor had another question. What was the enemy they were trying to intimidate, if this building was built by the toad skin monster, based on the strength of the previous toad skin monster, it shouldn't be able to intimidate the arthropods and invertebrates in the trench, right? Was it the owner of this skull? Or was there an even more dangerous enemy in the sea? With that in mind, Angor came to a transparent barrier. The barrier had an energy signature that allowed him to see inside. For example, he didn't see any sediments on the ground. Someone must have cleaned this place up. Angor reached his hand through the barrier. When he entered, he found that there was no water inside. Instead, the air was filled with oxygen. Based on all the signs, Angor was sure that some intelligent life form once lived in this place. However, he didn't see any light. He activated infinite reticence and walked inside. Soon, he saw a dozen houses built with broken stones. At the same time, he also saw the end of the barrier. The barrier didn't look big, but it was enough to cover a dozen houses. More than half of the houses were destroyed, which meant this place was abandoned. But judging from the traces, it didn't take long for the houses to be destroyed. It should have been around 2 years ago. Angor scanned the houses with his spirit feelers. As he expected, there were no living creatures in them. Through the spirit feelers, he could see the inside of the houses. They were empty, except for some seashells and corals. Angor walked to the house in the center. It was a domed house about 10 meters in size. It was smaller than the Toadskin's fortress, but it was the largest house in the entire place, and also the one with the least damage. Angor pushed the door open, and several arrows shot out from inside. Angor tilted his head and dodged. He looked inside and saw an empty room. There was a trigger mechanism at the top of the room that could trigger the arrow. Angor's ears twitched as soon as he stepped inside. He quickly turned around and looked at the door. It was dark outside. Something's wrong. Angor frowned. As soon as he entered the house, he heard some rustling noises coming from behind. He walked out and controlled the light spell to move around. However, the range of the spell was too small, and he didn't see any suspicious creatures. Am I hallucinating? Angor wondered. Was it because he was too paranoid in this narrow trench? Whether it was just an illusion or not, Angor's heart tightened. He entered the domed house again and didn't find anything useful. However, he saw a familiar mermaid totem on the ceiling. This must be the Toadskin settlement, but it was abandoned. Angor also saw a long metal weapon with delicate carvings on it. Judging from the weapon, the Toadskin must have mastered the art of smelting. However, there was no smelting place here, which meant this place wasn't the Toadskin's main camp. Angor also saw some special fabrics, which didn't look like something he would find in a barren trench. As he pondered, his ears twitched again. He heard the rustling sound again. He quickly jumped out of the house and checked his surroundings. Still, he didn't find anything strange. No. It wasn't that there was nothing strange here. It was just that it wasn't easy to find anything in the absolute darkness. Angor circled around the settlement and didn't find anything else. He decided to leave. He kept looking down the trench to see if there were more Toadskin settlements. However, before he could go through the light barrier, 2 green lights suddenly appeared behind him. Without making any noise, they silently swam toward him. Angor paused for a second and stomped on the ground. He did a somersault and landed behind the attackers. The attackers were surprised. They didn't make any noise. How did they get discovered? He cast fear on the man, and the man began to tremble uncontrollably. Angor used light to see the attacker's face. It was a strange-looking reptile with a long beak and rodent teeth. It was about 5 to 6 meters long. Its head looked like a crocodile or a lizard, but its body was streamlined like a sea creature. Its 2 pairs of fins looked like cattail leaf fans, which were bigger than its slender body. It was also flying in the air. While Angor was observing, the creature's green eyes suddenly glowed red. Angor's eyes widened. Shit. It's immune to fear. It was true that fear could evoke one's greatest fear. Even if someone was smart enough to see through the illusion, they still couldn't avoid it. Only those who were too stupid and would go berserk when provoked would be immune to fear. Clearly, this unknown creature belonged to the latter category. Its eyes were completely red, indicating that it had gone mad. It roared and released a powerful shockwave, which made Angor dizzy for a moment. Next, it slammed into Angor's chest and left a huge wound on it. The smell of blood made the creature even crazier. The monster's melee ability was probably at the peak of level 2. Angor's physical weakness was soon exposed under the frenzied attacks. It was easy for him to fall into a passive position when facing a close-range opponent who was extremely fast and whose attack frequency made it impossible for him to release illusions. Angor had no choice but to roll on the ground to avoid the attacks. After dodging several times, the creature lost its balance and rushed out of the cover. Angor finally had a chance to escape. He took out a glowing velvet potion from his bracelet and drank it. At the same time, he finally had a chance to use Spirit Whisper. The cover of the cover reflected a faint red light. The reason why he noticed the strange creature was that he saw a faint green light behind the creature through the reflection of the cover. Now, he used the light again to determine the creature's location. The creature was elusive, but it wasn't very intelligent. After ejecting his soul, Angor was much faster than the creature. After several blinks, Angor arrived at the creature's blind spot. When the creature turned around to bite him, Angor fired a gravity cannon into its giant mouth. There was a loud bang. The gravity cannon penetrated the creature's body, which exploded from the inside and turned into pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. Angor sighed in relief. When he was about to check the creature's body, the ground suddenly trembled. A loud buzzing noise came from the other side of the trench. Angor looked at the source of the noise but couldn't see anything. The only thing he saw was an endless stream of water surging in the opposite direction. The water came at them with white bubbles and loud booms. The force of the water was so strong that the waterproof barrier around the settlement was deformed. The barrier stopped the water flow, but it still created a strong gust of wind inside the settlement, which made the already dilapidated houses even more messy. The ground was still shaking, and the water was getting faster and faster. What's going on? Why did the current suddenly change direction? And why is it so strong? Luna, hold on tight. A familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. He looked up and saw Keely in her red dancing shoes struggling to descend in the turbulent current. She was swimming towards his settlement. She couldn't see what was going on because of all the bubbles in the water. She could only follow Luna's guidance and slowly descend. When the water slowed down a bit, Keely released a bright flame from the oil lamp in her hand. With the help of the flame, Keely saw what was going on below. She didn't see Angor, but she did see several man-made buildings. There were man-made structures under the sea, which was more than 8,000 meters above the sea level. She thought about Luna's guidance, which meant that Angor was right below. Keely had an idea of what was going on. She didn't think Angor would do something useless. Maybe the buildings here were related to the secret of the Sea of Purification. He's ahead of us again, Keely muttered. She didn't want to give up so easily. If she didn't have to spend so much time looking for Angor, she would have noticed something too. Keely felt a lot better after thinking about this. The water is slowing down. Let's go down quickly. I want to see what he found this time. Keely patted Luna, who was still holding her skirt. Luna meowed and gave Keely a high five with its soft paw. But something unexpected happened. The ground shook again, and more sand and gravel were sent into the water to block their vision. At the same time, the water flow suddenly became faster, even stronger than before. Luna had put down one of its claws to slap Keely's palm, so it didn't manage to hold on to her skirt in time. As a result, it was swept away by the current. Seeing that the torrential current was about to drag Luna into the unknown darkness, Keely's heart skipped a beat. Luna was her closest companion and her only friend. If anything happened to her, she would never be able to forgive herself. Because of the current, Keely couldn't cast any spells to save him. She was a little flustered. At this moment, a transparent palm stretched out from below. This was Intermediate Hand of Mana, a level 1 cantrip that increased the range of the spell by several hundred meters. The further away the caster was from the spell, the harder it would be to control the spell. Just as Luna was about to be sucked into the dark vortex, Angor caught her in his Hand of Mana and dragged her down. Luna passed through the cover and landed in the messy settlement. At the same time, Keely also landed. Luna shook off the water on its body and meowed at Angor before it ran to Keely's feet. Keely controlled the light in her hand and made it even brighter. Soon, the entire settlement was illuminated like a miniature sun. With Keely's help, Angor's illuminate spell was basically useless. Why are you here again? Keely was about to thank Angor for saving Luna, but when she heard the word again and heard Angor's tone, her expression darkened. You think I want to come to you? Before she could finish, the ground began to tremble, which caught both of them off guard and made them lose their balance. Keely didn't want to waste any more time and went straight to the point. What's going on here? Keely looked at Angor. Is it an earthquake? Or did an underwater volcano erupt? Angor shook his head. I don't know. Something's not right. This happened after he killed that strange creature. But it was ridiculous to say that killing a sea monster would cause such a huge commotion. It wasn't like Jibra was a child of the sea. It was said that killing a child of the sea would trigger the wrath of the sea. But if that wasn't the case, then it could only be a coincidence. After several tremors, the area finally calmed down. Keely could no longer hear the buzzing noises, and the water flow also began to calm down. She controlled her light to leave the cover and looked at the source of the water flow for about 500 meters. Nothing happened. That was her limit. She had no choice but to bring her light back. When everything seemed to have calmed down, Keely finally had the time to check her surroundings. What is this place? A shelter under the sea? She sniffed the fresh air and looked around at the broken buildings. In the end, she fixed her eyes on the pile of mangled flesh in front of Angor. I don't know what this place is. Maybe it's the abandoned settlement of some undersea civilization. Keely was still wondering about the source of the turbulence. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's an abandoned settlement. That thing tried to ambush me from the dark. I think it's an enemy of the underwater civilization. Keely looked at the monster's body and said, that thing was hiding in the dark and tried to ambush me. While speaking, Angor put the severed head of the monster back together. It looked exactly the same as the one he saw on the totem pole not long ago. The only difference was that this one was a bit bigger. Since the totem pole was used to intimidate enemies, this monster must be the enemy of the toad skin. Keely carefully inspected the severed head and couldn't find anything strange. She then decided to check the surrounding buildings. She also found some bite marks on the broken stones of some buildings. He took a closer look at the teeth of the sea monster and found that the arrangement and depth of the teeth matched each other. Perhaps it was this group of sea beasts that had caused this settlement to be abandoned. Keely also saw the totem pole of a mermaid in the largest building. Mermaids? Keely looked at the totem pole on the ceiling and frowned. Is this a mermaid civilization? But this is the first time I've seen something so ugly. It's just a totem pole. Maybe it's not mermaids who live here. Angor considered and projected the image of the toad skin to Keely. Have you seen something like this before? Keely looked at the strange creature holding a harpoon and shook her head. You're saying this is the home of these creatures? Angor nodded. I saw these creatures before I entered the trench. They must have a civilization of some degree. The one I saw was as strong as a level 2 apprentice. It attacked me as soon as we met, so I killed it. Toad skin? Keely looked at him curiously. I named it, Angor said proudly. He thought he was the best at coming up with names. Keely curled her lips and refused to comment. She carefully observed the creature and said, I don't remember anything like this. I don't even remember anything similar. Maybe it's a native of this place? Or maybe Floating Mech City moved it here from somewhere else. Keely didn't know where the toad skin came from, which made it even more mysterious. Angor suddenly remembered the words he saw in the fortress. Maybe there was something about it. By the way, do you know language proficiency? Keely looked at Angor up and down as if she was looking at an idiot. You don't? Angor grinned dryly. I see. You've only been a wizard for less than 2 years. It's normal that you don't know. Keely suddenly realized something. I know language proficiency and language analysis. There are some characters with special abilities, such as primordial language, abyssal language, winter language. Keely uttered a bunch of strange terms. I'm familiar with all of them. They're all necessary skills for apprentices. If you want to go on an adventure alone, you should learn them. For the first time in his life, Angor felt like an illiterate person when listening to Keely's words. At least, I know Chinese. Angor mumbled in his mind. I found some words written by toad skins, but I can't read them. Can you help me? It was rare for Angor to ask for help, so he tried to be as humble as possible. Keely wasn't interested in the secret of the toad skin civilization, but she believed that it had something to do with the way out of the purification garden. Just as he was about to use an illusion to recreate the words, he sensed a dangerous aura that made his hair stand on end. He heard something whistling through the air. Dodge! Angor yelled. As he spoke, the mermaid totem on the roof suddenly shattered. A tentacle reached in from the roof and struck the spot where they were standing. A 5-meter-deep hole appeared in the center of the house. Keely dodged it as well thanks to Angor's warning. She and Angor quickly left the house. When they reached the outside, they were shocked by what they saw. A giant black octopus that was hundreds of meters long was clinging to the cliff and examining them with its strange blue eyes. Is that a dark version of the Lord of Tentacles? Angor looked at the giant octopus whose body was half hidden in the darkness and immediately remembered the Lord of Tentacles he saw not long ago. Unlike the Lord of Tentacles, this octopus was pure black. It's at least a top-level apprentice. Maybe a half-step wizard. Keely glanced at Luna, who was trembling in fear. We can't fight it head-on. Run. Angor nodded. As long as the octopus wasn't as strong as a wizard, it wouldn't be able to suppress them. While they were talking, the giant octopus seemed to have sensed their intentions and began to attack with its tentacles. As a large number of tentacles waved, the surrounding water became chaotic and was accompanied by a huge buzzing sound. Angor and Keely exchanged a look when they heard the familiar noise. That's what it did. When they thought about the turbulent water and the continuous earthquakes, they were even more certain that they couldn't fight it head-on. Don't resist. I'll take you with me. Since he still needed Keely's help to translate the words, he ejected his soul and dragged his body along with Keely's and started running in the direction they came from. Before Keely could react, she was lifted into the air by a strange force. Then, they shot out of the toad skin settlement like a cannonball. Before they left, Keely glanced back at the giant octopus. All of a sudden, Keely's pupils shrank. She seemed to see a shadow on the octopus's neck. Angor ran back to where he came from. He knew this path wasn't too dangerous, so he ran as fast as he could. It didn't take him long to reach the 500-meter-wide trench where he first landed. Angor couldn't tell how fast the current was in his soul form, so he had to rely on Keely's senses to see if the octopus was still chasing them. The current is fine, but... Keely glanced at Luna, who was still trembling in her arms. Luna isn't doing well. I think it won't let us go. Hearing this, Angor decided to keep running. Based on the width of the two walls of the trench, if the trench continued to shrink, the giant octopus would not be able to squeeze into the trench with its size. Using Keely's light, Angor rushed forward again. It took him half an hour to reach the bottom of the trench. As he expected, the walls kept shrinking until they were less than 100 meters away. The slope was also going up, which meant they were almost at the end of the trench. We should be safe now. It won't be easy for the octopus to get in. And Luna can't smell it anymore, said Keely. Angor finally let go of them and returned to his body. Keely watched Angor's actions in silence. She was curious about how Angor was able to do it so fast, and why he needed to eject his soul, but she didn't ask about it since it involved someone else's secret art. She kept her questions to herself. Angor felt dizzy when he returned to his body. Before he could say a word, his vision turned black and he fell unconscious. Prophets don't ask about the past. Altars are forever raised. With Maraid's sword, you can open the past and reach the final destination. Angor heard someone whispering in his ear while he was half asleep. He opened his eyes in a daze, only to see the dim yellow light and a red dancing shoe moving back and forth in his hazy vision. The air was fresh, and there was a faint aroma in it. He smelled something like this in Sunder's study before. It was something that could relax one's mind. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he suddenly stopped. Air? Aroma? Wasn't he at the bottom of the sea? Angor's memories came back to him. He quickly opened his eyes and sat up. He looked around and realized that he was actually in a stone house. Underneath him was a bed made of coral. There was no water vapor in the surroundings, and the oxygen content in the air was very high. Hanging on the wall was a portable oil lamp that Keely liked to carry. The soothing smell came from the oil lamp. "You're awake?" Keely heard him and came to him from another room. "How do you feel?" He looked back and saw a hint of warmth on her face under the dim light of the fire. It was rare for Keely to not be as cold as before. "Not bad. Thanks." He rubbed his temples and nodded. "Thank you. You don't have to thank me. You saved me before." Keely walked to the wall and took down the oil lamp. She held it in her hand and said, "When you were unconscious, I checked you. You drank too much witch soup. You didn't have any blood in you, so your blood was too strong. That's why you fainted." Keely stood in front of Angor and spoke in a complicated tone, "Your body is too weak. Even if you don't want to use blood, you can always train yourself in other ways. At least some witch soup won't make you so weak." He scratched his head in embarrassment. "I didn't have much time for training, so I didn't have time to do it." Keely knew that Angor had only entered the wizarding world for a short time. Considering how strong his alchemy skills were, he must have spent a lot of time studying. Yet, he was still able to focus on his own strength. It was already impressive that he could do this. Keely now realized that Angor didn't lack knowledge or power. Instead, he lacked basic knowledge, such as basic knowledge and basic physical training. "I'll think of a way to improve my body's strength after we leave the purification garden," Keely said before she turned and walked out of the door. Angor had the chance to find a bloodline, and it wasn't hard for him to buy one with his wealth. However, Sunders told him not to use any bloodline for now, and that it would be best if his bloodline came from a nightmare creature. Of course, as Keely had said, there were other ways to improve the strength of his body even if he didn't inject the bloodline. Unlike Nausicaa, who liked to talk with her muscles, Angor spent most of his time studying cantrips and improving his alchemy skills. He didn't train his body at all. It seemed that he really needed to improve his body after leaving this place. As a rank 2 acolyte, he was one of the pillars of the acolytes. But because of the beginner witch soup, he couldn't take it and passed out. People would probably laugh their heads off if they heard about this. Angor shook his head and stood up. He followed Keely's footsteps and arrived at another room. Keely was standing in front of a wall, deep in thought. Angor walked closer and saw the totem of a mermaid on the wall. There was a line of words below it. He raised his eyebrows. "This is the Toadskins Fortress?" Keely said, "After you fainted, I took you and walked for a while. Then, we found this place at the end of the trench." Keely seemed to be considering her words carefully. After a long while, she said, "Watchtower? Let's call it a watchtower." A watchtower at the bottom of the sea. Watchtowers were generally used for security purposes. What was the purpose of building a watchtower here? Was it the sea monster he killed? Or the giant octopus that looked like the Lord of Tentacles? "How long have I been out?" Angor asked a more practical question. "Less than 10 hours. 10 hours didn't sound too long. However, Angor didn't know when the ritual would begin. If he wanted to find the exit as soon as possible, he had to act fast. Otherwise, once the sacrifice began, only death would await them. Angor decided not to waste any more time. "What's written on the wall? Does it have anything to do with the exit?" "I think so." Keely pondered for a moment. Then, she began to read the words in the universal language. "Prophets don't ask about the past. Altars are forever raised. With the Maraid's sword, you can reach the final land." After that, Keely frowned and said, "If I'm not wrong, this final land should be our destination. But according to this sentence, if you want to reach the final land, you have to use the Maraid's sword. What is this thing?" Angor fell into deep thought as well. The key words were Maraid's sword and the final land. What was the Maraid's sword? Angor didn't think floating Mech City would give him an unsolvable question. The Maraid's sword must be somewhere in the Sea of Purification. Was it a real sword? Or was it some kind of symbolic object? Angor pondered for a while before he remembered the first underwater building he saw. There were many more murals and words there. I have some more. Can you read them and see if you can find anything about the mermaid's sword? While speaking, Angor simulated the entire building. From the mermaid totem, to the murals, to the words. Angor showed them to Keely in an illusion. Keely was still searching for clues about the mermaid's sword in her mind. When she saw the image, she suddenly stopped and began to read it carefully. Mana flashed in her eyes from time to time. After a while, the energy ripples around Keely's body finally stopped. She looked a little tired, but her expression was more relaxed. Yes, there's a record about the mermaid's sword. Keely looked at Angor. The mermaid's sword isn't a sword. It's a scale from the heart of an ancestor worshipped by the Duans. Duans? Duans? Angor had no idea what this strange name meant. The Duans are the toads you mentioned, and the Duans are these. Keely pointed at the mermaids on the murals. These ugly mermaids are the Duans. They're also the ancestors worshipped by the Duans. You mean mermaids are the ancestors of the toads? Keely nodded. Angor was surprised. He thought mermaids were the product of some kind of religion, but he didn't expect them to be related. However, their ancestors at least looked like humans. Although they were ugly, the dugongs were too ugly. Who gave birth to the dugongs with these mermaids? Did they have a bad sense of aesthetics? Angor thought about the process and felt that it was too weird. Keely then translated the whole thing to him. The murals were indeed supplementary information about the murals. The first few murals described the daily lives of the Duans, while the last few were the most important ones. The altar of demise is the final resting place of the Duans. There are many Duan priests and Duans serving them there. They will worship the gods there. If you want to enter, you need the mermaid's sword to guide you. Keely pointed at the last mural, which was the altar of demise. Gods? What the hell is that? Angor thought the mermaid totem was the god worshipped by the toads, but that wasn't the case. But now, there was another one. What the hell was this new god? Keely shook her head. There's no record. But look at this. Keely pointed at a mural in the middle of the room. It was a cloud that wrapped all the dugongs together. Below the cloud was a gentle wave. It doesn't look good, but I think it's about moving. I think the Duans aren't native to the Garden of Purification and were moved here by someone else. That's what I'm looking at. The water under the cloud is probably the Sea of Purification. You're saying that floating mech city moved them into the Sea of Purification, but I'm not sure if it's floating mech city. And the god they worship at the altar of demise is someone from floating mech city? Keely nodded. I think so. Angor wasn't sure if the altar of demise was their final destination. However, if Keely's speculation was correct, then the altar of demise was their final destination. Angor didn't care about why floating mech city did this. The most important thing right now was to find the altar of demise. But there was another problem. Where should he find the mermaid's sword? If you're looking for a Duan, I think I've seen one before, Keely suddenly said. Angor gave Keely a puzzled look. After we encountered that giant octopus, you took me away from the dugong settlement. At that time, I looked back and saw the shadow of a dugong on the giant octopus neck. It was too dark, so I couldn't see it clearly. But its upper body was human, and its lower body was a fish's tail. A Duan on the octopus neck? He was running so fast that he didn't notice what happened to the octopus neck. Are you sure you saw a Duan? Keely asked. If Keely was telling the truth, they would have to face the octopus again if they wanted to get the mermaid's sword. It took them so much effort to escape, and now they had to go back. It was a difficult decision for both Angor and Keely to make. Keely considered for a moment and nodded. If there are no mermaids in the Sea of Purification and no mermaids among the apprentices, then I'm sure there's a chance. There's at least a 90% chance that it's a Duan. What Keely said was highly unlikely. Even if there were mermaids in the Sea of Purification, they must be the mastiff. As for whether there were mermaids among the apprentices, Angor didn't know. At least, he didn't see any mermaids in the valley that day. Therefore, it was highly likely that what Keely saw was a Duan. I'll go. If I miss this chance, I might not run into a Duan again. Even if he couldn't defeat the octopus, he still had a chance to steal something from it. The octopus was at most as strong as a top-level apprentice. Shadow was also a top-level apprentice, but Angor still managed to fight him to a standstill. Normally speaking, monsters were stronger than humans, and they had the advantage of terrain. However, it wasn't like Angor had to kill the octopus. The octopus target was someone else, which made it much easier. As long as the Duan wasn't a wizard-level fighter, there was a good chance he could get the Maraid's sword. I'll go too. One of us can distract it while the other goes for the Maraid's sword. Keely was not a coward. In other words, after entering the wizarding world, no man or woman had the right to be a coward. She also knew that if they missed this chance, they might not run into another Duan again. If he couldn't find the Duans and get the Maraid's sword, he wouldn't be able to leave the purification garden. Angor wasn't surprised. This was a matter of life and death. After the two made a simple plan, they left the watchtower at the bottom of the sea and walked toward the depths of the trench again. Soon, they returned to the settlement of the dugongs. They didn't see any trace of the giant octopus here. Looks like it has already left. Angor looked around. After the giant octopus rampage, the place was even more deserted than before. There used to be intact houses here, but now, there were only broken walls and crumbling walls. Let's keep looking down. Maybe its nest is down there. They continued to swim downstream, but after swimming for more than an hour, they still did not see any trace of the giant octopus. Did they leave the trench? Just as this signal rose in their hearts, a pair of dark green eyes opened in the gap above their heads. The owner of the eyes came and went without a trace, so Angor and Keely didn't know that they were being watched. It slowly approached them, trying to ambush one of them before engaging the other in a melee. However, when it was about 100 meters away from them, another beam of green light suddenly appeared between them. Both Angor and Keely looked up at the same time when they heard a meow. It's the monster that ambushed me in the dugong settlement. Angor looked up and saw a sea monster approaching them from afar. This one was a bit bigger than the one Angor killed earlier. However, it was still as dumb as before. Seeing that its prey had already noticed it, it didn't bother to hide. Instead, it flapped its fins and glided toward them with its mouth wide open. It gave up on ambush and chose to fight recklessly. Angor was glad to see such a monster again. Earlier, when he killed one of these monsters, he saw the earthquake and torrential current, which was later confirmed to be caused by the giant octopus. He wasn't sure if it was just a coincidence or not, but he would find out if he killed it again. With that in mind, he began to set up his illusion nodes. Last time, he was caught off guard and couldn't use his best move. Now, the monster was still far away from him. As long as he set up his illusion nodes, he could do whatever he wanted. As he thought about his plan, a cold flame brushed past his face and landed on the monster's body. Before the monster could reach the illusion nodes, it was already engulfed in blue flames. After struggling for a while, the monster turned into an ice statue and sank to the bottom of the sea. Angor was about to release his mana to set up his illusion nodes when he suddenly froze on the spot. Let's go. Keely glanced at Angor. Why do you have to make it so complicated? Savage beasts that didn't have much intelligence could be dealt with brute force. In a narrow path, whoever used brute force would emerge victorious. Clearly, Keely was stronger than Angor. Angor sighed and let go of his hand. Just as they were about to continue moving forward, a huge change suddenly occurred at the scene. They quickly looked up when they heard a loud noise coming from nearby. A dark shadow was rapidly descending from the middle of the cliff. It left countless bubbles in its wake, which caused the water to flow violently, and a lot of sand and dust blocked their vision. The tentacled monster hadn't shown its face yet, but Angor could tell that it was the giant octopus. It stuck close to the cliff and quickly landed on the ground. When Angor saw it in the Dugon settlement, he thought it was as big as the Lord of Tentacles. However, due to the lack of light in the deep sea, most of its body was hidden in the darkness, so Angor didn't see it clearly. This time, the monster landed right in front of them, allowing Angor to get a better look. Angor and Keely looked like tiny ants in front of a giant mountain. It was too big and untouchable. Its black skin allowed it to naturally blend in with its surroundings. Only its pair of deathly pale eyes that resembled copper bells gave it a sense of existence. The sudden arrival of the giant octopus caused the water to mix with its aura, which made the scene even more chaotic. Before Angor and Keely could say anything, the giant octopus attacked without warning. Just like before, it attacked with its tentacles. Angor stomped on the ground and dodged the attack. He exchanged a glance with Keely and nodded at her. As planned, Keely went to distract the giant octopus. Angor's ejection ability allowed him to move as fast as a wizard. Meanwhile, he went to check the Duan's neck. Before they split up, Angor tossed a magic scroll to Keely. This is Nova of Defense. Remember to use it only when necessary. Keely's situation was much more dangerous than Angor's since they both had different attributes. Just in case, Angor gave Keely the Nova of Defense scroll he got from Devil Dare. 1000 Resistance Nova Scroll, able to resist witch-level damage. Angor used the scroll twice and used up some of its energy. However, the remaining energy was enough to protect Keely from a top-level apprentice. As soon as they started, Luna ran to the side and dug a hole in the sand to bury herself. Flames kept coming out of Keely's hands. The flames looked like they were burning. But they were all white, purple, and even black. None of them were normal. For example, when she fought against the sea monster earlier, she also used a special type of blue flame. Keely was a fire elementalist. However, her main target was nether flame, which was a special type of fire element. Normally speaking, fire apprentices would be at a disadvantage in the Sea of Purification because the water would weaken their fire. However, nether flame was not. Nether flame was a type of flame that did not exist in this world. The flame surrounded the giant octopus. From afar, it looked like a fire that could burn down a mountain. He used infinite reticence and ejected his soul from his body. Next, he tried to sneak toward the octopus neck. The octopus's tentacles began to undergo strange changes as soon as they touched the flames. They were either frozen, shattered, or corroded. Most of these changes were irreversible. The octopus cried out in pain and lost several tentacles. After being taught a lesson by nether flame, the octopus no longer tried to fight the flames head-on. Instead, it created a huge shockwave around its body to push the flames away. Next, it began to make a very low-frequency noise that humans could hardly hear. Along with this low buzzing sound, ghostly green eyes appeared from all directions. Hundreds of sharp-mouthed sea monsters showed up nearby. Angor's heart skipped a beat. As expected, the giant octopus was the one controlling the sea monsters. Otherwise, it wouldn't have learned about the deaths of the sea monsters twice in a row. Some of the sea monsters surrounded Keely, while others came to look for Angor. Angor was confident that infinite reticence wouldn't recognize him. While he was thinking, the balance bubble inside the octopus's brain suddenly twitched. The movement of the water around them was recorded in the octopus mind. Next, the octopus noticed an unusual flow of water. The giant octopus commanded the sea beasts to move forward, wanting to surround this unusual flow of water. Luckily, Angor noticed it in time. He flew higher again and dashed out of the encirclement as fast as he could. Looking at the air bubbles around him, Angor began to understand how he was exposed. Underwater creatures were very sensitive to water currents. Angor tried to use the same trick on land, but it didn't work at the bottom of the sea. Not to mention the strange flow of water, the oxygen bubbles he released when he breathed were enough to expose his location. Since he was already exposed, Angor didn't plan to hide anymore. He directly flew toward the octopus's neck. With his speed, the sea monsters wouldn't be able to catch up with him. After shaking off the sea monsters and dodging the tentacles, Angor finally reached the octopus neck. The octopus neck wasn't small, and Angor couldn't find any trace of the Duans. He had to keep flying. The front. Angor, look at its front. Keely used voice transmission on Angor's ear. Angor followed Keely's instructions and flew to the front of the octopus. He saw it. If one were to draw a line between the octopus eyes, there would be a transparent, bubble-like organ at the apex of an equilateral triangle. Inside the bubble, there was a guay with its eyes closed. It had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. Just as Keely described. Angor didn't know whether the Duan was still alive or not, but his eyes lit up when he saw the creature. Angor tried to approach the bubble, but he couldn't because he was in the center of the octopus body. Angor tried to get through several times, but he was either stopped by the tentacles of the octopus or the sea monsters that chased after him. And that was because the octopus was too busy dealing with Keely to care about Angor. Angor could tell that the Duan was important to the octopus as well. Once his target was exposed, it would be even harder to get away from the octopus. Therefore, he only had one chance. Otherwise, once the octopus focused most of its attention on him, it would be even more impossible to succeed. Angor kept flying higher and higher while dodging the tentacles. He was trying to distract the octopus so that it wouldn't notice his target. Once he made his move, he had to go straight for it. While dodging, Angor sent a voice transmission to Keely. "Can you stall it? Give me 20 seconds. Keely was a little surprised. That sounded familiar. Back then, he spent 20 seconds to set up a giant illusion around the Lord of Tentacles. Was he trying to set up another illusion by using the voice transmission? But it wouldn't be easy for Angor to replicate what happened back then. Back then, the Lord of Tentacles didn't care about Angor and didn't attack him, which gave Angor enough time to set up the illusion. However, it was different now. The giant octopus's target was the two of them. It would not be easy to stall the giant octopus for 20 seconds. Keely might have attracted most of the octopus's attention, but she was under a lot of pressure right now. She had to find a way to keep the octopus's attention on her for 20 seconds. That was too difficult. Keely pondered for a while. Although she looked hesitant, when she looked at the guay in the water bubble, her eyes became resolute. "I have a netherworld lamp mother flame. I can forcefully pull it into a soul challenge. After the soul challenge, regardless of victory or defeat, I will lose all my fighting power. If you can succeed in one strike and take me and Luna away, you will be able to take me and Luna away. I can pull it into the challenge," Keely said. "Soul challenge, are you sure you can succeed?" Angor didn't know what the soul challenge meant, but it sounded like it was about using two people's souls for some sort of test. "Do you think I can win?" Keely asked. "Do you think I can win?" "I'm pretty sure I'll fail. But if I can last a few seconds in the soul challenge, I should be able to buy you some time." "What will happen to you if you fail?" Angor asked in a concerned tone. "Don't worry. I can use a netherworld lamp mother flame to compensate for my failure. More importantly, I'll lose my ability to move. I need someone to help me," Keely added in her mind. "And someone trustworthy. Once she lost her ability to move, she would have no chance of surviving the giant octopus." In other words, Keely's life was in Angor's hands. The mother flame must be quite valuable as well. However, they were now facing the risk of being sacrificed. As long as they did not die, there was still hope. Angor nodded. "All right. I'll take you and Luna away whether I succeed or not. You have to succeed. Otherwise, my efforts will be in vain." Keely humped as if she was blaming Angor, but she was actually smiling. Angor and Keely agreed to move around the giant octopus. Angor didn't seem to be doing anything, but he kept his attention on the bubble. "Get ready." Keely unleashed another wave of nether fire, but this time, she took out the oil lamp that she liked to carry in her hand. From the oil lamp, a tiny flame that was nearly colorless emerged, quietly attacking the octopus amidst the other nether fires. 5, 4, 3. Keely began the countdown in her mind. When Angor heard the word 1, his soul quickly returned to his body. He then released a large number of illusion nodes. At the same time, the giant octopus suddenly slowed down. Its tentacles were still moving fast, but they were nowhere near as fast as before. Angor could freely construct cantrip models while dodging. He didn't have time to do anything else before. It only took him less than 10 seconds to finish setting up the illusion nodes. He was planning to set up an illusion that would confuse the giant octopus's mind. But since the giant octopus was slowing down, Angor decided to change the illusion into a mist to prevent the giant octopus from coming after him. The illusion blurred the vision of the sea monsters. At the same time, the giant octopus's movements became even more sluggish. Its eyes were glazed over, and its reflexes were reduced by at least 80%. He glanced back at Keely as he dashed toward the bubble. Seeing Keely covered in blood, Luna ran to Keely's side, pulled her clothes, and moved her body to dodge the octopus attack. Keely couldn't move at all, so she had to rely on Luna to dodge the tentacles. However, the giant octopus was still able to control the tentacles with its mind during the soul challenge, which meant there was a huge difference between their souls. Angor didn't want to disappoint Keely. For the first time, he broke through the tentacles barrier and reached the bubble. The giant octopus seemed to have noticed Angor's intention as well. Its dazed eyes regained their focus for a second, and they were now filled with anger. While the giant octopus was enraged, Keely spat out a mouthful of blood and floated to the bottom of the sea as if she had fainted. Angor was startled. He thought the giant octopus had won the soul challenge. But the next second, the giant octopus's eyes went blank again. Luna's anxious meowing reminded him that something bad must have happened to Keely again. Angor gritted his teeth and took out an alchemy weapon from his bracelet. He aimed at the bubble and hacked at it. But it didn't break the bubble at all. It didn't even leave a scratch on it. He also sensed some energy ripples on the giant octopus's skin. Was it some kind of defensive spell? Without hesitation, Angor created another cantrip model in his mind space. He could only pray that the defensive spell on the giant octopus's skin was only effective against physical attacks, not energy ones. Time ticked away. Keely couldn't hold on for much longer. The giant octopus's reflexes began to accelerate. Suddenly, Angor heard Keely scream. The giant octopus regained its balance. The soul challenge was over. At this moment, a red circle appeared around the bubble. A strange symbol appeared in the center of the circle, followed by a large amount of fire. Flame array, phantasm, along with the intense heat and the strange illusion of a fire elemental spirit, the bubble exploded. The Duan inside flowed out along with the viscous liquid. Angor reached out his hand and snatched it without a hitch. With the target in hand, Angor used the spirit mantra he prepared beforehand and ejected his soul again. When a tentacle was about to reach him, Angor used the sequence of gravity and dashed out like an arrow. His first destination was the place where Keely was hiding. However, the giant octopus seemed to know what Angor was going to do and swung another tentacle at Keely. Without the soul challenge, the octopus tentacles were only slightly slower than Angor's. Considering his speed, he would definitely get hit if he tried to rush over. But if he didn't, Keely would die for sure. Without hesitation, Angor dashed toward Keely. As he pulled Keely up with gravity, the destructive tentacle also came at him. Angor narrowed his eyes and felt a little nervous. However, when a barrier of starlight appeared around them, he relaxed a little. Keely finally used Nova of Myriad defenses. Angor only dared to come and take Keely away because he already gave her Nova of Myriad defenses. Keely didn't let him down. She used Nova of Myriad defenses without hesitation. The giant octopus attack landed on the starlight barrier without causing any ripples. Angor took the chance and dragged Keely out of the illusion. Nice one. Angor smiled at Keely, who was covered in blood. Keely smiled and heaved a long sigh. Looking at the starlight around them, her eyes were filled with joy. If Angor had hesitated for even a second, he would have failed. But Angor kept his promise. Keely only felt this kind of teamwork from Luna, and it didn't feel bad for her. As soon as they got out of the illusion, they heard a thunderous roar coming from behind them. Water currents, earthquakes, and even sound waves were coming their way. However, with the sequence of gravity activated, Angor wasn't worried that the giant octopus would come after them. Besides, the illusion could block its vision for a while. By the time it got out of the illusion, Angor and Keely were long gone. What Angor didn't know was that when the giant octopus realized that it couldn't catch up with Angor, its body began to expand, and its skin turned from black to red. If Angor could see this, he would definitely think that the giant octopus was the same as the Lord of Tentacles. The color of the Lord of Tentacles was such a shocking shade of red. At the same time, a cold mechanical voice suddenly came from the top floor of the machine tower. Huh? A Lord of Tentacles? Angor ran as fast as he could until he reached the bottom of the trench. Considering the size of the octopus, it would be difficult for it to reach this place. Once they reached the bottom of the trench, which was less than 100 meters wide, Angor let his soul return to his body. Since he didn't have time to recover his soul energy, he quickly consumed another soul orb and swam toward the end of the trench with Keely. During this process, Keely slowly regained some of her strength and was able to move on her own. However, her face was still pale, and her lips were a little bruised. She looked quite sick. "Are you sure you'll be fine if you fail the soul challenge?" Angor asked worriedly. "Should I carry you?" Keely shook her head. "It's fine. I'm fine now. It's not a big deal. I've lost a prime flame, but I can always catch it again." Keely said it casually, but only she knew how difficult it would be to capture the Netherworld lamp's mother flame again. Angor didn't say anything since Keely insisted. Instead, he focused on the Duan in his hand. He sensed that the Duan was already dead. However, the giant octopus did a good job of protecting its body, so there was no sign of decay. Angor wondered what this Duan meant to the giant octopus, and why it was carrying it around. Keely looked over and took out an oil lamp. With the bright light of the lamp, she could see the Duan's body clearly. This was a male Gui. Its face was very ferocious, but among the Gui totems depicted in the murals, it was already considered acceptable to human aesthetics. The Duan's upper body was covered with a tattered gray sackcloth. Angor could see some faint patterns on the cloth. He thought it was some kind of decoration, but Keely didn't. "It's a communication symbol. I think it's some kind of primitive ideograph." "Let me see what it says," Keely said, magic surging in her eyes. While Keely used her language proficiency to read the patterns, Angor felt lucky that Keely came to find him. Otherwise, he would have missed out on a lot of information. If he traveled alone, he wouldn't have been able to decipher all the information. The purification garden didn't only test one's strength and survivability. It also tested one's experience, which happened to be Angor's weakness. A short while later, Keely rubbed her glabella and said with a tired voice, "This is a special prayer for sacrificial ceremonies. It means to sacrifice this Gui to a creature called Octopo. Most of the words are praising Octopo's power." Keely gave a simple translation. "So that octopus is Octopo?" Angor asked. "It should be so." Keely added, "The prayer didn't give us much information. At most, we know the identity of the octopus and the name of the Duan, Kogwang Boden." After shifting their attention away from the prayer, they turned their attention back to Kogwang. As he recalled, the Duans with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish were ranked first among all the totems. In a civilization with a strict hierarchy, this Duan named Kogwang might be one of the nobles in the Duan settlement. Unfortunately, it was sacrificed by its own kind in the end. Finally, Angor and Keely both looked at the Duan's chest. The Maraid sword was the scale on the Duan's chest. Angor tore Kogwang's robe open to reveal its naked chest. Sure enough, just like what was recorded in the text, there were 4 sword-shaped scales on its chest. Under the bright light of the fire, the scales were golden in color, as if they were flowing with the light of colored glass. Angor gently plucked the scales from the Duan's chest. When he removed the heart scale, he noticed that it was actually a pair of scales. Together, they formed a Maraid sword. While Angor fiddled with the Maraid sword, Keely looked at Kogwang's chest. 4 scales were missing, and there were 4 small bloody holes. Keely pondered and said, "I remember in the totem you showed me, there are 4 points on the chest of the Bai clan, which has a human upper body and a fish lower body. I didn't think too much about it at first, but now I think it means this Duan has 4 scales on its chest." Angor also recalled what he saw. Yes, there are 4 scales on its chest. A Duan with the side of a human and the lower body of a fish has 3 scales. A Duan with the lower body of a human and the upper body of a fish has 2 scales. The rest only have 1. If the scales are the number of scales, then we're in luck. We can make 2 Maraid swords, 1 for each of us. Angor handed one of the swords to Keely and kept the other one for himself. Keely took the Maraid sword and said, "It seems that the number of scales on the chest represents the class of the Duans. Also, the higher the class, the fewer Duans there are. Otherwise, most Duans only have 1 scale on their chest." Keely sneered. The city of Floating Mech really has it all planned out. Most of the apprentices will only get 1 scale in the end. If they want to make a Maraid sword, they'll have to find more Duans, or rob them. Now that they had a Maraid sword, they had another problem. How should they find the altar of demise using the Maraid sword? While Angor was thinking about how to use the Maraid sword, Keely suddenly stopped and extinguished the light from her lamp. While Angor was wondering what she was doing, he saw a white light flashing in the distance. It was the place they left not long ago, the watchtower at the bottom of the sea. Angor clearly remembered that they extinguished the light when they left the watchtower. But now that there was light again, it was obvious that another wave of visitors had appeared in the watchtower. Is it a toad skin, or someone else? Angor asked using voice transmission. Let's go and see, Keely said. Angor agreed. If it was a toad skin, they could capture it and ask how to use the Maraid sword. Thinking of this, the two of them secretly reached a consensus and quietly walked towards the watchtower. Darkness was a natural camouflage, so they were able to get within 100 meters of the watchtower. Angor remembered that the toad skin noticed him from 100 meters away when he encountered the fortress at the bottom of the sea. But this time, the toad skin didn't move at all. Was it not a toad skin? It's not a dugong. It's a human, Keely said. Luna heard someone speaking in the common tongue. Angor and Keely lost interest if it wasn't a dugong. But Angor still wanted to check it out. What if he ran into Nausicaa? He didn't know if Nausicaa made it to the Sea of Purification or not. Since Keely didn't want to go, she decided to stay and rest. Meanwhile, Angor activated infinite reticence and slowly approached the watchtower. As he approached, he suddenly heard someone yelling from inside the watchtower. It's mine. Go to hell. Angor didn't expect it to be a robbery. Angor looked at the voice curiously. At the same time, he also felt that the voice sounded familiar. Accompanied by a huge energy fluctuation, a miserable cry filled with resentment came from inside. Yi. Yi? Angor quickly thought of a man in a cloak. It was Yi, who was in the same team as Xianxia. Angor also remembered that the voice belonged to someone called Freud. Fighting among themselves? From his tone, it seemed like Yethu wanted to snatch something. Angor considered for a moment and decided to leave. He could sense that there were only two people in the watchtower. They must be Yethu and Freud. He didn't know either of them, and he didn't want to get involved. But before he could leave, Yi's hoarse voice came again. Who's there? Before Angor could think about why his infinite reticence failed again, he sensed a strong gust of wind coming at him from behind. Angor leaned to the side and dodged the attack. When he looked back, he saw Yi standing at the top of the watchtower. Angor's figure slowly came into view. When Yethu saw who it was, his pupils shrank and his brows furrowed. It's you. Yethu grinned. I didn't expect Mr. Sunder's student to have a habit of eavesdropping on others. Let's forget about the incident in the wasteland. How are you going to explain this time? Angor didn't expect Yi to notice him either. And judging from Yi's tone, it sounded like this wasn't the first time Angor noticed him following Xianxia to their base. Angor once again lost his confidence in infinite reticence. It wasn't a big deal that Ukto and Toadskins noticed him. Even if he could weaken his presence in the water, the bubbles and currents could easily expose his location. But he was already noticed by other apprentices before he entered the Sea of Purification. Now that Yi pointed it out, Angor felt a little embarrassed. I saw something here, so I came to check it out. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Angor took a step back. The Sea of Purification was full of dangers, so he had to save as much mana as possible. Yethu's expression softened a little when he saw Angor backing down. Yi didn't want to offend Angor either. Angor once saved his life in the lava area, and he knew that Angor had a powerful background. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao said coldly, in that case, I won't send you off. Angor nodded and walked into the darkness. Before he could walk far, Black Cat Luna suddenly showed up from the side and meowed before stomping on his feet with its paw. Before Angor could figure out what was going on, Luna moved its paw away, revealing a small insect with a triangular head and rainbow spots on its back. A level 3 siphon? Angor didn't know much about magic insects, but he had heard about them before. These creatures were highly poisonous and had excellent stealth abilities. Their poison could even kill apprentices who were injected with bloodline potion. If it weren't for Luna, Angor wouldn't have been able to survive the siphon's attack. Angor gave Yethu a cold glare. Yethu, what's the meaning of this? Yi also looked at Luna with a grim expression. If the cat was here, it meant that the heir of Lilith's clan was nearby as well. Nothing much. It's just a precautionary measure. I didn't tell it to attack, Yi shrugged. Before Angor could say anything, a translucent figure suddenly ran out from the watchtower. Don't believe him. He found the Maraid sword on you. It was a person with short gray curly hair and 2 dark circles under his eyes. No, it was a soul. Compared to Angor's real soul, this soul was translucent, which meant it was much weaker than Angor's soul. Angor recognized the owner of this soul. It was Freud, who was also known as Dream Reader. Angor sighed in his mind. As expected, the other apprentices already knew about the connection between the Maraid sword and the final destination, and they were already fighting for it. If Freud hadn't used Soul Ribbon, he would have been dead by now. Yet Hugh got the sword, but Freud didn't. Freud would have died if he didn't use Soul Ribbon to save Freud. Yet Hugh wanted to kill Angor after getting the sword. Angor assumed that Freud only had a scale on his chest, which meant he still needed another scale to create a sword. Angor quickly figured out what was going on. Of course, he wasn't going to back down now that the Maraid sword was involved. Angor gave Yet-Hugh a cold glare and prepared a cantrip model in his mind space. On the other hand, Yethu's expression turned gloomy when he saw Freud rushing out and pointing out Freud's purpose. Angor didn't know that before creating a Maraid sword, he could sense the presence of other scales if he only had one scale on his chest. Yet-Hugh realized that Angor had a complete Maraid sword on him, which was why he decided to ambush Angor with a Tier 3 siphon to steal the sword. What he did not expect was that just as he was about to succeed, the black cat Luna jumped out and stomped on the siphon worm. Seeing Luna reminded him of its owner, Keely, who fought against Jibra for no reason at all. Yet Hugh didn't plan to attack Angor after seeing Luna. Instead, he planned to pacify Angor first, then use his siphon bug to keep Angor's sword at a safe distance. However, he didn't expect Freud to show up and point out his true goal. Isho naturally didn't feel that it was his fault. His biggest mistake was being too careless. He didn't check Freud's condition right after he killed him, nor did he expect Freud's soul to wake up so quickly. Yet Hugh didn't know what to do after being pointed out by Freud. Angor had already put up a vigilant look. Now that Angor's purpose was out in the open, he could not help but feel embarrassed. There was no way he could defeat both Angor and Keely all by himself. In fact, he would not be able to defeat Angor in a one-on-one fight without ambushing. Don't believe him. What he said is just speculation. Even if you have the Maraid sword, I won't take it from you. After all, you saved my life, and I won't do anything to you. Yet Hugh shook his head and said, don't believe him. What he said is just speculation. Even if you have the Maraid sword, I won't take it from you. Do you believe him? Freud stared at Yet-Hugh with blood dripping out of his eyes. He killed me to steal the Maraid sword. His voice turned murderous as well. More and more blood flowed out of Freud's eyes, and a dark aura began to gather around his body. He kept accusing Yet-Hugh, I was the one who discovered the Duans, I was the one who captured them, and I was the one who read their dreams about the Maraid sword and the altar of demise. What did you do? When we were in the settlement of the Dugongs, Shiyaro ran away by himself, and I even brought you out of there when you were heavily injured. I even saved you. I also shared the information I obtained with you, but you killed me when I used my ability to enter dreams to read more information. Freud turned around and stared at Angor with bloodshot eyes. I'm the living embodiment of his ungrateful nature. Do you really believe someone like him? Freud's accusation was filled with great sorrow and deep hatred after being betrayed by someone. The more Freud spoke, the more agitated he became. The tragic scene before his death kept replaying in his mind. Not only was there blood and tears flowing out of his eyes, but there was also a huge hole between his eyebrows. Normally, a supernatural soul wouldn't fall so easily, but Freud's current situation showed signs of falling. Yet Hugh didn't respond to Freud's accusation. Instead, he wore a gloomy expression. Angor could tell from Freud's expression that Freud was telling the truth. What a strange team. Viking helped Sharon, but Sharon didn't care about Viking's life. Freud even saved Yethu's life, but yet Hugh betrayed him and killed him. Angor didn't know what to say. All the scum had gathered together. Freud closed his eyes and tried his best to suppress the rising hatred in his heart. He wasn't a soul manipulator, but he still knew some basic information. Once he became an undead, he would never have a chance again. Of course, he didn't have a chance right now. The only thing he could rely on now was Freud's attempt to steal Angor's Maraid sword. Freud hoped that Angor would kill Freud. Freud's soul slowly calmed down and looked at Angor again. He only got one scale. If he wants to create another Maraid sword, he'll need another scale. He won't let go of this chance. Freud's words confirmed Angor's suspicions. Yet-Hugh only had one scale. But how did Yet-Hugh know that Angor had a Maraid sword? Did Yet-Hugh have a special way to find the sword? I can swear an oath right now, and I can use my consciousness to sign a contract with you. I won't covet your Maraid sword. We'll go our separate ways, and I promise I won't show up in front of you again. Yet-Hugh also looked at Angor. Freud was a little hesitant after hearing Yet-Hugh's words. If Angor was a peaceful person, he might just let Yet-Hugh go. But Freud couldn't let Yet-Hugh go. When he thought about how his body was still lying in the watchtower, Freud's anger grew even stronger. Freud's eyes turned bloodshot. He couldn't let Yet-Hugh go. He had to die. Freud looked at Angor's cold expression. He didn't know what Angor was going to do. Freud gritted his teeth and made a decision. Mr. Pad, if you kill Yet-Hugh and bring my soul out of the sea of purification, I'll give you a mystery item. Freud's words attracted everyone's attention like a pot of boiling water. Even Keely, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Freud. An apprentice with a mystery item? Was that even possible? Angor stared at Freud with a curious look. He knew better than anyone what a mystery item meant. He had almost made a mystery gun before, and he could faintly feel the message of mystery. If he could get a mystery item to study, he might be able to become a mystery alchemist. He planned to borrow the cursing doll from Sunders, but he didn't know if Sunders would agree to it or not. Angor couldn't study it whenever he wanted. But if he had a mystery item of his own, no way. He can't have a mystery item. How did I kill him so easily? He's just an apprentice. How can he have a mystery item? Yet-Hugh was also worried that Angor would agree to his request. Yet-Hugh was already thinking of running away, but the black cat kept staring at him, sending chills down his spine. Perhaps Keely was watching him from somewhere. Angor agreed with Yet-Hugh's words. 99% of wizards didn't have a mystery item. How could an apprentice have one? It's a very special mystery item. Freud remained silent for a moment. Then, he used his soul ripple to whisper into Angor's ears. Angor frowned when he heard the name of the mystery item. If that was the case, Freud might actually have it. Angor wasn't planning to let Yet-Hugh go. Even if Yet-Hugh had to swear an oath or sign a contract with his consciousness, Angor would still kill him. Angor could forgive Yet-Hugh for 2 ambushes in a row. But he would never forgive Yet-Hugh the second time. Yet-Hugh wasn't someone who would easily betray his savior. If Angor let Yet-Hugh go this time, Yet-Hugh would become a huge threat to him. Freud promised him a mystery item. It might not be useful to Angor, but it was free anyway. Angor looked at Freud again. Alright, I'll do it. Yet-Hugh didn't know what Freud said to Angor, but as soon as he heard Freud's words, Yet-Hugh realized something was wrong and quickly ran away. At the same time, the swarm of insects swooshed toward Angor like a curtain. Angor might be afraid of these insects if they were ambushing him. However, he was not afraid of them since they were attacking him from afar like a curtain. Angor quickly threw out the flame array he already created in his mind space. This magic trick was a super large area of effect attack. Although its power was weakened by the seawater, the insects themselves couldn't do it perfectly in the sea. The huge circular fire field, in the mysterious symbols, turned the curtain of insects into charcoal and fell down bit by bit. Angor ejected his soul from his body and dashed toward Yet-Hugh. Yet-Hugh ran for about a kilometer and saw Angor still inside the insect curtain. Also, Keely didn't try to stop him, which made him think that he could get out of here alive. As long as he could get away. Heh. Yet-Hugh's expression turned vicious. Angor, Keely, and that black cat, he would turn them all into insect droppings. Just as Yet-Hugh thought he was safe, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Angor? How is he so fast? Following Yet-Hugh's horrified expression, gray veins appeared around his body. It was as if his body had sunk into a swamp and he couldn't move at all. Angor snickered and released a gravity cannon at Yethu's forehead. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Yethu's head exploded, and by Tsinsen's brain matter shot out like fireworks. At the same time, countless insects crawled out from Yethu's broken neck. Angor felt sick when he looked at the swarm of insects. Many of them were the most vicious creatures Angor had ever seen in his life. Luckily, he left his body in the watchtower, so these insects couldn't harm his soul. When most of the insects were gone, Angor brought Yethu's body back to the watchtower. "You're done?" Keely asked when he came back and saw her guarding his body. "Done." Angor tossed Yethu's body to Keely and returned his soul to his body. "Thanks." Keely didn't say anything and went to Luna's side. It seemed Luna wasn't afraid of the poison at all. She was still teasing the siphon. On the other hand, Freud's expression was complicated when he saw Yethu's broken body. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. As he laughed, tears began to roll down his cheeks. But this time, they weren't tears of blood. Freud's crimson eyes slowly returned to normal, and the grayish-black aura around him slowly faded away. The change in Freud was obvious to all. Now that his vengeance had been avenged, the last bit of resentment he felt was gone. After what seemed like an eternity, Freud finally came back to his senses. Freud looked a little shy now and bowed to Angor to show his gratitude. "Thank you," Freud said in a serious tone, "I'll keep my promise. If you take me away from the Sea of Purification, I'll take you to that mystery item." "Sure." Angor nodded. Keely also looked at Angor curiously. "He really has a mystery item?" She sent a voice transmission to Angor. Keely didn't take part in the battle, but without Luna's help, Angor would have lost his life already. Therefore, Keely had a share of the credit as well. Of course, he wouldn't hide it from Keely. "I don't know if he's lying or not, but if it's that mystery item, I think it's real." Angor also sent a voice transmission. "That item? Which one are you talking about?" Keely asked curiously. "Have you heard of the Dream Welk of the Moonlight Coast?" Keely considered. "The mystery item that's labeled as the most boring item in the world? The one that can pull all non-living beings into a dream regardless of their level?" Angor nodded. "That's it. An auction at Floating Mech City 30 years ago sold it for 10,000 magic crystals. It's not that valuable among mystery items, and it has something to do with Freud's nickname, Dream Reader. I think Freud really does have it." "Oh, I see." Keely lost interest when she heard the name of the Dream Welk. It was a useless item that only worked on non-living beings. For humans, other than allowing them to sleep more peacefully with the sound of the conch, it had no other use. The Dream Welk wasn't useful to him, but it was more than enough for him to study mystery power. According to Greya, every mystery item had its own purpose. The Dream Welk wasn't useful because Greya didn't know how to use it yet. Angor didn't know if he could figure out how to use the Dream Welk. Of course, that was only a wild wish. While they were talking, Yethu's body began to change. Yethu's soul crawled out of his broken body. Yethu yelled at Angor as soon as he appeared. When Angor looked at him, Yethu finally realized that he was already dead. He trembled in fear as he recalled how Angor dominated him not long ago. He quickly changed his tone and begged Angor for mercy. He even promised that he would give Angor everything he had so that Angor could take him away from the Sea of Purification. Angor didn't care about Yethu's flattery at all. Keely, on the other hand, was getting impatient. So noisy. Next, he took out a purple wisp of hellfire from his oil lamp and sent it toward Yethu. The wisp of hellfire looked casual, but in Yethu's eyes, it felt like a giant mountain was pressing down on him. Under the threat of the nether fire, not only was he terrified, but he could not even move. From Angor's perspective, the wisp of hellfire touched Yethu's body and quickly spread to his entire body. The purple flames burned fiercely, and Yethu screamed in agony. His soul was being decomposed, and he was dying. Freud, who was standing on the side, trembled in fear. He was also a soul, so he knew how terrifying that purple flame was. Freud looked at Keely with fear in his eyes. Luckily, he didn't say anything in front of Keely. Otherwise, his soul would be burned into nothingness because he was too noisy. That would be too tragic. Angor didn't mind Keely's decision. He already planned to destroy Yethu's soul to prevent future trouble. Since Keely already did it, he didn't mind. Just as Yethu's soul was about to be destroyed, a mysterious light of guidance suddenly appeared and enveloped Freud and Yethu. Yethu couldn't resist at all and was taken away by the light. Angor watched as Yethu disappeared, leaving only a wisp of hellfire behind. Freud's strange behavior caught Angor's attention. There's a black light that's pulling me into an unknown space. Freud's face was filled with panic. His limbs were flailing wildly, but his body was being pulled upward. Something black? Is it some kind of external force? They couldn't see the light of guidance, but they quickly realized what was going on. He quickly went to Freud's side and took out a small purple flower from his bracelet, which was gently swaying under the leaves of Shulan. Don't resist. I'm going to draw your soul into the soul floret. Freud nodded to Angor in a panic and relaxed his mind. Both the light of guidance and the soul floret exerted their power at the same time, and Freud's soul began to wobble like a stretched spring. In the end, Freud's soul was about to be sucked into an unknown place. Without hesitation, Angor used spirit mantra to eject his soul from his body. He still couldn't see the so-called black light in his soul form. But this was not a problem for him. He could use the sequence of gravity to affect other souls when he was in his soul form. He then directed a beam of energy toward the soul floret, which worked together with the flower's gravitational force. Finally, the beam of guidance was defeated. Freud was forced into the purple flower by the gray veins. When Freud entered the soul floret, the black light that only Freud could see slowly faded away. After confirming that Freud was fine, Angor sighed in relief and returned his soul to his body. At this moment, Keely walked over with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Can you see the black light he mentioned after you leave your body? Angor shook his head. So the black light only absorbs dead souls. It doesn't work on living souls. Keely sighed. The purification garden's muddy waters are getting harder and harder to see through. At the same time, inside a dark cave in the valley where the purification garden was located, two people were sitting in front of a pool filled with white mist. The mist was too thick to see their faces clearly. Angor could only tell that they were a man and a woman. The woman on the right had originally placed her hand on the surface of the pool. Suddenly, she withdrew her hand and exclaimed, What's wrong, Sigma? Asked the man sitting on the left. It was an old and hoarse voice. The woman called Sigma frowned and said, Master Connor, someone just snatched a soul from the light of guidance. Connor replied with an "oh" and cast his gaze into the pool as if he was looking for something. A moment later, Connor looked up and said, It's fine. It's just a normal soul. Keep controlling your soul pool. Don't worry about it. Sigma nodded. Got it. Angor knew what Keely meant. Floating Mech City had to be the one who did this. He didn't know why Floating Mech City was doing this, and it wasn't something that people of his level could do. Angor held back his curiosity and picked up the soul floret. At the center of the flower, Freud transformed into a thumb-sized man and sat with his legs crossed. The gentle aura of the soul-accumulating flower slowly healed the wounds on his soul caused by the light of guidance. The soul floret was one of the leftover materials Angor used to craft Prelude to Rebirth. It was used to stabilize soul energy, but it could also be used to store souls for a short time. Since he didn't have any other storage items, he had to use the soul floret to store Freud's soul, which could last him for half a month. Stay inside the soul floret for now. I'll let you go once we're out of the garden, Angor said. Freud's fear slowly disappeared as the gentle aura of the soul floret comforted him. Thank you. You're welcome. It's a fair trade, Angor said as he walked to Yethu's body. Angor searched Yethu's body and found several single-use space capsules, an intricate pouch, and a piece of Duan scale from the corpse. The space capsule contained healing potions and daily necessities. He only gave it a quick glance and did not pay much attention to it. The other pouch contained energy, which meant it was an alchemy item. Angor could tell that it was a product of synthesis alchemy, but he didn't know how to use Narda's vision yet. He didn't want to open the pouch carelessly. Yet Hugh loved to play with insects, so he didn't know if there were any poisonous insects inside. Do you know what's inside? Angor put the pouch in front of Freud. Freud was inside the flower, so Angor had to place something above the flower to see what was outside. Freud checked the pouch. It's a demon cave worm pouch, made from the nest of a demon cave worm. It has some space properties, but it can only store insects. Yet Hugh has a lot of insects. Some live inside his body, and some crawl on his skin. There aren't many insects inside. According to Freud, the pouch could be used to see what was inside using spirit power. Angor used his spirit power to check the pouch and didn't find any insects inside. Instead, he found some eggs he didn't know. Since there wasn't any danger, Angor turned to Keely and asked if she wanted the pouch. He wasn't interested in the pouch himself, and Keely helped him a lot just now, so he had to give her a share of the loot. Keely didn't seem interested in the pouch either. Instead, she picked up several space capsules that were filled with potions. I don't need them. I need some potions. Angor had plenty of potions already, so he didn't mind. He put the rest of the capsules into his bracelet and looked at the scale on Yethu's chest. This was a patch of gray scales on his chest. It looked a little dull and gray. It's different from the ones we found. Keely paused. Does this mean the scales on Duans have different colors as well? Freud's answer answered Keely's question. Freud was hiding inside the soul floret. He couldn't see what was going on outside, but he could still hear what was going on outside. I visited a Duan's dream before, so I know something about their scales. Freud's voice was a little timid. Clearly, he was still a little afraid of the scene of Keely burning Yethu with hellfire. Keely glanced at the purple flower in Angor's hand. Tell me about it. Freud wanted to show off his abilities to Angor, so he didn't hide anything from Angor. The scales on a Duan's chest are a symbol of their status. They come in different colors, such as gold, silver, white, and gray. But I don't think they mean anything to outsiders like us, right? Freud thought for a bit and added, the only thing that matters is that we have to find two scales of the same color to combine them into a Maraid sword. Scales of different colors can't be combined into a Maraid sword. Angor took out the shining Maraid sword and chuckled. And here I thought a golden scale was better than a normal one. Looks like it doesn't mean anything. He put away the sword and asked Freud, how did Yethu know I have a Maraid sword on me? Is there a secret method to find the Maraid sword? You already created a Maraid sword, didn't you, Mr. Pat? Yes. Angor nodded. Pick up the scale on Yethu's chest and you'll know. Puzzled, he picked up the scale and felt something strange coming from it. He could clearly feel the unique energy waves coming from both him and Keely, which were telling the owner of the scale where the Maraid sword was. He handed the scale to Keely, who noticed the strange energy as well. She frowned as she realized what was going on. This scale can sense the Maraid sword? Keely asked. Freud nodded. Yes. It has a passive range, which allows it to sense the Maraid sword and other scales within a 100-meter radius. Passive sensing? You mean it can actively sense something? Angor asked curiously. Yes, it can. You just need to attach your spirit power to the scale, and you can vaguely sense the location of the scale or the Maraid sword. Keely followed Freud's instructions and placed her spirit power on the scale before she closed her eyes. She opened her eyes and said, I think I can sense the scale's location. It's near Octo Lake. That's... Keely looked at Angor. It looks like it's made for killing and looting. Not every apprentice was lucky enough to find two scales of the same color and use them to create a Maraid sword. Yethu and Freud, for example, only found a single scale. If they wanted to create a Maraid sword, they would have to find another scale of the same color, or steal it. This ability to sense other scales was simply like a scanner. Furthermore, it was a scanner that was filled with bloodshed and competition. More importantly, a single scale and a Maraid sword gave off different energy waves. When someone tried to steal a single scale, they would have to pray that the other scale's color matched the one in their hand. However, if someone tried to steal a Maraid sword, they would not have to worry about that. Therefore, if they were discovered by other apprentices, they would definitely become the center of attention. What a cunning plan. Using this method to eliminate apprentices. Keely's eyes flashed with a hint of fighting spirit. No one knows who they're ambushing. No one knows if they're strong or weak, which makes the outcome uncertain. Freud paused for a moment before continuing, this is a form of disqualified fairness. Why should we care about fairness in a disqualified world? Keeley asked. Can't we sense other people's presence after creating a Maraid sword? Before Freud could answer, both Keeley and Angor tried again. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't sense anything. That's right. We can't sense other people's presence after creating a Maraid sword. But we can only find out the location of the altar of demise by creating a Maraid sword. If we don't want to be buried in the purification garden and gain our freedom, we still have to create a Maraid sword. In other words, if we want to gain our freedom, we have to find more scales. Once we create a Maraid sword, we have to deal with enemies who want to steal our Maraid sword and reach the altar of demise. Keeley humphed. Why make it so complicated? Why don't we just throw them into a random battlefield? Let's see who wins. Angor shrugged. Like Freud said, they're trying to achieve some form of fairness, right? Angor didn't say that, but he knew that fairness was no longer an option the moment the ordinary apprentices were lured into the purification garden. The fairness the city was trying to achieve was just a way to save some face. In the name of a trial, the city was trying to show some mercy to the weak. But it was also a good thing. In a world like this, there was at least a way out for the non-elite apprentices. Even if the chances were slim. Well, I guess we need to prepare for an enemy attack. Angor looked at Keeley. I tried putting the Maraid sword in my space bracelet, but it didn't work. I can still feel its presence. So what if they come? Keeley shrugged. I don't see any difference between ordinary and elite apprentices. Angor chuckled. Keeley was indeed strong, which was evident from the fact that she could hold her own against Octopus without losing a fight. As for Angor himself, he was able to kill an elite apprentice like Yet-Hugh in one hit. At the very least, if he wanted to run, who could catch up to him? Angor used to have infinite reticence as his trump card. However, infinite reticence was too weak. It was too easy to be discovered underwater. Besides, after being discovered several times in a row, Angor had no choice but to use his trump card for the time being. Angor held the single scale in his hand. I can use this scale to scout around. I don't need to worry about being ambushed. How do I activate the Maraid sword and find the final destination? Let go. If you let go, the Maraid sword will guide you on its own. Following Freud's instructions, he let go of the sword and let it float in the water. Like a compass, the sword circled around in the water for a while and finally pointed to the southeast. Angor glanced at Keeley. They decided to set out right away. Mr. Pat, can I take a look at my body before you leave? Freud suddenly asked. Of course. Angor didn't think it was too much to ask. I'll wait for you outside, Keeley said. Angor nodded. He tossed the scale to Keeley so that she could keep an eye on the other scales. Then he led Freud into the watchtower. The smell of blood in the watchtower was strong. Freud's body was lying on the coral bed where Angor once slept. His skin was pale, and most of his blood had already seeped out of his body. There was a deep hole in his forehead, and the white brain inside could be seen clearly. Angor sighed and released Freud from the soul floret. If there's more black light, I'll put you inside the flower as soon as possible. Freud nodded and thanked Angor. Then he floated in the air and stared at the corpse on the coral bed in a daze. Time passed by slowly. Freud's expression changed from sadness to joy, to sadness, to tears, and to tears. Angor didn't know what Freud was thinking. What would Freud feel when looking at his own body as a dead soul? He would probably feel sad to say goodbye to his past. Yet Hugh and I came to the watchtower because we sensed the fluctuations of the heart scales in the trench, and there was more than one of them, so we came here. But when I saw the scale was fused into a Maraid sword, I knew someone must have it. I told Yet Hugh to leave, but he didn't want to. He even killed me while I was using my ability to enter dreams. Freud recounted the events that had transpired on his way here. When my soul left my body, I thought I had no chance of revenge. But you came, Mr. Pat. When I was in the watchtower, I saw Yet Hugh looking at the scale over his heart. Then I noticed something strange about your expression. That's when I was sure you have the sword. Freud bowed deeply to Angor. Thank you. Angor remained silent and nodded. I still have some potions and scrolls, said Freud as he looked at Freud. Since I'm already dead, I'll leave them all to you, Mr. Pat. Freud's eyes were filled with exhaustion, which came from the depths of his heart. With that, Freud crawled into the soul floret. Angor considered for a moment. My bracelet has a lot of space, and there's a coffin inside. I can take your body with me. There was indeed a coffin in Angor's bracelet. It was Dodoro's coffin, which was also filled with Akiso's blood. Angor later transferred the blood into a special container, and the coffin was left there. Freud shook his head. It's fine. Keeping my body will only bring me more trouble. Since Freud said so, Angor didn't try to persuade him. He took several single-use space capsules from Freud's body and left the watchtower. This time, he wasn't alone. He still didn't agree with Keely's personality, but after working with her for a day, he had to admit that Keely was smart and capable. Keely also helped him a lot during critical moments, which saved him a lot of energy. Luna even saved his life. More importantly, Keely had a solid foundation that Angor did not have yet, especially when it came to basic knowledge. Angor would never be able to catch up with Keely. Therefore, Angor still chose to go with Keely. The direction the Maraid's sword was pointing at was exactly where they had left the trench. As they rose higher, the pressure decreased, and the purification force field slowly returned to its normal state. Keely sent a voice transmission to Angor, your body is too weak. You can rely on the purification field at the bottom of the sea. But what about other environments? The field won't help you much in a vacuum, extreme cold, or extreme heat. You need to find a way to solve your body's problem as soon as possible. A bloodline fusion is the best choice. Wizards need bloodlines to speak for themselves. I know. But it's hard to find a suitable bloodline. Angor knew that his body was his weakness. Every time he ejected his soul, he would feel so powerful that he didn't want to return to his body. Apart from him, all the elite apprentices who came to the garden had already fused bloodlines. I'm glad you understand. Keely didn't say anything else. As soon as they left the trench, they ran into a fight. Their opponents weren't apprentices. Instead, they were a group of floating jellyfish that glowed with blue light. This group of jellyfish had a very strong mental toxin, which was extremely toxic. However, they also had a fatal flaw, their intelligence was too low. Even if they were strong, they still couldn't withstand a single blow from wizards who were famous for their intelligence. The easiest way to deal with these jellyfish with low intelligence was to cast a fog illusion to surround them. After that, they didn't bother to kill the jellyfish anymore. In any case, these jellyfish would still be sacrificed in the end. Killing them now would be a complete waste of magic. After that, they ran into several more fights, all of which were against underwater creatures with energy signatures. Angor was puzzled. He didn't see any supernatural creatures when he went to the bottom of the sea. Why did he feel like there were so many of them now? It was as if he had returned to the world dominated by the flying fish. That was until Keely told him that those underwater creatures were actually the flying fishes. They had also traveled through the world membrane to the Sea of Purification. Hearing this, Angor realized something and became even more cautious about his future. Right now, the Sea of Purification was like the sky of the flying fish world. Large numbers of demon beasts and demon fish filled the air, adding more variables to the already difficult journey. Besides, he could use infinite reticence to hide in the flying fish world. But he would be easily exposed at the bottom of the sea. It was unrealistic to rely on infinite reticence to hide from these supernatural creatures. The only good thing was that the Sea of Purification was large enough to disperse the supernatural creatures, which prevented him from attracting tens of thousands of flying fishes. But at the same time, since there were a lot of native marine creatures in the Sea of Purification, the transcendent creatures from the flying fish world would be able to hide among the ordinary creatures, greatly increasing their stealth ability. Angor and Keely had to avoid all kinds of fish so that they wouldn't accidentally wander into a group of supernatural creatures. Twice, they encountered powerful magic beasts that were as powerful as octopi. One was a humpback whale that was almost as large as a cloud whale, And the other was a green-furred sea turtle that was smaller in size but more powerful than an island whale. Angor had no choice but to use Eavesdrop and Keely to escape from the pursuit of these two wizard-level monsters. They ran for nearly tens of miles in circles, and finally got rid of the humpback whale and the green-haired turtle. Angor and Keely were happy to get rid of the monsters. But when they saw the direction the mermaid's sword was pointing at, they all went silent. They moved several kilometers away, but the mermaid's sword didn't change its direction at all. It was still pointing southeast. This meant that their destination was very far away from them. So far that the mermaid's sword didn't change its direction at all. Such a long journey also meant that there were bound to be many dangers ahead. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from Angor, inside an underwater castle belonging to a dugong race. The corpse oil of a 10,000-year-old demon shark was burning in a candlestick. The bright light and the faint fragrance of the flame filled the room. Jibra was leaning against a coral bed while closing his eyes to recover his mana. The cloaked woman pushed open the door to the side room. Through the open door, one could clearly see that the inside of the room was filled with blood. A female guay with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish was lying in a pool of blood. Her eyes were dazed, and there were 4 cruel bloody holes in her towering chest. "Did you find anything, Fesh?" Jibra asked. Fesh took off her blood-stained cloak and put on a pure white dress in front of Jibra. She then sat down in front of Jibra and tossed a small golden sword to him. "Mermaid's sword, golden." Fesh yawned. "I'll take the other one." "Of course. It's what you deserve." Jibra accepted the sword and pointed at the scale between his eyebrows. Following his finger, the small blue whale flew out of his forehead. "You finally let me out, master." The little blue whale wagged its tail and rubbed its face against Jibra's face. Jibra pushed it away with a smile and gestured for it to open its mouth. The whale opened its mouth and revealed a strange space about 10 meters wide in front of Jibra. The space was filled with all kinds of resources. However, there was something special at the corner of the space. This place was filled with scales of different colors. According to the shape of the scales, they were all Duan's heart scales. Among them, there were dozens of gray scales, 6 white scales, and 3 silver scales. Not long ago, Jibra's team destroyed a Duan tribe that had nearly 1,000 Duans. Unfortunately, only 2 or 3% of the Duans survived. Not even a single high-level Duan was found. Jibra didn't know how the golden scales worked compared to the other scales, but he was the kind of person who only wanted the best. After torturing several silver Duans, Jibra's team came to this underwater castle and killed the 3rd princess of the Duan tribe to obtain the golden heart scales. "I've asked around. Golden scales represent power in the Duans. Apart from that, there's nothing special about them." However, the 3rd princess of the Mastiff tribe mentioned an interesting rumor about her ancestor. A mocking smile flashed across Fish's face as she spoke. "Interesting rumor? Let's hear it." "According to the legends, anyone who holds a golden mermaid's sword will have a better chance of serving the gods." Fesh curled her lips. "Serving the gods? Heh. That's just a trick put up by Floating Mech City." Jibra shook his head. "So the golden mermaid's sword doesn't work for us outsiders. But it's fine. I don't want to enter the altar of demise with a grey mermaid's sword." Fesh covered her mouth and chuckled. Jibra's personality was perfectly suited to get the golden mermaid's sword. "Well, let's go then." With that, Jibra stood up and left. Fesh followed him through the hallway and headed outside. There were still many patrolling Duans in the castle, but none of the guards noticed them, nor did they know that the 3rd princess, the owner of the castle, was dead. "Those Duans look disgusting. Should we just kill them?" Fesh sent a voice transmission. "No need. They're going to die anyway. First, they sacrificed a half-formed world. Now, they're going to sacrifice an entire civilization." The city of Floating Mech really put a lot of effort into upgrading the garden. Jibra and Fesh left the underwater castle and headed toward the direction the mermaid's sword was pointing at. However, they didn't get far before the little blue whale suddenly spoke. "Master, I sensed something approaching us from 100 kilometers away." "Robbers?" Fesh narrowed her eyes. "Don't worry. Keep going. If they come, we'll just kill them." With that, Jibra kept moving without hesitation. About 10 minutes later, a group of people appeared in front of Jibra. Shit. It's Jibra. A childish female voice spoke. We can't beat them. Run. Jibra looked up and stared at the group of people with a disdainful look. Suddenly, he noticed one of them and frowned. It's you? The half-asleep woman frowned and grumbled, so noisy. So noisy. She opened her eyes and saw Jibra standing in front of her. The endless ocean, the endless waves, and the loud noises that came from Jibra's body reached her ears. The woman was still a bit sleepy at first, but when she saw Jibra and heard the noise coming from his body, her gentle expression suddenly changed into a creepy smile. We meet again. Jibra heard the creepy voice and saw the woman laughing madly. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. How about I turn an entire ocean into poison? Or should I boil it into boiling water? Too bad the sea of purification is too big for me to do that. But I think the ocean inside you should be able to do it. As she spoke, the woman suddenly dashed toward Jibra. Shall you? The person who was about to run away turned around and saw that his teammate had already rushed up to fight. His eyes immediately widened. She's attacking again. The lazy voice paused a little. Why do I need to say again? Why do I feel like she's on steroids every time she sees Jibra? This is bad. The childish female voice sounded like she was about to cry. I think so too, but they should be the ones telling us. Sean, take a closer look. Sean followed her teammate's instructions and looked up. She didn't see Shilyu getting killed instantly. Instead, she saw Jibra being pushed back by the woman with half of his body red and half green. Huh? Jibra lost. Several days later, Angor and Keely had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. The direction of the Maraid sword finally shifted a little, but it was still very small. From the angle of the shift and the distance they had traveled, it was easy to calculate that they had traveled more than half the distance. It would still take some time before they reached the final destination. In the past few days, they had been attacked continuously. There were 5 groups of apprentices who came to steal the Maraid sword. Only. The first group was led by ordinary apprentices, while the rest were led by elite apprentices. But even the elite apprentices were not as strong as the 2 of them. This was especially true when he used nightmare illusions, which were almost unstoppable. Before, Angor had to find a chance to use his illusions. But now, with Keely's hellfire, he only needed to use his illusions in an orderly manner to secure victory. Now he understood why most explorers rarely went on solo adventures. Most of them were in groups. Cooperating with each other and complementing each other, the increase in their combat strength would increase exponentially. But that didn't mean every team was a good team. Angor subconsciously reached his spirit feelers into his bracelet and saw a small purple flower resting quietly in a corner. Inside the flower, Freud was curled up with his arms around his legs. No one could guarantee that every team member was a good person. Even if they had signed a contract, known each other for a long time, and even if they were from the same school, there were bound to be conflicts of interest that could cause the team to break down or even turn against each other. Angor and Keely did not have any conflicts of interest right now, so they could form a team. But who knew what would happen in the future? He enjoyed the feeling of cooperation, but he preferred to travel alone. Unless he had a reliable teammate. As far as he was concerned, the most reliable teammate he had right now was Toby. Angor moved his gaze away from the purple flower and looked at Toby, who was lying in the middle of a pile of soul orbs. Ever since they left Dark Castle, Toby had been unconscious. However, Angor could feel that Toby's bloodline was growing stronger by the day. Toby's bloodline was much stronger than before. It wasn't just the strength of his bloodline that had changed. Toby's appearance had changed as well. Toby's body had grown to twice its original size. It used to be a palm-sized bird, but now it was the size of a young eagle. The feathers on its body were also slowly changing color. From the previous grayish-white color, it was gradually moving closer to a rosy red color. If Toby was placed in front of Xylem and his old friends, none of them would recognize him. And these changes had all occurred in a short period of time. Even the increase in size and the change in color of the feathers had occurred in the past 2 days. According to Angor's estimation, Toby's first metamorphosis was about to end. Once it was over, Toby would wake up. During these 2 days, he kept an eye on Toby's condition while traveling. While Angor was thinking, the black cat Luna suddenly meowed several times. Both Angor and Keely immediately put on serious expressions. They had to hurry, so they gave the grayscale they got from Yethu to Luna. Luna would be responsible for keeping an eye on the scale within a 100-kilometer radius. Angor even believed that Luna was much more intelligent than Keely when it came to emotional intelligence. Therefore, Luna would be able to determine the scale's status by herself, whether it was a Duan or a predator. Once Luna started meowing, it meant that something was wrong. Keely took over the scale and quickly communicated with Luna. Angor watched them from the side. Every time he saw a human speaking and a cat speaking in cat language, he couldn't help but feel amused. Could they really understand each other's language? While he was amused, he didn't realize that this was also the case when he was talking to Toby. Soon, Keely looked up at Angor. Someone's approaching us. But I don't think they're here to rob us. Then what are they here for? Angor didn't understand. Keely answered with a blank expression, to divert the trouble. Angor took the scale and sensed something strange about it. Dozens of miles away, there was a scale that was quickly approaching them, but at the same time, there was another Maraid sword chasing after it from 10 miles away. Luna called out a few more times. Luna said that no matter how we change directions, the scale's target is still us. It's obvious that the other party has locked onto our position. He probably wants to shift the aggro of the Maraid sword to us. Of course, it's also possible that they're setting us up. But I don't think that's likely. Angor tossed the scale back to Luna, who bit it and swallowed it. What do we do now? Fight? Keely looked at Angor. Angor didn't have a choice. For example, the Maraid sword didn't have any scales on it, so it couldn't detect them. They just needed Angor to eject his soul and run out of the scale's range to avoid a fight. However, Angor could see clearly that she already knew the answer from her angry expression. Angor shrugged helplessly. Fine. Keely revealed a bloodthirsty grin. She was ready for a fight. They continued to walk towards the southeast at a leisurely pace. Luna called out from time to time, reporting the other party's location. A few minutes later, Luna didn't need to take the initiative to report the location. They could already see the dark fire in the distance, and the fire was quickly approaching them. It's coming. After Keely finished talking, she lifted the oil lamp in her hand, which was full of fighting will. Beams of cold, gloomy white flame emerged from the lamp. Meanwhile, Luna jumped behind Angor and bit his clothes. In the past 2 days, Keely had been on the front line, attacking like crazy. Luna had been hiding in a sandpit to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Now it understood that staying close to Angor was actually the safest option. Besides, Angor was only using illusions at the back instead of fighting at the front lines. Besides, Angor cherished his body so much that he didn't want to get hurt. Angor seemed to be lazily standing behind Keely, but he was already preparing a set of defensive measures. He also set up illusion nodes in the dark current. As the flame rushed over, Keely let out a series of laughter. She dashed forward and surrounded herself with flames, blocking all the escape routes of the enemy. At the same time, the man also saw Keely's figure. His eyes were filled with fear. He had bumped into a tough nut again. Die. The flame around Keely kept burning as she dashed towards him. Seeing that she was about to die, Keely's expression became desperate. At this moment of life and death, she suddenly felt the water flow behind her stop, and then her body was suddenly pulled to the other side. She saw stars in front of her eyes, and in the next second, she was standing behind Keely. Angor? What are you doing? Keely looked at Angor. She didn't know what was going on either, but Angor was the only one who could save her now. Angor? Is that Angor Pat? She looked at the person in front of her with joy. It was dark at the bottom of the sea, but she still saw Angor's face clearly. You're really Angor, my dear? Thank goodness. You know her? Keely asked. You know her? Sean, aren't you going to check on the big guy? He pushed away the little girl who kept trying to grab his arm. Sean wanted to use this chance to get closer to Angor, But when she heard Angor's words, she immediately remembered Genk, who was under Keely's attack. She turned around and saw that Genk's body was covered in flames. Half of his body was frozen. Genk! Xian rushed to him. Keely frowned. She waved her hand and dispelled the cold flame on Genk. She then moved to Angor's side. She's Xian, also an apprentice from Brute Cavern. I met her once, Angor explained. That's not enough to cover the fact that she's the one who caused the trouble, Keely said. I see. Angor sighed. He didn't know Xian well, but she seemed to be a good friend to Nausicaa. Saving her wasn't a big deal. You're not going to stop her pursuers, are you? Keely looked at Angor in disbelief. He saved Xian because of Nausicaa and the fact that they were acquaintances. But helping Xian to get rid of her pursuers was beyond what he could do with their relationship. Xian swam toward them on Genk's battered body. Nausicaa and Shilyu are in danger. Can you save them? Angor frowned. Xian knew it was a ridiculous request, but she didn't have anyone else to ask for help. She had no choice but to ask Angor for help. However, it seemed that she underestimated Nausicaa's relationship with Angor. What happened to Nausicaa? Where is she now? Angor was still thinking about how to get rid of Xian when he heard the news. I don't know where she is. I got separated from her when we were running away. Oh right, Shilyu knows. Shilyu left her blood on Nausicaa. She was the one who found us by following the scent of her blood when we entered the garden. Where's Shilyu? Angor frowned. Tulip Palace. When Shilyu sent us away, she was still trapped by those two witches. Keely watched Angor asking about Tulip Palace's location and sneered. So Angor was going to save Nausicaa now, what a ridiculous kindness. Keely wondered if she should go with Angor if he was really going to save Nausicaa. She really didn't want to. But when she thought about her professor's order, she hesitated. Angor should be fine by himself, right? He asked Xian about the location of Tulip Palace, but he was still puzzled. Xian, what's going on? It's Jibra. Shilyu injured Jibra. I don't know what he did, but he hired a lot of people to stop us. Before Xian could finish her words, Keely's face suddenly darkened. She rushed in front of Xian and grabbed her by the collar. Who did you say? Jek Jibra. Xian repeated the name in a stuttering voice. Keely repeated the name over and over again. Jibra. Jibra. I finally heard about you. I told you that I'm going to kill you in the purification garden. Keely's expression turned vicious, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Both Angor and Xian couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Tell me how to find Jibra. Keely finally regained some of her sanity after going insane for a while. But Angor didn't think it was just another form of madness, which was more subtle and difficult to control. Xian shook her head and was about to say that she didn't know, but Keely's terrifying gaze made her gulp nervously. I don't know. But those two witches might know. They were hired by Jibra to kidnap Shilyu, so they must know where Jibra is. Keely stared at Xian, who looked back in horror. After making sure Xian wasn't lying, Keely let go of Xian's collar. That Shilyu woman hurt Jibra? Very well. I'll help you save Nausicaa. Also, those two witches are attacking Shilyu? Let's catch them all in one go. Xian didn't know what to say. She thought Angor would agree to help Nausicaa since they were friends. However, to her surprise, Keely was the first one to agree to her request. She was so nervous that she had to ask Keely. Angor was just as speechless. He was thinking about how to convince Keely to help him. He would go save Nausicaa, and she would go to the final destination. However, since Jibra was involved in this matter, Keely became even more aggressive than him. Still, he could understand why Keely would do this. Jibra's teacher, god of sea Xianxia, was the culprit who killed Keely's parents. How could Keely not avenge her parents? However, Keely wasn't strong enough to kill Xianxia yet. Since she couldn't avenge her parents, Keely shifted her hatred to Jibra. Jibra, the son of sea. On the surface, Jibra was Xianxia's favorite disciple. However, there were rumors that Jibra was one of Xianxia's relatives. As for whether Jibra was Xianxia's son or grandson, no one knew. She didn't believe the rumors, but considering her illness, she wouldn't try to verify them. She would only believe that Jibra was a relative of the sea god. The sea god killed my entire family. I can't kill you, but I can kill your family. Just like that, Jibra became Keely's #1 enemy. Alright. Since Keely is going with us, we've reached a consensus. But before that, there's something else we need to take care of. He turned around and looked into the darkness. There was a strong aura that was flying over at high speed. Angor's pupils shrank when he saw who it was. He was no stranger to this person. The long black hair that was tied up, the cold aura that was like a blade, and the symbolic silver sword were all proof of his identity. Saladin, Angor whispered the name in a voice that only he could hear. Saladin stopped. He already saw his targets, the big guy who had to be taken back, as well as the annoying little girl, Sean. At the same time, he also saw 2 other people. He didn't know much about the world, but he knew who they were. Keely from Lilith's clan, and Angor, Mr. Phantom's new disciple. Last time, Saladin didn't recognize Angor because he was wearing a hood. However, Saladin did notice something strange about the alien eye. This time, Angor already made a special item to place the alien eye inside the garden, so Saladin didn't think that Angor was the hooded man he saw last time. Saladin didn't know what Angor and Keely wanted, but he knew that if they tried to stop him, he would have to fight them. You finally stopped. I'll give you one last chance. Give it to me, and I'll let you go. Ignoring Angor and Keely, Saladin looked at Sean and pointed his sword at Genk. Sean shook her head and clenched her teeth. Impossible. You shameless wizards. Not only did you go back on your words, but you're also unreasonable. She said to Genk. Since you won't listen to me, I'll turn you into dust with this thing. Saladin drew his sword and released a cold glint on the blade. The water around them began to boil. He's from the Supreme Cult? Keely frowned. Did he become Jibra's dog as well? Sean shook her head. I don't think so. We met him on our way here. He insisted on taking Genk back. We already registered our names, but they won't admit it. Nausicaa and I finally escaped from Tulip Palace. We were looking for a place to heal so that we could save Shilyu. But Saladin showed up out of nowhere with a group of flying fish. We lost track of each other in the chaos. Sean grew even angrier. If she wasn't injured in Tulip Palace, she wouldn't have been so helpless against Saladin, and Nausicaa wouldn't have gone missing. Hearing that Saladin wasn't related to Jibra, Keely didn't want to fight anymore. But she still chose to stand beside Sean for Angor's sake. Angor walked to the front and faced Saladin. You want to protect this otherworldly creature? Saladin's expression was still cold, but there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. You should know that the world's consciousness forbids otherworldly creatures from entering the wizarding world. You're going against the will of the world. Angor didn't like Supreme Cult in the first place, so he didn't like Saladin at all. Besides, Saladin's words annoyed him as well. They hadn't even started fighting yet, and Saladin was already accusing him of something. Now, Saladin was trying to put himself on the side of justice so that he could do whatever he wanted. Are you done with your self-deceiving excuses? Do you feel better now? Angor chuckled coldly. Let's see what the world's consciousness will do to me if I kill you. Do you think I'm going against the will of the world? As he spoke, the illusion nodes he placed around Saladin were unleashed and completely surrounded him. Now that Saladin walked into the illusion, there was no way he could escape. Saladin immediately sensed a familiar aura. It was the feeling of being right in front of him, but he couldn't get out of it. It's you. You're the one who let them go at Champagne Road. It's me. Angor's voice echoed in the mist. You want to punish those otherworldly creatures, right? You'll have to get through me first. It sounded like he was speaking for Genk, but only Angor himself knew that he was actually speaking for the other John through Genk. You're the accomplice of a villain. Saladin ignored Angor and slashed at the mist with his sword, trying to disperse it with this technique. It was obvious that Saladin didn't learn how to break illusions, which made him look clumsy. And yet, it worked. Angor's illusion was placed in the water. Water was a flowing liquid, and Saladin's attacks carried some kind of energy signature. Every time he swung his sword, a large amount of water would be moved around at high speed. When the power of the water reached a certain limit, the waves and currents alone would be enough to destroy the illusion nodes. Angor noticed that several of Saladin's attacks had destroyed several key illusion nodes. If this went on, Saladin wouldn't be far from breaking the illusion. Do you need help? Keely noticed it as well. She used to work well with Angor. However, when Angor cast illusions while Keely used nether fire to burn the enemy would be turned into ashes before they had time to think about how to break the illusion nodes. Angor didn't want to help Saladin alone. No need. Angor refused. The supreme cult was full of lunatics, and it would be better if one of them didn't get involved. Even without Keely's help, Angor wasn't afraid of Saladin. Saladin could only grow stronger when he was in a frenzied state, while a frenzied state required a long time to warm up. In his current state, Saladin might not even be as strong as yet Hugh. Seeing that the illusion was about to be destroyed, Saladin's eyes began to turn red. Angor pointed a finger at Saladin's direction. A nightmare aura that no one but Angor could see rushed into Saladin's forehead along with a complete cantrip. It was the advanced version of fear, nightmare fear. Under the deterrence of the nightmare fear spell, Saladin's eyes suddenly became enlightened. He noticed that his surroundings had changed. He was now in a familiar place, Cupid's Ranch. He once ambushed a group of otherworldly creatures here and killed them. They were legally registered, but the world's consciousness still wanted to get rid of them. Even if they were registered with the Guardian Seal, they couldn't be allowed to enter the wizarding world, but they were clearly killed by me, so why did they appear here? Were they really killed by me? I'm here to kill them, aren't I? I'm not in the Sea of Purification, no, I'm here to kill. I'm here to kill these pests. He killed one person, 2 people, 3 people. The blood kept splattering on his face. The warm feeling told him that this was real. Those strange Sea of Purification were all fake. Saladin kept killing. But the more he killed, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why are there so many of them? In other people's eyes, Saladin began to wield his sword as soon as he entered the fear state. In just a few moves, the misty illusion was broken, but he was completely trapped in his own world, unable to extricate himself. What's going on? It's all your fault. Don't come here. Why are there so many of them? Ah. What's that thing in the sky? No, it's a demon, not the world's consciousness. A demon, not the world's consciousness. Saladin saw something that made him lose his mind. He kept repeating demon, not the world's consciousness over and over again. Before Angor could listen carefully, Saladin suddenly yelled, "It's the world's consciousness. It's not a demon. It's here." Then, Saladin suddenly took out a leather scroll. Before Angor could figure out what it was, Saladin tore the scroll apart and disappeared. A teleportation scroll? It was Angor's turn to be shocked. Each scroll cost a fortune. To make one had to have a rare talent in the art of space and be a grandmaster in rune study. These 2 requirements almost made teleportation scrolls disappear from the market. What did Saladin see? Why did he use a teleportation scroll? So the last thing he saw was the world's consciousness, but didn't he believe that the world's consciousness was on his side? Why was he afraid of it? The art of fear was actually to guide the opponent to visualize the thing that they feared the most. Could it be that Saladin had always been vaguely afraid that his insistence on being radical was actually wrong? Angor had no idea. But since Saladin left, the truth was no longer important. Tulip Palace was one of the 8 underwater palaces built by the Duons to house their gods. Both the Duons and Dugons feared the palaces of their gods. Ever since the palace was built, no one dared to approach it for fear of disturbing the gods' rest. This was why Tulip Palace had been sitting quietly at the bottom of the sea for countless years. Following Shan's lead, Angor's group traveled across several seas until they reached a beautiful palace surrounded by giant seaweeds. So this is Tulip Palace. Shan paused and looked around. Huh? The 2 witches aren't here? Just like the settlement Angor saw at the bottom of the trench, Tulip Palace was also covered by some kind of barrier. 8 giant stone pillars were erected outside the palace, each of which had a burning flame on top, illuminating the entire place as if it was daytime. Because of this, they could clearly see the beautiful palace that was piled up with various colored corals. Previously, we escaped from the secret door at the back of the palace because the two witches blocked the outside of the Tulip Palace. But now, it seems that they have left? Shan's expression showed anxiety. Could it be that they have captured Shilyu? Let's go in and see. Angor told Keely to stay calm. I'm going in first. Help me protect my body. Keely created a flame barrier around Angor's body. Angor's soul left his body and dashed into the palace. As a form of energy, his soul could easily pass through walls as long as it didn't encounter any special protection. With his speed and the unprotected walls, Angor soon finished exploring the palace. As he was about to leave, he sensed a faint energy fluctuation coming from somewhere in the palace. He moved to the spot where the fluctuation came from, which happened to be right below the center of the palace. Is there something down there? With this question in mind, Angor tried to go deeper into the palace. But he was stopped by a layer of energy. He decided to change his location. First, he dived into the ground and slowly approached the center of the main hall. This time, he didn't run into any obstacles and successfully reached a completely sealed underground chamber. Angor didn't know how long it had been since someone came here. The entire place was covered in dust. At the top of the secret room, there were a few luminous fluorites, which made the secret room not too dark. There was nothing in the secret room, but through the dim light, he could clearly see some kind of pattern on the floor. He used the sequence of gravity to remove the dust. When he saw the patterns on the ground, he frowned. Those familiar runes, those familiar formulas, and those mana source grooves used to keep the runes running. Was this a short-distance teleportation array? He took a closer look and saw a simple map beside the portal. There were several points marked on the map, each with a name under it. The outermost point, which was where Angor was now, was Tulip Palace. Apart from that, he also saw 8 other palaces, including the Scythe Palace, Ice Layer Palace, and Crystal Palace. Was this the teleportation array to the other palaces? He tried to put a magic crystal into the slot, which was left on the edge of the slot. As expected, the teleportation array was activated. Apart from Tulip Palace, the other 7 palaces also lit up. Angor didn't plan to explore the other palaces. He took the magic crystal and left the secret room. This was the first time he used Soul Scan, and he didn't expect to find something unexpected. According to Xian, the duos built 8 palaces for the gods to rest. They must be the 8 palaces on the teleportation map. Angor didn't expect that the 8 palaces also had short-distance teleportation arrays. Perhaps he could use the arrays to calculate the distance and direction, which would save him some time to reach the altar of demise. With that in mind, Angor arrived outside the palace. Angor returned to his body and shook his head. There's no one inside. But I think there was a fight here. Xian looked a little disappointed. What should we do then? Shilyu isn't inside. No one can find her. Even if we want to find Nausicaa, we need Shilyu's help. Angor was also frustrated. He didn't feel good about losing his lead here. There's a way. But I need to check it out first, Keely suddenly spoke up. Under Shan's hopeful gaze, Keely entered the Tulip Palace. Soon, Keely found a broken part of the palace. She walked to Angor and carefully examined the broken pieces on the ground as well as the energy ripples coming from the broken beams. It's a recent battle. Keely patted Luna's head. I'll leave it to you. With that, she stepped back and stood beside Angor. The black cat hopped around and sniffed the broken walls. You said Luna can find people using her pheromone? Angor still remembered how Keely and Luna broke into Sunder's manor and threatened him on a rainy night half a month ago. According to Keely, Luna could find people using her pheromone. Yes. But most of the pheromone here is gone. If you want to find people, you'd better find some body fluids left behind, Keely said. Angor looked at Luna again and rubbed his eyes. He saw a black cat with 3 eyes behind Luna. And if he wasn't mistaken, the cat had 9 wagging tails. Nighttime ferocious cat? Xian whispered the name. Keely nodded. That's right. Luna is Nightwalker. She paused a little and continued in a soft voice, Luna is the only gift my mother gave me. Angor finally remembered what a dreadful night cat was. It was said to be a messenger of the night and one of the favorite pets of ancient witches. It was highly intelligent, had sharp senses, and could be trained in many ways. However, it was difficult to tame and cultivate them. There were only a few of them, and they could easily turn against their owners. Due to the increasing number of explorations in the recent 10,000 years, all kinds of strange and easy-to-cultivate pets appeared, which made the dreadful night cat a symbol of the past. Only a very small number of magi who loved cats would choose to raise a midnight savage cat. Don't be fooled by how small it is now. In fact, Luna has been cultivating it since my mother was young. It's been more than 50 years. Keely's tone was gentle when talking about Luna. It was as if she was looking at her mother through Luna. It's not easy to train a pet. It usually takes hundreds of years to make a pet obey the will of a wizard. Xian sighed. I used to have a pet too. It was a silver wolf. However, he died in an accident, so I haven't raised any magic pets since. Before I become a wizard, I don't plan to raise any magic pets. I'll just focus on Gank. Xian suddenly looked at Angor. Mr. Angor, I heard from Nausicaa that you have a pet too. Don't call me Mr., Angor said without showing any emotion. You're much older than me. Xian rolled her eyes and pouted. Angor glanced at the sleeping bird in his bracelet. Toby isn't my pet. He's my closest relative. It's eating and sleeping now, just like a pig. Angor was complaining, but his tone sounded intimate. It was obvious that they were very close. While they were chatting, Luna suddenly jumped down from the pile of rubble and used her spirit power to control a blood-stained rock to land in front of Keely. Got it. Keely's eyes lit up. Luna meowed a few times. Keely frowned as if she had discovered something. Then, she began to talk to Luna quickly. After a while, Keely turned to him and said, Luna only found one person's blood, but it smelled the scent of 4 people. Xian, 4 people? Apart from Shilyu and the 2 witches, did Jibra send more reinforcements? Keely narrowed her eyes. That should be it. People like Jibra will use all kinds of dirty tricks. Let's go. Luna already knows where they are. Hearing Jibra's name, Keely immediately stepped out of Tulip Palace as if she was on steroids. Angor was going to tell Keely about the teleportation array, but he decided against it. They didn't need it anyway. After leaving the Tulip Palace, Luna gave them directions and they immediately took action. During the chase, they sent away several robbers. Finally, after half a day, they found the owner of the bloodstain. There are 2 Moraid swords about 80 kilometers away from us. And the blood Luna smelled is also coming from that direction, Keely said. Then it must be the 2 witches. Xian said angrily. Both Angor and Keely frowned when they saw the owner of the blood stain. They didn't see Shilyu here, but the 2 people standing not far away, including the owner of the bloodstain, they had met once before. Isn't that Angor and Keely? The woman whose body was covered in vines raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? You're not here for this, are you? The woman waved her silver sword in front of them. She sounded relaxed, but she was looking at them cautiously, especially when she was looking at Angor. The 2 girls both showed serious expressions. The scene of Angor attracting tens of thousands of flying fishes was too shocking. Even if they were strong enough, they would never be able to move such a large group of flying fishes as if they were taking a walk in the park. Xianxia and Carveline. Angor called out their names in a low voice. To his surprise, the 2 witches Xian kept talking about were them. It's them, it's the 2 witches who trapped us in the Tulip Palace. Xian also shouted at this time. Oh, it's you. Xianxia also recognized Xian's face. We were kind enough to let you and the other woman go, and you came looking for us? Angor and Keely aren't your friends, are they? Xianxia pulled the trigger behind her back as she spoke. Wisps of strange smoke rose from her palms, but they didn't spread out. Instead, they merged with her palm. Carveline stood in front of Xianxia in her soft blue dress. She looked like a guard, but in fact, she was blocking the view of the others. Xian didn't answer Xianxia's question. Instead, she asked angrily, where did you take Shilyu? Shilyu? You mean that curly-haired girl? Xianxia shook her head. Who knows? Xianxia looked at Angor. You're not here for her, are you? Before he could answer, Keely suddenly chuckled. Cut the crap. Serving Jibra means you're willing to be a dog that wags its tail and begs for mercy. Take them down and we'll talk later. While speaking, Keely began to release sparks from her body. The flames didn't stop there. Instead, they went straight for Xianxia and Carveline. The fire was burning fiercely, but the water around it remained calm. The fire that didn't exist in this world ignored all obstacles and went straight for the two women. Boom, with a huge explosion, the water dragon burst apart and white waves splashed everywhere. When the water and foam dissipated, they could see what was behind the fire. A long scythe had blocked the fire. Carveline and Xianxia, who were standing behind the scythe, were unharmed. The long scythe seemed to have appeared out of thin air and stood in front of them. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened. Behind the long scythe that was floating in the air, a silhouette slowly appeared. The skeletal hand was holding a scythe, and it was wearing a tattered gray robe. As the water rushed into the robe, everyone saw the face under the robe. It was a skeletal skull with golden patterns inlaid on it. This skeletal scythe was like a reaper from hell. With a simple swing of the scythe, it turned all the fire into nothingness. I gather a wisp of bone-burning rhino smoke and invite the god of death to a banquet. Xianxia put on a serious face and spread out her hands. Wisps of insoluble smoke rose from her palms. At the same time, several pieces of special ingredients fell from her fingers and were washed away by the tide. As Xianxia murmured something, the smoke drifted into the skeleton's nostrils. As the smoke swirled around the skeleton, it suddenly changed. Two dark green flames lit up in its dark eye sockets. Then, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of its soul spoke in a low, muffled voice. "Thank you for the banquet. Of course you have to pay for the banquet." Xianxia paused for a second and pointed at the skeleton. "I want you to kill them." "As you wish." The green flames in the skeleton's eyes burned brighter as it swung its scythe at the group. Without hesitation, Keely stepped forward and fought against the skeleton with the scythe. After a few rounds of fighting, neither of them had the upper hand. Keely sneered. "You're just an undead skeleton. How dare you call yourself the god of death? Do you really think you can turn the world upside down?" That being said, Keely's expression was solemn. The netherworld lantern's source flame had already been consumed. It was still a little difficult to rely on the remaining netherworld flames to fight against the death god who lived in the netherworld. Even if it was as she said, and this was a skeleton from the netherworld, the other party was exposed to the netherworld fire every day in the netherworld, and naturally had a resistance to it. Moreover, he was able to wield the death scythe, which was enough to show that he was not far from the death god. The death god of the underworld had the battle prowess of an adept at the very least. A scythe-wielding skeleton was definitely comparable to a rank 3 acolyte. Keely wasn't afraid of an ordinary level 3 apprentice, but her opponent's attributes naturally countered hers. A trainee death god is also a death god. Xianxia giggled and stared at Angor cautiously. Neither Angor nor Sean joined the fight. Meanwhile, Carveline was also standing in front of Xianxia. She raised her sword and aimed her aura at Angor. Both Carveline and Xianxia were more concerned about Angor's whereabouts. They didn't know if they could handle him after witnessing what he did in the lava zone. Keely kept fighting the scythe-wielding skeleton several times, but she was still unable to gain the upper hand. The scythe-wielding skeleton didn't have many long-range attacks, but its resistance to netherworld flames was enough to nullify Keely's netherworld flame cantrips. Seeing that Keely couldn't defeat Sean joined the fray and rushed toward the scythe-wielding skeleton. Xianxia frowned when she saw Shan's arrival. She summoned another wisp of smoke and slowly sent it into the skeleton's nostrils. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton's body grew even larger. Keely summoned more netherworld flames, but this time, she didn't aim them at the skeleton. Instead, she aimed them at Xianxia. Since she couldn't kill the scythe-wielding skeleton, she decided to kill the one who summoned it. The wisps of netherworld flames drifted toward the skeleton one by one. The scythe-wielding skeleton noticed this and tried to break free. Sean narrowed her eyes. She wasn't going to let that happen. She stood on Gank's shoulder and performed an unknown sacrificial dance. Gank followed her lead and slapped the water. She used the barbarian's talent, trample, in the water. Combined with a special technique, the water around Gank began to swirl rapidly. Barbarian's trample, deep-water whirlpool, Xian chanted. Cantrips never had a fixed usage. By applying the power of trample to one's hands and changing one's movement slightly, deep-water whirlpool could be cast. Xian knew how to change her cantrips easily. Deep-water whirlpool had a wide range of effects. Even Angor and Keely had to take a step back so that they wouldn't get dragged into the whirlpool and hurt their allies. However, the scythe-wielding skeleton was an undead creature. Apart from its resistance to netherworld flames, it could also transform into a spirit form. As soon as it entered the whirlpool, it turned translucent and charged at Xianxia in an attempt to stop the hellfire that was coming at it. The scythe-wielding skeleton managed to break through Xian's defense, but Keely wasn't going to give up just like that. Keely's body suddenly expanded and transformed from her slender girlish form into her half-beast form. Her muscles bulged, and her long, white legs under her skirt turned into furry beast legs. Her red dancing shoes turned into a pair of red claws. Red Claw Chaya, Carveline observed Keely's half-beast form with a serious look. The Red Claw Chaya was a bloodline that boosted one's speed in every aspect. Most of its talents were related to reflexes. Keely didn't just activate her bloodline this time. Instead, she used her half-beast form, which was the strongest form she could master. She didn't think she could stop the scythe-wielding skeleton with her dexterity alone, so she decided to use her half-beast form to increase her strength. Just as she had predicted, when she transformed into her half-beast form, she was indeed able to stop the skeleton with the scythe halfway. The scythe-wielding skeleton swung its scythe at Keely, but it couldn't hit its target. It was also being pushed back by Keely's energy-infused attacks. Without the scythe-wielding skeleton to stop them, the netherworld flames surrounded Xianxia and Carveline's escape routes. Xianxia stared at Keely in disbelief. The dark flame swallowed them whole. Is it over? Xian murmured. Whoosh, suddenly, a powerful attack came out of the raging flames, heading straight for Keely. Keely's reflexes were extremely fast after activating her bloodline. She dodged the attack before it could even reach her. The flame slowly died down, revealing the scene inside. Sparks flew everywhere, and white waves flowed down from the ceiling. The first thing Keely saw was a giant scythe and a tattered black robe. Another skeleton with a scythe? Keely frowned. No, it's Carveline? She saw Carveline standing in front of Xianxia, wearing a black robe and holding a scythe. She waved her hand and extinguished the netherworld flames. Death God's robe, Carveline said calmly. Stop struggling. None of your tricks will work on me. Keely's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw Carveline's blue dress change into a Death God's robe. Shepherd God's robe? You're the owner of the Shepherd God's robe? Carveline didn't answer, but it was clear that she was right. The Shepherd God's robe could change its appearance at will. After the transformation, the wearer would inherit the power of the Shepherd God's robe. In other words, when Carveline turned into the Death God's robe, all of her power would be converted into the power of the Grim Reaper. While Keely was still in shock, the scythe-wielding skeleton didn't stop. Netherworld flames ignited in its eyes, and the scythe surrounded Keely. It was going to kill her. Keely! Watch out! Xian's voice brought Keely back to reality. But it was too late. The scythe-wielding skeleton, or the trainee of the Grim Reaper, had surrounded Keely with the Death God's rampart. Keely was a little dazed by the Death God's rampart. She was too careless. When he saw the Shepherd God's clothing, he was so surprised that he didn't notice that the scythe-wielding skeleton had entered its spiritual form and silently sneaked up on him. No matter how fast he reacted, it would be difficult for him to escape when surrounded by the Death God's rampart. Keely was about to take the attack head-on. Suddenly, a wave of ocean current rushed toward them from afar. The sound of the current carried the note of the sonar illusion and flowed along with the waves. White mist quickly filled the area and blocked everyone's sight. Melodious illusion. Damn it. Angor's here. Xianxia quickly backed away. Carveline also joined them. She didn't do anything earlier because she wanted to keep an eye on Angor. However, when Keely and Carveline were distracted by the Death God's rampart, Angor finally made his move. Don't even think about saving me. Carveline dashed toward Angor while her robe suddenly transformed into a translucent, colorful butterfly outfit, phantom butterfly robe. Phantom butterfly robe fluttered its wings and destroyed the node of the sonar illusion. The white mist disappeared as soon as it appeared. However, when the illusion shattered, Carveline did not see Angor or Keely anywhere. Only the scythe-wielding skeleton was still standing there in a daze. Carveline looked back and saw Angor and Keely already standing several hundred meters away, watching her carefully. Angor was curious about Carveline's new robe. Carveline, on the other hand, was embarrassed. She thought Angor was looking at her with disdain. Angor was too fast. He was even faster than the red-clawed T. Luo when he activated his bloodline talent. It was almost like teleportation. Carveline didn't think she was slow. She dashed out of the illusion as soon as the mist covered Keely. It only took her a second or two to turn into a butterfly and break free from the illusion. But it didn't work. It only took 2 seconds for the mist to disappear. Angor was already hundreds of meters away. His speed was not even enough to describe how fast he was. Carveline was about to yell at Angor. At this moment, she suddenly heard a few crisp sounds behind her. Xianxia screamed in pain. Carveline looked back and saw Xianxia bending over to cover her mouth. Blood was gushing out of her fingers. Xianxia was attacked? When did that happen? Carveline rushed towards Xianxia with a worried look on her face. However, just as she passed by the skeleton holding the scythe, she created a stream of water, causing the skeleton that was floating in the same place in a daze to instantly burst out with a crisp crack sound. Under Carveline and Xianxia's shocked gazes, the scythe-wielding skeleton began to crack from its head to its feet. In the end, the skeleton turned into a pile of broken bones. Meanwhile, the black scythe in front of the skeleton slowly disappeared and returned to the undead realm. The scythe-wielding skeleton is dead? Carveline looked at Angor and saw him nodding at her with a smile. Carveline felt a chill down her spine. Did he kill it? But when did he kill the skeleton with the sickle? Angor only touched the scythe-wielding skeleton for a split second before retreating with Keely. Carveline couldn't believe her eyes. Did he really do it? Not only did he take Keely away, but he also destroyed the scythe-wielding skeleton? Just a light tap and it's broken. Angor chuckled. Carveline gasped in shock. She didn't believe that Angor was this strong. She could feel that she was at the same level as Angor, and she also had the shepherd god's outfit. How could she believe that Angor was so much stronger than her? But Angor already admitted it. She couldn't do anything about it. Carveline shook her head. She took off her illusionary butterfly clothes and changed into her original armor dress. As expected of Mr. Phantom's student. Carveline tried to comfort herself by saying that Angor's strength was only because he had a good teacher. Before the battle, they already thought Angor was stronger than they thought. But they still believed that they could beat him if they used their trump cards. But they still underestimated Angor in the end. They hadn't used their trump cards yet, but considering how fast Angor was and how he destroyed the skeleton with a single strike, they wouldn't win even if they used their trump cards. Carveline grimaced and helped Xianxia to her feet. We surrender. I can tell you what you want to know, Carveline volunteered. Xianxia took out 2 scrolls from her necklace pocket dimension. I know we can't beat you, but you can't stop us if we want to leave. Why don't we go our separate ways after you get what you want? Xianxia still had blood on her lips. She looked at Angor with great fear in her eyes. Compared to Carveline, Xianxia knew better about the scythe-wielding skeleton's power. Angor was one of the strongest people she could invite to help her. And he destroyed it with one hit. He was too powerful. He was so powerful that she couldn't even think of resisting. Xianxia calmed her breathing and showed Angor the 2 scrolls. Angor frowned and exchanged a look with Sean and Keely. The 2 scrolls in her hands faintly emitted a brilliance that they were extremely familiar with. It was a teleportation scroll. This was the second time they saw a teleportation scroll today. Angor narrowed his eyes. Most elite apprentices didn't have teleportation scrolls, did they? Did their professor give them something to save their lives? Before leaving the manor for the purification garden, Angor went to Sunder's study to see if he could get some life-saving items from the old man. However, Sunders didn't even bother to see him. He simply sent him away from the study. Angor sighed. It was not easy to keep them here with teleportation scrolls. Besides, he might not be able to do it himself. Angor's previous rescue was easy. He easily saved Keely and killed the scythe-wielding skeleton while he was at it. However, only he knew how much of the power of gravity in the depths of his soul had surged out when he was killing the scythe skeletons. He could tell just by looking at the source of gravity that was almost exhausted. Since the skeleton was now in its soul form, Angor could easily eject his soul to attack it. But it was so powerful that Angor had to use up almost all of his gravity to kill it. He spent a lot of energy to kill the scythe-wielding skeleton. With that in mind, he made up his mind. She nodded with a smile and took out a black butterfly necklace from her bracelet. "Since I made your necklace, I'll give it to you." Angor forced himself to find an excuse. Xianxia looked at the black butterfly heart in Angor's hand, then at the pink one around her neck. She couldn't believe what she just saw. She wasn't sure if Angor was telling the truth, but she was certain that the black butterfly necklace belonged to the same series as her pink one. Besides, Angor had no reason to lie to her. Xianxia forced a smile. "I really like this pink butterfly necklace. I didn't know you made it for me. Looks like we're destined to meet each other. Since we're fated to meet, I'll answer whatever you want to know." Keely glanced at Angor and the necklace again. She didn't say anything and reverted back to her human form. Even if she was given a choice, she would agree to it. Carvaline's family was too terrifying. They were related to the Abyss Demon God. Even the Shepherd God's outfit carried the will of a demon god. No matter how reckless Keely was, she wouldn't dare to offend such a family. Since Keely and Sean didn't say anything, Angor went straight to the point. "Alright. Where's Xianxia? She's the one who fought against you in Tulip Palace." "You mean that woman with curly blue hair? She's not that pretty. I didn't expect you to care so much about her." Xianxia paused for a second and quickly explained, "Oh, she fell asleep during the fight, so we caught her and brought her to Jibra." "A descendant of the Shepherd God clan? How dare she covet Jibra's bounty?" Keely sneered. Carveline glanced at Keely. "Why wouldn't I want something that's useful to me? Just like you, if someone uses the Netherworld Lantern's mother flame to issue a bounty that only requires a slight effort, would you accept it?" Keely didn't know how to respond to Carvaline's question. She would be more than happy to accept such a good offer. "I don't know why Jibra wants that woman so much. But since it won't take much time, I'll take her." "Where's Jibra?" Angor asked. Xianxia took out a blue scale that looked like a water droplet and tossed it to Angor. Angor didn't take it, but Sean asked Genk to do so. "This is the scale of Jibra's horned whale. You can use it to find Jibra." Xianxia paused for a second before she continued, "I was planning to use the scale to threaten Jibra one day, but I didn't. Since you're looking for Jibra, here you go." Genk handed the scale to Luna, who sniffed it and sensed a strong scent coming from it. Luna nodded at Keely to confirm that it had found its target. "Alright. Last question. Have you seen her?" Angor used an illusion to show Nausicaa's face. "So that's the woman you're looking for." Xianxia gave Angor a thoughtful look and pointed at Sean. "I haven't seen her since they left Tulip Palace." Angor was a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything else. Xianxia and Carveline turned around and left. Before they left, Xianxia smiled at Angor. "I like the pink butterfly, but I bought it from an auction. I hope that next time, I'll be lucky enough to have one custom made for me." With that, they disappeared from Angor's sight. "They're really lucky," Sean said angrily. "The Shepherd God clan." Keely muttered something and turned around. "Let's go." Luna led the way again, and they quickly followed behind her. "What's the Shepherd God clan?" Angor asked curiously. Keely shook her head. "It's a clan that's closely related to the Abyss Demon. Don't mess with them. Only legendary figures can resist the power of a demon." Most wizards didn't want to talk about the demon god, and Keely was no exception. She only said that one sentence and then stopped talking. Angor knew a thing or two about demon gods, but he didn't know that the Shepherd God clan was related to them. If they really had something to do with demon gods, why was the wizarding world still willing to let them live? Angor could not think for a while. This was not something he could understand at his current level. After traveling for another 100 kilometers, Keely suddenly asked, "Don't worry about me when you find Jibra. Take Shilyu with you, and I'll take care of Jibra myself." Keely didn't want Angor to get on Jibra's bad side. No matter how much she hated Jibra, she had to admit that Jibra was backed by God of Sea and Song of the Deep. Both of them were powerful entities that none of them could afford to offend. "I don't know why Jibra is so determined to capture Shilyu, but do you really think he's going to give up Shilyu so easily if the Shepherd God clan is willing to take the bait? Even if I save Shilyu, do you think I won't get on Jibra's bad side?" The answer was obvious. If Angor tried to save Shilyu, he would offend Jibra. Since he was going to offend Jibra anyway, he didn't need to worry about anything else. Besides, Jibra was backed by a powerful entity, and Angor didn't have a kingdom of minions behind him. Therefore, Angor wasn't afraid of Jibra at all. "Do as you wish," Keely said after a moment of silence. Keely looked at Luna and the darkness in front of her. She didn't seem afraid at all. Instead, she looked excited and eager. Angor looked at Sean, who seemed to be thinking about something. "I still don't understand. What happened between Shilyu and Jibra? Why is Jibra so determined to capture Shilyu? What's going on?" Angor only wanted to know the details, but Sean kept looking at him, which made him feel strange. I don't know," Sean said in the end. "Like I said, Shilyu severely injured Jibra. But I don't know why Shilyu did that. I asked her, and she said she didn't know either." "Shilyu doesn't know either?" Angor's mind was filled with question marks. Did Sean just say that Jibra was innocent? Sean lowered her head. "Every time Shilyu sees Jibra, it's like she's a completely different person. Both Nausicaa and I don't know why, but she'll go back to normal as long as we're away from Jibra." I asked her why, and she always looked confused. Lawson was looking at the image displayed on the screen. A hunter with a bow on his back, his entire body covered in green dye, was sneaking into an underwater cave. He had eavesdropped on some information from the mouth of one of the heirs of the Gui clan. A real god was sleeping in this cave. Filled with curiosity and adhering to the teachings of his ancestors, he walked into the cave with his bow and arrows. "Who's that? He's already here?" It was Melanda. She hadn't left the tower since she returned to Floating Mech City. "Keiso Sunward Fine Worder," Lawson replied. "You remember the names of your apprentices?" Melanda grinned. "Father, do you remember my mother's name?" "Shelley." Lawson considered for a moment. Wizards have amazing memories. You can't forget them even if you don't want to, right? Melanda stopped talking about her mother and turned back to the man in the video. "Did I hear you right? His surname is Fine Worder? Which Fine Worder is that?" "The Fine Worder you're thinking about," Lawson replied. "Wandering Wizard Fine Worder, the author of Strange Worlds?" Melanda paused and looked at Keiso's movements. "Looks like he's also inherited the tradition of his ancestors. He's really curious." Keiso had already entered the cave. After passing through a long underwater corridor, he arrived at a hollow underground world. It was as big as Pakrti, the first place he visited when he first arrived at Fairy World. However, there was nothing in the vast core world except for a huge iceberg. In the ice mountain, a black shadow could be vaguely seen through the reflection of light. Well, being too curious isn't always a good thing. As soon as Melanda finished her words, the ice on the iceberg began to crack. The person who was frozen in the iceberg slowly opened his eyes. "Well, that's fine. This Keiso should be able to write a new travelogue, just like his ancestors, exaggerating the situation here and spreading it out." Luosin said calmly, "There's no need to write a travel note. When the sacrificial ceremony of the Gui civilization began, others should have seen it." They were still heading toward Jibra's location. After listening to Shan's explanation, Angor began to fill in several stories in his mind and slowly came up with an idea. Jibra wasn't the one to blame for this. It seemed that Shilyu had a hidden personality that never showed itself in public. However, whenever she saw Jibra, it would come out like a bee that smelled honey. She would try to kill Jibra by burning the sea and turning him into a pool of stagnant water. This came from Shan's mouth. Before entering the garden, he already saw Shilyu's reaction and heard the reason why she suddenly attacked Jibra. Therefore, it was basically Shan's words that matched. Not only did Shilyu want to kill Jibra, but her talent was also the bane of Jibra's existence. More importantly, they actually ran into Jibra. Then, things took a turn for the worse. After meeting Jibra, Shilyu's hidden personality came out and tortured Jibra. After that, Shilyu fell into a deep slumber, leaving Shan and Nausicaa to clean up the mess. If it were someone else, they would have left Shilyu behind. However, they only managed to enter the sea of purification thanks to Shilyu's help. Therefore, they had no choice but to take Shilyu's blame and run away. There was a female apprentice by Jibra's side who was as strong as him. However, since she had to take care of Jibra's injuries, she only chased after them for a while before returning to Jibra's side. After that, Signhouse and Carveline accepted the bounty. From Shan's description, Angor could tell that even she felt a little embarrassed. Maybe it was because Jibra and Shilyu didn't like each other at all, which led to this. Angor believed that Jibra was just an innocent victim in this mess. Of course, Keely didn't think so. She believed that there was no such thing as hatred in this world for no reason, which explained why Shilyu went to war against Jibra. There must be something we don't know about, and Jibra must be the villain behind it. Angor understood Keely's point of view. However, Shan and Keely both believed that Jibra was innocent. As for Shilyu, there was no need to mention it. Speaking of which, Keely and Jibra didn't really hate each other. Keely was determined to kill Jibra because she suspected that Jibra's relative was god of sea Flunza. Did Jibra order Flunza to kill Keely's parents? Did Jibra have anything to do with it? Was Jibra involved in this? Obviously, Keely didn't want to let go of Jibra because she wanted to vent her anger on Jibra. Angor felt sorry for Jibra, but he still had to do what he had to. If he wanted to know Nausicaa's location, he had to save Shilyu first. Now that he knew about Nausicaa's whereabouts, he would do everything he could to help her. After all, Nausicaa saved his life before. Saving Shilyu would only offend Jibra. Angor believed that he already had a grudge against Jibra. However, when they arrived at their destination, he realized that he was still too naive. When Luna brought them to the bottom of a sea filled with coral reefs, what they saw was completely different from what they imagined. As for Shilyu, she was attacking like crazy without any injuries. She should be fine, right? As for Jibra, half of his face was red while the other half was blue, as if he was cut in half by a knife. He was losing ground under Shilyu's relentless attacks. That's right, Shilyu didn't look miserable at all. She was yelling burn sea and venom while happily attacking Jibra. Jibra, on the other hand, was in a much worse condition than Shilyu. Moreover, Shilyu was fighting Jibra, a female apprentice, and a giant horned whale all by herself. She didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Instead, she seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Angor's original goal was to save Shilyu. But now, he decided to save Jibra first. This poor child was in a very bad state. Perhaps he would die in a few minutes. Shan covered her mouth and stared at Angor in disbelief. See? That's what it looks like. Shilyu is fighting Jibra like she's on steroids. I don't even recognize her anymore. Angor shook his head. Keely, on the other hand, rushed forward without hesitation. Her target was Jibra. She originally thought that it would be a tough battle, but in the end, she found that she could take advantage of the situation and beat the dog in the water. How could she not be happy? Whoosh! She moved faster than anyone else and reached Jibra with a murderous look in her eyes. Angor didn't join the fight. Shan didn't join the fight either. Instead, she kept an eye on Shilyu so that she wouldn't fall asleep again. Keely told Jibra something, and Jibra's expression became complicated as if he was suffering from a broken roof. Angor sympathized with Jibra's situation, but only a little. The only thing he could do now was not to add fuel to the fire. Angor also noticed that Keely's participation was getting more and more chaotic. As an occult, Shilyu had absolute control over water, and the sea was her home field. Yet Keely kept summoning flames that didn't belong to this world, which made it impossible for her to do anything. As a result, the battle was now in a stalemate. At first, Shilyu decided to cooperate with Keely because of her hostility toward Jibra. But when she realized that Keely's participation only made her a troublemaker, Shilyu began to throw caution to the wind and pushed Keely into the enemy's nest as well. Shan kept yelling at Shilyu, hoping that she wouldn't hurt her allies. But Shilyu was too focused on fighting and didn't care about anything else. Thus, something strange happened in the battle. A chaotic battle broke out. Moreover, it was a three-sided chaotic battle, with 2 against 1. Angor was left speechless as he watched the fierce battle of words. What should we do now, Angor? We'll be the ones getting hurt if this goes on. Shan really wanted to join the fight, but she also wanted to join Shilyu's side. Since she was facing Keely right now, she had no choice but to rely on Angor. Angor sighed. He came here to save Shilyu, but he didn't want to let this go on for too long. Now was the time for him to make his move. With a slight movement of his finger, several illusion nodes appeared around the group. No one noticed Angor's movements, so they didn't realize that they had fallen into an ambush until they were all covered in illusions. Angor entered the illusions and released his nightmare energy as much as he could. For apprentices, nightmare illusion was definitely a killing move that was hard to counter, especially when everyone was trying their best. Almost everyone was trapped in a trap of reality and illusion. What are you doing, Angor? Keely yelled. If I don't do anything now, Jibra will have enough time to recover his stamina by killing each other. You should just back off and let Shilyu kill him. I'm going to kill him myself. His life is mine. Shilyu didn't want to be left out. Angor also saw Shilyu's strange expression. She didn't look like the gentle girl he met last time. As Shan said, Shilyu would turn into a different person whenever she was in Jibra's presence. There was no way Shilyu would go after Jibra in her current condition. Since that was the case, Angor slowly undid Keely's illusions and let her deal with Jibra herself. Jibra didn't say anything. He was using this chance to recover his stamina. The other apprentice was more seriously injured and couldn't fight for the time being. When Keely approached him, Jibra's eyes flashed with hatred. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Keely glared at Jibra with excitement in her eyes. Jibra was still trapped in his nightmare illusion, so he couldn't tell where Keely was coming from. He only saw Keely in front of him, but under the influence of the illusion, he saw countless Keely approaching him, and each of them looked real. You're crazy. Jibra's voice was weak. Ever since my parents died, I swore that I'll kill everyone related to Xianxia, and you'll be the first. With that, Keely unleashed a ball of fire at Jibra. Half of Jibra's blood was burning, while the other half was poisoned. Without a doubt, this was all Shilyu's doing. She really did what she said she was going to do. The raging flames burned away all the hair on his body. The appearance of a noble young master had now become a miserable bald head. His skin had turned dark and blue due to the poison. Since Feshi couldn't do anything about it, Jibra had no choice but to offer a bounty on Shilyu's head in the hope that she would be able to help him. However, Shilyu kept yelling at Jibra the moment she saw him. She even went so far as to break through her shackles, which worsened Jibra's already bad condition. And now, this crazy Keely showed up out of nowhere. Normally, Keely wouldn't be able to defeat him. But Shilyu, who was supposed to be his nemesis, showed up out of nowhere. Jibra was filled with hatred. It seemed the gods really wanted him dead. Jibra clenched his fists and tore off the colorful fish scale hanging around his neck. A bright light flashed and formed a barrier around Jibra's body. Keely's fire was stopped outside the barrier. Scale shield, and a top-tier one at that. Keely had been fighting Jibra for years, so she knew what it was. But you can't move right now, and this shield won't keep you safe for long. When it breaks, you'll die. While speaking, Keely attacked the shield even harder. While Keely was attacking the light shield, a light spot suddenly drilled out of a hole in the sky, which they didn't know about. It slowly drifted down, then shattered into countless pieces and melted into the still sea. Just as the fragment fell into the sea of purification, a buzzing sound was heard by everyone at the bottom of the sea. While everyone was puzzled, an image appeared out of thin air in front of him. In the video, a man with a green longbow on his back appeared in a huge cave. He stretched out his hand to touch an iceberg that was hundreds of meters tall. The man's hand glowed with a green light, and the iceberg cracked. A black shadow woke up from the iceberg. It was a hugie with a human upper body and a fish lower body. It held a trident in its hand and wore a crown on its head. Its eyes were filled with evil. As the Gui opened its eyes, its entire body exuded an unparalleled and terrifying aura. Even though it was just an image, everyone could faintly feel this aura. Adept level, definitely an adept level. As soon as this adept level aura appeared, the video ended. Just when everyone was confused and didn't know what this image was trying to express, a cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. The ancestor of the Duans has awakened ahead of schedule. Civilization sacrifice shall now begin. Please reach the altar of demise within 3 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, the image disappeared. The voice didn't mention what would happen if they didn't reach the altar of demise within 3 hours. However, everyone who was still alive in the garden knew that it wouldn't end well. Everyone who was still alive but had yet to reach the altar of demise was stunned. Only 3 hours left. How was that even possible? The sea of purification was huge, and everyone who entered it was randomly selected. Even if they already discovered the secret of the Duans and the altar of demise, most of them were still far away from reaching the altar of demise. It wasn't fair to start the countdown now. There was no such thing as fairness in the wizarding world. However, the floating mech city did create a certain level of fairness in order to satisfy the major organizations. Normally, the city wouldn't announce the countdown so soon. Even Angor didn't expect the countdown to happen so suddenly. Why so soon? Sean was just as shocked. She suddenly remembered the bow-wielding man in the video. It's Wayfarer of Green Kaiso. It has to be him. The voice mentioned that the ancestor of the Duans had awakened ahead of schedule. What did that mean? The ancestor of the Duans was supposed to wake up at this time. Similarly, the countdown that shouldn't have started at this time was triggered because of the ancestor of the Duans. The reason for all this was clearly stated in the video. It was because of Kaiso. Everyone who was still alive seemed to be gnashing their teeth at the same time as they ferociously muttered Kaiso. Kaiso, on the other hand, didn't know that he had angered everyone. He was still happily recording his journey, vowing to bring back the glory of his ancestor. What should we do now? 3 hours isn't enough. I don't have the Maraid sword, and I still need to find the altar of demise. We're doomed. Sean trembled in fear. Keely also looked pale. She was still whipping Jibra, but she didn't seem to be as strong as before. Angor pulled her back. Leave him. We need to leave now. Keely remained silent. We won't make it in time even if we leave now. I'm going to kill him. At least I'll be able to vent my anger before I die. Angor pushed her away. Do you think you can break through his barrier now? Angor thought about the teleportation array under Tulip Palace. 3 hours is still a long time. It's not like we can't do it. Keely also remembered Angor's speed. If Angor ran at full speed, he might be able to catch up. What she didn't know was that Angor's sequence of gravity had already run out. Even if he still had enough, he couldn't use it for 3 hours in a row. Not even the witch's soup would last long. Give him up. If we leave now, we still have a chance to live. Angor's lazy expression suddenly turned serious. Keely hesitated for a while before she finally nodded. She gave Jibra a hateful glare and retracted her ghost flame. Angor walked to Jibra and spoke in a soft voice. Keely can't kill you in a short time, but I can. I can trap you with an illusion and kill you before the countdown ends, or I can kill you by force. Jibra's ears twitched a little. He clearly heard Angor's words. But I'm not like Keely. I have no grudge against you, so I don't have to do that. What are you trying to say? Jibra coughed up blood. 3 Maraid swords. Give them to me, and I'll cancel the illusion and leave with Keely. Before they found Jibra, they already sensed the presence of over 100 energy waves coming from Jibra's body using their scales. Therefore, Angor asked for 3 Maraid swords right away. Jibra had looted an entire Dugon tribe, so he didn't lack Maraid swords. Others might not be able to reach the altar of demise within 3 hours, but Angor had a way to do it. But if Angor really trapped him here with an illusion, he would be done for. Therefore, this deal was not a loss. In the end, he nodded and said, "All right, I hope you keep your word." Jibra took out 6 gray scales from the whale's mouth and combined them into 3 Maraid swords. Angor took the swords and cancelled the illusion without hesitation. As soon as the illusion disappeared, Jibra hopped onto his whale and took Fisai away from the area, disappearing from everyone's sight in just a few seconds. Keely watched the whole thing without saying a word. She knew Angor could kill Jibra, but she didn't have the right to ask him to. Killing Jibra would only offend Song of the Deep, and Angor would have to face the wrath of the sea god. Keely didn't want to see that happen. Besides, she had her own pride, and she had to do it herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fought with Shilyu in the first place. Angor asked Keely to keep up with him and walked to Shan, who was still looking dispirited. He tossed one of the Maraid swords to Shan and said, "Don't just stand there. Wake Shilyu up and find Nausicaa." "Heh. What's the point? We only have 3 hours. There's no hope for us," Angor cut her off. "If you don't want to die, don't waste my time. I have a plan. Go do it." Shan was still doubtful, but she still walked to Shilyu with a glimmer of hope. After Jibra left, Shilyu's expression returned to normal. She looked around and wondered what she was thinking. "You're still going to find Nausicaa?" Keely suddenly asked while Shan was chatting with Shilyu. "Do you have enough time?" Angor didn't answer. He was also calculating the time in his mind. Keely's question was the same as his own. If Nausicaa was too far away, would he waste his time trying to save her? Angor didn't know the answer to that question. He could only pray that Nausicaa loved Shilyu so much that she would return to Tulip Palace to find Shilyu. If Nausicaa was still in Tulip Palace, even if she was just nearby, Angor would find a way to save her. If she was too far away, he would have to give up on saving her no matter how much he wanted to. Shilyu sensed Nausicaa. "She's at Tulip Palace. She must have gone back to look for Shilyu." Shan walked over. Angor's eyes lit up when he heard that. "Alright, let's go to Tulip Palace now." This time, they didn't swim to the Tulip Palace. Instead, they floated upward. Once they were out of the water, Angor took out his gondola. Once everyone was on board, Angor activated the engine and rode the wind away, stirring up a huge wave. This was Shan's first time on gondola. Although she was amazed by the appearance of gondola, she was not in the mood to pay attention to other things because of the giant sword named Countdown hanging above her head. She kept rubbing her palms with a helpless look on her face. Gondola was fast, at least dozens of times faster than swimming on their own. However, it was still slower than Angor when he ejected his soul from his body. Keely thought Angor was going to use his soul to carry them, but she didn't expect him to use gondola. "Do we have enough time?" Keely paused when she said the word time. Originally, she wanted to say there's definitely not enough time, but when she saw Shan's anxious expression, she didn't want to provoke her with words, so she changed her words. Shan also looked at Angor and hesitated. "Can we really make it in time?" "Don't worry. We'll find a way." Angor gestured for them to calm down. He wasn't sure himself. There was a teleportation array under Tulip Palace, but it would only teleport them to the other 7 palaces. The 7 palaces were located far away from each other, and no one knew which one was closer to the final destination. Using the map he saw in Tulip Palace, he estimated the distance and direction of each of the 7 palaces from the scale to the marked points. Then, based on the angle of the Maraid swords, their speed, and their approximate distance, he estimated the distance between them and the altar. In the end, he came up with a rough estimate, 32,000 kilometers. With that in mind, he decided to use the teleportation map again. Since there were still some variables, Angor came up with 2 conclusions, Summer Palace and Crystal Palace. He wasn't sure which one they would be teleported to yet. If they were going to travel in a straight line, the Crystal Palace would be the best place to go. To reach the Crystal Palace, they only needed to walk back several hundred kilometers to reach the final destination. To reach Summer Palace, they would need to travel another 1,500 kilometers. However, the above premise was the distance in a straight line. If variables were taken into account, then it would be unknown. "Flying fish." Shan suddenly pointed at the sky and exclaimed. He glanced at the sky and saw nearly 1,000 flying fishes that looked like frozen clouds. They charged toward gondola with a frosty aura around their bodies. Keely stopped him. "Leave it to me. You keep steering." Keely had been in a bad mood ever since she boarded the airship. Perhaps it was because she failed to kill Jibra, and the countdown timer was ticking. Angor gave her a meaningful look. All right. Keely took out her lantern. When the flying fish came, endless dark purple flames floated out and surrounded the flying fish. The cold aura in the flames made everyone's heart palpitate. When Gondola rushed out of the school of flying fish, a series of explosions sounded from behind. He looked back and saw all the flying fish exploding into minced meat and falling into the sea. Keely had used such a violent method on a group of seemingly weak flying fishes. It was obvious that she was venting her emotions. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the airspace above Tulip Palace. Can you still sense Nausicaa's location, Shilyu? Angor asked Shilyu. Shilyu closed her eyes. I can feel it. She's down there. Angor sighed in relief. As long as Nausicaa was here, everything was fine. Angor put away Gondola and signaled everyone to dive. Xian and Keely were still doubting whether they could reach the altar of demise in 3 hours, but they had no choice but to trust Angor and follow his orders. Soon, they arrived at an area covered with aquatic plants. They could already see Tulip Palace. Before they reached the entrance, Angor already saw several energy attacks aimed at the entrance. Someone's fighting? Angor frowned and rushed toward the entrance. When they arrived at the airspace above, they saw Nausicaa fighting against a Duan and 2 Duans. She was injured, but she seemed to be fine. She could also use the spiral runes on her arms to deal damage to her foes. As for the Duan and the 2 Dugongs, they were both at the peak of level 2 apprentice. Nausicaa was only a level 1 apprentice, yet she was able to fight so well. She was born with a keen eye for battle. Even Angor almost lost to a Duan the first time he encountered one. Nausicaa! Xian yelled in surprise. Nausicaa looked up and was surprised to see everyone. While he was distracted, the Guis almost seized the opportunity. Fortunately, Keely reacted quickly. She threw out a stream of nether fire and froze the Guis into a block of ice. The other 2 Duans were killed by Shilyu's water arrow. Thank you. Nausicaa thanked Keely as soon as they landed. She knew the others, but she never saw Keely before. Keely nodded and did not say anything. I didn't think I'd see you here, Angor. Nausicaa smiled. Angor came looking for you, Xian added. He even went to save Shilyu to find you. I didn't know you two were so close. Nausicaa smiled at Angor and was about to say thank you when Angor interrupted her. Don't mention it. You don't need to be so formal with me. We'll talk when we reach the altar of demise. Come with me. Angor did not have time to waste on small talk. He asked everyone to follow him into Tulip Palace. Angor remembered that there was a secret chamber at the center of the palace. He walked toward it and noticed that he could not sense any energy ripples below without using his astral projection. This meant that the chamber was well hidden. Angor asked Xian to follow him and asked her to help Genk dig a tunnel that led to the chamber. There's a secret chamber down there with a teleportation array, Angor explained. I don't know which one is closer. Summer Palace or Crystal Palace? I need some time to decide. Angor told them everything he knew. What do you suggest? There's a teleportation array here? Xian's despondent look immediately brightened up when she heard about the teleportation array. If there was a teleportation array, they might be able to make it before the time limit. Keely's expression softened a little. She began to consider Angor's question carefully. We can't tell if there's a variable or not. I suggest we ignore the variables and fly to the Crystal Palace. In terms of distance, the Crystal Palace is closer. I'm leaning toward Crystal Palace as well. Angor considered. There was a variable, but he could only hope that it was not too big and would not affect the overall situation. Xian and Shilyu also agreed to go to Crystal Palace. Nausicaa did not say anything and left the choice to Angor. At this moment, Keely suddenly thought of something. I only froze the Duan outside, but I can feel that it's not dead yet. I can try to interrogate it to find out which one is closer. Angor clapped his hands. That's a good idea. I can use an illusion to help you. I'm sure it won't lie. Among all the branches of illusions, mind illusions were the most suitable for interrogation because it manipulated one's inner thoughts, emotions, and desires. Angor only learned one cantrip for mind illusions, fear. However, he still knew some basic knowledge about illusions. Besides, fear illusions could also be used to interrogate people, as long as he was careful enough. After a while, Keely, who had received the accurate information, killed the Gue. Summer Palace. Crystal Palace is about 3,000 kilometers away from the Altar of Demise. Summer Palace is the closest one. It's only 1,000 kilometers away, Keely said. That's quite a big variable. Angor sighed in relief. Luckily, Keely only froze the Duan, which was still alive. Otherwise, they would not be able to reach the Crystal Palace in time. Angor did some quick calculations. They should be able to reach the Crystal Palace by riding gondola before the countdown ended. However, they still had to consider the possibility of encountering powerful monsters and robbers. It was hard to say whether the monsters would show up, but there was a high chance that the robbers would show up at the end of the journey. After all, many people who failed to get Maraid's swords would try their best to reach the entrance. Angor told everyone his plan so that they would be on high alert. They were among the strongest apprentices in the Sea of Purification, but they did not know if the other apprentices had other trump cards or items. They could not afford to be careless. Genk finally opened the door to the secret chamber. They stepped onto the teleportation array, and Angor made his choice, Summer Palace. Their vision blurred for a second, and they found themselves in a chamber that looked exactly the same as the one they came from. However, this chamber was still completely sealed. They dug a hole from the inside and came out of the chamber. They were now standing outside the pure white palace. Angor looked up and saw the words Summer Palace written in Duan language right above the palace. Angor also noticed that the Maraid sword was now pointing south instead of southeast. We're almost there. Let's go. Angor asked everyone to float up and ride gondola toward the Altar of Demise. With gondola speed, it would only take them about an hour to cover the distance. It had only been 30 minutes since the countdown began, which meant they could definitely reach the Altar of Demise by flying on gondola. As soon as they set out, they ran into a swarm of tiny flying fish that would self-detonate if they made any sudden movements. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of them densely packed together. It was like a black cloud pressing down on everyone's heads. I'll take care of them, Keely said as she took out her lantern. But Angor stopped her in time. I'll do it. Save your mana. With that, he used a trick he learned when he first entered the garden. He set up a basic illusion and lured one of the fish to self-destruct. The other fish inside the illusion thought that they were being attacked, so they all did the same. Explosions rang out one after another, and blood rained down from the sky. Angor drove gondola out of the range of the exploding fish. But as soon as they left the range of the fish, danger came again. Luna kept meowing. Nausicaa frowned as she held a scale in her hand. Angor, I can sense 30 auras coming at us from all directions within 100 kilometers. Keely nodded. Yeah, Luna sensed it too. There were 30 presences, but Nausicaa could only sense the presence of apprentices with heart scales. If those apprentices also formed a team, and there were apprentices in their team who didn't have scales, then the number of people attacking them would be more than 30, or even higher. How many auras are coming from our direction? Angor asked. 6. 2 to the southwest, 1 to the southeast, and 3 to the south. Nausicaa quickly reported the numbers and roughly estimated their current distance. Angor nodded and made some calculations in his mind. Should they stop or keep going? Keep going. Keely, Shilyu, get ready to fight. I'll help you with the illusion. Nausicaa, you take control of gondola. Sean, protect the ship. Angor quickly prepared for battle. He took out a revolver and a trigger crossbow and handed them to Nausicaa and Sean. The ammunition inside the weapons were all enchanted with runes, which could cause serious damage to level 2 apprentices. After traveling for several kilometers, they ran into the first wave of robbers. Among the 5 ordinary apprentices, 2 of them were even bloodline apprentices who were riding on vehicles. The outcome of the battle was decided almost instantly. Before Angor could use his illusion, Keely's flames already froze them into popsicles and dropped them into the sea. There are 2 auras coming together. They're still 5 kilometers away from us, Nausicaa said as she looked at the scales. Angor and the others saw the 2 people hovering in the air. That's Gravedigger Monroe and Dance of Peaks Donnan. The one who spoke was Sean. She quickly introduced the two to everyone. Menlo is a level 2 apprentice, and Donnan became a level 3 apprentice 30 years ago. Shan's name, of course, meant that these two people were elite apprentices. And one of them was a level 3. Shan's expression didn't look too good, but Angor, Keely, and Shilyu didn't seem to care. They're nothing. Just kill them, Keely said in a flat tone. Oh, so it's Deathflame Witch Keely. Let me see, isn't that one of Mr. Sunder's new apprentices? Donnan spoke up. She was a middle-aged witch, but she looked more mature than experienced. TSK. And a bunch of nameless kids. You got so many Maraid swords. Why don't you share 2 with us? After saying that, Donnan turned to look at the skinny and stooped Menluo and transmitted her voice. Menluo, are you confident? The corners of Menlo's mouth curled up. When he smiled, deep wrinkles appeared on his face. A group of nameless fellows, plus a fame-seeking alchemist. Absolutely no problem. Although he said that, when Menlo looked at Keely, there was a hint of fear in his expression. Donnan nodded. Don't worry about Keely. Let's deal with the level 1 apprentice with a silver arm and the girl with blue curly hair. Let's get the Maraid swords and leave. After communicating with each other, they dashed toward Gondola. Don't stop. Keep going, Angor said when he saw Nausicaa was about to stop. Nausicaa nodded. Without hesitation, she sped up and dashed out of the cave like a gust of wind. Angor reached out a hand and created an illusion around them. Keely sneered and summoned a flame. Before they could get close, they heard Shilyu speaking again. Water curtain. Several water curtains rose from the surface of the sea, but they were only there to block their vision. Donnan and Monroe went straight through the water. But just as they passed through the water curtain, Shilyu said in a voice that only the people on the ship could hear, lava. Since they went through the water curtains, Donnan and Monroe's clothes were soaked with water. They didn't notice anything until Shilyu mentioned lava. The water on them instantly turned into red-hot lava. In a moment of carelessness, the two of them screamed. Their skin was instantly soaked by the lava, and their bones were exposed in less than a second. However, the two of them reacted quickly. When they realized that the seawater on their bodies had turned into magma, they immediately stimulated their bloodlines. Their bloodlines couldn't completely protect them from the heat of the lava, but they still bought them some time. They tried everything they could to get rid of the lava. However, their bodies were already covered in bumps and bruises. Their bones were exposed in many places, and their faces were even worse. My hair. My face. My hand. It's not my hand. It's not. Donnan reached out a trembling hand to touch her own face. But when she saw her bony hands, she lost control of her emotions. She glared at Shilyu, who was still half asleep. It's you. It's you, isn't it? I'm going to kill you. Monroe was also covered in wounds. He was using heal to heal himself. When Donnan was about to step forward, Monroe stopped her. Donnan, calm down. Change your target. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Monroe was angry as well, but he knew that Shilyu alone was enough to beat them up, let alone steal the Maraid swords. Keely was also here. They had no choice but to retreat and see if they could find someone else. After all, Donnan had cultivated for many years, and she knew this very well. She suppressed her anger and slowly retreated into the air, but she kept her eyes fixed on Shilyu. I'll remember you. We admit defeat this time, but next time, I'll kill you. Seeing them moving away, Nausicaa pushed Gondola to full power and sped away. At this time, a soft voice came out from Shilyu's mouth again. Poison. As soon as he finished speaking, two intense screams came from behind him. Everyone looked back and saw Monroe and Donnan's bodies turning green before they melted into white bones. Both of them died. Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone fell into silence. Keely looked at Shilyu with a hint of vigilance in her eyes, and her body was faintly on guard. Angor didn't consider Shilyu as a potential threat, but he still had a lot of thoughts. He once fought Shilyu and learned something about her from Sunders. He knew that Shilyu was an occult user who had a mysterious water attribute talent. According to what he heard, Shilyu could change the nature of water, such as turning it into poison. But he didn't expect that she could even create lava, which had nothing to do with water. In other words, she could create anything that had nothing to do with water, such as oil or lava. Even Angor himself could not think of a way to counter such a power. At this moment, Shilyu suddenly yawned and fell asleep on the railing of the ship. It's the side effect of Shilyu's ability. The more she uses her ability, the faster she'll fall asleep. Shan jumped down from Genk and untied the pouch on Shilyu's waist. She took out a pill and stuffed it into Shilyu's mouth. This is a special pill Master Shilyu made for her to enter the purification garden. It can forcefully wake her up. As expected, Shilyu woke up right away. Apart from the dark circles under her eyes, she didn't show any other symptoms. You're getting stronger and stronger. No wonder Jibra couldn't handle you so well. Angor sighed when he saw Shilyu waking up. Both Shan and Nausicaa nodded in agreement. They knew Shilyu was strong, but they didn't expect her to be this strong. Shilyu froze for a moment and didn't say anything. She just lowered her head shyly. However, she was still puzzled by the fact that someone mentioned Jibra's name in front of her. She was the only one who knew that she had no memory of Jibra at all. Did she really have a split personality? Was there another personality hiding inside her body? But why didn't it show up before? Or maybe she didn't know about it. The series of questions made Shilyu fall into deep thought. When Angor mentioned Jibra's name, Shan told him something interesting. It's strange though. Shilyu never fell asleep in the middle of a fight against Jibra. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Angor raised an eyebrow. Maybe Shilyu and Jibra really were born to fight against each other. With Shilyu's strength acknowledged, the rest of their journey was much smoother. They were above the sea, which was Shilyu's home ground. They ran into several groups of robbers, and Shilyu could take care of them all on her own. It took them about half an hour to cover half of the distance. At this time, Luna meowed again. More ripples within 100 miles. Nausicaa frowned. And there are more than 100 of them. But I think there's only one ripple right in front of us. Nausicaa suddenly exclaimed. There's only one aura coming from the south? Angor wondered. Yes. Nausicaa nodded. That didn't make sense. Their journey had come to an end, and they were only 500 miles away from the altar of demise. This section of the road was the area with the highest number of robberies. In the beginning, they had only encountered 30 auras. Now, they had encountered 50, 70, 100 auras. The auras were fluctuating more and more. Everyone who didn't get a Maraid's sword was waiting for the lambs to come knocking on their door. How was it possible that all the robbers had appeared at the back, but there was only one ripple at the front? Could it be that someone had already been robbed in the past, so there was a period of no one robbing? Angor didn't know, but it was still a good thing if there was only one person left. However, for some reason, there was a faint sense of unease in his heart. This kind of anxious feeling was difficult to describe. In the end, he hid it in the bottom of his heart and didn't say it out loud. Something's wrong, Angor. Nausicaa's frown grew deeper as they traveled for another 10 kilometers. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Nausicaa. The aura ahead is circling around. It's not coming toward us. It doesn't look like it's trying to rob us, Nausicaa explained. Nausicaa paused. It's like I lost my way and kept walking around in circles in a small area. Angor looked at Keely, who nodded. Luna sensed it too. It's just as Nausicaa said. Not coming? Circling around in a small area? It was strange, but Angor wasn't sure if it would affect them. Was someone trying to kill someone who had a scale on his or her heart? Or perhaps, the scales were not on the apprentices, but on the Duans, but he couldn't figure it out. Should we keep going? Nausicaa hesitated. Angor considered the hundreds of auras following them. Based on his experience, at least half of them belonged to groups, which meant there were at least 200 or 300 apprentices following them. Under such circumstances, if he hesitated for even a moment, it would be very easy for him to be caught up. Let's keep going. But we have plenty of time. We can take a detour around that aura. It doesn't matter if we deviate a few kilometers from it. Nausicaa nodded. All right. Let's take a small detour to the southeast. With that decided, Gondola kept moving forward. It didn't take them long to get close to the aura. Nausicaa decided to take a detour to get away from here. At this moment, the sky suddenly started to drizzle. The raindrops hit the side of the ship, creating small splashes. Xianxia looked up and saw the dark clouds drifting toward them. What a strange rain. It doesn't have any roots, and it smells fishy? Xianxia lifted a hand. The raindrops wrapped around her fingers like soft strands of hair. She sniffed lightly, and her eyes flashed with astonishment. No, this isn't rain. As soon as she said that, a cloud of mist covered them. Everyone was shrouded by the mist at the same time. Next, their eyelids began to feel heavy, and their heads drooped. Soon, they all fell asleep. Angor also collapsed on the ground. However, he didn't fall asleep. Instead, he was only half awake. The reason why he wasn't completely unconscious was because the surrounding fog was simply an illusion. As an illusionist, Angor had some resistance against illusions. However, even with his understanding of illusions, he couldn't tell what kind of illusion the surrounding fog was or what it was used for. But he could tell that whoever cast the illusion was much stronger than him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen for it. Even though he could still stay conscious, he couldn't do anything about it. Now he understood why he felt so uneasy at first. This was the source of his anxiety. He couldn't do anything now, but he could hear the breathing of the other people on the boat. They sounded calm, as if they were just sleeping. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Angor watched as time went by. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. They were so close to the altar of demise. Why did this happen? Was he going to die at the last moment? Angor didn't want to give up. He tried to struggle, but his body didn't belong to him at all. He couldn't even move his little finger. While he was trying, he suddenly sensed some movement beside him. Xianxia slowly stood up. Angor was glad. Xianxia was always sleeping, and she just took some anti-drowsiness medicine. Maybe she was awake now. Angor hoped that Xianxia would wake him up as soon as possible. They couldn't waste any more time here. But to his disappointment, Xianxia didn't do anything after standing up. She lowered her head, stood on the railing, and jumped down. He only heard a loud thud and nothing else. Did Xianxia just jump down like that? While Angor was still wondering, the second person stood up. It was Keely. Keely didn't say anything. She didn't do anything to wake the others up either. Instead, she jumped into the sea after Xianxia. Next, Shan and Nausicaa did the same thing. Soon, Angor was the only one left on the boat. Clearly, the series of actions that they had just performed were all caused by the surrounding illusion. But he still didn't know what kind of illusion it was. Was there another illusionist apprentice on the boat? And someone who was much stronger than him? As Angor's mind wandered, he suddenly moved and stood on the railing just like the others. His mind was still clear, but his body didn't seem to belong to him. It was being pulled by some unknown force. As he was about to jump into the sea, he chanted spirit mantra in his mind. He was just trying it out, but he found that he had actually succeeded. Even so, his body was still being controlled by some unknown force, which forced him to jump into the sea. Angor put Gondola into his bracelet and followed his body into the sea. He wanted to find out who did it and what they wanted to do. As soon as he entered the water, he saw a dark vortex. Just as he was about to see the situation inside the whirlpool, a huge suction force began to emerge from the whirlpool. He swore to drag Angor into the vortex. Angor quickly used his remaining sequence of gravity to break free from the vortex. He dragged his body back to the sky. The others were all gone. Most likely, they were all sucked into the vortex. Another 10 minutes had passed. There was only 1 hour left until the countdown ended. He wondered if he should leave and go to the altar of demise on his own. His soul wasn't affected by the illusion, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to leave. But he didn't want to see Nausicaa trapped in the vortex. Suddenly, he saw something bubbling on the surface of the water. He frowned. Did someone wake up and escape from the maelstrom? As he pondered, a black ear suddenly popped out of nowhere. Soon, a small black cat came out of the sea and floated on the water with its head lowered. Luna? Angor tried to call her name. The black cat was Luna. She did not notice Angor's presence until she heard someone calling her name. Meow. Luna's eyes lit up when it saw Angor. It jumped up and bit on Angor's clothes. Luna quickly climbed onto Angor's shoulder. You didn't get hit? Angor remembered that Luna jumped into the water after Keely. Luna shook its head and kept meowing. Unlike Keely, Angor couldn't understand cat language. They looked at each other in confusion. A moment later, Luna suddenly jumped into the water and reached out its paw with a pleading look in its green eyes. Angor understood that Luna wanted him to save its master, Keely. Angor sighed in his mind. Luna just saved him from Yethu not long ago, and he really didn't want to refuse. In the end, he jumped into the water. He calculated the time. If he took Gondola to the Altar of Demise, it would only take him half an hour to get there if there were no problems along the way. There was still 1 hour left until the countdown ended, which meant he had half an hour to spare. If he didn't hear from Keely in half an hour, he would have to leave no matter what. He was willing to extend his hand to help others as long as he could, but the premise was that his own life was not in danger. To him, his own life was the most important thing. And he believed that everyone else would do the same. No wizard would take their own lives lightly. Once they were back in the water, Luna tried to dive down with Angor. Angor stopped it and took the gray scale from Luna's mouth. With the help of the scales, he sensed the presence of 4 Maraid swords and 2 scales at the bottom of the sea. The Maraid swords didn't move. One of the scales was mixed with the other Maraid swords, which meant it was the scale in Nausicaa's hand. Angor frowned when he sensed the other scale. The scale wasn't stationary. It was moving toward the Maraid swords. Could it be that the owner of the scale was an illusionary master who set this trap? To steal the Maraid swords? If that was the case, then what was with the black vortex? With that in mind, he dove deeper into the ocean. Luna bit Angor's clothes and quickly dove downward. Soon, Angor saw the black vortex again. This time, he didn't approach it. Instead, he observed the vortex from afar. It was all dark around the vortex, and he couldn't see anything. Based on the energy waves from the scales, they're inside the black vortex. Angor wasn't sure if the black vortex was dangerous or not, so he didn't want to go in recklessly. Luna noticed his hesitation and was sucked into the vortex right in front of Angor. Angor watched as the creature disappeared from his sight. However, it soon came out of the vortex again and swam to Angor's side while meowing in a low voice. So he could get out of the vortex. In that case, Angor felt a bit more confident. He didn't have much time to waste. If he wanted to save Luna, he had to act now. With that in mind, he jumped into the vortex without hesitation. As soon as he entered the vortex, he felt the suction force weakening. He looked back and saw the exit of the vortex. Since there was an exit, Angor decided to explore further. After entering the black vortex, Angor noticed that the light around him was getting dimmer. It seemed that there was some kind of substance in the surroundings that absorbed or scattered all the light shining on the surface of the sea. The deeper he went, the darker it got. He couldn't use light since his soul was ejected from his body. Angor couldn't see the bottom of the vortex. Luna suddenly spat out 2 wisps of ghost fire from her mouth. It was the same kind of cold fire he saw in Keely's hand. It was emitting a cold white glow. The 2 wisps of ghost fire were quite dim. Together with the light-absorbing substance, they looked like fluorescent lights. It would be a miracle if they could light up half a meter. Luna controlled the wisps of ghost fire to wander around the area. Under the dim light, Angor noticed that this place was no different from other areas of the sea. He saw several small fishes swimming around him, but none of them were supernatural creatures. The only difference was that it was darker and there were some unknown illusion nodes around it. He tried to attack one of the illusion nodes, and the node shattered right away. But almost instantly, a new illusion node was formed. He couldn't tell what kind of illusion these nodes belonged to. In fact, he couldn't even tell what kind of illusion they belonged to. Also, why wasn't Luna affected by the illusion? Could it be that this illusion was only targeted at humans? With the light as his guide, he kept going deeper. Under the illumination of the fire, he saw many ugly deep-sea fishes that could only be seen in the deep sea. Under the faint white light, their appearance was extremely terrifying. However, they were all ordinary fish. Other than being able to scare people, there was no other threat. After diving for several hundred meters, he saw many supernatural creatures. Most of them were the same ones he saw in the flying fish world. He didn't want to waste his soul energy on them, so he tried to avoid them. But soon, he found himself blocked by a 10-meter-long winged shark. The shark's wings seemed to have evolved from fins, and they were covered in ice shards. There was no doubt that this was an extraordinary sea beast. In his soul form, Angor was as strong as a half-step wizard, so the battle was over in a matter of seconds. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. From beginning to end, this sea beast had never attacked his physical body. Instead, it had been relentlessly attacking his soul. In the end, after he killed the sea beast, the corpse of the sea beast turned into pieces and completely disappeared. This isn't a real sea beast. Is it some kind of consciousness? Or is it an illusion? Angor began to observe the other sea monsters carefully. None of them had bodies. The ones with bodies were just ordinary fishes. Was this really the work of an illusionist apprentice? Were these supernatural creatures just illusions? That didn't seem right. 2 minutes later, Luna suddenly meowed and handed the heart scale to Angor. Based on the feedback from the scale, the aura of the single scale had already reached Keely's location. According to the Maraid's sword, Keely and the others weren't moving at all. It seemed they were still sleeping. This scale alone could be harmful to Keely and the others. With that in mind, Angor no longer tried to hide his speed. He didn't care if he would attract the attention of the sea beasts or not. Suddenly, Angor felt as if he had just passed through a thin membrane. As soon as he entered the strange space, he saw the people lying on the ground with the help of his nether flame. At this time, Luna suddenly meowed in a direction. Angor looked back and saw a dark shadow dragging Nausicaa to the side. "Who's there?" Angor yelled and attacked with the sequence of gravity. The shadowy figure let go of Nausicaa and turned to run. When Angor arrived, the shadowy figure was already gone. However, Angor still managed to hit the shadow with his sequence of gravity. He also heard a cry of pain. The purposely suppressed voice sounded low and hoarse, but Angor could tell that it was a woman. Also, it wasn't a Duan or Duan. It was a human. So she's the source of the illusion? But why did she run away? She didn't look strong at all. Angor didn't chase after the shadow. Instead, he helped Nausicaa up. "Grr." He heard Luna's voice from behind. Angor looked back and saw Luna slapping Keely's face with her claws. Soon, several claw marks appeared on Keely's face. The sound he heard was the sound of Keely waking up. "Luna?" Keely touched her burning face and looked around. "Where am I?" Keely woke up? "Does this mean I can't use illusions anymore?" Angor tried to return his soul to his body. Sure enough, he was no longer unconscious. However, he could still sense the strange illusion nodes around him. They felt familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he saw them. Keely woke up and went to wake the others up. When everyone woke up, Angor told them what happened earlier. "Black vortex?" Keely rubbed her forehead. "I don't remember anything. Maybe I was really asleep? Let's not talk about anything else. There are only 50 minutes left until the countdown ends. We need to get out of here now." Angor asked everyone to stand up. No matter what was going on, he had no time to explore. He had to get out of here. "My Maraid's sword is gone." Nausicaa, who had been keeping her head low, suddenly spoke up in a hesitant tone. Everyone looked at Nausicaa. "What happened to your face, Nausicaa?" Xian asked in surprise. Nausicaa had been looking down the whole time, so they didn't notice anything until Xian called out first. There was a deep cut on Nausicaa's face from her left forehead to her right cheek. Nausicaa saw that she couldn't hide anymore. She lifted her hair and revealed her face. "I don't know what happened, but I woke up like this. But it's just a scratch. I already used heal on it." "Is it that woman?" Angor wondered. "Which woman?" Xian was furious. "I'm going to kill her. How dare she try to ruin Nausicaa's face?" Angor quickly explained what he saw. Nausicaa's Maraid's sword and her face. She must be the one who did it. "So it's him then. I'll kill him if I see him." Sean paused. But we didn't lose our mermaid swords. There are so many of us here. Why did they only attack Nausicaa? Is it Nausicaa's enemy? My enemy? In the end, she shook her head. I don't think I have any female enemies in the wizarding world. Wait, you have one. Did you forget about that woman in the bamboo hat? She even injured you. Sean suddenly shouted. Nausicaa was surprised, but she quickly realized what was going on. When she entered the purification garden, she saw a woman wearing a thin veil looking at her with hatred. Back in the flying fish world, that woman ambushed her and injured her severely. Is it really her? But I don't know who she is, Nausicaa muttered to herself. Damn that woman. If I see her again, I'll cut her into pieces. Sean swore. It doesn't matter if Nausicaa loses her mermaid sword. Luna has one, and Nausicaa should have one as well. We can make another mermaid sword with them. Angor sighed. But we don't have time to find that woman. We have to go now, or we won't make it in time. Everyone nodded. Nausicaa put on an apologetic look. I'm sorry for the trouble. Angor chuckled. It's not your fault. Don't worry. I'm sure we all understand. Besides, we have extra scales to make more mermaid swords. One for each of us. With that, everyone decided to leave the place. I fell through a water barrier. We should be able to leave if we fly up. Angor considered. But we'll probably be affected by illusions. If you lose consciousness, I'll carry you up. With that, Angor ejected his soul and flew upward. But after flying for a while, he still couldn't touch the water barrier. Instead, he fell into a thick mist. Something's not right. We landed on the ground after going through the water barrier. Why can't we touch the ceiling now? Angor looked at the others with a puzzled look. But he didn't see anyone following him. Instead of going up, he decided to go down. About 3 seconds later, he saw that everyone else was looking at him in confusion. I'll get confused when I try to fly up, and then I'll fall back down. An illusion. Angor was sure that this was some kind of illusion that could even fool one's soul. He thought he wouldn't be affected by the illusions as long as he was in his soul form. But he didn't expect that his soul would be trapped here as well. Angor didn't feel good about it. Time was ticking away, and he was getting more and more anxious. Give me a minute. I'll try again. Angor left his body on the ground while his soul flew higher. This time, he used the sequence of gravity and reached his maximum speed. If everything went well, he would be able to reach the surface of the sea in several seconds. But a minute later, he returned to his body with an uneasy look on his face. Angor's expression said it all. Everyone remained silent for a moment. It's all my fault. If I could have gone farther, I wouldn't have fallen into their trap. Nausicaa's expression was sad. Her words were filled with self-blame. The others didn't say anything, but they all looked at Nausicaa with blame. Nausicaa was a very confident person. How could she say something like that? As far as Angor knew, even if Nausicaa was blaming herself, she would apologize and try her best to make up for her mistake. She wouldn't just stay there and complain. Why didn't anyone say anything? Angor glanced at the others and realized something was wrong. He closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Nothing. Everything was normal. However, as an illusionist, he was very sensitive to illusionary nodes. He noticed that some of the previously dormant nodes around the group suddenly became active. Was that the reason? Angor also noticed that some of the nodes around him became active, but they didn't seem to affect him. Angor considered for a moment and decided to do an experiment. He reached out a hand and released several energy particles. What are you doing, Angor? Keely looked at Angor suspiciously. The others looked back and saw Angor's hands glowing with energy particles. Doubting Angor's intentions, they all went into defensive mode. In such a situation, they didn't realize that there was anything wrong with it. But Angor could tell that something was not right. Luna also sensed something wrong. It rubbed its head against Keely's and kept meowing. Keely lifted her foot as if she wanted to kick Luna away. But after a mental struggle, she put her foot down. Angor remained silent for a moment. Since everyone was looking at him as if he was an enemy, he had no choice but to explain. It must be because of the illusion. I'll try attacking the illusion nodes. Everyone pondered for a moment before accepting this reason. Using his fastest speed, he destroyed all the active illusion nodes around them. Although these illusion nodes were reborn not long after, they were still in a dormant state. It would take some time for them to become active. When the illusion nodes disappeared, he could sense that everyone was back to normal. We can't waste any more time. We have to find a way to get out of here, Keely said. How about we take a look around? Didn't Angor say a woman ambushed Nausicaa and stole her sword? Since she dared to steal the Maraid's sword, she must have a way to escape. Let's go find her. Maybe we'll have a chance, Xian said. That's a good idea, Angor. What do you think? See for yourself, Angor said in a low voice after making sure everyone was back to normal. He reached out a hand and set up a small illusion. Various scenes appeared in the illusion, which showed what happened when they were in a bad mood. Especially the interaction between Keely and Luna. He managed to recreate Keely's expression perfectly. That restless and hesitant expression made everyone see the struggle in her heart at a glance. When the illusion ended, Keely spoke first. I wouldn't have noticed it if you didn't do it. But now that I think about it, I think we were in a bad mood just now. Why would I blame Nausicaa? Nausicaa had nothing to do with it, Xian said. Besides, why did I suspect Angor of trying to kill us? Our negative emotions were magnified. We didn't get into a fight, so we were just suspicious of each other. Keely knitted her brows. If we had quarreled just now, the consequences might have been worse. Did you notice something? It was Shilyu, who rarely spoke. We're back to normal now. Did you notice something? The others looked at Angor as well. They all recovered thanks to Angor's help. Illusion nodes. There are a lot of them here. But most of them are dormant. Just now, some of them became active. Angor explained his theory. Something's wrong here. The active nodes affected your emotions. Maybe more will become active in the near future. I don't know what will happen then. Angor's words made everyone frown. Angor's ability to change one's emotions without them noticing was too powerful. No one wanted to become someone they hated. When Angor released the illusion just now, they already felt disgusted. Angor suddenly noticed that the illusion nodes around Xian became active again. Xian, the illusion nodes around you are active again. Angor didn't do anything right away. He planned to let Xian see if she could suppress it by herself. The illusion nodes around me are active? Xian was shocked. Really? Why can't I feel it? You're not lying, are you? Why did you lie to me? At first, Xian was fine. But as time went by, she began to lose control of her emotions. Angor sighed and snapped his fingers. The energy that was already prepared around Xian instantly burst out and annihilated the few active illusion nodes. Xian's expression returned to normal. This sudden change in mood caused everyone to fall silent. They didn't feel that the illusion they saw was real. Now that they saw the real thing, they couldn't lie to themselves anymore. They knew they would lose control of their emotions, but they still couldn't. Angor reached out a hand and destroyed the illusion nodes around Keely and Nausicaa that were about to become active. Both Keely and Nausicaa sensed his movement and the energy ripples he released. They knew what this meant, and their expressions grew even worse. I can feel the illusion nodes. But I can't tell if they're active or not. Do you know how to make them inactive? Keely looked at Angor. Angor shook his head. I didn't set them up. I don't even know which branch they belong to. It's hard to control them. Then can we cast defensive spells without being affected by our emotions? Nausicaa asked. We can try. A moment later, he destroyed several illusion nodes and shook his head. This won't work. Simple defensive spells won't work. A simple defensive spell. Huh? What if it's not that simple? Angor suddenly had an idea. What if he set up a layer of solid illusion nodes around them as a form of defense? He could use illusion nodes to defend against other illusion nodes. Angor explained his idea to the others, and they all agreed to cooperate. A moment later, Angor used his energy to destroy several active illusion nodes again. No, I can't use illusion nodes against illusion nodes. Angor shook his head. If they couldn't solve this problem soon, they wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. Time was running out, and they all felt hopeless. If only we could control our emotions. Nausicaa sighed. I've heard that once you reach the rank of Magus, you can easily control your emotions. Too bad we're still far from that level, Xian replied. Their conversation reminded Angor of something else. Speaking of controlling emotions, he could do it too. Back when he built the music box, even Lady Mirror was affected by the emotions contained inside. She said that it might be his talent in illusions. Later, Angor experimented with different situations. Not only could he affect emotions, but he could also affect people's sense of space, direction, and self-perception. However, the requirement was that the other party's strength was not higher than his. If the other party's strength was higher than his, he would not be able to influence them. There was one exception though. As long as he used the nightmare realm feeling, he could affect people stronger than him, including Lady Mirror who had lived for countless years. Angor didn't know why. Maybe it was because of his nightmare form. Angor put aside his irrelevant thoughts and came up with an idea. If he could affect people's emotions first, would he be able to affect other illusion nodes as well? He decided to do it right away and told everyone about his idea. At this critical juncture, everyone couldn't think too much. Even if this method sounded a bit unconventional, they all nodded in agreement. Angor decided to try it on Nausicaa first. The others were about the same level as him. He had to break through their defenses by force, or they would let go of their own volition. Nausicaa was a level lower than him, so he didn't have to go through so much trouble. But now, he had another problem. Which emotion should he use to affect Nausicaa? It was best not to let such emotions affect his thinking. Happiness? Happiness? Positive emotions would make people lose their sense of urgency. They were running out of time, and it wouldn't be good for them to lose their sense of urgency. Angor paused for a while before he made up his mind. Calm down. He was going to give Nausicaa a calm emotion. By suppressing all other emotions, Nausicaa was able to calm herself down. Now was the time to do it. Affecting people's emotions was an illusion talent. If he wanted to do it, he would have to create an illusion for his target to stay inside. However, the illusions he could create were all fixed. They would lose their effect as soon as they left the range of the illusion. Even if his idea worked, they couldn't stay inside the illusion forever. Therefore, he had to use another method to help them. Nightmare illusion. Nightmare illusion was more advanced than ordinary illusions. Through this technique, Angor could directly affect other people's emotions without setting up any illusions. As a wisp of misty aura entered Nausicaa's forehead, Nausicaa's lazy and confident temperament began to change. She became calm and indifferent as if she had turned into another Keeley. How do you feel? Angor asked. Great. There's no complicated information. My mind is clear. I think I can enter a meditative state now. Everyone was curious about Angor's ability to control people's emotions, but at the same time, they were also a little afraid of it. The illusion nodes are getting active. Everyone frowned. This was the key to success. A moment later, Nausicaa was still as calm as ever. Her expression didn't change at all, and her thoughts were still as clear as ever. Around her, more than a dozen illusion nodes had been activated, but they still couldn't affect her emotions. Angor sighed in relief and nodded to everyone with a smile. All right. This method of fighting poison with poison actually works. Xian murmured. Even if that's the case, Angor's poison should be much more powerful than the old ones, Nausicaa pointed out. Angor turned to the others and said, staying calm still has its drawbacks, but it's better than letting your negative emotions control you. If you don't mind, I'll do it now, Angor said. They all wanted to leave, so they all nodded in agreement. Soon, everyone except Luna, including Genk, changed their expressions. If an outsider were here, they would think that everyone except Angor was as cold and unfeeling as an iceberg. It's a strange state indeed. The one who spoke was Xian. Because she looked like a child, and her two ponytails were facing the sky, she usually spoke in a coquettish manner. But now, her temperament had completely changed, from innocent to cold and arrogant. It was as if she had become a different person from head to toe. My mind is much calmer than usual, Keely spoke up. She was always cold and detached, but she didn't look any different this time. She considered for a moment. I can't sense or express other emotions. My current state of mind is based on my own self-interest. Angor, you have to be careful. If you're in danger, I might choose to abandon you for my own benefit. Don't trust me too much. Keely paused. But we're betting our lives on you. You're the key to getting out of here. Barring any accidents, you're the most important person in our minds. We won't give you up so easily. This was the downside of using absolute calm. It suppressed a lot of emotions, many of which were related to one's personality. Keely pointed it out and told him not to trust them too much, which showed the weakness of absolute calm. But it's not all bad. Under this kind of external calmness, it could forcefully clear one's troubled thoughts and help beginners enter a meditative state. Even after becoming an apprentice, they could use this method to increase their concentration, and their learning efficiency would increase by a lot. Who knows, maybe you'll get rich in the future. Xian tried to make fun of Angor in a casual tone. However, her tone was too flat. Angor found it strange that she was trying to make fun of him. Angor already made a lot of money from alchemy. If he uses this method, he'll be poor for the rest of his life, said Nausicaa. Let's not talk about anything else. Since everyone's thinking ability is fine, let's prepare to start looking for the exit. Angor considered for a moment. The calmness effect will last for about an hour. It'll fade away after that. Actually, if we can't find the exit in 20 minutes, it's useless no matter how calm we are. Come with me. I can sense the sword's energy. Nausicaa walked toward a certain direction. Maraid's sword. With that, Nausicaa turned around and led the way. The others didn't mind why Nausicaa, the weakest among them, was leading the way. She was right. With the heart scale in her hand, she could sense the direction of the woman who stole the Maraid's sword. Currently, their consensus was to find the woman from before. Nausicaa led the way while the others followed behind her. Keely summoned a bunch of fireballs to illuminate the surroundings. There were many twists and turns in the cave. Most of the time, after just 2 steps into the cave, there would be a turn back, and more forks would appear. Is this an underwater maze? Keely wondered. Xian reached out her hand and touched the wall of the cave, shaking off the sand. Maybe it's some kind of building built by the Duans, but why are there illusion nodes? Are Duans that strong? Don't forget what we saw. That wizard-level Duan. Nausicaa reached out a hand to touch the wall. Maybe it's the work of a powerful being. Wait, Xian. Didn't you feel something when you touched the wall? Nausicaa frowned. Something's moving inside. No. Xian shook her head. I can feel a very rhythmic beat. At first, Nausicaa used her mechanical arm to touch the wall. But after some consideration, she switched to her left hand, and the rhythmic feeling disappeared again. Nausicaa told them about her strange story. Everyone tried one after another, but none of them felt the so-called pulsation. It's a tactile barrier. Angor frowned. When you touched the wall, I sensed many illusion nodes around it. But when I moved my hand away, the nodes went back to normal. Nausicaa's hand is a mechanical one. She didn't activate the illusion nodes. That's why her senses are real. Then why is there a rhythmic sound here? Everyone thought for a moment and came up with the same idea. We won't be swallowed by some giant creature, right? 5 minutes later, they followed Nausicaa's lead and arrived at a flat square. Based on the light emitted by Keely, they could see that the sky above the square was still covered in fog. Over there. Xian pointed at a corner in the darkness. As expected, they saw a dark figure. Even with the light from the fire, they couldn't see the figure's face clearly. Angor dashed toward the intruder as fast as he could. The figure leaped into the air and dodged Angor's attack. Angor? The shadow froze on the spot. It was a clear and alluring female voice. Who are you? Do you know me? Angor asked. The figure didn't answer. Instead, she began to laugh. Her laughter slowly grew louder and louder until it became completely insane. Ha ha ha. It's you. I wanted to stay here and see Nausicaa's despair. But you're even better. All of you will die here. All of you will die here. Her voice was filled with intense hatred. Who are you? Nausicaa stepped forward. Does it matter who I am? Ha 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 ha. You're all going to die soon. You're all going to be blood sacrifices. She waved her hand, and countless black shadows came out. Go, kill everyone here. There were flying fish, humans, and duans. Angor noticed that these shadows were similar to the shark monster he encountered outside. They didn't have a physical body, but some kind of energy. Their eyes were completely white, and they didn't look like living creatures at all. Souls? No, they're undead, a thought flashed across his mind. Could this woman be, but he didn't have time to confirm it. He had to kill these undead first. If the black shadow had released a soul like the shark outside, they might have suffered a setback or even been delayed for some time, but it just had to be an undead creature. Angor looked back. Back off. Leave them to me. He took out a silver revolver covered in strange patterns from his bracelet. It was called Prelude to Rebirth. Ever since he crafted it in Dark Castle, he barely used it. He didn't expect to use it here for the first time after leaving Dark Castle. Be careful, Angor. If we don't know how to deal with them, we won't be able to kill them. Maybe we should retreat. Before Xian could finish, an invisible energy wave was released from Angor's gun. 180 degrees ahead, the 10 most powerful undead that were charging the fastest suddenly had their internal energy become chaotic without any warning. In the end, they disappeared without a trace. Not only them, but the rest of the undead creatures behind them also turned into pure energy and returned to the world. In the blink of an eye, half of the undead creatures were gone. I didn't think Angor would have such a powerful item to deal with undead creatures. Xian sighed. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she saw a black shadow quietly walking in a certain direction. Was that the crazy woman from before? What's she doing? Xian looked in the direction the woman was moving and her eyes suddenly lit up. She shouted, "Look, there's a Gui there." Following Xian's voice, everyone looked over. Sure enough, under the wall, there was a Gui that was struggling at death's door trying to move. It's still alive. We can get the information to leave from it. Everyone immediately reacted. Damn. We're busted. At this moment, the black shadow suddenly rushed over, took out a knife, and slashed down at the Gui. Oh no, she's going to kill it. Everyone moved in unison, wanting to stop her, but the black shadow had already reached the side of the Gui. Before the Duan was about to die, a figure suddenly appeared in front of it. Whoosh, the knife in the black shadow's hand was kicked away. Next, they saw a flash of red light penetrating the Duan's body. Only then did they realize that the figure was Keely, who had transformed into the Red Claw Ti Luo. Keely didn't give the Duan any chance to turn around. She picked up the Duan on the ground and reappeared behind the group in a puff of smoke. That black shadow slowly dissipated, and finally disappeared completely. Is she dead? Xian asked. I think so, Xianxia replied. No, Nausicaa said. She escaped. I can feel the Maraid's sword getting further and further away from us. That shadow is probably just a trick. Nausicaa suddenly spoke. You're right. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sneaked up on the Duan while Angor was busy dealing with the undead creatures. She just used a cantrip to finish it off. Xian sighed in relief. Good thing the Duan is still alive. If she can escape, so can we. Under the influence of Prelude to Rebirth, the hundreds of undead creatures were all wiped out in less than 5 minutes. It was a pity that Angor did not encounter so many undead creatures after leaving Dark Castle. Unfortunately, his magazine was already full, and there was no white light to be absorbed into his revolver after killing them. After the battle, Keely quickly took the Duan that was still alive and began interrogating it. It was one of the weakest Duans. Its upper body was a yellowish carp with a hint of red, while its lower body had long, white legs. Judging from the shape of its legs, this Duan was female. Apart from Angor and Nausicaa, everyone in the team knew how to analyze languages. They all gathered around the Duan, hoping to know where the exit was as soon as possible. While Keely was interrogating the Duan, Angor stood there silently with his brows furrowed. He seemed to be thinking about something. "What's on your mind?" Nausicaa approached him. "I'm thinking about that woman." "Do you think she's the one we know?" Angor sounded unsure. "Who do you mean?" Nausicaa wondered. Judging from the conversation between Angor and the woman, Nausicaa could tell that she knew them, and she hated Angor even more than she hated Nausicaa. Their common enemy, and a woman at that. Nausicaa couldn't think of anything. "Hookdick," Angor said in a soft voice. Nausicaa was surprised. It was true that their common enemy was Hookdick. She had fought with Hookdick more than once, but wasn't Hookdick a man? As far as Nausicaa could remember, Hookdick was still a burly man with a strange smell, a rough face, and dressed like a primitive tribal chief. She couldn't see the woman's face clearly, but judging from the silhouette, she was also a slim woman. That can't be right, can it? Nausicaa wondered. It's possible. Hookdick was injected with succubus blood. While speaking, Angor simulated Hookdick's image, which Sokka showed him last time. It was a tall woman with a voluptuous body, big breasts, and a perky butt. She was only wrapped in a thin, translucent veil. Her body was perfect, but her face was unsightly. Angor even saw some stubble around her mouth, which made her look like a half-man. Hookdick? Succubus bloodline? Nausicaa couldn't help but exclaim out loud despite the fact that her other emotions were suppressed. As a bloodline wizard, she knew what succubus blood meant better than Angor. Succubus blood didn't have many special effects, but it was a favorite among female wizards. Not only did it have minimal side effects, but it also made them more feminine. However, for male magi, it was a nightmare. After the injection, although they would become much stronger, it was very easy for them to undergo a gender change. It would be fine if the gender change was complete, but most of the time, the side effects would only be able to maintain half of the gender change. In other words, there were both male and female characteristics. Just thinking about it made him break out in cold sweat. Sean said you met her twice. Can you see if she's Hookdick? Angor asked. Nausicaa carefully looked at the illusion and recalled the woman who ambushed her back in Flying Fish World. The woman was wearing a thin bamboo hat, so Nausicaa couldn't see her face clearly. However, the woman's body shape was very similar to the one she saw in the illusion. As for her face, she didn't see it, but she could tell why she was wearing a veil over her head. Angor's illusion would explain it. Yes. Nausicaa nodded. If that's her, I can understand why she tried to kill me. Most likely. Hookdick is a soul manipulator. Only a soul manipulator could control so many undead creatures. Angor sighed. Too bad we couldn't kill him. Even if we did, we might not be able to kill him. For soul manipulators, death isn't the end. It's a new life. Nausicaa sighed. Angor didn't think much of Hookdick at first. However, he began to feel threatened when he saw Hookdick controlling so many undead creatures. He could deal with undead creatures, but what if Hookdick controlled souls? Soul spells that couldn't be used against him were mostly useless. However, he didn't have any other way to deal with souls other than using the sequence of gravity. If Hookdick decided to fight a battle of attrition, Angor might really lose. With that in mind, Angor made up his mind that Hookdick had to die no matter what. While they were talking about Hookdick, Keely came with Sean and Shilyu. Angor glanced at the poor Duan lying in a pool of blood. Keely said, "We didn't kill it. The scales on its heart were plucked by that woman. No one will recognize it after it returns to the Duans. It asked me to give it a dagger, and after I interrogated it, it killed itself." That's a tough one, Angor said. Did you find out how to get out of here? Keely was silent for a while. Then she looked at Sean and said, "You tell him." Sean didn't look too happy either. There is a way, but it's hard. Sean paused for a moment, then briefly recounted what she had interrogated him. From Shan's explanation, Angor slowly understood their current situation. Their initial guess was more or less correct. According to the Duan, they were indeed swallowed by a giant sea monster. However, they weren't inside the monster's stomach right now. Instead, they were inside the monster's shell. This monster was the pet of the Duan ancestor who was awakened by Wayfarer of Green Kaiso. Its name was Urtus. Urtus was a giant clam that was born with the ability to create illusions. Ever since the Duan ancestor was sealed in ice, Urtus had been sleeping near the final land. Once a month, it would open its shell and absorb fish from the sea so that it could survive by digesting them. We just happened to bump into it when it opened its shell. The black whirlpool you mentioned was actually the whirlpool that was created when it opened its shell and sucked in the sea fish. Sean paused for a moment before continuing, the shell will only stay open for 2 hours. At the last minute, it will release the barrier and allow the fish and water to flow into its body. If we want to leave, we have to get out of the shell in 1 minute. But, we're over the time limit. As soon as Shan's voice fell, countless tides accompanied by sea fishes and sea beasts rushed in through the various holes. Angor quickly ejected his soul from his body and used the sequence of gravity to keep everyone in place. About 5 minutes later, the water slowly returned to normal. However, the originally empty space was now filled with seawater. Angor returned to his body and looked at Sean. You mean we missed the last minute? The shell is closed now? Sean nodded without saying anything. Angor looked around and saw Keely and Shilyu giving him the same look. We'll have to wait for a month to get out of here. A month? Can we afford to wait that long? Angor looked at Sean again. You said there's a way out. What is it? Find Urtus's core and kill it. Sean said, emphasizing every word. There were only 40 minutes left until the countdown ended. Outside, Lawson flew out of the machine tower and landed in front of a steel building that looked like a dragon blood tree. An iron pillar pierced into the sky, and at the top of the pillar was an oval building. This was the R&D department. It was the most central area of floating mech city. Before Lawson entered the building, he already saw dozens of wizards wearing the robes of the department. The one at the front was Mediocre Muse, the current director of the department and one of the 2 city lords of floating mech city. Muse had his signature smile on his face, but usually, this smile never reached his eyes. However, when he saw Lawson, Muse smiled brightly. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here. I could have gone alone. The 2 city lords of floating mech city came separately. Who knows if someone will try to sow discord between us. Let's go together, Lawson said in a casual tone. We can't afford to be careless when it comes to the Purification Garden's evolution. Muse yawned. I don't think it's that important. I'm just a mediocre boy. I can't learn the sequence of purification anyway. The sorcerers of the Research and Development Institute were speechless. The dean was at it again. If Muse was mediocre, then weren't they all salted fish? That's not a small chance. Once you do, it'll help you on your way to becoming a legend. Lawson said indifferently, moreover, there are close to 1,000 official magi from various large organizations gathered here. It's better not to be stubborn and just go through the motions. Muse nodded. Sure. Let's go then. Everyone rose to the sky. At the same time, all wizards on the other side of floating mech city flew toward the valley where the Purification Garden was located, as long as they were not training. There were wizards from floating mech city as well as wizards from other organizations. When Lawson landed on the ground, the sky above the valley was already filled with wizards. At this moment, on one side of the valley, many magi on guard brought out huge screens of light and put them together. Then, a flash of light appeared. On the screens, a large, circular plaza was displayed. There were many strange statues around the plaza. The eyes of the statues were shining in different colors, which gathered at the center of the plaza. At the center of the square was a barren land that was about 100 meters wide. At the center of the square, a ball of light floated above the barren land. It was like a heart, sometimes big and sometimes small, constantly beating. Greed flashed in the eyes of all the magi in the valley when they saw this ball of light. This circular square was the altar of demise, the light orb was the manifestation of the law of purification. You only have one chance to escape every month, and each time, you only have 1 minute before the illusion disappears. Sean scowled. That woman chose to run away when Angor was fighting the undead creatures. She tricked us. Damn it. Complaining won't do us any good. If we don't want to die, we need to find Erta's core and kill it. Although everyone was a little uncomfortable, Keely was right. It was useless to complain now, so they might as well do something. But we don't know where Erta's core is. We won't make it if we try our luck. The problem now was that they had to find the core as soon as possible. Time was running out, and so was the pressure on Angor. Meow, meow. Angor heard Luna's voice and suddenly remembered that Luna wasn't affected by illusions. Maybe it could. He looked back and saw Luna grabbing onto Keely's clothes. Because the current was too strong, it was almost washed away, so it meowed in fear. Angor reached out a hand and pulled Luna into his arms. Luna was finally able to catch its breath and sit down in Angor's arms. Keely was a little surprised. Luna never liked to be touched by anyone other than herself. She didn't expect Luna to tolerate Angor's touch in just 2 days. Luna, do you know how to find Erta's core? Angor asked. The others also remembered Luna's existence and looked at her curiously. Luna was the only one who didn't fall for the illusion. Angor would have fallen for it if he didn't eject his soul. Luna didn't expect to become the center of attention all of a sudden. It felt a chill down its spine. Luna let out a meow and jumped away from Angor's arms to land behind Keely. Luna stuck its head out from Keely's feet and shook its head. Luna said it can't find the core. The smell here is too strong. It can't tell anything apart, Keely translated. How about we follow the current? Since it's going to enter Erta's body, we might be able to find the core. Nausicaa thought about how Luna floated in the water and suggested, let's follow the current. That's a good idea. We're in between the shell and the body. Following the current is a good way to get inside. Angor nodded. But if we follow the current, we won't be able to find the core. Maybe we'll get digested by the stomach. What else can we do? The more urgent the situation was, the greater the pressure on him would be. A normal person would have a mental breakdown because of this. However, he did not let the pressure affect his mind. Instead, he became even calmer. I have an idea. But first, we need to follow the current into Erta's body. Angor turned around and dashed into a hole. The others followed him. After flowing in the cave for a while, Keely's nether flame drove away the darkness. Everybody could see that the cave walls weren't gray anymore. They were now orange-red like flames. Erta's body. Angor checked the color of the hole and estimated its location. You're the only one who can find the core now. Me? Nausicaa frowned. There are still illusion nodes around here, so we can't sense anything. Your mechanical arm, on the other hand, will not activate any illusion nodes. You can only rely on your own heartbeat to determine the location of the core, Angor explained. Nausicaa thought for a moment and understood what Angor was trying to do. During this trip, she had been taken care of almost all the time. It was rare for her to be able to contribute, so she naturally had to perform her best. Nausicaa nodded. Sure. Leave it to me. At first, they were worried that the plan might not work. But as Nausicaa led the way, they found many hidden passages. These hidden passages were all protected by strange illusion barriers, which even Angor couldn't see through at times. Nausicaa played an important role in this plan. After taking 2 more turns, they finally left the water and arrived at a tunnel covered with spider webs. While walking, Genk accidentally scraped a spider web. Everyone felt a trembling aura, as if there was an earthquake. There should be nerves in these webs. Be careful. Don't touch them, Angor said after observing for a while. According to the Duan who committed suicide, Ertas had been sleeping for thousands of years. If Ertas woke up because of their carelessness, their journey would be even more difficult. After a while, Nausicaa found herself standing in front of a blood-colored membrane. She reached out her mechanical arm to touch the membrane. I think it's inside. I can feel a strong heartbeat. It's only separated by this membrane. Angor also tried to touch the barrier with his hand. But before he could touch it, he felt his body shaking. The shaking wasn't temporary. It would only get worse as time went by. Luna also began to meow. Keely's expression changed when she heard what Luna said. Oh no, Luna said Ertas is waking up. We have to hurry. Angor thought about it carefully. Erdis was a super monster. If someone was moving around its heart, it should be waking up soon. If they broke the membrane, Erdis would wake up right away. Once Erdis fully awakens, its aura alone will be enough to deal with them. They didn't have much time left. They had to destroy the heart as soon as possible. With that in mind, Angor decided to give it his all. Without any hesitation, he broke the membrane. As the membrane broke, Erdis began to writhe in agony. Everyone inside the monster's body could barely stand still. Meanwhile, the sea outside was getting more and more turbulent. Dark clouds were rolling in the sky while tornadoes were spreading in all directions. In a cave far away in the final destination, the ancestral Duan raised its head and looked at Erdis. Erdis has awakened as well. Sigh. Such is fate, the Duan sighed with a lot of emotions. Meanwhile, a young man with a longbow on his back was quickly writing something down in a notebook. Occasionally, he would take out his transmitter to record the voice of the Duan ancestor. Everyone returned to Erdis' body. Following the undulating ground, they entered the blood-colored membrane one after another. Nausicaa didn't need to tell them anything. They could already hear her heartbeat as soon as they entered the room. They were in a spacious chamber where a giant heart with countless blood vessels connected to it was floating in the air. The heart kept beating like a pump that never stopped. Everyone could already feel the pressure coming from all directions. Without hesitation, Keely unleashed her most powerful spell. Countless wisps of nether flame poured out of her oil lamp and burned the heart. The flames burned the heart, and the blood-red heart gradually turned into a dark black color. Nausicaa jumped several times and pressed her right wrist with her left hand. She then unleashed a vortex of energy from her palm and struck the surface of the heart. However, as soon as Nausicaa's hand touched the surface of the heart, she was repelled by a soft force and fell to the ground. However, the spiral energy was extremely ferocious. It directly opened a hole in the heart, and the heart blood that was exuding rich energy gushed out. Xian was performing an unknown sacrificial dance. Gank suddenly grew several times bigger and began to smash into the hole created by Nausicaa. In just a few seconds, the heart was severely damaged. At this moment, along with the strong pressure, everyone lost their strength and knelt on the ground. Taking advantage of the moment she fell to the ground, Shilyu pointed at the gushing blood and shouted, "Oil of the underworld." As soon as he finished speaking, the bright red blood that was filled with energy turned into the dark green nether bone oil. Keely's nether flame was ignited by the nether bone oil. It was just a normal flame, but now, it was burning fiercely. Almost instantly, more than half of his heart turned black. Only half of the heart was left, but it was still beating. At the same time, the pressure that was suppressing everyone became even more violent due to the damaged heart. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood. Angor was the one who suffered the most damage. He collapsed on the ground and felt dizzy. He had no choice. Even Nausicaa was much stronger than him. What should we do? There's still half of the heart left. Angor clenched his fists and chanted spirit mantra. It was extremely difficult and dangerous to eject one's soul at a time like this. Without the support of his soul, his body would suffer even more damage under the immense pressure, and his vitality would vanish even faster. Angor had no choice but to take a gamble. He hoped that he could break the heart before his vitality disappeared. He tried to sense the source of gravity in his soul. Since he had been using the sequence of gravity for a long time, the source of gravity in his source orb was extremely weak. He wasn't sure if he could succeed. He took a deep breath and poured out all of the gravity power in the origin bead. He aimed at the heart and shouted, "Stop it! Explode! Explode!" It was not only Angor's shout, but also the last hope in everyone's eyes. Rumble, all the gray veins wrapped around the heart. Erdis screamed in agony as the heart shattered into pieces. It shattered into pieces. It was like a rain of blood, staining everyone's clothes, swords, lanterns, and faces. Blood gushed out from the broken veins. In an instant, a fountain of blood was formed in the center of the hall. Shilyu looked at the rain of blood in a daze. Did we do it? The pressure is gone. I think we did it? Keely stood up. The pressure on Erdis' heart was completely gone. Great! Even though her emotions were suppressed, Xian still jumped up with a smile on her face. Great, we did it. Angor also landed on the ground and returned to his body with a smile. As soon as he returned to his body, he felt pain all over his body. But compared to the pain he felt, the pain was nothing. If he could kill Erdis, then the pain was nothing. Finally, we made it to the altar of demise before the time limit. Angor sighed. Suddenly, his body froze, and he shut his eyes. Wait. The illusion nodes are still there. Everyone quickly closed their eyes and tried to sense the situation. Soon, they all looked grim. Sure enough, not only did the illusion nodes in the air not disappear, but they were also increasing. It was as if the illusion nodes that were originally suppressed were now completely released. Luna said it sensed Erdis' death, Keely said with a frown. But why aren't the nodes disappearing? There's only one possibility. The source of the nodes isn't Erdis' heart. It's something else that exists inside Erdis' body, Angor said. If what Keely said was true, Erdis was still able to control the source of the illusion nodes. But as soon as Erdis died, the nodes began to go out of control. If we want to leave, we need to find the source of the nodes and destroy it. Otherwise, we'll be trapped here forever, Keely said in a cold voice, which made everyone shiver. In the end, everyone looked at Angor. Angor was the only illusionist in the group, so he was the first one who needed to find the source of the illusion nodes. Let me try. Angor knew he couldn't refuse. He wasn't sure if he could do it, but he knew that he would die if he couldn't. He tried to stand up, but every movement caused him to cough up blood again. His injuries were too severe. His vision blurred for a moment, and he fell heavily to the ground once again. Xian quickly cast heal on Angor's body. A green light enveloped Angor's body and cooled him down. However, he still couldn't get rid of the dizziness. Keely suddenly took out a single-use space capsule from her pocket, which she looted from Yethu. Keely crushed the pouch and soon found a bottle of black potion. Is this a sealing potion? Xian looked at the potion in Keely's hand. Keely nodded and looked at Angor. Here's a bottle of sealing potion. Once you take it, it will seal all non-fatal injuries inside your body. You won't feel any negative effects such as pain, fainting, etc. The effect will last for 1 day. However, its side effects are very strong. After a day, once the effects of the medicine disappear, your injuries may worsen. Do you want to use it? Angor had heard of this potion before. It was a self-harming potion that forced the user to release certain painkillers. He had no other choice. His head was dizzy, and he almost fainted. Time was running out. If he wanted to escape, he could not fall down here. All right. He nodded without hesitation. Keely quickly opened the bottle and poured the dark liquid into Angor's mouth. He felt nauseous for a moment. When the nausea faded away, he could no longer feel any injuries. It was as if he had been reborn. His body was full of strength, and his spirit was at its best. After drinking the sealing potion, you'd better not let your soul escape your body again. Otherwise, your body will collapse, Keely said. Angor nodded. All right, leave it to me. With that, he closed his eyes and reached out his spirit feelers to sense the illusion nodes around him. He did not realize that the number of illusion nodes around him had increased by several times. There were so many of them around him. With so many illusion nodes, it wasn't easy to come up with an idea. As the countdown ticked away, Angor's mind was completely cleared under the immense pressure. When he reached his best state, he suddenly opened his eyes. Overdrive mode activated. In an instant, the world in his eyes was no longer a simple image. Countless numbers of data were flying in front of his eyes. Angor removed the jumbled data and sorted them out bit by bit. He then inserted them into various illusion formulas and slowly worked out the source of the illusion nodes. The others did not know what Angor was doing. They only saw him sitting on the ground, closing his eyes, and muttering something under his breath. It did not look like he was doing anything, but they did not dare to disturb him. Whether they could leave this place depended on Angor now. In Angor's eyes, everything around him was organized by countless numbers of data. The so-called order referred to the conditions and the principles of law, which were also the rules. Of course, Angor was not going to explore the laws. There were too many of them in this world, and he could not find the end of them. What he needed to do now was to find the conditions for the creation of illusion nodes and figure out the source of the nodes. During this process, Angor gradually sensed a strange rhythm. The rhythm was resonating with the source of the illusion inside Angor's body, and it seemed to be tempting him in a certain way. At first, Angor tried his best to maintain his willpower. However, he was running out of time. If he wanted to do a complete calculation, it would take him more than a day. Under such circumstances, he decided to take the risk. Since the rhythm was guiding him to calculate the direction, then he would follow the rhythm and see where it was leading him to. But now, he abandoned all his plans. He let the rhythm go and followed it. Soon, he locked onto a set of coordinates without considering any additional variables. He did not know what the coordinate was, but he decided to give it a try. Follow me. Angor deactivated his supercomputer and called out to the others. Then, he began to move quickly. Angor led the way, turning left and right. Every door he went through was covered by illusions. After going through dozens of doors, Angor finally stopped. Another blood-colored barrier appeared. Angor gave it a gentle push and broke it. Countless illusions rushed out from the barrier like a torrent, which almost knocked everyone off their feet. All kinds of illusions appeared in their eyes. Good, bad, angry, and sad. It was so real that it felt like their lives had been reset. If Angor did not forcibly suppress their emotions and keep them calm, they would have lost their minds. They would probably be completely immersed in this torrent of illusions. However, even though they were now in a state where they were neither delighted by external gains nor grieved by personal losses, the torrent of illusions was too ferocious, and they still found it hard to control themselves. He wasn't affected by the illusions, but he knew that if he left them to their own devices, it wouldn't take long for them to lose their minds. At this critical moment, perhaps it was a sudden inspiration, or maybe it was something he sensed. Out of instinct, Angor released his nightmare domain. As soon as it covered everyone, all the illusions disappeared. Angor could clearly feel the illusions still coming at them. However, they all avoided his nightmare domain like mice running into a cat. He didn't know what was going on. Could it be that nightmare domain was more powerful than ordinary illusions? It was precisely because of their high level that the torrent of illusions did not dare to act rashly. Angor's guess was close to the truth. However, he did not consider one important fact: Erdis was already dead. Under Erdis' control, even if Angor's nightmare illusions were more advanced than Erdis' illusions, he still couldn't put up any resistance. However, Erdis' death meant that the illusions did not have a master anymore. Naturally, they did not dare to act rashly in front of Angor's nightmare energy. As soon as Angor released his nightmare domain, everyone regained their senses. Where are we? Is it a new illusion again? Looks like a noble's ballroom. But it's quite real this time. You're all here too. Angor walked to them. This is an illusion I set up. Stay here for now or you'll get lost in the illusions. As for the source of the illusion nodes, leave it to me. Without waiting for them to react, Angor left a wisp of his nightmare domain and stepped into the source of the illusions. Perhaps because of the strange rhythm, Angor was able to walk against the flow of the illusions and reach the small room he was in. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a glowing, transparent orb inside. When his eyes came into contact with the round bead, he immediately felt the joy of jumping, as well as the wondrous rhythm. So this is the source of all the illusion nodes? Is it this bead? Angor slowly approached the orb as if he was being controlled by some kind of power. He reached out a hand and gently touched the orb. In an instant, countless rays of light came out of the orb and merged into his forehead. Angor remained in the same position with his eyes tightly closed. The rays of light kept coming out of the orb and merged into Angor's mind. He felt as if he was bathing in the soft sunlight, which was gentle and pleasant. He felt like a spectator watching Erdis's memories, which told him how an ordinary clam grew into a heaven master. Angor felt as if he was looking back at Erdis's life. Everything about Erdis's current form was shown to him. Erdis was a clam that had lived for nearly 3,000 years. At first, it was an ordinary clam that lived for hundreds of years until it met a Duan, which changed its life. This Duan was the ancestor of the giant Duans Angor saw when the countdown timer was activated. The scene showed how the Duans fought against each other to establish their civilization. It was like a legendary story, which was both fascinating and touching. However, 1,000 years ago, the Duans encountered an enemy and were captured by floating mech city. The Duans were then sent to another world called the Purification Garden. The ancestor of the Duans was frozen, and Erdis was forced into a deep sleep. The remaining Duans thought that the robbers were gods. How ridiculous. From then on, there was no future. At first, Angor wanted to leave as soon as possible. But as the scene went on, he lost track of time and fell into Erdis's emotions. However, it wasn't a long memory since the orb wasn't meant to store memories. It was just a collection of memory fragments. It didn't take long for the story to come to an end. During this time, Angor slowly learned about the orb's history. The bead was called Erdis' innate mirage bead. It was an object of possession that Erdis had nurtured in his bloodline as he grew up. Just like a pearl, after thousands of years of washing, life experience and wisdom, it was finally refined into such a mirage pearl. In other words, Erdis's talent in illusions was all thanks to this orb. Angor finally understood why Erdis illusion nodes felt so familiar to him. Because this was simply a mirage, it was one of the branches of illusions called mirages. Mirages were illusions that manipulated nature, and they were considered one of the more advanced branches of illusions. Only a level 3 apprentice or higher could learn a basic mirage spell, which was why Angor didn't know how to use it. However, he once experienced a mirage himself. It was a gourmet mirage. Not long ago, when Xianxia was cooking the Lord of Tentacles' egg, she also created a gourmet mirage. However, her mirage was too low level. When Greya cooked, she created a mirage that covered dozens of kilometers. Although the gourmet mirage was very different from the mirage of the illusionary school and did not have any lethality, it was still very similar in nature. It was an illusion created by manipulating nature. Gourmet mirages were also mirages. This was why Angor found them so familiar. However, he didn't know how to use them, so he couldn't figure out the nature of the illusion nodes. When Erdis' story was over, Angor thought he could go to the altar of demise as soon as possible. What he didn't expect was that even though he didn't have Erdis' memory fragments anymore, more and more information flooded into his mind. This time, it wasn't a story. It was information about the talent orb itself. It seemed that the innate Shin Pearl had also sensed the death of its original body. It also sensed some omens and knew that this world was about to be destroyed. If no one came again, its inheritance would be completely lost. Therefore, when Angor was looking for it, it used a strange rhythm to lure Angor here. Erdis knew that it was Angor who killed Erdis, but it didn't matter. Even if Angor didn't kill Erdis, Erdis would die sooner or later. Erdis's own will had long wanted to die, but the gods did not allow it to die. The clam's talent orb transferred all the information about Erdis' talent to him. He didn't have Erdis' bloodline, so he couldn't recreate the ability easily. However, it also contained a lot of knowledge about nature, which would help him a lot if he wanted to learn more illusions in the future. Also, if he wanted to learn elemental cantrips such as controlling clouds, summoning rain, and raising wind, he would get twice the result with half the effort. An adept-level magical creature with nearly 3,000 years of understanding of nature. It could be said that this information was extraordinarily precious. It could even be said to be priceless. But Angor didn't want it at all. Because time was ticking away, if he didn't have the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, he might have accepted it. But the countdown was stuck here. If he missed the final countdown because of the information, what was the point of having it? He was already dead. No matter how valuable the information was, it would be useless. Angor didn't want it at all. However, the talent orb didn't plan to let him go. It seemed to have sensed Angor's thoughts and transferred the information faster. Angor felt that his head was about to explode. If the speed of the transmission was any faster, he would die right away. The light kept going. Even the people of Floating Mech City did not know about this precious heritage, yet it was forced into Angor's mind. Angor didn't care that he didn't want it. When the last bit of information was transferred into his mind, the light on the talent orb dimmed and disappeared completely. Not only that, but the talent orb itself also shattered into transparent grains of sand and fell down from Angor's fingers. At the same time, all the illusion nodes in Erdis' body were completely destroyed. Angor felt like his head was about to explode. He felt like he was going to pass out in the next second. But when he thought about the countdown, he forced himself to stay calm and staggered out. He didn't know how long it had been since he received the information. But since the sea of purification wasn't collapsing yet, there should be some time left. He rushed out and retracted his nightmare domain. Once the nightmare domain was gone, he saw everyone's condition. Nausicaa was sitting on the ground and caressing Dan Butterfly. She seemed to be thinking about something. Keely was holding Luna in her arms while murmuring her parents' names. Sean was lying on Gank's head and muttering her last words that no one could hear. Angor's expression changed when he heard Shan's last words. Seeing such a situation, a strong sense of foreboding arose in his heart. "How much time do we have left?" Angor asked in a trembling voice. Keely and Sean both ignored him. Nausicaa looked at Angor. "Forget it. You've tried your best. But I don't think we can make it in time." "How much longer?" 5 minutes at most," Nausicaa whispered. Angor felt as if his mind was struck by a thunderbolt. He almost fell to the ground. They were still 500 kilometers away from the final land. 5 minutes. 500 kilometers. If he still had the sequence of gravity left, he might be able to force his way through. But now, not only did he run out of gravity energy, but he also consumed a sealing potion. There was no way he could make it in time. "Let's go. Maybe there's still a chance." "There's still a chance," Angor mumbled to himself as he walked outside. Although the others seemed to have accepted their fate, everyone's emotions were actually suppressed. Most of them were still thinking calmly. Since Angor was going to leave, everyone calmed down and followed him. Half an hour ago, in the valley where the purification garden was located, thousands of sorcerers had gathered and were hovering in the air. Perhaps some of these magi had enmity with each other, but in this place, they all pretended not to know each other. They each took a side and ignored each other. Only extremely close friends would gather together. The wizards from Floating Mech City were the most united of all. They were all standing on the stone wall of the garden. Some were sitting, some were leaning against it, and some were hovering in the air. All the wizards stared at the huge screen. The image on the screen was of the altar of demise. Some of them were looking at the glowing law of purification at the center of the altar, while most of them were looking through the screen to see if their apprentices were there. It wasn't long before the countdown ended. A large number of apprentices with Maraid swords had already appeared on the altar. "Isn't that Dyra? Good job. Dyra is going to lead the new generation of Floating Mech City." Several wizards on duty in Floating Mech City were whispering to each other. "I saw my apprentice. Whitney did very well this time." "Hey, where's my little apprentice?" Sabo and Mitra were also looking at the screen. Sabo sighed. "Diablo can go to the purification garden too. I already saw several level 3 apprentices on the altar. Most of those level 3 apprentices have been stuck at a bottleneck for many years. They're all here to learn a law, and they're betting their lives on the chance of success. With Diablo's talent, there's no need for him to risk it." Mitra chuckled. "Speaking of which, Angor once learned a law. Will he learn it again this time?" Sabo asked. "If it's that easy to learn a law, it won't be called a law anymore." Sabo nodded. "You're right." Sabo remained silent for a moment. "But I don't see Angor on the altar. Is he not there yet?" Or, of course, Mitra understood what Sabo was trying to say. But he didn't believe that Angor couldn't make it in time. He's probably still on his way. He's strong enough to survive. Meanwhile, Muse, who was floating in the air with Lawson, was also thinking about the same thing. "Why isn't Angor here yet? I've already prepared an image stone. I didn't manage to get anything on him last time, so I'll have to record how he killed the flying fish and the Lord of Tentacles." "That's so boring," Muse grumbled. Once the impurities were removed from Angor's body, Muse would be able to get something on Angor. While Muse was deep in thought, Lawson glanced at him and sighed at his scheming expression. "I wonder who's going to be the unlucky one." Suddenly, Lawson froze and took out a strange measuring device from his storage space. It looked like the scale used to measure one's spirit power. The number displayed on the device varied from 0% to 100%. At this moment, the meter was glowing. The original 55% meter had increased by leaps and bounds, reaching 62%. Muse noticed the change as well. Others might not know what these numbers meant, but Muse did. After all, he was the one who created the device. It was used to measure the level of the blood sacrifice in the purification garden. When the scale reached 100%, the purification garden would level up. Back when the entire world of flying fish was sacrificed, the scale only reached 50%. After a few days of killing in the sea of purification, the scale had reached 55%. But now, it had suddenly jumped from 55% to 62%, a jump of 7%. This meant that the blood sacrifice just now had exceeded the total amount of blood sacrifice produced by all the other apprentices in the sea of purification. Could one of the main sacrifices have been killed? Muse asked in a low voice. Lawson frowned. That's possible. And judging from the scale, it's probably one of the two most important main sacrifices. Either the Duan ancestor, or Urtus. But both of them are wizard-level creatures. How can someone kill them? Muse found the idea ridiculous. I don't believe it either. Lawson shook his head. But let's see. Lawson waved his hand, and a bright light flashed, which changed the image on the screen. Suddenly, the screen changed. No one knew what Lawson was doing, so they began to discuss among themselves. First, the image of the Gui progenitor appeared. The Gui progenitor was sitting in the cave, unmoving. Next to him was an apprentice with a bow and arrow on his back. The apprentice was recording something. This big guy is the main sacrifice for the blood sacrifice, right? The wizards began to discuss among themselves. Even if the Duan ancestor did not move, the powerful aura he emitted could not hide his true power. He was definitely a wizard-level being. The wizards from Floating Mech City began to explain the Duan ancestor's identity. Why does this guy look so familiar? I think he's the kid from Fine Werder's family, a wizard said as he looked at the apprentice recording something. So he's Fine Werder's descendant. He's got guts. He's recording right next to the Duan ancestor, a wizard sighed as he recalled Fine Werder's legendary deeds. After a while, the wizard from Floating Mech City explained why the altar of demise was opened so early. Everyone's expression changed slightly. So this guy was the one who opened the altar of demise early. If his apprentices did not make it in time, then it would be Keiso's fault. Keiso was still immersed in recording the story of the Duan ancestor. What he didn't know was that, unknowingly, he was hated by the apprentices and labeled as a scapegoat by the adepts. Keiso shuddered. His heart felt heavy. Lawson was also patrolling the area. When he saw that the Duan ancestor was fine, he changed the screen again. This time, the screen showed the area where Urtus was. The sky was dark, and the wind was blowing. A storm was coming. The waves were getting higher and higher, and the tornadoes were spiraling in all directions. It was a terrifying scene. Urtus is the one who's in trouble. Lawson's expression turned serious. But it's fine. It's already at the end. It's fine if it dies. But how did it die? Who killed it? Muse was confused. The scene continued to descend from the surface of the sea into the sea. As soon as it entered the sea, the wizard's heart skipped a beat. What a gigantic clam! Is this another wizard-level demon? But why is it dead? Did Floating Mech City send a wizard? The wizard on duty shook his head. Lawson was the only one who had entered the purification garden ever since it was opened, and he did it to kill the Lord of Tentacles. But this Urtus was not Lawson's doing. Then why did it die? Amidst the confusion, a thought flashed through everyone's mind. Could it be that it was done by an apprentice slaying an adept-level monster? This was too unrealistic. While everyone was shaking their heads, the image suddenly entered Urtus's shell. Before it entered Urtus's body, it was already in between the shell and the main body. Everyone's expression changed. Countless corpses of apprentices floated up and down. Most of these corpses had been bitten by the demonic fish. But even if it was a demonic fish, these apprentices should still be able to retaliate. That was until someone told him that Urtus' talent was to manipulate illusions. Only when the apprentices were confused by the illusion would they be attacked by the demonic fish without realizing it. However, another problem arose. According to the wizard on duty, Urtus had been sleeping all this time. So why did Urtus devour so many apprentices? Maybe it's because they found out that Urtus had a Maraid sword in his body. That's why they all fell for it, the wizard on duty explained. Although it was just a guess, it was not far from the truth. When the image entered Urtus's heart, Lawson's expression changed a little. Is that Angor? In the image, Angor was standing in front of a group of apprentices, panting heavily. Behind him were 3 dead women and an otherworldly barbarian slave. There was no heart in the chamber, but judging from the rain of blood, the heart must have been broken. And the one who broke the heart was Angor. Who's that? He looks familiar. Is he the one who killed Urtus? One of the wizards asked. You'll know if you've read the recent episodes of The Sky of Truth, a female wizard replied. Those magazines are meaningless. I heard there are mortals involved in them. Most of them are just rumors. The first wizard shook his head in disdain. Even so, the magazine is very clear about this person's identity. And there are facts to prove it. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, the sorceress said, think about what happened in the potion hut half a month ago. You mean the conflict between Saunders and Bogula? Someone suddenly recalled something. I remember now. Isn't that guy the reason why Saunders and Bogula got into a fight? Bogula's hobby was not a secret in the wizarding world. He loved people with blonde hair and blue eyes, regardless of their gender or race. They looked at the person in the image again. His hair was short, but they could still see the bright golden color. His blue eyes were not fully grown yet, but he was already handsome enough to be Bogula's favorite. But Saunders took him away from Bogula by force. As for the reason, Angor pat. I remember now. He's one of Saunders' new apprentices. The only one who broke Saunders' rules was an alchemist who learned about mystery items. Mystery items? How? How old is he? He killed Urtus with a trick, but he's still one of the strongest apprentices. How much time does he have to study alchemy? Don't be silly. But it's strange that Saunders made an exception for this guy. Lawson, on the other hand, sighed. He didn't expect Angor to be the culprit. Last time, Angor killed the Lord of Tentacles. And this time, Angor was the one who killed Urtus. This guy was really something else. No wonder Saunders liked him so much. Too bad. Lawson sighed. Angor might have killed Urtus, but it wouldn't be easy for him to break Urtus' illusions. Angor, it's very difficult to break the illusion in half an hour. This is a wizard-level illusion. Even if Urtus is dead, Angor can't break it. Some wizards also realized this, and everyone sighed. Even if I were to break it, it would take me at least an hour, right? An hour? I don't think you can do it in one day. Angor and his companions were doomed to die if nothing went wrong. It's a pity that such a good seedling is gone. Unfortunately, I ended up trapped in Urtus's body. So what if he's a dead apprentice? Let's go back to the altar of demise. There's no point in watching someone who's going to die anyway. They all acknowledged Angor's strength, but since he was going to die anyway, they didn't care how strong he was. This was the first time Angor showed his face in front of the wizards. He was a little surprised, but he didn't cause much of a stir. At least the wizards remembered Angor's face and name. Most of them were focused on Angor, but Cantor noticed Keely right away. Cantor was surprised by Angor's strength. He was planning to let Keely take care of Angor, but now it seemed that Angor was the one taking care of Keely. However, this was not the main point of Cantor's attention. His mind was filled with the same thought, Keely is going to die. Cantor dashed to Mitra's side. Is there any way to save her, Mitra? Cantor asked. Mitra didn't look happy either. He thought highly of Angor's alchemy talent and even introduced him to Muse. Instead of answering, Mitra looked at Lawson and Muse, who were still floating in the air. Cantor's action attracted the attention of the others. Apart from Lawson and Muse, Cantor was the most powerful wizard on the scene. They all saw Keely, and they knew what Cantor was going to do. He just didn't know how Lawson would respond in the end. Everyone looked at Lawson as if they were waiting to see a good show. Muse noticed Mitra's gaze and sent a voice transmission to Lawson. Let's save them. Keely is Cantor's only apprentice, and Angor is a good candidate. I even gave him the access card of the research department. Access card? Lawson was surprised. He didn't expect Muse to value Angor so much. But he still shook his head. You know the purification garden is in its final stage. If wizards from other realms try to enter, it might cause an accident. Moreover, there are so many adepts here. We can't possibly enter the purification garden right in front of them. That would only make things worse. Muse thought about it and agreed. He sighed and put away the shadow recording stone. It was a pity that Angor was killed in the final stage. Both Muse and Mitra's actions showed their attitude. The sorcerers shook their heads. It was a pity that there was no more drama to watch. Muse shook his head at Cantor. Cantor's face instantly turned ashen. Muse sighed in his mind. Perhaps Lilith's clan was one of a kind to have such a protective teacher. Suddenly, he remembered someone else. Wait, Sunders didn't come today? Lawson was also curious about Sunders' name. Even though comprehending the law of purification was 1 in a million, it was still an opportunity for sorcerers. But why was Sunders absent? Besides, Sunders cared a lot about Angor during the confrontation at Elixir Hut. With that in mind, Lawson looked toward a certain direction. His gaze pierced through all obstacles and finally landed on a flowery manor. At the same time, Sunders also looked up from his study and met Lawson's gaze. Lawson smiled and retracted his gaze. Heh. Sunders looks fine, but he can't fool me. Lawson narrowed his eyes. I don't think he's in a good condition. Lawson didn't bother to find out why Sunders was in such a bad condition. After all, they didn't hold any grudges against Sunders. Mr. Lawson, what's so interesting about a dead man? Let's move to the altar of demise. I want to see if my student, Jolene, is here. It was Spade. Since Angor was already dead, Lawson nodded and moved the image to the altar of demise. The countdown was coming to an end. More and more apprentices showed up at the altar of demise. Lawson predicted that 90% of the apprentices would die, but there were already more than 10,000 of them. There were about 80,000 apprentices who entered the purification garden, and 15% of them had already made it out alive. Although the garden was opened earlier than expected, it was still a happy ending. The wizards were also satisfied with the outcome. They didn't care much about apprentices, but they were still the backbone of their organizations. It would be better if they didn't lose more apprentices. What they didn't know was that Angor was the one who earned most of the extra apprentices. Lawson couldn't help but sigh in his mind. Too bad Angor was the one who got trapped. Stop. Hand over your Maraid sword, or, are you stupid? What's the point of talking? Let's kill whoever is going to hand over the Maraid sword, and the sword will be ours. 2 extremely large apprentices, one fat and one skinny, blocked Falca's way. Falca grinned sinisterly. You think I'm a nobody? Let me tell you something. Taurus, the silent raven, is one of my kin. You're courting death. The fat and skinny apprentices looked at each other and laughed. Of course we know about Mr. Taurus. But he's your kin. What does that have to do with you? Do you think he's going to break into the purification garden to save you? Don't even think about it. Die right here. Falca narrowed his eyes and suddenly changed his aura. In the eyes of the fat and skinny apprentices, a bright moon appeared behind Falca, shining brightly in the darkness. Seeing the full moon, the fat and skinny acolyte's eyes flashed. It was broad daylight, how could it be night? Is this the negative effect of darkness? The fat apprentice hesitated and put away his white phosphorus arrow. Then, he constructed a new cantrip model in his mind. Light's Call. A level 1 cantrip that could dispel all darkness. Dark element, I'm not the kind of trash that hides in the filth of darkness. Falca sneered. He was not afraid at all. His body slowly turned transparent. Suddenly, a dozen bats flew out of the full moon behind him. They flapped their wings and pierced through the 2 apprentices' bodies like arrows. Blood splattered as the 2 corpses fell into the sea. The blood-stained bat flapped its wings and flew back to Falca. Falca smelled the blood and laughed out loud. Very good. I'm very happy that you don't recognize Taurus. Falca laughed out loud. But now, you should know the power of my midnight bat shadow. All of a sudden, Falca froze. He didn't say his name just now. Damn it, what a loss, it doesn't matter. I'm already dead anyway. It doesn't matter if you remember my name or not. After killing the two, Falca finally arrived at the altar of demise. However, before entering the altar of demise, there was still the city of demise. The final city used to be the capital of the Duans and Dugongs. It was beautifully built with shells and corals everywhere. However, the final city was now filled with flames. The apprentices who wanted to get their hands on the Marade swords were all here to vent their anger. The Duans and Dugongs were strong, but there were too many apprentices and they had too many tricks up their sleeves. It didn't take long for the final city to become a dead city. When Falca arrived at the final city, he saw nothing but flames, ruins, and corpses. He sneered and went straight to the altar of demise. There was a huge magic array inside the altar that only those who had a Marade sword could enter. Outside of the magic array, there were a lot of apprentices who didn't have Marade swords. They wanted to stop the others and snatch the swords. Since this was a matter of life and death, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. It took Falca a lot of effort to find an opportunity to turn into a bat and break into the magic array at an unimaginable speed. This final battle was even more difficult than all the previous battles he had encountered. Fortunately, he had made it through. Falca looked up in joy. I'm one of a kind, aren't I? Even if I'm not one of a kind, I should at least become one of the best apprentices in the world. However, when he looked up again, he saw that he was surrounded by a sea of people. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Falca's heart sank. Wasn't it supposed to be a 90% elimination? Wasn't it supposed to be a 90% elimination? Only a small portion of the survivors would survive. However, when he looked outside the magic array and thought about those who did not have a Marade sword, he felt a sense of superiority. Falca flapped his wings and wanted to take a look at the situation in the air, but he was shot down by a sharp water arrow as soon as he took to the air. He fell into the crowd. When he landed, he saw the owner of the water arrow, Jibra. To be more precise, it was the giant whale that Jibra was sitting on. Jibra's face was covered in water vapor, but the giant blue whale on his back was enough to identify him. When Falca tried to fly up, the whale glanced at him from the corner of its eyes and slowly spat out a small water arrow. Falca was hit by the arrow. It looked so slow, but why couldn't I dodge it? Hey, little bat, stop flapping your wings. Can't you see the situation? All the people in the sky are core disciples, and you can't even survive a small water arrow. Stop playing tricks. A childish voice reached Falca's ears. Little bat? What the hell? I'm not a little bat. Did Diablo tell someone his nickname? Falca was a little angry. He looked up and said, What? It was a little boy about 10 years old sitting on the back of a white rhinoceros with a chubby boy beside him. Who are you calling a little bat? I'm the famous night bat Shadow Falca, and Silent Raven Taurus is my relative. Falca said angrily. Fine, I won't call you little bat. I'll call you Dark Circles, then. Falca's outfit was quite unique. He had black hair, black eyes, and dark circles under his eyes. Apart from his exposed pale skin, his entire body was covered in black. There were also a lot of black straps and rivets on his body, which made him look quite weird. Apart from his attire, almost everyone who saw Falca would notice the dark circles under his eyes. Taurus was probably the only one who knew that Falca actually drew those dark circles himself to show off his unique look. Like I said, I'm Falca. Mr. Falca. While speaking, Falca angrily summoned 2 blood-eyed bats and charged at the boy. The boy was startled, but before the bats could reach him, a shield made of sand appeared in front of him. Not only did it stop the bats, it also sucked all the blood out of the bats the moment they passed through the shield, turning them into dried corpses on the ground. While Falca's heart ached, a foot made of sand appeared in front of him. Thump, the kick sent Falca flying in a parabola and heavily landed 10 meters away. Falca opened his eyes groggily and saw the boy riding the white rhinoceros beside him. Ah, I forgot to tell you. My senior brother is also in the air. Look, that's him, Falca said, clucking his tongue. Falca trembled as he looked up and saw a man staring at him coldly from tens of meters away in the sky. Hermes? Falca blurted out the name. Oh, so you know my senior brother. The boy grinned. I'm Loki. Get up and keep lying down. All the good spots are taken. Now that he knew the boy was Hermes' junior brother, Falca put away his arrogance for a while. He rubbed his sore spot and sat up. Only then did he notice that there were only a dozen people in the air. Jibra was standing in the center of the group without anyone around him. The rest of the people in the air were all people like Hermes who were considered the strongest among their peers. Even Daira was the only one in the air from floating Mech City, and he was far away from Jibra. There were more than 10,000 apprentices in the city, and most of them were recognized as elite corps apprentices. However, only a dozen of them could stand in the air. Why are they in the air? Why? Because they're strong, of course. It was not Loki who answered. It was an old man standing nearby. The old man turned around and snorted. You'll see for yourself. Strength is everything in the wizarding world. Before the old man could finish his words, Falca saw another person flying into the air. He had heard of this person before. He was a corps apprentice of Edge of Night, nicknamed Eternal Night King. Anyone who dared to use such a title was either an idiot who had too much confidence in his or her strength. Either way, it was a shameful title. I know him. The Night King is quite strong. As soon as Falca's voice faded, a woman floating in the air with flowers under her feet waved her hand. Amidst the fragrance of the flowers, the Night King fell. See? Don't try to show off if you're not strong enough. The old man took out a gray mermaid sword from his pocket. Anyway, the final spot is decided by the color of the sword. They're only doing this for fame. What false reputation? It's a classic case of sour grapes when you can't eat them, Rocky mocked. The old man's brows furrowed in anger, but with Hermes watching from the sky, he didn't dare to do anything to Loki. He snorted twice and muttered, I'm not going to argue with you kids. I'm going to find a seat. Then he turned around and left. After the old man left, Falca was left dumbfounded. Spot? Color? Falca remembered Loki saying something about getting a good spot. What did that mean? Feel the mermaid sword with your mind power and you'll know. It was Loki who spoke. Although Falca tried to attack him, Loki didn't really dislike the young man. Maybe it was the nature of kids to attract each other. Falca might look like a rebellious young man, but he was actually only 14 or 15 years old. Loki didn't expect to meet someone of his age here, so he didn't mind being friendly. Loki's friendly reminder surprised Falca a little. He didn't know why Loki was being so friendly with him. Still, he was the one who asked first, so he just curled his lips and took out his mermaid sword. Falca's mermaid sword was also gray, so he carefully sensed it with his spirit feelers. Before he entered the altar, he tried to sense the mermaid sword with his power of the will, but there was no reaction. However, when he tried to sense it, he discovered a strange feeling. As soon as he sensed the mermaid sword, he noticed that he was looking at the whole altar from an ordinary perspective. The altar of demise was huge. From his perspective, it was divided into 5 zones. The central region was emitting a lustrous light. This was where the purification law was located. From inside to outside, the zones were divided into the golden zone, the silver zone, the white zone, and the gray zone. Among them, the golden zone was the smallest, while the gray zone was the largest. The difference in area was hundreds of times. When Falca saw the distribution of the zones, he had a vague idea. Don't tell me the color of the mermaid sword corresponds to the zone? Loki nodded. That's right. Someone destroyed the temple in the city of Demise, and I got some information from the priests. The golden zone has no more than 100 people, the silver zone has a limit of 1,000, and the white and gray zones have the most people. What's the point of this? The closer we are to the center, the stronger the purification power? Falca wondered. Yeah, something like that. As long as you don't have too many impurities in your body, the gray mermaid sword is fine. Also, I heard that the purification power is going to be extraordinary this time. Even if we're in the outer zone, we'll still be as good as the core zone. Loki curled his lips and pointed at Jibra. Jibra's body is completely pure, so it's a waste for him to occupy the golden zone. Falca was a bit depressed after hearing Loki's words. He had suffered a lot of internal injuries in order to raise the blood bats. He didn't expect that the Maraid sword that he had fought so hard for would not be able to enter the core area and get purified. This made him feel even more unreconciled. It was clearly said that 9 out of 10 would die, so how could so many people survive? Otherwise, he might have been able to enjoy the purification in the front row. Falca, on the other hand, did not think that he would be lucky enough to be one of the living accidents. That was hard to say. Seeing Falca's expression, Loki took out his own Maraid sword, which was also grey in color. There are many ways to purify it. You don't have to use the purification garden. The fact that we were able to survive this time is our greatest fortune. Just think about that purification law. TSK, it's not something that can be comprehended by just getting close to it. It depends on talent and luck. Who knows, maybe we're the ones who comprehended it. Loki generously added Falca into his circle of friends. Falca frowned, but nodded in the end. Then, he began to think about Loki's words. Who wouldn't want the law of purification? The fact that I could figure out that the sky is the exit in Flying Fish World is proof of my intelligence. Falca couldn't help but think. I also got a Maraid sword in the Sea of Purification, and I was lucky enough to land near the Altar of Demise. That's why I was able to make it before the countdown ended. This means that I'm also very lucky. I have both intellect, opportunity, and talent. I should be the one who comprehended the law of purification. The more Falca thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. His eyes were filled with hope. Falca was not an exception. There were plenty of people here who had the same idea as him. Everyone believed that they were special and that God was watching over them. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, they would still think that it was a 50-50 chance. While Falca was thinking, Loki turned around and looked at Alan, who was sitting on the rhino's back. Alan, you've been quiet for a while. You look a bit sad. Falca wondered. Alan had always been a cheerful guy, so it was rare for him to be like this. This was why Falca was curious. Alan sighed. The countdown will end in less than 5 minutes. Loki did some calculations and agreed. But shouldn't he be happy about it? What's wrong with being purified? I looked down at the Altar of Demise when I was with Hermes, but I couldn't find Angor anywhere. Is he not here yet? Alan also paid attention to the area outside the magic array, but Angor was still nowhere to be seen. It wasn't that Alan cared too much about Angor. After all, Alan only knew a handful of people in the wizarding world. Angor was one of the strongest among them, and he also knew alchemy. Perhaps Alan could help him in the future. Therefore, Alan paid extra attention to Angor's whereabouts. However, he still could not find Angor after searching for a long time. He had a bad feeling about this. Did Angor die? I don't know. I didn't see him either. Loki chuckled. I don't think so. I don't think Angor is strong enough to defeat anyone in the garden. Maybe Jibra won't be able to win either. Loki lowered his voice a little. I think so. I'm just worried that. Alan shook his head. He didn't want Angor to fail here. You're talking about Angor? Angor Pat? Falca suddenly moved closer and asked with a strange look. Alan said, yes, that's him. You know him too? Falca didn't answer the question. Instead, he revealed a happy look. He didn't make it to the Altar of Demise? Ha ha ha. Wonderful. This is the best news I've heard since I came here. You have something against Angor? Alan frowned. No. I just don't like him. Falca humphed. It was all Angor's fault that he got caught by the patrolling rune detector last time. Also, Mr. Taurus praised Angor in person, which made Falca very uncomfortable. They were both level 2 apprentices. What was so special about Angor? He also checked Angor's body. Apart from his good looks, there was nothing special about Angor. Why did Taurus think Angor was strong? Was Angor as strong as Jibra's light wind and moon? Falca always believed that Angor's strength came from his mouth. Taurus didn't see it with his own eyes. Why would Taurus praise Angor in front of Falca and ask him to learn from Angor? Now that Angor couldn't make it to the altar, Falca finally had a valid reason to refute Taurus. Angor couldn't even survive in the garden? What did he have to learn from Taurus? Falca was very proud of himself, but Alan was very worried. As the time slowly came to an end, Alan's mood became even more tense. Just like Alan, the others who received help from the Lord of Tentacles were also paying close attention to Angor's whereabouts. Xianxia, Carveline, and Xianxia were among them. Xianxia and Carveline were also hovering in the air, and they managed to take control of the air. Angor isn't here yet. Xianxia muttered. Maybe he won't make it in time. We ran into each other thousands of kilometers away from here, and we used a directional teleportation array to get here. Angor doesn't have such an item. Even if he tries his best, he won't make it in time. What a shame. At the same time, Jibra, who was in the center of the crowd, kept looking back. However, his body was covered in mist, so no one could see his movements. Only he knew how often he was looking back. He was really scared. There were many people who wanted to kill him in the garden. Keely and Maine weren't a big deal. The most important one was the one with the water talent. It was simply too terrifying. Even now, the problem of the ocean in his body and half of the flame-like toxins had not been completely resolved. Now, he could only hope that the power of purification would be able to help him purify it. If even the power of purification was unable to do so, he could only seek help from his teacher. Jibra prayed that the crazy woman wouldn't show up. Jibra covered his face with a layer of mist to maintain his lofty image. Jibra shivered and shook his head. If that woman comes. Jibra shivered and shook his head. His legs were shaking just thinking about it. Countdown, 1 minute. When the countdown reached the end, Alan shook his head in disappointment. He didn't expect that the strongest person in his mind would make such a mistake. The ceremony is about to begin. Let's go. Let's find a spot near the white area. Alan sighed. Hermes has cleared out an area for us. Let's go. Loki nodded. Before he left, he dragged Falca along with him. Falca was a little embarrassed. He had just been taught a lesson by Hermes not long ago, and now he had to get close to the center again. But it was better to get as close to the center as possible, so Falca shamelessly followed. Xianxia also shook her head. I don't think Angor will make it in time. I was going to find a chance to sign a contract with him and ask him to craft something for me. Looks like I can't do that now. Jibra watched as the countdown slowly came to an end and calmed down a little. Now that the woman was dead, he wouldn't be able to tell anyone about his embarrassing incident, and he would have one less enemy to deal with. When everyone thought that Angor was dead, a shadow suddenly appeared above the city of Demise. The last 10 seconds. 10. 9. 8. 7. When the number reached 1, the magic circle around the altar started to change. The layer that separated the apprentices from the Maraid sword slowly turned from transparent to milky white. When the entire altar turned milky white, the final round of the blood sacrifice would begin. Sacrificing the entire sea of purification, sacrificing all the creatures in the sea, sacrificing all the apprentices who had yet to enter the altar of Demise, and most importantly, sacrificing a civilization. With the fire of civilization, the Garden of Purification would receive its final boost. Just as the entire altar of destiny was about to turn milky white, a black figure with boundless power suddenly barged in. We made it? Huh. We really made it. Great. We made it. Before the person on the shadow could congratulate them, all the acolytes within the altar of Demise were stunned. Even the magi who were watching from the valley outside had their eyes wide open. What the hell was that? The sudden appearance of this colossus immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone present. It was a strange-looking monster with a pair of large reddish-brown wings that were at least 10 meters long. Its head looked like an eagle's, with gray feathers, dark red eyes, and a sharp, slightly curved red beak. However, only its head resembled an eagle's, but its body resembled a liger's. Around its neck, there was a mane that gradually changed color from gray to reddish-brown, and then its entire body became reddish-brown. The head of an eagle, the wings of an eagle, the claws of a lion, the body of a lion, and the tail that seemed to be burning with flames combined to form such a monster. It spread its wings and spun around in the air at an extremely fast speed. It was much smaller than Jebra's horned whale, but everyone noticed that the whale didn't react at all when the monster flew past it. This monster's strength must be at the same level as the single-horned abyss whale. Otherwise, the single-horned abyss whale would not be so indifferent. Just as everyone was guessing the origin of this monster, someone saw the people on the monster's back. "Lucky for us to make it here at the last minute," someone commented. "Do you know who they are?" Because they were high up in the sky and against the light, no one could see their faces clearly. However, someone said in an envious and jealous tone, "Who cares who they are? Since they dare to be so arrogant in the sky, someone will definitely punish them." Then, the monster with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion slowly approached Xianxia's group. No one knew who Xianxia and Carveline were until now. However, they proved their strength by occupying a corner of the sky. Even Jebra nodded in agreement. From this, it could be seen how powerful they were. However, this monster actually dared to approach them. There would be a good show to watch. While everyone was waiting to see what would happen, Xianxia and Carveline both stepped back and made way for the monster. "I didn't expect you to make it here at the last minute." "Congratulations," Carveline said. Xianxia leaned on Carveline's shoulder with a smile on her face. Then, she looked at the man sitting on the monster's head with a sharp glint in her eyes. No one had expected Xianxia and Carveline to back down. "Who's that guy on the monster's back? Why is he so important?" At this moment, the monster flew over to where Hermes was standing. Hermes, too, gave way. Not only did he give way, he even nodded in greeting. Clearly, he knew the person on the monster. Who were those people? That was the question everyone was wondering. Since Hermes and Xianxia both backed off, the monster headed toward the center of the sky. When it passed by the woman with the flower blooming under her feet, she pondered for a moment and decided not to attack. Since Hermes and Xianxia both acknowledged her position, she didn't want to cause any trouble and let the monster go. However, that didn't mean the others would let the monster go as well. When the monsters were about to approach the sky above the silver area, a tall and handsome man wearing a silver uniform blocked their path. Jebra didn't attack, and so did the others. "I didn't expect Daira to block our way." "Interesting." The apprentices discussed among themselves. The people on the monster's back didn't expect to be stopped either. Daira gave them a cold look and mocked them. "So there's a level 1 apprentice here? You're just a bunch of weaklings who relied on luck to make it to the end. Just stay here and wait for a miracle to happen." As he spoke, Della suddenly stretched out his palm. Following his movement, the shadow of a giant hand appeared in the sky. Hand of spell? No, wait, it's the hand of ice, which contains the aura of eternal frost. The hand of ice fell on the monster, and the people on the monster's back finally realized that Daira was going to attack them. However, they didn't seem to be afraid at all. They simply sat still on the monster's back. Before the hand of ice could reach them, the monster suddenly roared and swung its lion claw. A gray aura surrounded the monster's body and smashed the hand of ice into pieces. Della steadied himself with great difficulty so that he would not fall to the ground. A trace of anger flashed across his face. "How dare you?" A puddle of white liquid appeared in Daira's hand. "Liquid of eternal frost, create a kingdom of eternal frost." Daira waved his hand and splashed the white liquid at the monster. "Water." A monotonous voice was heard. The liquid of eternal frost glowed and suddenly turned transparent. However, the kingdom of eternal frost Daira was expecting didn't appear. Instead, the transparent liquid simply fell to the ground. Many people on the ground thought that this was the liquid of eternal frost, and they all panicked when they saw the liquid. A woman who failed to dodge in time was drenched in the liquid. She was so scared that she trembled, but after a while, the woman who thought she would be frozen into a popsicle realized that there was nothing wrong with her body. She touched the liquid on her face out of curiosity. Nothing happened. She sniffed at it and found nothing strange. Then, she plucked up her courage and licked it. "It's a little sweet." Since everyone was paying attention to the situation, the woman's "a little sweet" quickly spread around. Daira, who was floating in the air, was stunned. A little sweet? That's not a spring. How can it be sweet? That's liquid of eternal frost, the special medium he used to release his secret technique, Kingdom of Eternal Frost. That's water. It tastes good. While Daira was still in a daze, the woman interrupted him again. Daira was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He pointed at the people on the monster with trembling fingers and remained silent for a long time. Seeing that Daira didn't attack again, the monster wobbled forward again. Because of Daira's failure, the other apprentices who occupied the sky didn't dare to try anything. Monster smoothly flew to the sky. Above the golden region. It was now facing the last person standing, Jibra. All the apprentices expected Jibra to summon an endless wave of energy to devour the monster, but they didn't expect him to do so. However, Jibra didn't move for a long time. He seemed to be very calm. Only Fisai, who was standing behind Jibra, could clearly see Jibra's trembling legs. However, the expected battle didn't happen. Instead, they all heard a clear male voice saying, "Hey, make way." The voice came from the monster's back, and without a doubt, it was directed at Jibra. "How dare you talk to Jibra like that? Who the hell do you think you are?" Falca, who was standing beside Loki, sneered as if he had forgotten that he was defeated by Jibra's whale not long ago. Loki glanced at him but didn't say anything. Alan, on the other hand, chimed in, "I don't think Jibra can win. Didn't you see how Daira lost in one hit?" Falca humphed. "Jibra won't lose. He's the son of Sea, the most valued disciple of the god of sea. You said you're from Silent Hill, and your relative is Taurus. Why do you sound like you're a member of Song of the Deep?" Alan sneered and looked at Falca from head to toe. "Are you saying that there's a fish scale tattoo on your body that can't be described?" Falca's eyes turned bloodshot. "How dare a level 1 apprentice taunt me like this? You're asking for death." Falca summoned a blood bat and tried to teach Alan a lesson. However, Loki tried to mediate the situation. Fine. Jibra won't lose. At most, it'll be a draw. Who knows?" Alan smiled faintly and looked at the shadow in the air that was not very clear because of the backlight. "This voice is so familiar. Is it you?" All the apprentices were stunned by the move. For a moment, no one dared to say a word. They were all waiting for Jibra's response. Time passed bit by bit. 10 seconds later, Jibra clenched his fists and glanced at Shilyu, who was giving him an evil grin. Feeling frustrated, he stepped away from the group of apprentices. Jibra's action caused another uproar. Who is this guy? Why was Jibra so afraid of him? While everyone was still trying to figure out what was going on, something else was happening in the valley. Many of the sorcerers present raised their eyebrows when they saw the half-eagle, half-lion monster. Not to mention the apprentices, many of them had never seen such a monster before. In the end, most of them looked at Muse. Mediocre Muse. Although his title sounded ordinary, he was no mediocre person. Even Truthfinder wizards such as Cantor would treat Muse with respect and fear. Muse's research department had almost changed the entire wizarding world. He was also the best scholar among all the apprentices, which was why everyone looked at him in confusion. Muse explained, "I once obtained an illustration book from Origin World. There's a type of monster called a griffin, which has the head of an eagle and the body of a lion. There are also shadow griffins, which are covered in smoke, and snow griffins, which can freeze anything. This one looks like a flame griffin, which can control fire elements." Muse lowered his voice and whispered to Lawson, "Griffins have never appeared on Fake Continent before. Did this one come from Origin World?" Lawson shook his head. "The teleportation array in Origin World was destroyed long ago." "I don't think so. I heard that Isabel has returned to the southern region. Maybe it's her." Muse did not say anything else. The two of them just needed to understand each other. Lawson looked at the person on the griffin's back. The first person he saw was Angor, who was sitting on the griffin's neck. Lawson chuckled. He didn't expect to see Angor here in time. How did Angor escape from the wizard-level illusion? And how did the griffin appear? Unfortunately, he was too focused on the altar to notice what happened to Angor. To be able to escape under such circumstances and bring everyone to the altar of demise, Lawson couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A little guy who creates miracles. Many other wizards shared Lawson's opinion. It was a miracle that Angor was able to escape from the illusion and reach the altar of demise. It would be understandable if he had the help of a wizard. But they all saw that no wizard entered the purification garden during this time. In other words, Angor escaped on his own. What kind of method did he use to do that? Perhaps Sunders gave Angor some kind of treasure that allowed him to escape from the illusion and reach the altar of demise before the time limit was up. If that was the case, Sunders wouldn't have to worry about Angor's safety in the first place. There were many guesses, but no one guessed correctly. What they didn't know was that Angor's group only took 5 minutes to reach the altar of demise. Back at the altar of demise, Angor drove Jibra to the other side and floated above the golden area. Not far ahead of them was the expanding law of purification. He didn't check the law of purification right away. Instead, he stroked the griffin's mane and said, "Thanks, Toby." Toby nodded in satisfaction. That's right, the griffin he was sitting on was actually a seabird the size of a palm, Toby. 5 minutes ago, Angor was still wondering what to do when Toby woke up. Feeling guilty, Angor took Toby out of his bracelet and told the bird that he needed to fly to the altar of demise to save his life. But to his surprise, Toby suddenly transformed into a giant griffin. Toby gestured for everyone to get on his back. Then, he flapped his wings and flew toward the altar of demise with the power of gravity. Angor was also surprised to see such a big change in Toby, who had been sleeping for almost half a year. Moreover, Toby's speed didn't seem to be affected by the change at all. Instead, it became even faster. When it came to manipulating the sequence of gravity, it was much better than someone like Angor, who only learned it halfway. With the help of Toby, the group finally made it to the altar of demise at the last moment. Besides, with Toby's speed, the robbers surrounding the altar of destiny had already been left behind by Toby before they could even block his path. From this, one could see how fast it was. After settling down at the altar of demise, Keeley and the others were observing the light that represented the law of purification, hoping that they would be able to comprehend it soon. But he didn't have time to think about it. He didn't even care about the difference between the ground and the air. Instead, he quickly contacted Toby. Why did Toby transform like this? Could it be that the reason he was unconscious during this period of time was to accumulate strength for the transformation? He had no idea what was going on. Toby didn't answer right away. Instead, it flapped its wings and landed on the ground. It landed in the golden region. The landing of the monster caused an uproar among the acolytes. Why did it choose to stay on the ground instead of staying in the sky? However, everyone changed their minds. The monster and the people on its back had already proven their strength. Even Jibra had to stay away from them. Now that everyone knew how strong they were, they didn't have to stay in the sky. It didn't make any difference whether they stayed on the ground or in the sky. On the ground, they could still see what they looked like. After all, they still didn't know who these people were. Toby put down the acolytes on its back and quickly shrank into a palm-sized gray bird. It then landed on Angor's shoulder and rubbed its head against Angor's cheek. Angor was a little excited to see this familiar face. Looks like nothing changed after sleeping for so long. Angor chuckled. A few days ago, he saw Toby growing a little bigger and showing some reddish-brown feathers. He thought the bird would change again, but it turned out that Toby returned to its original appearance, which was gray and dull. It wasn't as pretty as the reddish-brown feathers, but Angor felt more familiar with it. Toby chirped and quickly took out a black outfit similar to Angor's from Snowy Feather. Angor helped Toby put it on, and Toby's shy look immediately turned into pride as if the outfit was its real body. "Thank you so much, Toby. Without you, we would have died for real." Nausicaa walked to Angor and patted Toby's head with a smile. Toby knew Nausicaa, so it didn't reject her touch. It even rubbed its head against Nausicaa's head. The others, on the other hand, were curious about Toby's identity. The griffin looked so cool, and it was so fast. It even slapped Dara away. Toby could both ride and fight. It was the perfect pet. "Angor, this bird is..." Sean moved closer and tried to touch Toby like Nausicaa. However, Toby didn't care at all. It turned its head away and looked at Sean from the corner of its eyes. Angor couldn't help but chuckle at Toby's reaction. Then he introduced him to Sean. "This is Toby, my dear friend." Both Keely and Shilyu stepped forward to thank Toby. They also wanted to ask about Toby's transformation, but since it was a personal secret, they decided not to ask. After introducing Toby, he asked Toby the same question again in a low voice. Toby began to explain what happened to him while making some cawing noises and gesticulating. As Angor listened to Toby's story, the other apprentices also began to recognize the newcomer. Mr. Phantom's student? No wonder he could scare Jibra. And here I thought he didn't come to the purification garden. I heard from others that His Excellency Phantom Demon's new disciple is someone who only knows how to brag and doesn't have much ability. I didn't expect the truth to be the opposite, someone lamented. Angor's reputation had become the hottest topic recently because of Sky of Truth and Sunder's kidnapping in front of Elixir Hut. Apart from the wizards who knew Matra well enough to recognize Angor's alchemy ability, the other apprentices who didn't know much about Angor's alchemy skills and liked to gossip all took Angor's alchemy ability as a joke. No one believed that Angor had ever touched a mystery item before. Some of them, who were jealous of Angor's talent, tried to smear Angor's reputation while spreading the news. In the end, Angor became a notorious liar in the eyes of the apprentices. However, there was also a lucky prefix in front of liar. Together, they were called lucky liars. In their eyes, Angor did not become Sunder's student because of his good luck and not because of his talent. Of course, if someone thought about it carefully, they would find the flaws in these rumors. Good luck? Sunders wasn't blind. He didn't choose apprentices through a lottery system, did he? Still, there were plenty of apprentices who were willing to be blind. After all, no one wanted to hear someone stronger than you, someone more talented than you, someone more potential than you. Lies were always the most tempting words. Humph. I don't see how strong he is, someone retorted. Yes, he's Angor, but he's not the one who forced Jibra to stay away from us, is he? Didn't you see Mr. Eventide's apprentice riding on that monster's back? This person was only half right. It wasn't Angor or Keely who scared Jibra. It was Shilyu, whom they ignored. But Shilyu wasn't that famous, so it was normal that no one knew who she was. As for Sean and Nausicaa, they were only level 1 apprentices. How strong could a little girl be? He was probably a pig-like teammate who won without doing anything. Look at that bird. Who's it trying to get close to? It can draw away. Can you do the same? A familiar can't be counted as its master's strength. Maybe Mr. Phantom gave it to Angor as a gift? Even if Angor really proved his strength, as long as he wasn't the unlucky one, he could come up with thousands of excuses to prove Angor's strength. However, there weren't many stubborn people like that. Most of the people who survived were elites. Angor's arrival and performance had convinced them to admit Angor's strength even if they didn't want to. Alan, who was still in the gray area, was also very excited. He grinned at Loki. Great! Angor really made it. Loki also looked happy. Angor once saved them from the Lord of Tentacles, so he was happy that Angor made it in time. Only Falca, who was standing beside them, had a gloomy look on his face. Angor really made it in time. Falca's good mood instantly sank to the bottom. More importantly, not only did Angor make it in time, but he also chased Jibra away. Not long ago, Angor was defeated by Jibra's whale in one move. This was simply a contrast of two extremes. Was Angor really stronger than Jibra? Falca felt as if someone was slapping his face right in front of him. He planned to use Angor as an example to argue with Taurus, but it seemed he had no other choice now. Falca sighed deeply in his mind. From Toby, Angor got the general idea. Toby told Angor everything that happened while he was unconscious. First of all, he had to fight against his anger. Both Greya and Isabel told him how dangerous it was, and he would not tell anyone about it. Now that Toby woke up, it meant that he had devoured wrath and became the only winner of the battle. Also, the reason why Toby could transform was related to the emotion of extreme anger. After devouring wrath, Toby could basically sense what was going on around him. He should have woken up at this time, but he received information about something similar to a bloodline talent. Turning into a griffin was an indication of this bloodline talent. However, Toby's real name wasn't Flame Griffin like Muse said. It was Fury Griffin. Angor was a little surprised. He didn't expect Toby to transform into a new form after consuming the emotion of extreme anger. A griffin that was born out of extreme anger. Then, if extreme anger could give birth to a form of transformation, then what about other emotions? Angor remembered that Toby had 5 different emotions. Apart from anger, there were also love, hate, resentment, and sadness. Could all of them transform into different forms? Neither Angor nor Toby knew the answer to that question. Angor would have to wait until Toby went through a new emotion trial to find out. Angor decided to stop asking questions after learning the general idea. He didn't want to ask about the griffin's ability right now, but he did have a general idea since he slapped Daira away. There was another reason why he stopped asking questions. Nausicaa came to him. Angor, Shan, Shilyu, and I will go to the gray area first. Please come to Fragrant Pavilion after you leave. Shan and Shilyu want to thank you, Nausicaa said. Gray area? Angor didn't understand what she meant. Nausicaa chuckled. We just learned about it. Put your spirit power on the Maraid sword, and you'll understand. Following Nausicaa's instructions, he took out the Maraid sword and inspected it carefully. Soon, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Are the 4 zones separated by the color of Maraid swords? Angor asked. That's right. So we'll have to step aside for now. Angor nodded. He thought the color of the sword didn't mean anything, but he didn't expect it to be so. Angor and Keely were the only ones left in the golden Maraid sword. Angor looked back. The golden area was large, but there weren't many people in it. There were less than 30 people in total, all of whom were observing the law of purification quietly. There weren't many people in the silver area either. The density and distribution of the people were similar to that of the gold area. The white and gray areas had the most people. They were so densely packed that they were practically rubbing shoulders. While observing, he also saw Alan waving at him. Angor was glad to see his friend safe and sound. But when he saw Falca standing beside Alan, his expression changed a little. Falca saw Angor as well, but he quickly lowered his head and avoided Angor's gaze. He didn't think too much about why Falca was hanging out with Alan and the others. While he was observing the others, they were also observing him. He didn't know why they were looking at him with envy, jealousy, and suspicion. But he only gave them a cold glance and ignored them. Apart from those on the ground, there were also some in the air. Compared to the golden area, there were even fewer people in the air. After talking to Keely for a while, he realized that the apprentices in the sky were just showing off their strength. When the purification garden began to evolve, it would still have to return to the ground. After getting a general idea of what was going on, he turned his attention to the law of purification not far away. The purifying law was located in the center of the wasteland, and it was constantly expanding. Strangely, the law pattern coming from it was very faint, which was completely different from the law Angor sensed in the Soul Genesis garden. Back then, Angor could feel the powerful aura coming from the law of Soul Genesis, which made him unable to move. But here, the law of purification was much more restrained, which was why Angor and the others weren't affected by the law in the golden area. The aura of the law of purification was restrained, but the rhythm and fluctuations within it were real. Just by looking at it, Angor felt a warm sensation in his heart. It was as if he was standing under the gentle sunlight and being gently caressed by a gentle breeze. Angor's blood was slowly calming down due to the excessive consumption of Killian's witch soup. It was a wonderful feeling, and Angor was immersed in it. He didn't know how long it lasted, but when the law of purification suddenly disappeared, he slowly woke up from the comfortable feeling. From the whispers around him, Angor learned that the law of purification didn't disappear. Instead, it suddenly slid down from the sky and sank into the ground. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, 4 walls of light suddenly appeared around the altar of demise. They were gold, silver, white, and gray, which separated the 4 areas completely. At the same time, the Maraid swords in everyone's hands began to glow in their respective colors. While everyone was still in shock, Daira, who was hovering in the sky, landed in the golden area with a golden Maraid sword in hand. Daira's action served as a warning for everyone. Many apprentices who were trying to gain fame in the sky quickly returned to their respective areas with their Maraid swords. The purification was about to begin. In the previous sessions, the law of purification would release ripples outward. The closer one was to the law of purification, the better they would benefit. But this time, the purification process was different. It started from a tender sprout. At the center of the wasteland, where the law of purification had sunk, a small sprout suddenly grew out. As soon as the sprout came out of the ground, everyone sensed a new aura coming from it. Even though it was only a newborn aura, it still caused a great change in the weather. With the sprout as the center, a giant energy vortex appeared around the sprout and enveloped everyone like a storm. The closer one got to the sprout, the fiercer the energy became. This energy surrounded everyone, and then without any warning, the energy drilled into their bodies. This was the power of purification, no doubt. It was the kind of purification that all apprentices looked forward to. It could even increase their chances of becoming a wizard. Angor thought the purification process would come with endless pain, but it did not. Instead, he felt as comfortable as if he was floating in the clouds. It was as if a pair of warm hands were comforting him from head to toe. While doing so, the impurities in his body were removed from his body. All diseases, impurities were exposed by the power of purification. All of them slowly turned into nothingness, allowing his body to return to its prime state. At this moment, the entire Destiny Square fell into silence. Everyone had a comfortable expression on their faces. However, compared to their comfortable expressions, their bodies were in a mess. From the pores of his skin, countless dregs and filthy blood were slowly flowing out. It was oily and disgusting. Fortunately, thanks to the magic array, there was no smell in the air. Otherwise, the entire altar of demise would smell worse than a latrine. This smelly scene appeared on the light screen in the valley. Almost all the wizards shook their heads and did not dare to look at it. Only Muse took out a photo stone and recorded the scene on the screen with a grin. However, he was recording from Angor's angle. After a while, Muse showed a dissatisfied look. Compared to the thick filth on the others, Angor was much cleaner. Apart from a thin layer of grease, there was no other stain on his body. The grease on Angor's skin actually made his pale skin look more lustrous. This was not something Muse wanted to record. He wondered if Angor already purified himself using some method. Soon, Muse's expression returned to normal. There were many ways to purify one's body, and the purification garden was not the only method. However, the purification garden had its own advantages. It could not only purify one's body, but also one's energy and soul. Purifying energy and soul was not as comfortable as purifying one's body. Muse could always record Angor's hideous expression and use it as evidence against him. Back at the altar of demise. Angor's body was already purified in the Soul Genesis garden, so there were not too many impurities in his body. However, he was close to the sprout, so the purification power was very strong. Since there was nothing else to do, the excessive purification power began to heal Angor's internal injuries. When the purification process came to an end, all of Angor's internal injuries were healed. At this moment, a new change appeared on the sprout. It began to grow and sprout branches. In the end, it grew into a giant tree. It was a luxuriant tree with thick branches and leaves. The tree was so tall that one couldn't see the end of it. The leaves rustled in the wind, which was a pleasant sight to behold. Countless green light spots were circling around the tree. When the tree fully matured, the green spots would scatter in the air like the seeds of a cattail. These green spots would be attracted by the magic array and forced to fall to the ground, where they would be absorbed into the bodies of the apprentices below. The acolytes in the golden zone were naturally the first to benefit. When the green light spots merged into their bodies, their expressions of enjoyment were no longer there. Almost everyone had a pained expression on their faces. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and some of them were even rolling back and forth on the floor while enduring the pain. Screams and wails echoed in the air. Even Keely, who was always cold, couldn't help but frown. Her forehead was covered with sweat. Angor, on the other hand, looked perfectly fine. The green dots of light that entered his body did not seem to have any effect at all. The reason was simple. The green spots were meant to remove impurities from energy. For Magi, the so-called energy was mana and spiritual force. Since Angor was practicing singularity dispersive meditation, the quality of his mana was much higher than what the green spots could handle. Therefore, Angor did not feel any pain when his mana could not be purified. As for the spirit purification, Angor could feel the prickling sensation from time to time. However, compared to visualizing the patterns on the wall protected by the glutton flower lord's saliva, this one was much gentler. It was not something Angor could handle. It only took 5 minutes for Angor to purify his spirit power, while the others were mostly purifying their mana. Before this, Angor's spirit power was not very pure. But after this, the quality of his spirit power improved significantly. It was still not as good as those who specialized in spirit power, but it was much better than his peers. The improvement of his spirit power alone was a great benefit to Angor. Angor's indifference attracted the attention of the wizards outside. In other words, the performance of everyone in the altar of demise had truly caught the attention of the Magi. To be able to remain calm in this level, one must have a special channeling method, and the quality of the channeling method must be higher than the energy level of the green light spot. This meant that these people with calm expressions had the potential to become official Magi more easily than other acolytes. Apart from Angor, there were a dozen other people who remained calm. However, there were only a handful of people who did not care about it at all. As expected of Mr. Phantom's disciple, he can always create miracles. A wizard sighed. Perhaps in a few years, another official wizard will rise. Mr. Sunders always had a good eye. Think about Sumesh and Flora. Both of them are outstanding. Lawson also noticed Angor's strange behavior. So he's learning Monta's octahedral channeling. Brood Cavern only has one core channeling method, and its energy level is higher than the purification limit. Muse nodded as well. However, compared to asking about Angor's channeling method, he was more concerned about the fact that he failed to find anything he could use against Angor. After the energy was purified, the tree underwent another change. A small white flower quietly bloomed on the treetop. A strange fragrance quickly filled the entire altar square. When the fragrance reached them, they reached the final stage of the purification, soul purification. Ever since the purification garden was created, soul purification had only happened 3 times. Since the garden was about to evolve, it was bound to do so. This was one of the reasons why so many apprentices were willing to come here. To become a wizard, apart from having a solid foundation as a wizard, there were several other basic requirements. It did not mean that one's energy level had reached the level of a wizard. One needed to evolve in all aspects, including one's energy level, body, and soul. Among them, energy and body were the easiest to achieve. As for energy, one just needed to keep training. The body required the least amount of energy, which could be achieved through various methods. The simplest method was a transplant. Of course, it could also be done by injecting a bloodline. However, it was difficult to reach the threshold of becoming a wizard with one's soul. Potions that could improve one's soul were expensive and rare. Most of the other items that could improve the quality of one's soul were wizard level. This was why the purification garden attracted a lot of apprentices when it was clearly stated that one could improve one's soul. The fragrance released by the flower of law of purification was a kind of potion that could improve one's soul. The aroma wafted through the air and almost instantly filled the entire square. However, the further away one was from the tree, the fainter the fragrance became. The apprentices in the gray areas were also within the range of the fragrance, but their souls did not improve as much as those in the golden areas. The fragrance quickly reached Angor's soul space and reached the area where his soul was located. Under the stimulation of the aroma condensed from the laws, the first thing to change was the green velvet, even before his soul began to be purified. After the soul genesis garden, the green velvet had transformed into a green grassland. It completely surrounded and protected Angor's soul. When the fragrance reached the grassland, Angor could clearly see countless small flowers blooming on the grass. The originally bleak grassland had instantly turned into a garden where people competed with each other in beauty. When the fragrance reached the main body of the green velvet, the flower bud floating above the grassland began to blossom. Angor frowned. He remembered Felicia telling him that the green velvet was not a good thing for him when she tried to pry into his soul with the black and white butterfly. Angor didn't think too much about it because the green velvet was still far from being ripe. But now, the fragrance was telling him that the green velvet was about to blossom. This meant that the green velvet was not far from being ripe. Angor quickly paid attention to it. He wasn't sure if Felicia was telling the truth, but he didn't think it was necessary for her to lie to him. When this was over, he had to ask his professor about the side effects of the green velvet and how to deal with them. While he was thinking about the green velvet, the aroma had already left the garden and reached his soul. It slowly entered his soul. And then, there was nothing else. The fragrance was gone. To be more precise, it was absorbed by the wound on Angor's back. Angor was puzzled. What's going on? Maybe it was because the fragrance was gone, but something else came into his body. Like before, the fragrance first nourished the green velvet, then entered his soul and disappeared. While the others were still digesting the first fragrance, Angor had already absorbed more than 10 of them, and the number was still increasing. Another minute later, another 10 fragrances were gone. So far, the green velvet was the biggest beneficiary of the fragrance, not his soul. The fragrance condensed from the laws was a fragrance that nourished the soul. It was simply the greatest tonic for the green velvet. It wasn't as effective as the first time, but Angor could clearly feel that the green velvet, which usually took decades to mature, was growing at an insane rate. The bud was almost half open. Angor was getting more and more anxious as the flower approached maturity. He snuck a peek at the people around him. Keely, who was the closest to him, had blue veins bulging on her forehead. She seemed to be in great pain. Jibra was in an even worse condition than Keely. He rolled around on the ground and screamed in agony. Soon, the mist around his body began to dissipate, revealing his shiny bald head. As for the others, they were all screaming in agony. Angor didn't know what to do. He could fix other injuries, but there was nothing he could do about the wound on his soul. He had to find a chance to talk to Sunders first. What should he do now? Should he pretend to be in pain too? Acting too special would make him look like he didn't get anything. That would be embarrassing. With that in mind, Angor let out a fake ah. But he didn't sound like he was in pain. Angor felt a little embarrassed. Luckily, no one noticed him because they were all in pain. Ahem. Angor did not make any sound. He frowned and pretended that he was also enduring the pain. He thought his act was flawless, but it was actually being recorded by the screen. Fortunately, as soon as the aroma began to spread, Lawson turned the screen toward the entire altar. Angor's figure didn't stand out among the tens of thousands of people. However, there were still a few wizards who knew Angor well, such as Mitra and Muse. When they heard Angor's soft scream, all the wizards who noticed it were speechless. Sabo felt embarrassed again. He rubbed his temples and realized why Sunders didn't. Come here. He probably didn't want to see a stupid apprentice. Mitra, on the other hand, laughed heartily. What a shame that Yulia didn't get to see it. Muse was also smiling, but his smile was the smile of someone who had succeeded in his scheme. The screen didn't record Angor's pain, but it was still interesting enough to be one of Angor's most embarrassing moments. Of course, it was only a small matter for them. They would probably forget about it soon. But why wasn't Angor affected by the soul purification? That was the only question they had. The only condition for not being affected by the soul purification was that the quality of one's soul was extremely high. One had to be at least as good as a peak-level soul manipulator apprentice. But was Angor's soul really that strong? They couldn't say for sure. However, Angor often ejected his soul, which meant he had been training his soul. Time went by. When the aroma finally dissipated, Angor was still frowning. I digested 10 fragrances of law. Not far away, an apprentice in the golden zone was bragging to someone else. The apprentices in the other zones all looked at him with envy. I only digested 2 of them. That's nothing compared to the golden zone. Another apprentice in the white zone sighed and shook his head. Angor listened to the others and noticed that most of the apprentices in the golden zone had at least 5 of them, while the others had fewer. Soul manipulators were more efficient than other manipulators, but their souls were much purer, so the number of aroma they could absorb was less. Angor also noticed that almost all the apprentices looked radiant. Even the filth on their bodies couldn't hide their joy. Angor was the only one who looked like a bystander since the beginning. Apart from the layer of oil on his skin, nothing else changed. He didn't really care if nothing changed. However, he was in the golden zone, and all the apprentices were glaring at him, which made him feel uneasy. At this time, Keely also caught her breath and opened her eyes. A dazzling divine light flickered in her eyes. It was clear that she had benefited greatly from this. How many cents did you digest? Angor noticed that Keely seemed to have changed into a different person. Keely cast a cleanse spell on herself and turned around. 16. While speaking, she glanced at Jibra, who was standing opposite of her. Jibra's voice was filled with pride. However, Keely couldn't see Jibra's condition because he was currently covered in a blue bubble. The whale created this barrier to protect Jibra's image after noticing that the mist around him was gone. What about you? Keely looked at Angor when she saw that Jibra didn't say anything. She carefully observed Angor and noticed that he didn't seem to have changed at all. Unlike the other apprentices, Angor didn't seem to be affected at all. Is he hiding it on purpose? Keely wondered inwardly. Not as good as you, Angor answered vaguely. He was too embarrassed to say that he had absorbed close to 200 fragrances, but in reality, he had digested 0. All the aroma was absorbed by the wound on his soul, leaving nothing for him to cleanse his soul. He wanted to cry, but he didn't know who to talk to. Therefore, when Keely asked, he could only give a vague answer with an awkward expression. Keely raised an eyebrow. She felt something was off about Angor. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia seemed to have understood something. Could it be that Angor was too embarrassed to tell her because he absorbed less aroma than her? Keely believed that she had guessed correctly. If other people were like this, she would be too lazy to care. But Angor just saved her life not long ago. Would it be too cold of her to say nothing? Thinking of this, Keely said faintly, if the quality of the soul is very high, the digesting fragrance won't be too much. It's because the fragrance doesn't have any effect on you. That's why those soul-type acolytes absorb so little fragrance. He didn't know what she was talking about. Keely frowned. Did Angor really want her to point it out? Fine, I'll do as you wish. It's fine if you didn't absorb much fragrance. It means your soul quality is better than others, and you should be happy about it. You always use your soul to escape from your body, so you must have a way to refine your soul. Angor finally realized that Keely was trying to comfort him. Angor was a little amused. Still, it was a good thing that Keely, a patient, could care about other people now. Besides, he wasn't too disappointed. He already gained a lot from the purification garden this time. He came here to increase his chances of becoming a wizard, but it wasn't that high. What he got from the purification garden was much more valuable. Freud's mystery item was still a question mark, so he didn't consider it yet. Still, Angor gained a lot from the garden. For example, he gained battle experience, battle knowledge, and Erdis Mirage information. The first two items aside, Erdis's inheritance was priceless. Becoming a wizard required a strong body, soul, and energy. However, there were other ways to improve them. It was just a matter of spending a lot of money. However, Knowledge Foundation wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. It required time, money, and wisdom to slowly accumulate. Erdis knowledge was what Angor needed to become a wizard in the future. It was much more valuable than the other requirements. Angor wasn't too upset about the failure of the purification process. Besides, he only failed a little bit. Everything else was fine. How could he not be satisfied with such a great harvest? Angor smiled at Keely and didn't say anything. He pretended to be grateful and nodded. Keely gave him a knowing look. Satisfied, she said, it's good that you understand. As they chatted, they suddenly sensed a powerful aura coming from the distance. Someone was breaking through? He looked up and saw Jibra's aura. There wasn't anything unusual, but the energy vortex attracted everyone's attention. Everyone knew what the aura meant, but no one expected Jibra to break through at this moment. About 3 minutes later, Jibra's energy aura completely disappeared. Everyone wanted to check Jibra's condition, but he stayed inside the blue bubble the whole time, which prevented anyone from peeking. Jibra's breakthrough caused those who were overjoyed to slowly regain their calmness. No matter how strong they were, there was always someone stronger than them. The contrast between the strong and the weak among their peers was so intense at this moment. Being born in this era and facing such a tall mountain, other than sighing and lamenting, what else could one do? Angor glanced at Keely and saw that she was also looking down. However, she didn't seem to be discouraged at all. Instead, she was still determined to fight Jibra. Angor wanted to talk her out of it. After all, the grudge between Jibra and Keely came out of nowhere, so it was better to let it go. However, when he saw the determination in Keely's eyes, he didn't say anything. When the purification process ended, the giant tree in the center of the valley continued to grow its branches, but this time, the branches were extending out of the magic array. It seemed that the tree was absorbing energy from outside the array to strengthen itself. All the acolytes could clearly see that after the tree absorbed some mysterious energy, it started to become thicker and thicker, and its roots became even more intertwined. The process lasted for about an hour. It wasn't until the fragrant flower on the tree bore a shiny fruit that the tree finally stabilized. That's the fruit of the law of purification. Someone shouted in surprise while revealing a greedy look. Although many people revealed covetous looks, they were also very clear that with their current strength and status, they did not even have the qualifications to covet. When the fruit appeared, Lawson looked at the other magi in the valley. Good luck, everyone. Lawson could tell that many of them were interested in the fruit, but he wasn't afraid at all. They were in the center of floating mech city. Trying anything funny here was no different from suicide. Moreover, the magi who came here today had all signed a contract. Under the restrictions of the contract, they would not dare to do anything out of line. Luosen nodded at Muse and entered the purification garden in a flash. Luosen's appearance silenced the noisy altar instantly. He floated beside the fruit and looked at the many apprentices on the altar. He said calmly, "The fact that all of you survived is also a combination of luck and strength. Now, apart from the purification, there is a real reward that will help you reach the top in a single bound. But it's up to you whether you can grasp it or not." Lawson's grand promise made all the apprentices fantasize about it, but they weren't sure if they could actually get what they wanted. After Luosen finished speaking, he took out a silver-white cane and gently tapped the fruit. Green runes appeared in the air and quickly spread outward. Soon, the runes covered the entire tree and began to devour it. In the end, the tree turned into a green cocoon that floated in the air. The first step of evolution was to peel the cocoon. However, it wasn't easy to peel the cocoon. Lawson held a blood-red orb in one hand and a dark blue one in the other. Images of the flying fish world appeared behind the blood-red orb, while the dark blue one emitted a faint blue light. One represented the flying fish world, while the other represented the sea of purification. Lawson slowly pressed the two orbs into the cocoon. Even with his power as a truth-finder wizard, Lawson was starting to feel tired. When the two orbs were completely pressed into the cocoon, the green runes on the outside slowly unraveled. While the cocoon was unraveling, the outside world began to change. A majestic aura descended from the sky. The world's consciousness. It had arrived. The arrival of the world's consciousness meant that the purification garden had truly begun to evolve. During this process, the purification energy began to flow outward, and everyone within the garden's influence would have a chance to learn the law of purification. The sorcerers in the valley quietly observed the purification law. Every sorcerer had a different way of comprehending it. Some sorcerers silently analyzed it, some sorcerers directly merged with the law, and some even simulated the route of the law's power. In the end, whether one could learn it or not depended on luck. The apprentices in the altar of demise, on the other hand, had only one way to learn the law of purification. Being able to look at such a majestic power with their eyes was already impressive enough, let alone doing anything else. Angor once learned the sequence of gravity, but he was in a strange state back then. According to Sunders, he partially learned the sequence of gravity because he was in a spiritually tranquil state. Angor was hoping that he could create a miracle and learn the sequence of purification. However, the spiritually tranquil state was something that could only be found through luck. Even after the garden successfully evolved and created a new world, Angor still didn't learn anything. It seemed that the chance to purify the sequence of purification had nothing to do with him. He let out a sigh of relief and accepted the fact. The path to leave the purification garden was reopened, and the barriers between different areas began to crack. the apprentices all left one after another. Among this group of people, almost everyone was disappointed. However, as long as he did not say anything, no one would know if anyone had really comprehended the purification meridian. Angor decided to follow the crowd and leave the path. However, as soon as he stood up, he felt an itch on his shoulder that was getting worse and worse. Why was his butterfly bone itching now? Was it because his soul absorbed the aroma? Angor didn't know, but the itch was getting worse and worse. It even reached into his bones and soul. Angor's expression changed. He tried his best to suppress the extreme discomfort and took Toby out of his chest pocket. "Toby, transform into a griffin and take me to my professor," Angor whispered into Toby's ear. Toby didn't seem to understand what was going on until Angor repeated his words. Toby wanted to ask something, but when he saw Angor's pale face, he gave up. Instead, he nodded to Angor and transformed into a griffin. Angor jumped onto Toby's back. "Angor?" Keely was surprised to see Angor on the griffin's back. However, Angor didn't say anything. Instead, he told the griffin to spread its wings and fly toward the exit. Toby didn't know what was going on, but it could sense Angor's urgency. Toby flew as fast as he could. When someone tried to block his way, Toby would release the gray sequence of gravity and push them away. Falco was very close to the exit. Before he could step out, a gray sequence of energy attacked him from behind. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a powerful force and landed on the ground with a loud thud. He stood up and wanted to curse, but when he saw that it was the powerful griffin, he immediately shut his mouth. Many others were thrown away like him, but none of them objected. Even those who thought Angor was unworthy of his reputation changed their minds. Soon, Toby flew out of the garden and arrived at the valley. Mitra saw Angor and was about to ask him about the griffin when Toby dashed out of the valley like a gust of wind without looking back. Toby was even faster than some wizards. Gravity sequence? Almost all of the wizards recognized the gray sequence that appeared when Toby was flying, and their eyes flashed with surprise. While the others only noticed Toby's speed, Mitra noticed Angor's pale face. Is Angor hurt? But he didn't look like this before. On the other side, Nausicaa, Xian, and Shilyu also came out of the garden. When they came out, they could only see Toby's shadow in the sky. Why is he in such a hurry? We were going to drink at Wood Bar together. Xian looked a little disappointed. Maybe he has something to do? Shilyu asked. Something to do? We just escaped from death and gained a great fortune. Why is he in such a hurry? I also want to ask him how he broke Erda's illusion. Also, was the luxurious banquet hall that we were locked in really an illusion? Xian was very curious about Angor, especially his nightmare domain. The red toy soldiers, teacups, and glowing dragonflies were all very interesting to her. Maybe next time, Shilyu's eyelids drooped. Xian quickly asked Shilyu and put her on Shilyu's back. Angor Erda's illusion, she said. Erda's illusion is an it. Really? An. Nausicaa shook her head. I don't know. I think it's an illusion. But I think it's something even more powerful. Meanwhile, Angor was lying on Toby's back and guiding him toward Sunder's manor. Along the way, several rune detectors stopped them, saying that this was a no-fly zone. He knew he couldn't fly here, but the itch was still getting worse. He didn't know how to deal with it. The only thing he could do now was to find Sunders and see what he could do. Angor ignored the rune detectors. They couldn't catch up with Toby anyway. At first, the rune eye still tried to warn him. But later, when he flew past the rune eye did not stop him. Instead, it allowed him to leave. Soon, Angor arrived at Sunders Blossom Manor outside Floating Mech City. He saw Butler No. 1 as soon as he touched down. Take me to my professor. Before he could finish, Angor felt his soul tremble, and he lost consciousness. Angor curled up in the darkness for a long time. He thought he heard people whispering around him. The voices were short and dense, as if he was in a busy city, but they were an octave lower. Every syllable carried a warm sensation that made his ears itch. He tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't see anything in the darkness. However, the whispers didn't disappear. There were the voices of adults and the voices of the elderly. Occasionally, there were the voices of children and animals. Angor couldn't tell what they were talking about. It was too chaotic. He wanted to listen, but found that he couldn't catch any sound track. Angor gave up trying. He stood up and walked toward the only source of light in the darkness. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Where am I? Why am I here? Who's talking? What are they talking about? He couldn't find any answers to these questions. After a long time, Angor finally reached the source of light. He discovered that it was actually a large door. It was very bright behind the door, so he walked over. He stepped out of the door and saw a small, well-designed room. He felt a sense of familiarity when he stood in front of it. The teacups on the round table, the boxes on the table, the canary silk bed curtains, the stacks of paper on the bookshelf, and the landscape, flowers, and birds hanging on the wall, as well as the Chinese painting scroll, all of them pointed to the fact that this was where Angor used to live. His home in Pat Manor. Angor even remembered the piles of paper on the bookshelf. They were the homework John gave him when he was young. They accompanied him throughout his childhood. Why am I here? Is this a dream? Angor walked around the room with a nostalgic look. Finally, he stood in front of the bed he used to sleep in. The curtain was closed. For some reason, Angor felt that someone was lying on the bed. The whispers by his ear seemed to be urging him to pull open the curtains. He hesitated for a moment and decided to do so. He pulled on the string beside the bed, and the curtain was opened. What he saw was an ice coffin. It was dark inside, as if someone was lying inside. The person lying in the ice coffin. Could it be John? Angor reached out a hand and touched the ice coffin. Suddenly, the whispers turned into strange giggles. In the end, Angor thought he heard someone saying, "Welcome back, Your Majesty." Then, the cover of the ice coffin was pushed open from inside. A pair of pale hands reached out and pulled Angor into the coffin. Angor's brain suddenly shivered in the cold. He quickly sat up. "Are you feeling better now, Mr. Pat?" A mechanical voice came from beside him. Angor looked around and saw a rune monitor wearing a top hat sitting beside the bed. It was Butler number 1. His memories came back. Altar of Demise. Butterfly bone itch. Return. Angor scratched his back out of instinct. He did not feel anything strange. All the itch was gone. Was the whispers, bedroom, and ice coffin all a dream? He shook his head to clear his head. But he still felt that this was not a dream. "Mr. Pat, do you need number 1 to prepare some food?" Butler number 1 asked again. "Where am I?" When he asked the question, he suddenly realized that he was in his bedroom in Flowery Manor. So he changed his question and asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Number 1, 2 more hours and it'll be 3 days. 3 days? He slept for a very long time. Angor tried to stand up, but before he could do anything, he lost all strength and fell back onto the bed. When he lay on the bed, he realized that he had no strength left in his body. Even clenching his fists made him feel tired. "What's wrong with me?" "Mr. Pat, according to the test, you drank a potion that caused side effects," number 1 explained. Number 1 noticed his confusion and explained, "The side effects should have been worse. But since you purified your body and leveled up, the potion's side effects are much smaller. You only feel tired and weak. You'll feel better in a few days." "Ah, so it's the potion." Angor nodded. He suddenly remembered the potion Keely gave him. "What did you say?" "Say it again." "Mr. Pat, you drank a potion, not this one. The one after that. The side effects were already very strong. And because of your advancement, stop." "Advancement? What advancement?" Angor looked at number 1 in confusion. Number 1 spoke in its usual mechanical voice, "You began to advance on the first day you fell asleep, Mr. Pat. Congratulations. You are now a level 3 apprentice." "A level 3 apprentice?" Angor quickly closed his eyes and sensed his mind space. Just as number 1 said, the energy in his mind space was very active despite his weak body. His mana pool was twice as large as before, and he could absorb mana faster than before. Without a doubt, he was now a level 3 apprentice. However, Angor was not happy about it. Because of the singularity dispersive meditation, there was almost no bottleneck before he became an official magus. He had been stuck at level 2 for a long time. He did not dare to advance because he did not have enough experience. Originally, he had planned to accumulate more time to complete the construction of his spiritual model and learn all the level 1 and level 2 cantrips before becoming a level 3 apprentice. Who would have thought that he would be able to advance so quickly? And he did it while he was sleeping? End of chapter 533. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.